The virtuous angel descended to the mortal world, stunning everyone with her beauty. But this man pushed through the crowd and coldly slapped her, then ruthlessly broke her wings, because only he knew that the angel before him was just a sickly murderer who enjoyed killing. In fact, the man had gone through 98 reincarnations. In his 99th reincarnation, with only a scythe, he became the strongest and the last survivor. But just as Ryman was about to face the final challenge to end everything, the system announced. The leader's room requires at least 5 players to open. Unable to meet the conditions, he could only watch his body gradually vanish. But his eyes showed no trace of regret, because Ruman knew that after he died, that familiar sound would ring out again. Tin. Congratulations on successfully activating the return badge, but he never expected this. This system notification is different from usual. My own regression attempts have now reached their limit. If this 100th try fails, I will truly die. Will Ruman succeed in completing the mission to escape this world? Or will he perish here? Let's follow the main character's journey together. The scene opens with a shining temple illuminated by lights. Countless villagers are gathering below the street. It's finally time, everyone. When there are 5 seconds left, count down with us. Amid the bustling crowd, the masked young man radiates a mysterious, powerful aura as he stands among the countdown. Min looked up with an expression that showed no expectation of what was to come next. The people beside him continued counting diligently. 4, seeing that, he couldn't help but feel nervous and cursed, "Damn it," as he looked at his hand and realized that he had come back. They are trembling with fear because of him. I came back just before I got caught up in this damn game. He clenched his fists tightly. Even though I reached the final round, the countdown still wouldn't stop. Only Ruman among those welcoming the new year is not happy. If possible, I wish time would stand still. Right now, his system appears and notifies him that he has used 100 out of 100 reverse time spells. That moment finally arrived when he had to make his final decision. After all, this was the last attempt, so he no longer needed to hide himself, which is why he pulled back his hood. I'm going to end this game again. Ryumi looks around the crowd to search. To do that, I need 4 more people to join me for the final round. Who would be the most suitable to team up with? A few minutes ago, Min listened to his friends cheer with boredom. At last, we've all become adults. The 2 guys in front are happily chatting with each other. No need to pretend to be anyone else, right? Of course. They still keep the noise like a bunch of kids, while the young men just shake their heads in sighs. What should I do after graduation? Should I try delivering food? Hey, that girl looks just like S. Aaron. Where's actress S. Aaron? The 2 of them were arguing loudly earlier. How did it become Aaron? Are your eyes blind? The guy with the spiky hair turned to ask his friend. Min, what are you planning to do? He suddenly said. Me. He replied very calmly to that question. Haven't I told you? I'm going to become a gangster. Are your friends showing off? Are you crazy? If you do that, just one mistake could get you killed. So you're not joking, right? Imainen shrugged. Hey, I already said to forget about it. You only live once, right? I just want to live the way I want. On the surface, they just chuckle quietly, but inside they share the same plan. Crazy damn psycho. Honestly, once I graduate, I'll cut ties with this guy for good. Then Min's friend asked again, so what are you planning to do after graduation with that street vendor? You mean that miserable poor guy who's always gloomy, right? Then he laughed and said, I can't forgive him just because I graduated. The friends pointed at him and sneered. Poor thing, she must think that once she graduates, everything will be over. This bastard is really cruel. Min happily adds his comment. It doesn't have the right to decide when this ends. I have to tease it as much as I can. While they were talking, his friend suddenly saw someone. Wait a minute. Isn't that the guy who runs errands for you? Min's figure weaves through the crowd as a voice from the loudspeaker finally signals that the time has come. Everyone, when there are 5 seconds left, count down with us. He smirked as the countdown began. That's my errand boy, 5. But when he suddenly saw the aura surrounding Min, his eyes widened in confusion because the more he looked, the stranger it seemed. Those 2 bastards. 1. And at that very moment, Runemeinen took off his hood and turned to lock eyes with Min. That made him start to feel uneasy. Today he's acting a bit strange, isn't he? Min's fiery temper flares up again. Happy New Year. Is it crazy? Why does it keep staring at me like that? The friends had to step in and stop this. It's New Year's Eve for Min. Let it go. You still have plenty of time to bully him. Since he's in a crowded place, he doesn't dare cause trouble and mutters to himself, Damn it, I'll let you go this time. The fat guy in the group hugged his face and sobbed. I finally became an adult. The people around were saying Happy New Year and wishing for everything to go well. But suddenly, a strange voice rang out. People are really funny. They celebrate the new year without realizing how dangerous their situation actually is. Yeoman was triggered by those words. What did you just say? That young man quickly denied it. I didn't say anything. And the guy in the middle looked up at the sky and asked, what? I just heard something. Up in the sky, an angel is calmly flapping its wings, looking at us clueless and completely shocked. Despite her beautiful face, she says words that are extremely hurtful, like watching monkeys in a cage. The people look up at the glow with confusion. Damn it, is that an angel? Is the TV station hosting a New Year event? If they say it's real, I would believe it too. She's so beautiful. Ruin also looked up, but wasn't very surprised. She's here? Even after 99 times, it still feels uncomfortable. The woman gently hides her smile. Then she utters words full of contempt again. You trash humans, it seems you've all fallen for my beauty, but don't think of anything strange. I have no intention of associating with you bugs. The angelic one enjoys watching them, and judging by your reactions, you probably can hear my voice too. Suddenly, an uncle pointed his finger up and shouted, Hey, what's wrong with you? Are you dressing up as an angel or something? What do you mean by those bugs? Ryuman heard the shouting. What does she mean, you bastard? And he quietly remarked, Indeed, it is shameful. The angel's smile immediately disappeared. Instead, her eyes turned bright red with anger, truly annoyed. The bold man suddenly exploded in front of countless people. The young man standing nearby trembled at the sight of blood splattered all over and shouted in fear, causing the crowd to react as well. Young Min was also taken aback. Damn it, what the hell is that? The angelic woman pointed at them and insulted the one who was just dealt with. How dare a lowly human speak to a higher species like me with that attitude? Now everyone's face is filled with fear. You humans have no right to question me, so don't pretend you're on my level. What was that sound? Unless you want your brains to explode like that guy just now. She stopped joking and got down to business. Surely you are very confused about the current situation. How is it that you, lowly humans, know what is happening? The game has begun with the first rule. I will explain it simply and clearly, so listen carefully. Ryum Min sighed, having to listen to the explanation once more, as the shining body of the angel radiated brightly with her echoing voice. Now we will start a game. We will play 20 rounds. On the first day of each month, human souls are transported to a new dimension to play a game. The angel's smile was warm because she had returned to that relaxed state. Humans only need to do one thing. Those forced to listen to her without daring to protest are the ones who complete the task. If you complete the mission, you will be able to return to reality with a reward. The fat guy whispered, What is she talking about? Your friend's name replied, It seems she will let us live if we complete a few tasks. Sensing what the humans are thinking, the angel added, You might think she will let us live if we complete a few tasks, but not everyone can survive just by finishing the mission. That is the crucial point she will mention next. Only half of the participants will be spared. The faint hope that had just been ignited among the villagers was instantly snuffed out. No way. How could it be? Her smile hasn't faded, which means there's still more to say. But don't worry, I won't take everyone away. The noisy and unruly crowd made Ryum Min just sigh in frustration. What does she mean? Stay quiet over there. He looked at her again and sank into his thoughts. Only people aged 15 to 29 are required to participate. When I got caught up in this game during the new year, I never thought I would see it again in hundreds of times like the... A middle-aged man beside him clenched his hands in joy. So I'm alive. I will live. The young man next to him clicked his tongue, damn it. He grabbed the uncle's shirt in agitation. Are you happy just to be alive? Why are you mocking us? He panicked and didn't have time to explain. What girl? Minin, who is more alert now, loudly warns your friend to stay put. Don't you realize what's going on? Didn't you see the person whose head just exploded? The rules are now established, so the angel is moving on to counting the participants. It seems there will be a total of 1,801,029,290 people. She reached out her hand to emit a dazzling light. Now I've explained everything. Let's start the game. Ryuman was transported to a white space. His face remained unchanged as the angel's voice echoed in his mind. Now you are all in a space where you cannot see each other. Now a mirror appears in front of him. Before transferring your soul, you need to create a body. Run. Min slowly reaches out and touches the glass. Just customize it as you like. You only have one chance, so choose carefully. He himself didn't want to waste time, so he finished early and just did what he normally does. The reflection in his mirror gradually changes shape, and his nickname will be his flowing hair, as he chooses that familiar nickname again. The black bridge of space for the first game is created. A vast green and empty prairie appears. Ruman's new body gradually moves into that space. With a more mature face, he has the black hook above his head and silently thinks this will be his 100th time kneeling. He also tries flexing his arm muscles to test his own strength. I used the same appearance again, and since this is the 12th attempt, I feel like this is actually my real body. Immediately after, the players were released one by one into the open land. What is this place? A playing field? Huh? My body has really changed. I tried using a celebrity's face. How about that? Damn, it really works. Ryumi tries on a few guys who intentionally give her a glamorous look. Everyone is also trying to look their best this time. But if you have brains and think carefully, you shouldn't do that. That girl is very happy with her glowing face, even though it's very dangerous. This world belongs to those with the strongest survival abilities. If you become too captivating, you're more likely to become a target. If you die in this world, you'll also die in the real world. Ryumin temporarily stops caring about others and just searches for a name. The time is almost here. Youngmin steps out with incredible authority. Here he is, Hwang Yongmin. I'm not surprised by his choice either. This time he chose a muscular body again. The angel didn't take long to return. Seeing you all like this, you must really like your new appearance, huh? I enjoy watching your terrified expressions. Let's see. There are a total of 1,802,910 people, which is the total number of people in Seun. The others look around and wonder. 18 million doesn't seem like that many. The woman scoffs. Truly the pathetic humans. She suddenly got angry and shouted, "Do you think this is the only space? There are different planes with other angels, and they will hold tournaments. Focus on yourself first." Before we really begin, I will explain briefly. While she was still giving instructions, Ruman quickly figured out how it worked. First, think of the status window in your mind. Immediately, the status window appeared with information. Ruman, nickname Har, apprentice level 1, profession 0, title 0, strength +3, intelligence +3, agility +3, luck +3, stats points, no skills, normal skills, no special skills, no ancient language, no additional skills, mysterious unlocks at levels 10, 20, 40, 60, and 99. He just looked at it and sighed. The angel above said loudly, "Have you all looked at your status windows yet? You will realize how worthless you are if you've played games before." Youngmin was also watching her as she offered some words of encouragement. Become stronger if you can survive until the end and conquer round 20. The angel's face darkened behind the veil over her eyes, and she said, "Not only will you be free, but you'll also be granted a wish." And the way it subtly glowed red has moved countless people. A real wish, huh? No way. The angel continued. However, you must be the first to obtain it. She smirked and laughed. Finally, open the storage and look inside. I have a gift prepared for you. Youngmin tried to think of the keyword she pointed out and was startled as the system interface also changed accordingly. Storage. He touches the screen and reads the information on it. Any ancient language shard. The red ruby gemstone is placed in the inventory as a starting gift. As you can see, any ancient language stone can only be used once. You can only use it at level 1, and it is the only item you are given when you start. You can use it by holding it in your hand and thinking of using it. Youngmin extends his palm and follows the instructions. Use it. The true power appeared, making him open his eyes wide in surprise. Since the angel has finished its task, it quickly concludes its words. Judging by that expression, you don't seem to be happy. No matter the outcome, you must accept it because it is your luck. She raises her hand. Finished the ancient rune mark. Now let's get started. The sound of a hand clap echoes as the nightmare begins. The first mission is to be assigned to the players immediately. Round 1. Each person must defeat 100 goblins in the safe zone. Participant, 1,801,029,290, has eliminated 0/900,514,645. The area with 45.5 participants. 10,286 have eliminated 0/5,143. The goblins have also been created and equipped with some primitive weapons. Since only one monster appeared, those people still remained confident and asked each other, "Is that a goblin?" It feels just like playing a game. Are we really inside a virtual world game? Were we kidnapped without knowing to be used as test subjects? The angel gently creates many more lights. Still too early to get excited. I haven't finished dealing with those demons yet. Wait, are there really this many of them? She announced an unfair number. 10,000 people fighting to the death against 50,000 goblins. As soon as she finished speaking, the low-level goblins charged forward with open mouths. The newcomers are very confused and only know that it is running towards us. Don't come any closer. Amid the chaos, a calm figure steps forward. Ryumin pushes past the frightened to approach the monster. They desperately warn him. What's wrong with that guy? He's walking straight toward the monster. Wait a moment. It's dangerous to get too close. Ignoring the nonsense, his eyes blaze red and move with his body. Ryumin kicks the goblin squarely in the head. Normal players are stunned, whether in a group or an organization. First impressions are always crucial. His actions serve a specific purpose, which is always extremely important. I deeply imprint my impression into their minds. The goblin is kicked in the face and thrown backward, falling to the ground, dropping its small knife as a weapon. Ryumin immediately picked up the knife and continued with his planned strategy. To keep those annoying flies at bay, he needed to show his strength. He didn't attack immediately, but paused for a moment to look up, and most importantly, the angelic woman let out an amused sound, showing that I needed to capture her attention. Right after the demon fell to the ground, 2 others charged at me like moths to a flame, so it looks like I need to put in more effort for this show. Armin just brushes past them and delivers 2 strikes to each of their backs, while the others watch and marvel. Looking cool as hell. Does everyone see that? Who is that person? Is he some kind of Special Forces soldier? Black Hook? That nickname sounds pretty cool too. And thanks to his performance, they gradually regained their confidence. These little goblins are usually the weakest monsters in the game, right? Those young guys are still hesitating, saying to each other, maybe we can kill it too? It probably won't be as easy as Hakuko, but if we fight seriously, it shouldn't be too hard. However, the speed of those goblins was no joke as they lunged directly at the player, a sly smile on their faces while their hands stabbed the young man, causing the person beside him to turn pale and whimper. They just spoke bravely, but now they've lost all courage and run away. Save me. Behind Ryumin, everything started to fall into chaos again. Here they come once more. The scene of slaughter unfolds, but this time the elves are on the winning side. No one will mistake this as just a game anymore. The woman, terrified, watches the demon stab the restrained person, and now all they can think of is one thing. Just as you predicted, she gasps for air and loses all reason in the face of survival. Ryumin is so familiar with being able to predict the actions of the players. Their survival instincts surge fiercely, dominating their minds, and then they all desperately run for their lives. He swung his hand to cut down one. I also chose that method the first time. His gaze still looked at the girl as if reminiscing about himself. Only after the second time did he realize that fleeing in this desolate place was impossible. She suddenly crashed into a yellow barrier and, regaining her composure, realized she couldn't pass through. What is this? Nearby, there is also someone trembling and holding a knife up, and for those living in the modern era who have never hurt any creature. He still hesitates and cannot finish it off, even though the monster is lying on the ground. They probably find it very difficult to kill a demon. But to survive in this game, the demon looks at him with its blazing red eyes. It suddenly sat up and brandished its weapon, making him afraid. I must overcome that fear. That angel is just watching the bloody scene like it's a game. Help me. Help me. The battle between humans and elves is truly fascinating. How about it? She fully understands the abilities of the players. Even though they are only child-sized, if they had no resistance at all, they could easily defeat you barehanded, let alone using daggers. That smile became even clearer as her metallic-colored eyes flicked over, but Ryumin was calmly fighting the demons, making her curious about what kind of creature that human really was. She did try to open his system interface and check it out. The Black Snake's mission progress is 70 out of 100, defeating demons. Hakuko? Although she is the manager here, her authority is still limited, which makes her uncomfortable. This damn system hides all player information except for mission progress, but since the angel's mood is quite good, she continues her enjoyment. Fine. I suppose I should guide these pathetic humans to avoid damaging my dignity, but it seems there are still a few exceptional ones, so I will stay a little longer to enjoy myself. The goblin was struck in the face by Armin's dagger. The system keeps updating your progress. You defeated a goblin, experience plus 4%, gold plus 10, you leveled up. Mission progress. 75 out of 100 for defeating the witch lady. Activities needed to complete the mission. 25 out of 100. He tilted his body to dodge a ranged attack from the low-level goblins, while 3 or 4 more goblins rushed toward him. Very skillful and graceful. His fluid movements allowed Ryumin to kill 5 enemies at once with the same move. He spins his blood-stained blade with his hands, and the monster realizes danger is near and tries to retreat. But there's no way to avoid Ryumin's deadly strike this time, as he uses both hands to stab into its head. His voice is about to be etched into the fear of those goblins. Are there any others? The entire group of elves only let out a weak cry and no longer dared to charge in. He sat up and wiped the green blood off his face. Looks like I get a little break now. Thanks to his hard work, his stats have leveled up multiple times. The status window shows the name Rumen with the nickname Han. Apprentice level 4, profession 0. Title 0. Strength +3. Intelligence +3. Agility +3. Luck +3. Statistics points 6. Normal skills 0. Special skills not yet unlocked. Mysterious skills unlock at level 10, 20, 40, 60, and 99. In just a blink, he has already leveled up 4 times, and his hand holding the small knife touches the screen to upgrade his skills. Each time I level up, I get 2 more attribute points. Put all the points into agility. With his extensive experience, Ryuman is very careful when upgrading himself. Besides increasing the dodge rate, agility also boosts attack speed and movement speed. In the early stages of the game, agility is the most important stat. He also happily flicked the blade to reduce the amount of green blood. With such a fast pace, I've probably caught the attention of the angel. Now, let's finish this. Suddenly, the knife spun several times in the air before stabbing straight into the head of the goblin in the back row. Its scream echoed alongside Ryumin's tense expression. Come on then, the more you provoke, the more those monsters will retreat. At this moment, he let out a sigh of relief. He's not afraid anymore. The strongest player at this moment is him bursting out of the bushes. His agility stat increases sharply, allowing him to move past them without leaving any openings. Then let me come to you guys. The little elf, angry, turned around. Before they could attack, they were hit with a spinning strike from Runmin and knocked out. The system reports 4% experience and 10 gold. You have completed the first round of the Demon Hunter quest 100/100. A halo appears around Rumen's body to mark the player. He waits calmly inside. So the first round is done. After taking down these high-level monsters, I'm sure I've caught the attention of the angels. The system announces your name with praise. Congratulations on completing the first round mission in this area. Congratulations on completing the first round of missions across all regions. Ryuman smiles with satisfaction. I have reached first place. The higher the rank, the better the reward. The top 3 positions receive the best rewards. As you expected, the system has given you a choice. Congratulations on completing the first round of missions in this area. You will receive an optional weapon, a reward specific to this area and all areas. The small sword is added to your inventory, and the reward for all areas is congratulations on completing the first round of missions across all regions. You will receive a treasure item. The reward I get is probably the biggest compared to everyone else. Ryumi taps on the sword-shaped ticket first. She already chose her weapon from the regional reward. The screen suggests 3 types of weapons with 3 different names. You can choose one of the following weapons. He pulled back his hand in surprise, not something too big, but luckily he got this so early. Then the young man gently tapped the screen to choose his weapon. The item has been updated immediately. A short sword, classified as a rare attack weapon with 15 attack power. Quick effect, agility plus 1.15, durability 150/150. It is the best dagger type a rookie can use. He threw the little elf dagger on the ground after getting a better item. I can get rid of this junk now. Press the cross mark on the hand still stained with blue blood. Now I will temporarily hold on to the option I received through the special reward. While Rumen was leisurely preparing, the people outside were still fighting desperately in the status window. As he glanced over his own information, something caught his attention. Now that I think about it, in my description there was a line that said, "The last time the traveler traveled made him curious," the title I had earned earlier. This is something I've never seen in 99 regressions before. He continued to reach out his hand and softly said, "Use." The stone shattered to activate the system's function. You have used a random fragment of the ancient script. Congratulations, you have obtained the time-reversing ancient language. Ryuman clenched his fist tightly and kept listening. The ancient language you received will be automatically inscribed into your body. The subsequent messages confirmed what he thought. The traces of this ancient language have appeared in your soul due to its special properties, causing other attempts to fail. Obviously, if I could change it one more time, it would mean I could reset countless times. However, this time he also learned a new piece of information from the traces of the ancient script in his soul. You have been recorded as a time traveler with 100 journeys. Ryuman's face showed clear surprise upon hearing that he had received the Last Traveler title. What? In this game, the title is something even more powerful than ancient scripts. The Last Traveler title unlocks after traveling conditions are met, granting 100 reverse time effect runes, allowing the soul to remain at that position for 1 minute after death. You can choose to be reborn and fully restore your health with a one-time ability. This title will disappear after resurrection. They are much stronger than ancient words and also harder to obtain. What's bothering him now is related to the skill he received. Moreover, resurrection is an exclusive skill of priests, and even that skill only restores 30% of maximum health after revival. But surprisingly, that's not a concern, but rather makes him more excited. So this title allows him to resurrect with full health. Looks like I just got a great new title. Ryuman stroked his chin, a gleam of excitement in his eyes, thinking to himself that he just acquired something amazing. Seeing the system panel appear in front of him, he thought to himself, before reaching out to select. Having this card in hand is always a good thing. The Time Traveler title's last journey shows either public or private stats. The title won't be displayed under the ID when choosing private mode. The effect still works. Ryuman half closed one eye, stretching as he pondered. I guess the others have finished their missions too? I wonder how Yongmin is doing. Yongmin is standing behind the two, fighting with a knife in his hand. Here he comes. Ryuman smiled, thinking again that it seemed he had survived. Bright golden rays of light streamed down from the sky. Angel Beale appears, smirking as her smile grows increasingly dull. Her light shines directly on a few people, her voice echoing loudly, causing the others to pause. Poor humans, you will gradually be wiped out to match the remaining asteroids. Sorry about that, it's my fault. Angel Beale clasped her hands together, her wings spreading wide to stir everything back to life. The blonde girl hugged her loved ones, tears trembling in her eyes as she cried out, "You?" She stared in shock as the boy inside her gradually disappeared. The others looked confused as the cold bodies on the ground gradually disappeared, and they spoke uncertainly. The body is disappearing. What's going on? They glanced at Angel Brielle, hovering in the air as the fierce monster snarled and lunged forward, foaming at the mouth. They exclaimed in shock, "Damn it!" Her eyes gleamed as she looked down, a sinister smile spreading across her face before she casually spoke. I have given you an extra 50,000 lives. Surely you have enough strength to kill now, right? The monster with a knife chased after the other person, and they struggled back and forth. The system message announced that the requirement for Mission 1021/5143 had been completed. Youngmin looked at the monster in front of him, then pulled the other person's shirt down behind his back. He clenched his fist around the monster's neck. The system voice rang out, indicating the completion of Mission 2120 out of 5143. Ryuman sat on the grass, a person trapped inside the beam of light reaching out, trying to help but unable to do so. He could only helplessly watch his teammates being attacked by the monsters. The system reappeared, completing the mission requirement 3,532 over 5,143. Angel Beale chuckled happily at the bloody scene. Ryumin glanced at her. A series of lights shone down on each person, and the loud sound of the system's machinery echoed. The task was completed at 5,143 over 5,143. The monsters immediately vanished, leaving the villagers puzzled. The void beasts are gone. Where did they go? She glanced at the system panel and spoke. Only half of the mission was completed. The task, 5143/5143, has been completed. It's done now. Angel Biel looks down at the people below. She said coldly, "The others will have to die, after all. This is the law of heaven?" Everyone was stunned, their faces full of helplessness. Death. Wait, Angel. I only killed one more. Please don't. Waves of light from the sky shone down, causing many to panic. Beale the Angel gently claps her hands and mockingly says, "Why the gloomy face? Shouldn't you be happy just to be alive? It's okay, you survived and can go back now." She raised her hand to her mouth to hide her sneering smile, her voice full of contempt. "Congratulations on passing the first obstacle. I hope you will try harder next time. Now then, let's announce the rankings before we leave. The leaderboard shows the results of the first round across the entire area. First place is level 5 no title, 10 minutes 21 seconds. Second place is the Foolish Fools, level 5 no title, 16 minutes 15 seconds. Ryuman carefully examined each ranking table, noting the top positions in both the regional and current areas. The reward for the lowest level rare weapon ranking was given, along with a special optional reward. The task completion reward of 1,000 gold coins has been granted, and you will receive your additional reward shortly. You have received 1,000 gold coins for completing the mission. Congratulations. You can use the gold received to buy items in the shop. The equipment purchase feature will unlock at level 10. Countless people looked at him in surprise. He smiled faintly and thought to himself, I guess everyone already knows I'm in first place. Beale the Angel propped her chin with her hand, her voice echoing loudly with amusement. I can't believe the #1 spot in the entire region is in my territory. It's hard to believe. Black Hook, right? Answer me. He looked at her and then spoke, one hand raised as she smiled and asked, Why are you so strong? Did you manage to obtain the special dialect or something? She smiles on the outside, but her heart is racing inside. Damn it! Ryumin didn't answer directly. Just look at my status window and you'll know. BL, the angel stammered. Oh. She nervously raised her hands. Of course, that's fine. An angel like me can see that information anyway. I was just testing you. He tried to hold back a smile, thinking to himself, don't laugh anymore. Ryumin suddenly called out, this angel is curious. What's wrong? She straightened up at his proposal and asked, can I make a request? His confident face confused her. Angel Beery muttered, a request. Ryumin crossed his arms seriously, his voice rising. It seems the reward for the first place is a bit modest. Youngmin and everyone else looked at him in shock, unable to believe what they were hearing from Ryumin. Betrayal, the angelic face full of anger, shouted, what did you just say? I hope you can give me something better. Say that again. I don't like my reward and want you to give me something better. The space suddenly fell silent, all eyes focused on him. Beel's angelic eyes lit up as she revealed a sinister smile. An ordinary human dares to make demands of me? I took notice of him because he was initially very diligent, but after killing just a few goblins, he already looks down on me. She reached out her hand and said, I'll make your head explode. Then remembering that power had already been used, she angrily withdrew her hand and clenched it tightly. Damn it, I've already killed someone with a one-time use ability. You arrogant human! Do you think I can't kill you? The angel Beery saw something and paused. She spoke mysteriously. Yes, I know what to give him now. The angel Beery looked at Ryumin standing below and asked back, you want a better reward? She replied, stepping down with her foot on the grass. I usually refuse such requests right away, but Angel BL slowly approached Ryumin. I've changed my mind, let's talk privately. The others wait a moment. Everyone started to get noisy after hearing her say that. Is she really planning to agree with him? I didn't expect her to bargain with the heavenly angel. Should I give it a try? I want a different reward too. It must be because he's in first place, right? Murmurs of gossip spread. Youngmin looked at Ryumin. Go away! This must be a really valuable reward then. I'm so jealous. He looked at him with cold eyes. He was confused by her gaze. Ryumin did not explain and walked ahead, leaving Youngmin stunned. He followed behind BL Thien Than. Why don't you come closer? Are you planning to make me keep turning my head forever? Walk beside me, he replied. Yes. Her eyes furrowed, her lips full of hatred, thinking to herself, stupid humans only obey when ordered, a species that doesn't know how to be obedient but is too greedy. BL the angel turned and continued walking. And why should I exchange what the system gave him? Even if I succeed, he's not the only exception. She glances at Ryumin with a sinister look, a cunning smile on her lips as she thinks to herself, he should accept what was given to him, and I will show him what greed truly leads to. Looking ahead at the rock, BL the angel thought to herself that she would kill him as soon as she stepped past it. The two kept walking, countless thoughts swirling in her mind, and of course, trouble was highly likely. If I kill a player out of personal revenge without using a one-time supernatural power, what if later the player complains about unfairness and rebels then? If that happens, those in authority will hold me responsible for my actions, and the game will be disrupted. BL Thiendikan's foot slowly approached the rock, so I need a place with no one around. She smirked maliciously, with no friendliness at all, thinking, stupid bastard, if you keep your mouth shut, no one will know what happened. You want a reward, don't you? Speak up, what do you want? A fist came close to her face, silencing her before she could finish. The blow from Ryumin struck straight down on BL Angel's face without mercy. Her face swelled before she could even react, and BL Angel's eyes showed pure shock. She fell to the ground, her heart full of resentment. A stream of yellow liquid flowed down Betrayal the Angel's face, and she reached up to look at it, full of surprise. What is this? That damn human just hit me? She suddenly stood up, her face twisted in a terrifying expression as she looked at Ryumin. Damn human. He suddenly disappeared without a trace. Beery the angel was stunned, unaware that he had appeared behind her. Then he vanished. Rumi grabbed her wings. The frightened angel hurriedly looked at her other hand, then raised it to choke her. She screamed in fear, Wait! What are you going to do? Stop it. His movements are firm and decisive, Betrayal the angel's piercing scream echoes, and she falls to the ground with vacant eyes. Ryumin's mouth opens wide, perhaps showing some emotion. He used his hand to tear off one of BL the angel's wings and coldly said to her, Don't be so whiny. Ryumin grabbed the other wing, causing her to scream in pain. The broken wing dripped with yellowish liquid. He indifferently said, Now you can't run away anymore. Beery the angel gritted his teeth and looked at him. Ryumin nonchalantly asked, So what? Does it hurt? She yelled. It hurts. Of course it hurts. I smile and speak calmly. If I had waited 5 more minutes, you would be the one asking this obvious question, and then laughing that contemptible laugh. Beery the angel sat up abruptly, glaring at him and shouting, "Are you crazy, human?" "What are you talking about?" Ryuman raised both wings, one of which revealed a hidden knife. He asked coldly, "Are you going to use the knife hidden in your wing to kill me?" Realizing he was right, he casually threw away his wings and replied, "I already knew." The angel Biel, in pain, touched her shoulder with one hand and shouted, "What do you mean by killing?" She stammered and argued back, "I never intended to do that." Rumen frowned, his blood-red eyes coldly staring at her. "There's no point in lying. I can tell everything just by looking at your face." Biel's expression gradually turned fearful as she stammered, "How could a mere human know my name?" He drew the knife from the system, his voice turning cold. "Knowing won't change anything." The angel Biel trembles in fear and steps back. "What are you doing? Why did you suddenly pull out a weapon?" Ryumin examined the knife and asked sharply, still not understanding why. She simply pointed her index finger at his face and then used a threatening tone. "Do you want your head to explode from going crazy? I just need to snap my fingers and you will." Holding her by the throat, he said, "You no longer have the ability to kill anyone." Biel the angel pursed his lips in silence. She still shouted, "Do you think you can get away with this? My companions definitely won't sit idly by." "What kind of companion are you talking about?" "Angels are just a bunch of selfish beings. They don't care about others' problems. Whether you die or not, they couldn't care less." She didn't believe it and stammered, saying nonsense. He stepped closer to her and raised the knife. "Enough. Let me send you on your way." "Wait. Wait a moment. You don't gain anything from this." "Of course. But you wouldn't know anyway," she threatened. "If you kill me, you will regret it. You won't be able to return." Rumen, as if knowing everything, calmly said, "This system will automatically send me back once everything is resolved." She was surprised and helpless. "Why do you know about this too?" Biel the angel makes a request. "Yes, I will give you any information you want." "Give me a chance and he will straightforwardly refuse." "No need." Ryuman continued, "If I needed information, I would have tortured you to get everything I wanted by now. In this game environment, you have to side with your own kind. Moreover, the fact that you are just a pawn playing the role of a guide." She opened her eyes wide in surprise. "What flag?" Angel Biel raised her hand, surprised. "Since when?" Ryuman lunged forward and decisively stabbed her. A piercing scream echoed through the forest. He looked at Brielle, the angel who had turned cold and was lying on the ground. "She has completely left." The system's mechanical voice echoes. "You have defeated one. The angel has confirmed that you are the first player to defeat the angel. You have been awarded the title of the first to kill the angel." The system voice echoes once more. "You have been rewarded with angel's blood. During your first angel kill, a glass vial and a gem appeared in Rumen's hand. As expected, this time I am the first. The system announces you have been rewarded with the slaughter language for the first angel kill." The object in his hand glowed, a golden light enveloping his entire body. The robotic voice rang out again, the ancient language he just learned automatically engraved into his body. The system display shows the current rewards given to the first player to kill an angel. Title: First Angel Slayer. The condition to become the first to kill an angel is that all stats will double when fighting divine creatures. I first learned about this reward when I avenged an angel on the 13th attempt, probably because this reward is limited to a single player. The incantation of Slaughter Effect. Each time you kill a target, all stats increase by 1%, up to 100%. Keep it until the related round ends. Each reward can be compared to a unique item. Rumen smiled as he looked at the system interface in front of him, thinking that if the angels found out he had obtained a relic, they would be very surprised. His eyes glowed red as he raised the glass vial in his hand, deep in thought. "The main reason I killed the angel is shown on the system panel as a blood angel-type consumable item, a unique item that can change your class with limited use from level 10 onwards. The reward item from the first player to kill the angel allows only the first to do so to change their class to an angelic enemy of the angel. Death. God." One by one, badges appeared, and from level 10 onwards, all players could choose a profession, with a total of 30 different professions, and changing professions is also very easy. The blue shining shield lies beneath the ground, emanating a source of spiritual power. You must obtain an item to change your profession. Usually, you can obtain this item through hunting or by completing simple conditions. The shining glass bottle and the glowing red profession above are common, but there are exceptions. That is when switching to a special class, which is only granted to players under specific circumstances. The red class is above all other classes. And of course, these special class characters are on a completely different level from normal classes, with extra stats, language skills leveling up, skill systems, and so on. Everything is almost perfect. Rumen opened his inventory in the system, thinking that if he spoke out loud, he would have already returned before completing the first round. I keep thinking, so I will use the reward I earned for being first in every area. The system displays the chosen reward. You can choose one of the rewards below. Tap the reward you want. Triple experience effect. Lasts for 2 rounds. 2,000 gold. 3. Information about the second round. Ryumin sets a goal and thinks that the most important thing now is to quickly reach level 10 and change his class. His hand raises to select a reward. The system immediately notifies you that the 3-fold experience effect for the second round has been automatically applied. Rumen looked over at the angel Biel lying there, then fell into thought. This is the last time, so I have no other choice. No matter what, I have to become stronger. He moved toward a quarter. The announcement board appears. The first round has ended. All areas have 900,514,645 survivors. Currently, SX45 has 5,143 survivors. Souls will be transferred to bodies in the current dimension. May 1st, 2023, the second round is starting. We will see you in the next round. Congratulations on surviving, Youngmin shouted in anger. He looked at the tall buildings in front of him, suddenly stopping. This was the sound of the New Year's bell. Youngmin furrowed his brow in confusion. Is something happening here? He wondered, am I the only one collapsing like this? People started waking up, and murmurs filled the air. Did I just faint earlier? I was dreaming a super realistic dream. My head hurts like it's going to split open. His mind was filled with confusion. His recent dream felt so strange. Youngmin picked up his phone, a wave of suspicion rising in his heart. Does time pass here like it does in my dream at 5:20? One by one, the people in the city wake up, crying out in distress. Oh, my head and limbs are numb. He looked at the brown-haired guy and asked, have you guys woken up yet? That guy asked back, Youngmin, did I just faint? Youngmin replied, yeah, not just you. Everyone here is the same. The brown-haired guy looked surprised. Did we fall asleep for a while? The teasing guy looks confused. What's going on? I was just about to say I had a really strange dream. Then they said, yeah, me too. Youngmin, did you have a dream too? He replied, yes, I did. But then Youngmin looked at everyone and spoke up. I don't think so. Everyone was holding their heads in pain, wondering, are we back yet? We came back from that hell. I'm still alive. Am I really still alive? But it must have been a demon. My head, he said softly. It was just a dream. Everyone hesitantly asked, so all of that was real? Are all the elves and the others really gone? The brown-haired guy suddenly asked. So will we be transported back there again at the beginning of next month? The troublemaker snapped angrily. Damn it, seeing that the guy across hasn't woken up, Youngmin wondered. Hey, why isn't this guy waking up? The annoying guy said, confused. I'm also wondering. The brown-haired guy called out, hey, Kim Teshich, wake up. That guy is reaching out to the one lying still. Hey, wake up and look. Teshich has just been turned over and his face is already turning pale. The brown-haired guy, panic-stricken, reached his hand to his nose. No way. That guy's hand started trembling more. The brown-haired guy was panicking. Damn it, it's no longer breathing. I can't even feel its pulse. Youngmin was stunned. Is Tae-shich dead? The brown-haired guy looks pale. No way. Did it die because it couldn't survive in the game? The bald guy is just as pale. No way possible. He looks at the people still lying motionless. So all the people who haven't woken up here. Youngmin looked at the chaos before him and wondered if they were just corpses now. The bastard managed to stand up, incredulous as he spoke. This is impossible. Only half survived, and the next round will be like this too. Youngmin's face was grim, his hands trembling as he thought to himself, he's truly gone mad. Witnessing this series of events, he began to spiral into frantic thoughts. Doesn't that mean that even if they are born at the starting line, everyone should live equally? His eyes were crazed as he smiled with joy. Now there's no need to cry out that life is unfair anymore. Then he turned to his brothers and tried to reassure them. Calm down, you bastards. All we need to do now is survive. Why get so worked up? His 2 brothers, terrified beyond belief, had no mind left to listen to what he was saying. One sitting on the ground, trembling and clutching his head. It's so unfair to die without even a chance to try. He casually says that as if nothing's wrong, and it's not just us. Everyone else is caught up in this situation too. What is there to complain about regarding injustice? Those 2 guys were so shocked by that and secretly cursed at him. That crazy bastard. The punk sighed and frowned, saying, Damn it, you've just lived your whole life as a thug until now. So of course you wouldn't feel any loss even if you die here. Young Min didn't bother to listen to him and looked around. I'm different, I still have a lot to do. Seeing that, he asked, what are you looking for? He casually replied, I didn't see that damn dog anywhere. Hearing that, the punk asked again, who's the guy working for you? Chish bum bimayus. Young Min wondered to himself why he couldn't see his figure anywhere. Where could that damn brat be? Maybe I saw it in that direction before I fainted, huh? Could it be that it didn't pass the first round and ended up dead somewhere? Thinking that, he smirked and confidently thought, it must be like that, right? How could a weak little guy like him possibly survive? Suddenly, his attention was drawn to something. He looked at a man wearing armor of unknown origin. He immediately wondered what was wrong with that guy and how he managed to find all those armors and equipment. Then he thought of an impossible possibility. He hesitated for a moment in tension, then silently called up the status window in his mind. Immediately, a transparent system window displaying status information appeared in front of him. He was completely stunned. A real status window had appeared. His brother responded, Status window. The guy with the fur-lined coat said, No way those things could actually happen. He was stunned when the status window suddenly appeared. It's real. Young Min couldn't see his brother's status window, so he suspiciously asked, What the hell are you staring into the void for? That guy immediately said, Aren't you doing the same thing? Maybe it only shows up individually for each person. Everyone present suddenly saw their own status window appear, and they were all surprised, repeatedly asking if this could really be used in real life. What the heck, so we can also use both the stats points and items? Young Min then picked up a stone from the ground and, without saying a word, crushed it with force. He silently looked at the fine dust in his palm, then happily smiled. This is just perfect, isn't it? The news report about what happened this morning at dawn, a truly unbelievable event took place. The serious news anchor with short hair recounted everything. At the square right in front of the New Year's bell in the city, more than 10,000 residents suddenly lost consciousness just before the New Year's Eve. Now, I will take everyone to the scene of the incident. The scene shifts to Beale Angel appearing. An unidentified woman dressed as an angel appears in front of the New Year's bell and then speaks to the crowd below. The scene on the screen suddenly turned chaotic. Not long after, a mysterious explosion occurred after a citizen pointed at the woman and said something. The person who spoke was immediately killed. The female reporter continued, then the woman spread her arms wide toward the people. The people on the screen keep collapsing, causing over 10,000 people to suddenly faint. According to another news report from the police, most of those who fell are between 15 and 29 years old. The serious reporter in the video stated, We have confirmed that this phenomenon has occurred not only in our country, but on a global scale. Netizens immediately erupted in chaos and kept commenting. What the hell? Have the reporters gone crazy or what? Why are they suddenly spreading this nonsense early in the morning? Many people don't believe this is true and are protesting. Is today April Fool's Day? Over 1.8 billion souls have been kidnapped? I really can't believe how much fake news has spread. Some people even criticize the reporters, but they cooperate so well. Yet there are also people agreeing and commenting below. The reporters probably had nothing to do during the new year to come up with such a fake news story. The video already looks like CG. There are comments about fighting. Some people don't believe it, and while they are writing, they suddenly collapse and die. Min calmly scrolls through social media. Has it already started? He thought to himself that this was just the beginning, as the news continued to report on the incident that occurred around 5:20 a.m. About half of the unconscious people have regained consciousness, while the other half remain in a vegetative state at the scene of the phenomenon. They have all been diagnosed as clinically dead. Celebrity A was found dead in the square. This is the first time that more than 11% of the population has died in a crisis, with new deaths constantly being discovered and reports of fatalities continuing to rise. I remain completely calm. The real issue lies elsewhere. Then he looked at the news broadcast on the screen in front of him, where the survivors were all called players, and the reasons behind this incident were still being investigated by the authorities. His thoughts blended with the voice of the news anchor. The issue is that the abilities players have gained have already been brought into the real world. He continued to think that no player had truly high enough stats yet, so it hasn't had a major impact so far. His expression remains cold, but as the level of the players increases, they will gradually become powerful beings. A figure like a dark knight appears with powerful armor and a surging flow of energy, regardless of what modern weapons are used, or even if an entire army is sent to confront him. Those players cannot be suppressed either. The weapons are actually humans, and they cannot be controlled. They will be born. He lifts his foot to walk, but I have no intention of just watching the world fall into a series of chaotic events. The hat and coat draped over his head create an incredibly mysterious aura. If I leave everything as it is, the world will probably perish before reaching the 20th round, and there is only one solution. Then his eyes sharpened. I must control all the players and think with a power that surpasses everything, he thought to himself while recalling those regression moments he had experienced. Of course, he would have to use different methods than those he used during the previous regressions. A system notification appears in front of him stating that to open the door to the boss room, at least 5 players are needed. His face, gradually shrouded in darkness, turns grim. I already have a few potential candidates in mind and some methods to recruit them. Then I stopped thinking about it and continued walking. But now is not the time to act hastily. There are more important things to do right now. He has just returned from the square to his front door. He gently opened the door and slowly stepped inside, his eyes focused on something. So it turns out he saw someone leave behind a bowl of instant noodles, this little rascal. He's eating cup noodles again for dinner. As he slowly opens the door to the room, he sees a young man who looks quite similar to himself, but younger, sleeping soundly. Seeing him sleep so peacefully, he couldn't help but smile gently. Can he still sleep well even though his older brother hasn't come home yet? So this sleeping young man is Ryan, my younger brother. This person is my brother. The next year she will be a high school student. He begins to tell about his family. My family is nothing special. On the wall hangs a family photo of 4 people smiling happily together. However, my parents passed away in a car accident, and many things changed in just one night. Under the table is a photo of the 2 brothers happily playing together. One of the most noticeable changes is that I have become G's only guardian. My younger brother is covered in serious-looking wounds. He slowly reached out to reapply the bandage on his brother's arm, his eyes filled with a deep and complicated emotion as he stared at him for a long time. Suddenly, the whole room lit up, waking him from his deep sleep and making him blink a few times. After turning on the light, he sat beside the mattress and spoke to his younger brother. It's time to wake up now. W saw his older brother and immediately spoke up. Hey, wake up, it's morning. W looked at her phone and replied, not letting her brother continue to doze off. She suddenly pulled back the blanket and startled him. As he tidied up the bedding, he said, We don't have time to keep sleeping. His younger brother, hearing that, asked suspiciously, What? Is there something wrong? He simply replied, I will explain later, so get dressed first, then we'll set off. Where are we going, our brother? If you're going to say we're watching the sunrise, I'd rather stay in bed. Now he seriously reminds me, listen to your brother. He calmly said, Now is not the time to relax or sleep. Holding the clothes, he straightforwardly told his younger brother the world is in chaos. W was a bit surprised and asked, So you said we were going to watch the New Year's celebration? What happened? He didn't answer his brother's question and simply walked away. Just come with me first, I will tell you when we're on the move. The 2 of them left the house and hurried down the deserted street. W glanced at his brother with a tense and suspicious look. He silently wondered what could have made him so serious, not knowing what had happened. And only when he noticed his younger brother's gaze did he finally speak. Gee, I don't know what the global situation is like right now, do I? Hearing my brother ask that, I panic a bit and quickly ask back, Well, why do you say that? You scared me. Did something happen while I was sleeping? Hearing my younger brother ask that, I calmly reminded him to check the top search results. Then G, full of curiosity, immediately picked up his phone to take a look. He scrolled through and couldn't believe what he was seeing, wondering what this meant. Does it mean a sudden angel appeared and kidnapped people to another world? He gently explained, more precisely, their souls had been taken away. Hearing his brother say that, Woe asked in panic. It's impossible that even he calmly confirms it. That's right. After saying that, he continued to explain that he could only survive if he hunted enough 100 goblin monsters. Hearing my brother say that, I anxiously asked what was going on. Is that true? Are you hurt anywhere? Min calmly reassures, Don't worry about me. His face filled with concern as he speaks loudly. How could I not feel worried? The scene shifts to the memory of when my parents passed away. So this is family. Only I and my brother attended their funeral. The only person I still have is you. And he looked up at his brother with tear-streaked face. Of course, I know that your figure is both lonely and steadfast enough to fill the void left by our parents. Just like now, your back remains as trustworthy and lonely as ever, and you need to have an incredibly strong mindset for yourself. No matter what he thought, Juan was very worried about his older brother. But having a strong mindset and killing 100 monsters are 2 completely different things. Then feeling heartbroken for his older brother must also mean he has a vulnerable side. Min finally smiled with a hint of helplessness and said, I know what you're thinking about. After finishing, he turned to his younger brother and carefully explained, There is a system called the attribute score there, just like in a game. So his physical skills are really not that important then, and he quickly added, so you don't need to worry. W hesitated a bit after hearing him, but then patiently continued, if you see me in the future, you probably won't think like this anymore. Hearing my brother say that, I was confused and asked what he meant. He didn't answer my question right away, but smiled and said, if you want to know, just follow me first. I don't want to. Until you tell me where we're going, I won't take another step forward. Hearing my sister say that, he immediately stopped. Maybe out of concern for my brother, now his eyes are very determined as he says, so please, tell me. Looking at the wound on W's hand, he fell into deep thought before finally speaking about the Tegu gang, who was surprised by that. He calmly and slowly told his younger brother, we will go to Tegu's hideout, the den of the thug who bullies you. So you're saying the Tegu gang is threatening you? Wee was startled by his brother's question and stammered, how did you do it? Tran Tru asked further, do I already know everything? Hearing his younger brother ask that, he calmly replied, why would you think I didn't know? I didn't expect my brother to know everything, so I pressed my lips together, thinking I didn't want him to see. He looked extremely uncomfortable. He's already had a tough time. Seeing his younger brother look uncomfortable, Min felt even more burdened. Sorry, brother. He was filled with sorrow inside. Honestly, he didn't know. I only learned the truth a few hours after returning from the first round. When the light shone through the window in the small room of the two brothers, W had already woken up and looked at his sleeping older brother saying, brother, I'm going out for a bit. He seemed deeply haunted by that day. Where did my sibling go on that day? At this moment, he was suddenly awakened by a call. That's a relief. Hello? As soon as he answered the phone, the voice on the other end said, hello? Is this Ron's guardian? The voice on the other end sounded urgent. You need to get to the hospital immediately. Without another word, he quickly put on his coat and rushed to the hospital. The result of that dark day was that he went blind after Bong Tegu attacked, with W covered in wounds, painfully sitting against the wall because of my own foolishness and weakness. He blamed himself and clenched his fist, realizing he couldn't protect his sister. He is deeply regretful and keeps apologizing to himself. Sorry, I'm sorry. After ending the painful memories, he now stands before his younger brother and vows that no one will bully him anymore. No one. The scene shifts to a rundown place where a foot suddenly kicks the man's chest, making him cry out in pain. The blonde-haired man, apparently the boss here, shouts, do you want to die? Aren't I supposed to have told each of you to bring 200,000 here? If I don't hear the answer I want, I'll keep yelling. Crackling silence. Do you dare to ignore me? Finishing his words, his fierce expression showed no mercy as he repeatedly kicked his subordinate hard. The three on this side had been standing aside watching, then eagerly joined in with comments and cheers. It really is the Tegu gang. Yeah, they're ruthless even to their own subordinates. The mushroom head guy, a bit scared and resigned, said that even seniors from other schools didn't want to get involved with him. Hearing that, the teasing guy continued, I don't want to oppose him no matter what happens. After dealing with his subordinates, he finally got annoyed and kept cursing. Damn it, I was planning to buy a car today. These useless guys are ruining my plans. He glared and asked those three guys, do you know where to make money? That mushroom head guy was caught off guard and hesitated a bit. Where can we find money? Tegu replied. Yeah, think quickly. His subordinate starts to tense up, thinking under his pressure. Finally, the troublemaker came up with an idea. He was tense, but tried to appear calm, smiling as he said, there's a guy, the one who works for you. That guy Tegu describes carefully. Why haven't you called that tall, short-haired kid? Hearing that, Tegu smiled menacingly. That guy, huh? I was going to call him today. His eyes looked fierce as he continued. I plan to beat him up to celebrate the new year. Then they looked at each other and, following Tegu's lead, agreed. We can take money from him. Yeah, I heard that. Suddenly he spoke up. Hey, that guy actually doesn't have a house. Tegu's sudden remark makes his followers wonder. Gao then responds with a look of contempt. He can't even come out with any money no matter if I kill him. His family's got nothing left. Those words immediately stunned the three of them. Really? Tegu continued. And that guy has no family anymore. As he said this, he looked at his accomplices. It lives with its older brother. Suddenly, Handoface reveals no expression anymore, leaving the bully confused. What's wrong? Tegu, whose real name I don't know, looked in the direction of his gaze with suspicion. What's going on? At this moment, two familiar figures appeared from outside. Tegu clearly recognized who was coming and sneered contemptuously. Isn't that Ruin? What the hell suddenly scared me? His sinister face slowly approaches and when mentioning Chow Chow, he insults Go with harsh words. No, you're not Chow Chow, you're just a damn dog. Then he suddenly shouted Ru's name and cursed, you bastard. G was extremely scared of him and could only tremble as he responded. What? His hand instinctively grabbed his shirt, now realizing his unwelcoming presence. "What? Who is that guy?" His face looked so unpleasant. He rudely asked, "Hey, who is that damn dog of yours? Are you bringing someone else to do your errands because you're lonely?" G hesitated when he heard him ask. He didn't wait for his younger brother to introduce himself and directly smirked and challenged, "I am G's older brother." He skeptically asked again, "If he's like that and not afraid of dying, then why is he threatening G? Isn't it better for you to keep your mouth shut? And now you're going against me," he stammered, then said confidently, "Today you're definitely dead, along with your brother." Then he glanced at his subordinate and signaled him. The subordinate, with his head bowed and rolling up his sleeves, said boastfully, "The sun is rising in the west. Now even a runner dares to oppose Tegu." The frontline subordinate asked smugly, "Hey, does your brother know how to fight?" He flicked his hand back and forth, mocking his height and sneering. "You want to run away, huh? No more words, I directly throw a punch straight at his face." He took the punch and fell to the ground, causing the henchman behind him to also freeze in fear. He still didn't learn from those before him and angrily threw a punch straight ahead. That bastard, such a fast punch, but he still easily dodged it. Right after, he landed a knockout punch on the second guy. "This punch of yours sends him flying away." Then the others rush in together, and he quickly throws 2 rapid punches into their faces. "You bastard! How dare you die watching your underlings get taken out so easily while Tegu's whole body trembles with rage." He grits his teeth and smirks cruelly, but inside he's cursing furiously. He thinks he's right and makes assumptions. It seems he learned boxing somewhere and is finally very arrogant about his fighting ability. "You want to fight me with just those skills?" He still calmly smiled and then called Go's brother. He put his hands in his pockets and slowly approached. "It seems you think you're really something, just because you know a little fighting. But you haven't learned that physical training is very important in boxing, right? You haven't seen the news, have you?" He looked at me with a confused and puzzled expression. "What news?" Hearing Tegu ask that, he also knew he hadn't watched the news and sighed in disappointment. "What news, you son of a bitch?" He still calmly dodged his punches as he relentlessly attacked with all his strength, but he still evaded easily as if it was nothing. Smooth as a slippery eel. After throwing punches into the air until Tegu was exhausted and panting, he finally realized something was off. Something was wrong? Why is his face contorted and turning crazy? Why can't I hit him? Now you slowly gather your strength into your fist and speak calmly. If you see the news and then suddenly rush forward like lightning, you will never dare to punch him hard again or fight against a player like me. Ryung-min, with a dark face, throws a powerful punch at the Tegu gang. He is hit hard and stumbles, unable to move. It took him a moment to react. "You, Tegu gang, furious, threw your fist forward. You bastard, but there's no one in front of him, no sign of anyone there. Where did he run off to?" He turned around in panic. "No way." Bang Tegu gets hit into the face with another punch. He clutches his face in anger and shouts, You dare to hit me!" He froze, seeing a tooth fall out. Bang Tegu roared loudly, filled with intense anger and fury. "I will kill you." He raised his fist toward Ryung-min with all his strength, drop dead. He easily dodges and counters. Ryung-min unleashes a flurry of punches to the guy's face, causing him to stagger and struggle to stand. Even those watching from afar are sweating cold. His face twisted into a terrible grimace as he kept hitting himself in the face. Bang Tegu gasped for breath and stared intently at Ryung-min behind him. "This bastard!" I hit him once and he rushes forward with just one punch in mind. Before he could finish his sentence, Ryung-min raised his leg to block the clenched fist. "Please!" Just as I expected, the blonde guy got hit again, and this time it's not gentle. He was thrown far away and slammed into the wall. Bang Tegu struggles to get up. Ryung-min looks at him grimly. "Bang Tegu, you glare in pain, you bastard." He remembers the moment when he was covered in wounds and bruises, hiding in a dark room. No matter how many times he is reborn, he will never forget that feeling. He slowly approached him to prevent that hell from happening again. Bang Tegu struggled to stand up, his face pale with fear. Don't come any closer." He clutches his neck and steps back, stopping. Ryung-min sat down in front of Bang Tu, holding his hand and smiling, then closed his eyes and tilted his head questioningly. "You glare maliciously, staring him down. That's why you shouldn't mess with my brother." Bang Tegu stared blankly for a moment, then screamed in pain as he clutched his hand that was being grabbed. Bang Tegu screams in agony. Ryung-min continues to hold the other hand. He was terrified and panicked. It didn't hurt too much. Bang Tegu's screams grow louder and more desperate, and seeing this, his accomplices flee in fear and panic. Ryu turned away from a distance, afraid to look at the screaming, while Ryung-min glared fiercely and issued a warning. "Bang Tegu, If you dare to touch my sister again, do you know what will happen? I do. Bang Taegu trembled and knelt on the ground. I know I won't do it again. He changes back to a friendly smile, but Ryum Min's actions are completely opposite to that angelic face. He broke the other hand of his, too. I'll teach you a proper lesson just in case you mess up again. He screams and begs, no, please don't. In the abandoned workshop, the sound of bones breaking echoed alongside cries of pain as Ryu followed behind Ryum Min, calling him back. Hey, you're kind and gentle. You shouldn't do that to a guy. How could you do something like that? When did you start learning martial arts? Ryum Min said with a smile. Don't you notice? Players can also use skills in real life. Ryu is confused. How? You used a golden light from Ryum Min's hand to emit this way. A small knife suddenly appears. Ryu is amazed. He excitedly shouts out loud. A knife appears out of nowhere. Ryum Min is showing off that your brother is really cool, right? I can also summon the weapons I received like this, Ryu asked curiously, so that super fast movement earlier was the same? That guy didn't land a single punch on you, Ryum Min replied. That's right. Your agility stat is 11. Ryu is still confused. Do you mean the score in the game? Ryum Min clearly agrees. Yeah, an ordinary person has 3 points. An athlete can reach up to 10 agility points. Ryu has countless questions about what would happen if he levels up. Ryuin is at a loss, not knowing. How do you know? You're not at that level yet. He silently thought that he had to lie. Ryum Min recalled the past, remembering the scene of his younger brother being locked in a dark room. I didn't plan to reveal that I am a regression. The time I did it during my 11th regression, W was kidnapped by another player. He silently pondered that although he had repaid his debt, he didn't want her to be humiliated like that because of him. Ryum Min turned around, looked at Ryu, and silently resolved to prepare himself to protect her in the upcoming battles. I have to. Suddenly, his younger brother's stomach growled. Ryu feels a bit shy. Ryum Min casually suggests going out to eat. Want to grab a bite? You're hungry, right? He agreed immediately, yes. The scene shifts to a convenience store where the 2 siblings are heading out to eat. Ryun calls him back. Where are you going? Instant noodles are here. Ryum Min hesitantly walks over to the ATM. Yeah, wait for me a moment. I'll insert the card into the machine. Ryum Min looks at the screen displaying the amount. This is the money I have saved up until now. The ATM screen shows a balance of 133,200 W. Ryum Min proudly shows the money to his brother, while Ryu W looks at the amount in shock. Did you withdraw that much money? Ryum Min said as he held the money. I need to buy some things. From now on, let's eat these. Riwei asked again, what about these things? He looked at the prices of the items on the counter and sweat a little. Hey, everything here costs 5,000 or more. Ryum Min doesn't care. It's okay, whatever you want is fine. He smiled and turned to look. Is this New Year's and you're only planning to eat ramen? Ryu is a bit hesitant because he doesn't want to spend money. I know, but eating like this costs a lot of money. Hey? Ryum Min urged his younger brother. It's okay, just choose quickly. Ryu happily chooses a dish. Then let's have this one, spicy beef hot pot, okay? He eagerly looked at it with shining eyes, craving it. He also wants to eat this. That looks so delicious. Ryum Min just pointed at the wealthy man and said, let's go to a restaurant for a meal sometime. Hanu beef sounds good. Ruan feels it's more than enough and doesn't want to waste money. Why do we have to do that? This is already too much for me. Ryum Min gently looked at her younger brother, thinking, just wait a few more days and I'll feed you so much meat you'll get sick of it. The hot steam rising from the meat box seemed to ask. Ryu took a spoonful of rice with a piece of meat and, eyes sparkling with amazement, held his mouth in delight at the sensation. So delicious. Ryum Min happily looked at her younger brother. Really? Eat a lot. Ryu looked at him questioningly. Thank you so much. Where are you going? Ryum Min stood up. Wait for me a moment. He left and Ryu watched him go. Suddenly, Ryum Min turned back and slammed a black pen down on the table. Wait a minute. You withdrew all your money just to gamble everything away? Ryum Min confidently replies. Exactly right. Ryu, standing nearby, was already getting anxious. Wait, how many tickets did you buy? But Ryum Min still calmly and happily looked at his pile of lottery tickets. 20 tickets. Ryu shouted in panic. What do you mean? Why use 100,000 for the lottery? Do you even know what you'll get? Ryum Min looks mysterious. Just wait and see. Ruan is sweating with his brother. What? What are you doing? You look even more panicked when you see all these lottery tickets. Why do you keep choosing the same number over and over? Ryum Min, I'm asking you why. He confidently looks at his younger brother. These are the winning numbers. Both of them go home, turn on their phones, and listen to people drawing to play the lotto. The 1049 lottery number will start drawing today. Ruin's face turned pale, and sweat was pouring down. We're doomed. We lost 100,000. The program is starting to draw. It's drawing the number now. The call bell rings. The more disappointed and regretful he is about the money, the more we could have spent on better food. Ryu-min, can you stop biting your nails instead of worrying about that? The bingo drum keeps ringing non-stop. Now the first lucky number is 3. The second is 18. Rai froze, surprised to hear the program announce the third lucky number is 9, the fourth is 38, and the fifth is finally displayed on the phone screen as the winning numbers matching the lottery numbers below. We will announce the winning numbers for lottery draw 1049 again. 3, 18, 9, 38, 21, with an additional number 5. Rai exclaimed in surprise, shouting out loud, "This is crazy! We won first prize." He was moved, his eyes shining brightly as he looked at his older brother. "Hey, pinch me, so I can see if this is real." Ryu couldn't believe it and asked again for confirmation. "This isn't a dream, right?" Ryu-min laughed teasingly. "Do you like it better as a dream?" Ryu shook his head, not wanting to. "Not doing anything?" "Yes." Ryu-min happily laughs and speaks. "Don't worry, it's not a dream." Ruin asked again. "This isn't a dream, right?" Ryu-min confirms confidently. He said it's not true. Ryu happily holds the lottery ticket in his hand. "We won the lottery," Ryu-min signaled silently, lowering his voice. "The neighbors might hear." Ruin hesitated. He smiled as he looked at his younger brother. "You like it that much." Ryu confirms. "Of course. Aren't you happy?" Ruin nodded. "Of course I do. I remember thinking to myself that I was just like that the first time, even shouting out loud. In Rumin's memory, both of them were smiling with amazement. "We hit the jackpot, brother." "Is it Ren?" But after repeating it many times, it became a normal thing. "I need to make money quickly after each regression, but the joy doesn't last long because over 900 million people have died and the economy has collapsed. Changing times bring many difficulties. The items exchanged between players, which will become valuable in the future, all have to be bought with money." Rywin looked at his brother's pile of notes. "I never expected to win the lottery. I have no idea how much this is worth." Ryumin tilts his chin and looks. Who knows? He estimates that winning this much is enough to shake the world. The scene changes to a bright, clear sunny day in front of Nonhu Bank. Ryum-min walks in slowly. "I no longer worry about anything after winning the lottery so many times." He goes to the bank counter and calls the staff there. "I came here to exchange the winning ticket." The staff member smiled and congratulated me. "I see. Congratulations, Lord Thuong." He looked at Ryum-min and thought to himself. Did he win the lottery? He looks like a student. He started working. "Can you tell me where I bought the lottery ticket?" He answers. "QS24, Yanhui branch." That employee jolted in surprise. "What is it?" He silently wondered what QS24 Yanhui branch was. He remembered what his colleague had said. "Did you hear that? There are up to 115 winning tickets this time." "What? There are that many?" The colleague also said more. "That's crazy. But this craziest thing is that all those hundreds of tickets belong to one place." The staff member looked on in amazement. "Don't tell me one person bought all those tickets." He remembered his colleague's advice. "Forget it. If anyone says they bought tickets from the Yanhui branch, call the chairman immediately." That was a VIP customer. "Come back to reality, you're a bit distracted." Ryum Min speaks. "Sorry." The nervous employee said, "I'm sorry, but could you wait a moment?" Ryum Min was allowed. A little while later, an older man appeared to thank you for waiting. He greeted you with a handshake and introduced himself, saying, "I am Gons Jun Ho, president of Nonhu Bank." He also introduced himself and shook hands in greeting. Rumin Gons Jun Ho congratulated him. "So, you're the lottery winner." "Congratulations." Ryumin smiled and replied, "Thank you." He smiled, indicating he wanted to chat. "Why don't we find a quieter place?" "Please, follow me. Gun-Ho will take you to the lottery sales department." "Here." The two of them walk into a reception area where an employee is standing to greet them. "Hello, sir." She looked up. "Who is next to the chairman? Is that his son?" Gun points and introduces, "He is the VIP guest receiving the prize. Make sure he feels the most comfortable." The blonde ponytail girl looks at Rumin in surprise. "So he's the one who won 100 tickets. Now go ahead and enjoy the tour. Are you smiling differently?" "Yes, thank you, sir." She tried to calm herself down. Stay composed. She smiled and kept going. "Welcome, sir. Please have a seat here." The blonde girl with a ponytail turns to ask kindly if you would like something to drink. "We have coffee, tea, and dirt juice. Ryumin just wants to get the reward quickly and go home." I'm fine. More importantly, I want to receive the prize. She sat in her seat and asked, So first I want to confirm the winning tickets, sir. Ryumin hands over a stack of winning tickets. The blonde ponytailed woman gasps in shock, eyes wide as she looks at the pile of winning tickets. I can't believe he bought all of them with the same number. Does he have a glimpse of the future or something? She finished checking, looked up, and said, I have completed the verification. All of them are the longest winning tickets. Ryumin got straight to the point. So how much will I receive? She was sweating profusely, while he sat emotionless, listening to the amount he received. Yes, sir, the reward is about 22.5 billion. Ryumin sat and calculated that after taxes he would have around 15 billion. Everything happened quickly after I received the reward. Once I got the money, I started executing my plan. The first thing I do is find a new place to live. After buying the house, I will invest the money in stocks, and that night I open a trading account. Bitcoin will increase about 500% in the next month if I decide to invest in stocks after boosting my funds with Bitcoin, and today, both brothers have moved into a new house. Ryumin asked W how she liked the new house. W was excited. Of course. It's very beautiful, brother. I've never seen a house this big and beautiful before. I think I need to take a picture. Ruin still feels it's not quite enough. He wanted it more luxurious and spacious. This is the best place we can move into immediately. The security is also good. Ryon turned around and asked him curiously, But why is he paying rent with that much money instead of just buying it? Ryu exclaimed in shock. I don't have much money left. Ryu Wonder stood still. Ryu Min proudly said, I have invested over 1 billion and Bitcoin. Ryu looked confused, not quite catching on. What do you mean? The two of them have different expressions. Ryu Wan looks pale and stiff, while Rum Min calmly goes to comfort his brother, saying, I know what you're about to say, but I won't do anything stupid. Sure? Ryu Min confidently said, putting his arm around his younger brother. You can always make more money from the lottery. I saw 4 more numbers in my dream. Ryun's eyes sparkled as he thought he had only heard rumors about people dreaming of winning numbers before. He grabbed his brother and shook him, reminding him, You remember everything, right? Don't forget it. Remember that, I won't forget. Ryu Min was shaken so hard his face spun around. He's dizzy. You're a bit shameless. No way you'll forget after doing it so many times. Ruan is a little excited. Sorry. Ru Min turned to the door and said, Let's go out for dinner. Get ready to go out now. Ru wondered, Where are we going to eat out, brother? Ru Min smiled brightly as he looked at him. You haven't said anything yet? We're moving today. The scene shifts to the fist punching hard into the wall, causing bricks to shatter. A young man in a blue jacket, clearly furious, is venting his anger on the nearby wall. Young Min smirked slyly, thinking to himself that he was right to increase all his stats for strength, and he continued punching the wall repeatedly, enjoying himself. I still have the ancient language of strength that can double my power. I was lucky with the random ancient language. He laughed loudly, looking at those dents, thinking even Tyson would be jealous of that punch. Young Min's face darkened as he clenched his fist so hard that veins bulged and trembled. Check enough already, why not go all out and fight for real? Young Min yelled furiously as he pounded on the door. Ruin, he looks very angry because he hasn't received any response. That bastard probably isn't dead yet. But he didn't even bother to answer the call. His expression grew more arrogant by the moment, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Just imagining that face and those eyes of yours makes him want to explode like it's an ancient grudge. That arrogant bastard, you think I'll let you go? He swore that after you looked at him like that, he would kill you. The thought only made him angrier. The actions around the arm keep accelerating. Even though we're all players, a loser is still a loser. I have to teach you a new lesson. But no matter how much he causes chaos, the response is still a terrifying silence. Obviously that bastard is hiding inside, so why isn't he coming out? Realizing this isn't the right way, Young Min immediately changes her approach. Then she smiled a sinister smile and pressed her ear to the door to listen to what was happening inside. It seems that bastard is no longer in the house. There's no other way. Let's go home. He seems to be just waiting inside, ready to act at the slightest sound. Try making a sound and I'll break down this door. And just then, I suddenly hear someone calling, Hey, student! Turning around, I saw that some uncle had been standing there for a while. Judging by his expression, he seemed quite annoyed to be disturbed so early in the morning. What are you doing in front of someone else's house? Young Min, still very rude to elders, replied. What does he care? Is he the owner or something? He's right. I am the homeowner. My straightforward answer took Min by surprise. Getting back to the main point, what are you still doing here? Are you here to meet your friend? The definition of this relationship makes him hesitate for a moment. The friend in your mind immediately calculated and wanted to use this method to gather information about Uncle Min. He's a friend. Can you open the door for me? I lost contact with my friend. If you can open the door, Uncle, I would appreciate it. Oh my God. Then he calmly spoke up to contribute. It seems your friend left you behind. Please explain that the room is now empty and the student who used to live there has moved elsewhere. Until now, Yang Min was stunned and quickly asked again, What? Yeah, since when? Where did he go? Even my uncle has run out of options. He just moved out today. I don't know where he is. As soon as he heard this, his hand instinctively clenched into a fist as the fire inside him kept rising. This bastard ran away without saying a word. Seeing the entire building covered in glass in front of him, Ruin couldn't help but marvel. It's too tall. It's his first time here. Everything feels completely unfamiliar. And from the moment he arrived, he couldn't keep his mouth shut. Even the entrance has a revolving door. Seeing Ruin being handed the room key by the receptionist, I was even more surprised, especially since they also had access cards and strict identity checks by security. Your identity has been verified, and there is even a security guard. Your eyes are filled with excitement for this building. This place is amazing. The elevator opens so quickly. Ruin calls out to him, Let's go. Yes. As he stepped into the apartment he rented, Ruin felt even more overwhelmed. How big is this place? Ruin, on the other hand, seemed very calm and replied softly, About 330 square meters, a number that really surprised me. 3. That's already too spacious. Just the two of us. Isn't it a bit too big? Min simply thought that since we have a lot of money, it should be at least this size. So, how much is the contract fee? Let me think for a moment. The deposit is 500 million and the monthly rent is 22 million. The more he talks about it, the more Ru feels dizzy and overwhelmed. The 22 million monthly rent was spent just a few days ago. I was worried about wasting 5,000 at the convenience store, and now I can't help but suggest maybe we should move to a cheaper house. Wouldn't that be better? Clean. Doesn't he realize that for Ryumin, price isn't the issue? No, at least we have to spend this much. The more expensive, the higher the security. The reason I rent a high-security apartment is because on the first day of every month, all players fall into a deep sleep, making them most vulnerable to disasters like fires or earthquakes. The danger is always lurking nearby, as assassins are hired by other players, so players must prepare to move to the safest possible place in another world. Rumin understands this better than anyone. No matter how skilled you are in that world, everything will end if you die in the real world. But still, I respect Rai W's opinion, so I asked Woe, do you not like this house? Of course I didn't mean it that way. The house is beautiful, so why did I ask that? He replied, It's nothing. I'm glad you like it. For some reason, hearing him say that, Ru's face suddenly darkened, and he unexpectedly said those polite words. I'm sorry, which means you feel guilty for not being able to help me. Thang will be pulled into another world to fight again, but here I am sitting and enjoying everything as if nothing's wrong. I'm useless. I'm sorry. You think too much. You really deserve a good smack for that. Min smiled encouragingly, trying to help him shake off that feeling. Why do you look so down? Don't you think I'll win the next round? Well, to change the mood, I suggest we stop thinking about that and go get something to eat. I heard the Korean restaurant on the second floor is really good. Yes. At this moment, the phone in his hand suddenly rang because someone was calling. Min immediately understood at a glance that he had already moved away, so he decided to ignore him and not meet him in real life anymore. But honestly, he wasn't entirely sure, though maybe they would meet in another world. Time passes quickly. A day after moving, Rumin, with a sleepy face, slowly walks out to the living room. Already seeing Ryu W dressed neatly standing there, he can't help but ask curiously, Wow, where are you going? Ryu W hears his voice and immediately looks up and greets, You're awake? Then smiles and replies, Yes, I ordered some rice cakes, so I was going to pick them up. His mind just woke up, so he's still a bit dazed. It was only a second later that he suddenly remembered the rice cakes. It seems like this has never happened before, little one. Of course, going back to the past doesn't guarantee everything will stay the same, but it looks like this is the first time you've gone out to buy rice cakes, right? This thought made him wonder, why did you buy rice cakes? Reed cheerfully explained, We just moved here. I have to give some to the neighbors around. Isn't that polite? Your idea really makes Ryumin praise you. Being a good neighbor isn't so bad. That's a good idea. So you're my younger brother, right? You took the initiative to greet Ryumin, and go ahead. I'll go ask the neighbors so you can rest. But then he suddenly suggested that we should go together to greet them. I'll change my clothes first. Wait a moment. The doorbell is gently pressed, signaling to the homeowner that someone has arrived. The homeowner immediately responds from inside upon hearing the sound. Is that you? So it's the Ryumin siblings. Ruan smiled warmly and said, "Hello. We just moved into the room next door and came to introduce ourselves." The hostess also politely responded, "Hello." I could tell right away that the two kids looked so much alike. "Are you siblings?" "Yes, we are." He carefully handed the house owner the gift for the introduction and delicately advised, "We brought some rice cakes for you. Eating them hot is the best." Their elegant attitude made her feel very comfortable, and she responded happily, "Oh my God, thank you both. I will enjoy it very much." "Thank you. See you later." Then the two of them continued to move to other rooms. "We just moved into room 4302 today." A smile was always on her face. "Here is a piece of gao cake." He modestly said, "Thank you for your help." The atmosphere between strangers was not distant at all, but rather very close. Eat well and enjoy it. Say thank you, dear, thank you. Soon, they were already heading up to the top floor. He only had one more house to go. "Let's finish up and not get tired, say our goodbyes and go home to rest," Ryumin said as he walked along, introducing everything to him. "You know, W, this floor is a penthouse." Hearing this, Rai W becomes even more overwhelmed. They have bought the entire 44th and 45th floors, so they are super rich, right? Ryumin simply guessed that you don't know for sure, but probably someone wealthy or famous. You rang the doorbell but waited forever, and no one answered. "Maybe they're not home." Ryumin pressed again, but nothing changed. "It seems like they're not home anymore." "Yeah." The moment he turned to the right, his eyes froze in shock. Ryu, curious about his expression, also turned to see that person. Ryu quickly realized that the beautiful girl in front of him was actress S. Erin. "It's truly an honor to meet her here." "I never expected this." While Ryumin still didn't know who she was, Ryu beside him kept exclaiming, "She's so beautiful, like an angel." Suddenly a large arm blocked their way and Sel Erin's assistant stepped forward with a very serious expression, asking, "Who are you? Are you a fan?" His unfriendly attitude surprised him a bit, but he quickly explained, "We are people living downstairs." Seeing his confused expression, Raiwan handed the rice cake plate back to him. "You live downstairs." Now Selerin's assistant finally understood what they meant. "I thought it was someone important." Rai smiled warmly and asked, "Do you want to try some rice cakes?" But he was met with a cold refusal. "No need. Besides, she doesn't really eat those things." After speaking, he directly walks over and opens the door. "Call Erin inside." "You go in." "All right." "But it seems like you're still attached to the rice cake on his hand." His gaze still couldn't leave her. When they finally went inside, Min spoke up uncomfortably. "I don't know who he is, but he's so rude. Anyway, don't pay attention to that bastard." Of course, that's the case because he's too busy paying attention to someone else. "It's okay. What's more important is that right after," she turned to him with a bright gaze and asked, "Did you see that? She is really beautiful." Min still shows no emotion, confused by his words. Why does that really ruin Rai's mood? "What do you mean by what?" "I just saw her too, but I still patiently explained that it's S. Erin." "It's Erin's fault? Who would have thought you'd still ask who S. Erin is?" Current news outlets are flooded with negative stories about the entertainment industry. Actor Gong Juk has caused fans to break down in tears with this shocking news. The tragic deaths of major actors are a huge shock to the film industry. Korean actor IU has passed away forever. A survey shows that only 58% of the stars are still alive. Because actor Wang Min-ho H suffers from panic disorder and anxiety, the urban crime filming has been halted. As Erin read these lines and couldn't help but sigh, her expression grew more anxious, wondering how the world was functioning like this. Suddenly, a message was sent from Hong San-arin. "Have you heard the news?" He texted to inform her that Gongshin is gone. The two of them kept talking about it. "Are you going to visit tomorrow?" "I have to go. He took care of us so much." "Then let's go together." The more she scrolls through her phone, the heavier her mood becomes. "I can't believe that someone more successful than me died right at the first round." Thinking about it, Erin feels she's also very lucky. If I hadn't secured a good investment, my name would already be in the newspapers. Everything so far has been too fast and too surprising for her. I've grown a lot more. I even thought there would be an article written about me. I really can't believe it. I have to admit, without the company's sponsorship, could I have grown this much? This pen also was bought by the company. Erin has been so preoccupied with those things that he didn't notice her assistant had arrived earlier. "What are you thinking?" Erin suddenly spoke, startling her a little. "No, it's nothing. With that expression of yours, he already knows what you're thinking." "Cheer up, Erin. It's okay. I told you. Feel free to tell me everything." Erin let out a sigh and then said, "I'm just wondering why the world turned out this way. How am I supposed to survive the next round?" "That's what I'm thinking. But isn't he still with you?" "Don't worry about the next round. I'm here. What are you worried about? Aaron's assistant thinks you're overthinking it. Just trust me and rest now. Only then will that beautiful smile return to your face. Of course, I can trust no one else but myself. I remember when the company assigned me as a secretary and bodyguard, I was very cautious, because I felt like they just wanted someone to watch over me. Her thoughts completely changed when they fought together in the game. If it weren't for him, I would have died in the first round. Aaron's assistant kept repeating, "I will protect you at all costs, so don't give up," which made her feel much more at ease. "Thank you very much." Ignoring this gloomy atmosphere, she quickly changed the subject and mentioned, "I think they just moved here because they brought me rice cakes earlier. It looks pretty good. He's always so cold and aloof. If she eats that, she'll gain weight again." Aaron, friendly as always, also feels that they went through a lot to come and greet us. "They must be very sad." Aaron's assistant directly pushed it aside. "Just ignore it. It's only a greeting. Don't forget to remember that they just want to take advantage of you. If she just agrees, they'll keep bothering her forever, but even so, she still thinks they don't seem like bad people." Remembering how they looked back then, I guess our neighbors must have been over 15 years old, and they probably also killed 100 goblins to survive, right? That's probably it. If that's really the case, it's quite fascinating. People who have gone through such dangerous situations can still act as if nothing happened. Aaron's assistant isn't as dreamy as she is. He straightforwardly adds, "Do you think killing 100 goblins is a hard thing to do with them? Only fools would lose." Aaron understands why he said that with such a calm tone. That's because his skills in another world are extremely outstanding. Still, whenever the word outstanding is mentioned, Aaron can't help but think of Rumen. He's not as good as that person. Damn, he even made me almost feel sorry for the demons. A sense of curiosity arose inside me. Surely he must have a job in the real world too. I wonder what he's doing. I might survive the second round if I team up with someone skilled. Then I start to worry about my own fate again. The last time I survived was just luck. Can I survive again this time? The sound of a vacuum cleaner echoes through the house, breaking its quiet atmosphere. On Tuesday the 31st at 11 a.m., Ryu World is cleaning when he hears the door open and quickly turns around, immediately seeing Ryu Min walk in. You're back. I was so anxious as soon as I saw you and asked, will you be able to earn money this time? Ryu Min also calmly replied, this time I didn't earn much. Probably around 15 billion, and last time was 17 billion. So you still think it's too little? Are you joking? The bank didn't say anything? This is the 4th time you've won. Regarding that, remember when you were at the bank and made Junho gasp in amazement. Are you coming back again? The lucky guest asked curiously, what's your secret? I have nothing to hide. I told you directly before I was given a dream prophecy. His response made him feel jealous. Impressive. I wish I could have a dream vision too. Don't say it's him. Ron himself doesn't even understand why he's like this anymore. Anyway, I just want to ask. So this time you're planning to pour all your money into Bitcoin again? It must be. It's already reached 150 billion. Such a huge amount makes me worry that maybe we should withdraw now. I'm afraid we'll lose everything, but Ryuman feels this isn't the right time yet. Not yet. This is all part of my plan, so Ryugan, don't worry too much, I will handle everything. They just went to grab a quick bite. Seeing that satisfied look on his face, you can tell the food here is really good. After eating, they went shopping a bit more. A wealthy person's life really is comfortable. When night falls, anything can happen. Tuesday, November 31st at 11:55 p.m. Ryu tightly grips Rum Min's hand and whispers his name. His eyes are filled with worry as he steps back into the game again. You must survive and come back. Contrary to his worry, Rumen confidently replied, Don't worry, you saw me beat Tegu, right? That's right. But Rumen gently stroked his head and said, Don't worry. Go to sleep. After saying this, she also fell asleep. Whenever you open your eyes, I will wake up with you. I'm leaving now. As soon as he fell asleep, I was immediately taken to another space where I saw quite a few players already there. Looking around the surroundings, everyone seemed extremely surprised. Are we back already? Immediately. Really? We're back again. Where are we now? This place doesn't seem like the same as in the first round. Ryu Min's presence has caused quite a stir among them. He is the one who ranked first in the previous Black Bridge match. He can also feel many eyes fixed on him. Seeing how they don't dare come near me, it seems most of them have already figured out who I am. He's the one who slaughtered the elves, right? Number 1, huh? And Yang Min is also among this crowd. He is also hunting and searching for him. It seems everyone has gathered together. When will it appear? As it enters the game, Rumen's gaze automatically shifts, and his emerald eyes turn cold red. At the same time, an angel descended from above and asked, Are everyone here yet? The players' faces immediately twisted in annoyance upon recognizing another angel. Yes? Is there something wrong? The new angel simply explained that the angel in charge of the first round had an accident and will no longer appear. The accident smiled at them and continued, "Do not panic, humans." The next moment, that holy smile vanished, but in place of these eerie expressions, I will guide you thoroughly from now on. That's enough with the greetings. Now the game officially begins. Since you're all here, I'll just announce the second round's mission, right? The countless number of screens immediately appeared before everyone. Suddenly, announcement messages appeared on the board informing everyone. Round 2. Main task. Choose a regional representative within 3 hours for the entire area. The number of participants is 900,514,645. The number of people who haven't completed it is less than 900 million. 514,645. The current area, ES-ROI 45.5, has 5,143 participants, all of whom have completed it. Suddenly, voices ring out. Pick a regional representative. What the hell is going on? I guess they'll ask me to kill a few more monsters. Wait, look at the completed area. That means everyone can survive this time. Yeah. The angel seemed to notice everyone's confusion and quickly explained, I see you're all confused. I'll clarify. The angel then pointed to the sky and gently explained to everyone, you see, this challenge has nothing to do with fighting. You just need to choose a representative. Now, in front of everyone is a magic circle, and the angel holding a sword explaining further. The regional representative can use their authority to command others. They say whoever drops out must do so, and whoever they choose to kill will lose their life. After hearing the angel's explanation, everyone seemed worried and anxious. Isn't this power amazing? Just that, no other rules, right? The angel continued to answer the question. Just voting is enough to complete your task and you can go home, so consider it a break. One excited person said, voting is all it takes to survive. I don't have to fight anymore. It's much easier than the last round. The angel immediately announced, so in the next 3 hours, discuss who will become the regional representative. You have 2 minutes, 59 seconds left. After hearing the angel speak, everyone seemed to be quite excited. Do we really just need to do that to survive? It's as easy as eating a cake. And if you become the regional representative, you'll also hold power. Youngmin gritted his teeth and shouted, damn it, all that preparation for battle. The guy stopped him and said, Youngmin, just go. Surviving by voting isn't a big deal. I poured all my stats into strength, but never got a chance to show it. That bugs me, Ryumin thought, focusing on strength like that. Does the ancient language of strength appear again this time? He turned around and recalled the details. Both Youngmin's ancient language and this situation were exactly like his memories. While everyone was discussing, Min went to think, and they would debate to find the chosen one within 3 hours. But that matter isn't important. When there is a main quest, there are also side quests. He pondered for a moment while holding the longsword, and the side quests and hidden quests from the second evolution stage grant a class. Ryumin firmly grips his sword, thinking to himself that the goblin is getting closer, and he needs to reach level 10 as quickly as possible. The goblin appears in front of him, and Ryumin quickly lures it over. In an instant, he leaps forward, slashing at the goblin with his knives. After defeating the goblin, the system displayed a notification. You have defeated Hobgoblin. Current count 1 out of 100, used level 3 BF experience. Gained 9% experience, 15 gold, and all stats increased by 1% due to the butcher's ancient rune effect. With the goblin dead, he continued to contemplate his next move in the game. Venturing deeper into the forest to hunt is the right decision, and once again, he firmly grips his sword, determined to keep moving forward. Wherever a goblin appears, there must be a pack of them. The goblins continue to charge forward with bloodthirsty eyes. In that moment, Ryumin smirked as the goblins approached, standing ready to fight them. The goblins appear one after another, and Ryumin swings his sword to cut each one down. After Ryumin defeats the goblins, the system updates again. You have defeated Hobgoblin. Current kin points 50 out of 100. The notifications appear one after another, all stats increased by 50% due to the butcher's curse effect. You have leveled up. The system notification shows there are 2 minutes and 29 seconds remaining for the discussion. Only half an hour has passed. Status window. Suddenly, a notification window appeared in front of Ryumin. The status window showed the name Ryumin, nickname Ha, level 9 novice, with no class. The last title is the Time Traveler, hiding the first one who killed the angel. I hid the strength, intelligence 4, agility 18, luck 8 points. I already reached level 9, I thought, while touching the system menu at the start of the match. I quickly chose agility. If I want to imprint the ancient script of strength to increase power like Min, it would be more effective. But if I put all points into strength, survival would be very difficult. No matter how strong I am, if I can't avoid a critical hit, I will be doomed. The system continues to display information. The player has 4 stats: strength, intelligence, agility, and luck. Strength increases physical damage, stamina, and defense. Intelligence boosts magic damage, willpower, and sharpness. Agility increases attack speed, movement, and dodge rate. Luck enhances critical hit chances and common gold item drops. He turns around and thinks that no stat can be ignored. He considers studying, especially with the Grim Reaper, because they use both physical and magical damage, so increasing all stats is the most ideal approach. He sensed something strange and suspiciously looked around to see if someone was following him. I didn't pay attention because I was hunting, but it seems like I'm being stalked. I didn't accuse anyone of following me. Reen steps forward to threaten the strange person. I don't know who you are, but show yourself. If you don't state your intentions, I'll keep threatening you and you will die. Suddenly, a girl raised her hand and said, "It has to be me." Seeing Aaron, he thought the other person was actor Aaron. Is Aaron following me? Sorry for stalking you. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Sorry about that. He then said, We mean no harm, please don't be angry. Ryum Min suddenly thought of Chun. He continued to ponder, if it's Ansang Chun, then isn't he Jian Lok's right-hand man? The system displays information that Jian Lok is the eldest son of the country's largest company, a player with the nickname Heavenly Demon, and one of my targets. Getting Jian Lok on my side would be very helpful, but my real goal is to recruit the priest connected to him within 20 days. Rumen was a bit surprised, not expecting to meet Magok's right-hand man so soon. But why is Sang Chun with Aaron? Wait, or is he still a bit suspicious of him? Aaron's bodyguard. Aaron's face looks a bit confused, and after thinking, he remembers there were rumors that Magan Lok was sponsoring a celebrity for a more important purpose. Rumen immediately asked them, when did you start following me, and why is the future changing in an unexpected way? Aaron immediately replied, from the moment you started, when you set out, I saw you go into the forest and followed. Sorry if I caused any trouble. Aaron hesitated slightly at Ryumin's question. Why are you following me? Not a bad intention, we just want to make a proposal. A proposal? Aaron continued. You must be number 1 in the first round, right? I'm asking sincerely. I don't know if we can work together. Let's collaborate. Isn't this word only used when both sides need each other? He immediately waved his hand to deny them. That's right, but I don't need anything from you. I can fight alone, so stop wasting my time and go back. Ryumin turned away and straightforwardly said, I have no intention of forming a team with you two. Sang Chun was a bit angry. What's wrong with that bastard? How tall do you think I am? Sang Chun asked Aaron, and she explained with some worry. It's not like he's stubborn for no reason. The pressure from him is very intense. What pressure? It's normal for him to glare and point his sword, and for her to be scared. Aaron was a bit worried. I wanted to form a team with the top player, but things didn't go as I expected. Sang Chun immediately replied to Aaron. What did I say? Someone like him is too arrogant and doesn't need allies. It's a shame. Aaron and Sang Chun, who were cutting down the guards, then said to Aaron, You ask, wasting time following someone like that, but I didn't know there were monsters in the forest. We should keep hunting for the remaining time too, right? Aaron replied with a smile to Sang Chun. Not bad, let's go, bodyguard. Suddenly, a cloud of white smoke appeared in the forest. The goblin is looking around cautiously for danger. From the moment Rumen appeared, he swung his sword straight at the goblin. He was just thinking that with everything going on and him asking for cooperation, there's no need to bother. His top priority now is to level up quickly by doing solo runs to gain experience. The system continues to display information. You have defeated the hobgoblin. Current kill count 60 out of 100. All stats increased by 60% due to the Butcher's Curse effect. Suddenly, a giant non appears before Rumen. He smirked. 5 non at once? I got lucky. The Glon creatures charge straight at Rumen, roaring loudly. The Glon-wielding weapons leap up and rush toward Rumen. He immediately used a slash attack to knock one down. The Nui fell to the ground. The system has updated the information. You have defeated Null. Current kill count 65 out of 100. All stats increased by 60% due to the Butcher's Curse effect. You leveled up to level 10. You look decisively at the notification board, having met the requirements for promotion. The notifications continue to display on the bulletin board. You have leveled up. You have reached level 10 and met the requirements for promotion. You can now use the shop feature with hidden quests, finally leveling up. He looks again at the rules on the bulletin board. Round 2, side quests. Level up before the voting deadline, obtain upgrade items, and receive your profession. If successful, get a 50% discount coupon for daily items. Who has seen a side quest for the first time? Some people shout out and all get confused. Are level up items not enough to upgrade? Where could I find them? It doesn't tell me my class. The notification keeps popping up quickly again. Everyone knows that having a class is a good thing, but the problem is no one knows how to obtain the upgrade items. Level up items are usually only obtained by completing special conditions. The game rules are displayed. The game rules appear. The warriors must raise their strength stats to at least level 10 and kill 30 monsters within the time limit. The notification appears only after receiving the upgrade item. The game rules remind the berserker to hunt and spill blood within the time limit. Additional notes from the rules appear. The assassin must successfully eliminate monsters multiple times. That means everyone must complete activities related to their profession to receive upgrade items. Rumen looks at the tree and thinks. At first I kept hunting monsters and hiding in the forest, which is how I got the hunter profession. I confirmed the mysterious glowing object in my hand. But after learning about the death god profession, I chose it immediately. The strange, mysterious object glowing in his hand. The system display is active. You have used an upgrade item. The notification will continue to be displayed no late. Your class cannot be changed, so choose carefully. Do you want to level up to the Death Knight class? Yes or no? After hesitating for a moment, he decided to press the IS button. I didn't even need to think. The strange object that was glowing continued to shine even brighter in his hand. The notification appears indicating that you have advanced to the Death God profession. The gameplay tips notifications have appeared. Your level up reward is the Death Omen. The Death Omen effect activates when used during the day. The attack power of the weapon doubles after upgrade. When used at night, attack speed increases by an additional 50%. At night when resting, the chance of being detected by enemies drops sharply, and the received ancient language automatically marks the player's body. The diamond in his hand is turned into a blazing red light, filling the space. The system displays information on the notification board. Rumen thinks your level up reward is the Death Scythe. I now have both the ancient language and the weapon. The notifications continue to appear one after another. You have received a 50% discount coupon for daily items for completing a side quest. Your rank has increased from novice to apprentice. Your rank also increased. The status window shows the name Ryumen, nickname Hao, and the apprentice level. Level 10. Death God class. The title of the last time traveler. The first hidden killer who murdered the angel hides his strength, intelligence, agility, 31 luck, 4 points and 6 stats. The ancient language skill grants additional rewards. Players are divided into 6 ranks. Master level 99, Expert level 60, Proficient level 40, Normal level 20, Apprentice level 10, Novice level 1. Just like in other games, leveling up increases rewards and unlocks new skills. You have learned the Death Profession skill, the Deathly Insignia, the Death Insignia Profession skill. The effect that creates the talisman only shows the remaining stamina of the target to both the target and the caster. The target will take an additional 100% damage each time the effect is triggered simultaneously with an attack, and it only applies to a single target. It can also be equipped with higher level items. The Death Scythe, a rare weapon type, deals 25 damage and gains an additional attack effect each swing. Maximum durability increase of 5, with 225 over 225 limit for apprentices and above. The description states that the giant scythe, believed to be used by the Grim Reaper, is difficult for beginners to wield. Ruminated on the rules that had been set. If you don't level up, you'll remain a novice forever, so leveling up quickly is better. You have been recognized as the first player to level up. Your reward is a random bag of gold and being the first to level up. You have learned the neutral skill. Tracking. If you analyze further, you'll learn this skill. They acquired a neutral skill. Tracking neutral skill. The effect detects the desired target's location, but the face and nickname must match to be considered a valid target. The 20,000 gold price. Rumen smiled as he looked at the system panel and made his decision. With the 20,000 gold skill, I have to try it out. Let's track. Suddenly, an image of a person appears on the Ion Min system screen, with a matching name and face tracking the target's location. The guidance notification confirms the player's position as Yong Min, 190 meters away from the target. Follow the arrow in front of you to track the target. The beams of light surrounding Rumen. I look ahead. 190 meters? So does that mean he also went into the forest? He leans on his hand, pondering everything. We've been following him from 2 kilometers away, and now we're only 190 meters behind. Should we secretly keep watching him while Aaron and Sang-chun are escaping from this forest? Aaron couldn't stand firm and suddenly collapsed to the ground. Gasping for breath, she told Sang-chun, I can't run anymore. My leg won't hold up. We need to keep going. Aaron, if they catch us. Sang-chun worries as he helps her and comforts her. Even if her leg hurts, she must endure it. I'm sorry, the spot where I was shot by the arrow hurts too much. Sang Chun was a little angry, but still explained to Aaron. It's just a hypothesis, but people say that even if you get injured in this world, your body in the real world will be fine. If there's a way to survive and get out of here, she can go back home. Got it. I'll try to endure the pain. Where do you think you're running to with that wound? Young Min suddenly appeared and spoke. It's probably not enough pain, right? Sang Chun curses. Damn it! He gritted his teeth. This bastard moves too slowly, now the whole gang will get caught. Sang Chun wondered if he had no choice but to fight now, as Young Min smirked provocatively. Are you trying to fight us, big brother? Young Min's accomplices behind him keep pointing and taunting, saying, Open your eyes wide and see how many of us are here and what you want to fight us for. Sang Chun shouted, Why did you do this? What did we ever do to you? Young Min laughed and said, Of course I didn't do anything, so why did you suddenly attack us? Young Min replied, It's just that we want this. What could it be? His teasing expression surprised Aaron a little. That girl is with her older brother. Yin continued, We are all men, so I have no reason to care about her older brother. We want to sell Aaron her? One of them asked suspiciously. Does that girl really sell Aaron? Can't you tell just by looking? You can tell right away from its face that this is definitely the Aaron seller, but maybe someone else is copying her appearance because they want to be like her. Aaron's face darkened as the other person continued. So what? Looking alike is enough. I was right, wasn't I? Young Min compromises. If you agree to let sell Aaron stay, I will let you go. What do you think? Sang Chun angrily thought, if the goal was to sell Aaron, they should have said so from the beginning. If that had been the case, I would have left her behind without hesitation. He turned to look at Aaron and kept thinking, I have no intention of dying for that girl. But there was a problem. Sang Chun was both worried and scared. If I can't protect S. Aaron, Director Mag will be very disappointed in me. Suddenly, Sang Chun assumes a fighting stance, ready to attack Young Min. Young Min smirked in surprise and contempt. What do you mean by standing there like that? You want to fight, big brother? Sang Chun shouted angrily. Do you guys realize what you're doing right now is a crime? It is a crime. This funny guy. What law is there to talk about here? Are you planning to call the police when you go back to the real world? He challenged with a raised voice. Then try and do it. But what does he have to prove? This face might not even be my real face in real life. Sang Chun muttered angrily. He's right, it's really frustrating. He quickly thought of a way to smooth things over with Young Min. Probably just talking wouldn't be enough for him to back down. So he had to drag his battered body into a fight with them. Suddenly, Rumen was standing with his arms crossed at the corner of the tree, watching everything, and Sang Chun was startled, turning around to ask, Are you the question that appeared in Sang Chun's mind? Black Snake? What is Young Min even thinking? Since when have you been here? Ryumin stepped out and asked Aaron and Sang Chun, What are you two doing here? Imanin, not knowing what's happening, still warns Rumen, Stop worrying about others and focus on your own work. I ask who, and they answer, What's going on here? Sang Chun shouted directly that their target was S. Aaron, so they ambushed us. If you help us, I will never forget this favor. Damn it. Rumen asked coldly, Is what he's saying true? Does it matter whether it's true or not? Young Min added. This is none of your business. Suddenly, a red beam appeared around Rumen. What do you mean? I know these people. Young Min, feeling a bit scared, asked, What do you want to do? The red beams of light still surrounded Ryu Min, who coldly said, I won't let them get hurt. Young Min clenched his teeth in anger as he looked at him. Aaron happily called out, Thank you, Chun. Thank you so much. Ryumin steps forward to protect the two of them, thinking that it also benefits him. He looked back at Chun, thinking that if he helped, Magan Lok would have a good impression of him. He calculated that if a big corporation owed him a favor, the reward would increase significantly, and he would be well compensated. Then Ryumin turned to look at Young Min's group, and besides, he didn't like those thugs either. Seeing him like that, they became cautious and threatened him. What are you doing? I'll kill you if you come any closer. Ryumin just looked coldly without saying anything. Then he gave a faint smile and asked, What's wrong? Don't want to fight me anymore? At this moment, Young Min was feeling a bit scared. Damn it, what are you talking about? He remembered what Ryu Min had done. You tore apart the demons in an instant. Last time you were still number one. If it were me, would you want to fight a monster like that? Suddenly, a noise startled him out of his thoughts. That was the sound of Rumen swinging his scythe into the ground, along with the words, If you don't want to fight, just say so directly. Young Min asked him, If I tell the truth, will you let me go? He crossed his arms and straightforwardly replied, I will consider it if you kneel and beg for your life. In his mind, he understood Ryumin's intention. So you're asking me to humiliate myself? He hesitated as those around him looked on in confusion, with my friends watching and right in front of Aaron. Then, looking at Rumen, he sighed and thought to himself, if it were up to him, he wouldn't want to fight him. But you've made me angry, you little dog. Suddenly, Young Min remembered something. Wait a minute. He remembered that he was strong enough to break a wall with his bare hands, and thought that if luck was on his side, he might even be able to take him down with just one punch. Then he smirked, and Young Min started moving his limbs, saying, "You've crossed the line, you bastard." While his men just stood there, stunned, he turned his shoulder and began walking toward Ryumen. You want me to do what? Kneel down and beg? You want to die, but you're still calculating in your head. Yes, I'll get close like this, punch him right in the face, and bet even he can't survive that hit. He wondered uncertainly, how could an ordinary person withstand a punch strong enough to break a wall? Rumen, at this moment, no longer stood still, but proactively retracted his weapon. Young Min, seeing this, hesitated and stammered, "What are you doing? You're throwing your weapon aside?" He confidently replied, "If you fight me bare-handed while I have a weapon, that's a bit unfair, isn't it? Winning so easily is boring. You're really a damn fool, Rumen." While he was speaking, Rumen quickly moved, surprising him greatly, and then swiftly ran to Young Min's side. Young Min raised his fist with a competitive look, secretly disgusted. "Rumen, you stupid dog. You threw your weapon aside and exposed your head like that." He swung his fist straight at Ryumin's head to kill him, but Ryumin's speed and reflexes were much faster, so he dodged the punch. Not only did he miss Young Min, but he also got punched in the face and was kicked in the stomach in the blink of an eye. That kick sent him flying backward. Meanwhile, Ryu Min calmly pulled his leg back as if he hadn't exerted any effort at all. Young Min knelt on the ground, trembling as he cursed like a madman. He looked up and heard Ryu Min's voice right in front of him saying, "Don't curse like that anymore." As he spoke, he stepped forward and kicked him hard enough to send him flying backward, the sound so foul it hurt his ears, making him cry out in pain. Seeing Young Min struggle to get up holding his face, he stopped for a moment, then grabbed his collar and punched him repeatedly in the face. Young Min could do nothing but endure the pain and feel it. This wasn't a punch like being hit with a hammer on the face. He looked up at Ryumin, who was frantically attacking in a terrifying way, and wondered to himself, is this bastard as strong as me? He doesn't have the same strength aura as I do. Seeing that fist still swinging, Young Min was lost in thought. How is it so strong? What he saw was Ryumin's expressionless face and blazing red eyes. At this moment, his teammate could no longer ignore it. They held weapons and bows in their hands, calling out to Young Min. The other one told him to shoot that bastard's arrow first, which caught Ryumin's attention and made him stop. That arrow was flying toward him. Aaron shouted in panic. He dodged the arrow quickly. The bowman panically keeps shooting arrows, telling Ryumin to die, but he keeps dodging all of them. You managed to escape and move through the maze to his side. I guess your success in hunting monsters and getting a bow was just luck, huh? Making him terrified. Ryumin raises his hand and transforms into his scythe, laughing. Too bad for you. Just when he swung his scythe, you ended up facing me again. The hand holding the bow was cut open. The incident happened too quickly for him to react. The pain hit him hard, causing him to fall down screaming in agony. Even so, he still cursed Ryum Min as a bastard. The two remaining behind, though scared, still held their weapons firmly and boldly said, "You think you can pick a fight with us and just walk away?" Then one of them charged at him with a knife. "Die, you bastard," Ryumin said calmly. "You think so?" Then he used the death strike. A black skull symbol emitting red light appeared above the knife-wielding man's head. Ryumin swung his scythe behind him, then decisively struck forward. The force of the scythe's swing just grazed his leg, causing it to be instantly severed, and he screamed as he fell to the ground. The remaining guy saw that and trembled in panic, his legs shaking. While he was still staring at the previous guy, Rumi quickly rushed over, and before he could react, he appeared right beside him, saying, "Daring to attack me with a weapon, you must have some skill, huh?" The scythe swung through, and despite wearing armor, his arm was severed. He looked at his bloodied arm, crying in pain as the skull symbol from earlier appeared above his head. Ryumin turned back and said, "Tuhui really is different. It has a double damage effect, so one slash is enough to break the armor." Seeing everyone else badly injured and groaning on the ground, he thought this was too easy. He fell silent in thought, but he couldn't end things like this. The hand holding the scythe moved, causing the young man sitting on the ground to cry out in shock. Ryumin decided he had to deepen this fear so they would no longer dare to come near him. The archer with the deep cuts on both thighs lay trembling, unable to stand. The man wielding the dagger weakly begged, "Please stop. The other person, pale-faced, pleaded desperately. I'm about to die. Please, spare me. Ryuman swung the bleed-stained scythe coldly and said, Enough talk. Just coughing up a little blood doesn't mean you're dead yet. He breathed a sigh of relief. This batch was done. Next, he glanced away and looked toward the tree where young Min was hiding, then spoke. Hiding is useless anyway. The scythe is swung up, with no exceptions. The scythe aims at young Min's hand. His fate was the same as the other three, with a blood-curdling scream. Ryuman said coldly, Stop crying like a child. I know that's nothing compared to the terrible bullying I endured from him and his friends in the past. I know it's not as horrible as what I went through compared to the pain you caused me. Ryuman immediately swung the scythe, mercilessly cutting off Young Min's other arm. Aaron and Sang-chun stood silently, watching the horrifying scene and Young Min's screams. Sang-chun grimaced in fear. He mercilessly cut off both arms of his opponent even though they had lost all will to fight. He watched Ryuman chop off part after part of Young Min and thought that for some people it might seem cruel, but he liked people with such a cold head. Sang-chun broke out in sweat, thinking, That's the Black Snake. You dare to go against the leader. He stood up and asked if they were okay. Looking at the man in front of him, Sang-chun replied, Yes, thanks to you. Ryuman pointed at Young Min's men and declared, You don't need to worry about them anymore. As you can see, they're all crippled, so it's best we start voting gradually. Aaron and Sang-chun immediately bowed their heads. Thank you very much for helping us. Thank you so much. Aaron looked up. Tran-Tru asked, So, won't they die soon anyway? So what? They are less than a bunch of beasts. When he turned back, he saw her hesitating with her head bowed. She was too weak. Ryuman wondered why they should care about the lives of these bastards as if she were a saint. Probably because she had to maintain her image as a celebrity. Suddenly, Sang-chun spoke up. You're so cruel. He politely raised his hand and asked, May I ask something? I hope you don't mind. He put his hands in his pockets. What's going on? Looking at Young Min's struggling group, he was curious. Why did you spare them? In this world, it's not a big deal. If you kill them, hearing those words, Young Min and his miserable state will be startled. He laughs. A reason indeed? He secretly admired him, truly Magong Lok's right hand. Seeing these miserable people, he replied, It's simple. Killing them wouldn't bring any benefit. Not benefiting at all, he explained. Anyway, leaving them as they are could cause trouble in the future. Ryuman looked at the group and asked, Trouble? He chuckled softly. Do they really think they can do that? He turned back to explain. Moreover, reducing the population isn't good either, because the number of successful participants will also decrease. Hearing that, Sang-chun finally understood, bowing in agreement, just as he said, If the number of successful participants decreases, the number of spots for passing through will also decrease. He looked up at Ryuman with admiration, even considering these aspects. His understanding of the game is truly different. He's really impressive. Sang-chun sighed in relief. I see. We will stop paying attention to these trash. Ooh. Ryuman immediately turned and left. Well then, I'm off. But Sang-chun called out to him. Wait, you tricked me. He wants to repay the life-saving favor. If you give me your account number, I will send you a reward in the real world later. He didn't stop and simply replied, No need. Watching his back as he walks away, Sang-chun looks puzzled. Does he help others without expecting anything in return? He silently thought he would report this to the guild leader immediately. Young Min's moans had drawn his attention. Although I want to kill them, I have to hold back. Because as Black Dog said, killing them won't do any good. He spat on Young Min's head in contempt of the scoundrels and called out, Let's go. Aaron nodded. I understand. The place where everyone gathered to vote was noisy with arguments. Please give me all your votes. Please vote for me. If everyone votes for me to be the district representative, I will do a good job. No, instead of him, I am confident I can do better. The two men just argued and shoved each other. You fat pig. The other person was angry. What did you say? What do you dare call me? Seeing their conflict, everyone turns to intervene. Both of you, don't fight each other. Even if we team up, we're still too weak. Fighting won't get us anywhere. That's right. Seizing the opportunity, I advise him as he puts his hand on his chest and speaks. Those easily provoked are not fit to be representatives. Let me do it. A hand raises. Wait. That person confidently pointed at himself. My father is a member of parliament, so shouldn't I be more suitable to be the representative? If your father is a member of Congress, how can we believe that? Meanwhile, a voice rang out, and everyone turned to look in silence. It was the boy nicknamed the Peppermint Chocolate, who said we only have 2 hours left to vote. We shouldn't waste time like this. We need to vote quickly. So then, how do we decide who to vote for? Do you have any suggestions? He said it was very good, and everyone started to get excited. Really? Who is it? He smiled. Everyone, be quiet now. He smirked and thought to himself, these people are listening to every word he says. Then turning around to sneer at others while secretly knowing they are also under his persuasion spell. When I got the persuasive ancient language from the random relic, I was quite disappointed. Looking back at the moment I picked up the stone, I silently wondered, what the hell is this? The system display shows the persuasive ancient language, an effect that increases the ability to persuade the person speaking with you. The effect doesn't apply to higher-level spellcasters. He's still disappointed. Persuasive ancient language, how can it work on monsters that can't communicate? Soon after, I quickly figured out how to use it effectively. While the men were killing the goblins, I took one down, pinning it to stop it from moving. He shouted just as the persuasive incantation was activated. Everyone, the woman over there is in danger. Leave those goblins and help her. Everyone seems to have lost their will and rushed forward. All right, I'm coming. Let's help her first. He secretly thought that repeating this method would allow him to kill the nearly dead goblins easily and take down 100 of them. Returning to reality, he smirked maliciously, hoping that luck would make it easy for him to become the regional representative. The little boy Sokola uses ancient language to persuade and says we should choose the candidate first. We should narrow down the options to about 5 people to make voting easier. Everyone seems to be under a spell and not resisting. It's not a bad idea and makes sense. We won't get anywhere if everyone keeps calling for themselves to be voted in. He raised his hand again to continue controlling the crowd. Then let's reduce the number of options first. If you want to nominate someone, raise your hand and point to that person. A chubby guy quickly raised his hand to nominate himself when he heard that. The mint chocolate boy hurried to stop him. Of course you can't nominate yourself, or everything will go back to the way it was. The fat guy lost interest and snorted when he heard that. Everyone caught in the persuasion spell was discussing, and he was right. There was no other way. He chuckled to himself. It's so easy to persuade these lowlifes. Everyone is pondering, but who to nominate now when I don't know anyone? And I don't want anyone else to be the representative but myself. He chuckled to himself, just as he expected. It's really quiet now. Only those who stand out can be nominated at this point. Suddenly, a man spoke up. I want to nominate the mint chocolate boy as the representative. He felt proud to be nominated. Bullseye. The man from earlier continued speaking. In the end, the representative should be someone rational and capable of leading. He pretended to be surprised and turned back to ask me. Yes. The man continued speaking and drew in the people around him. Yes, I am still in control of the situation very well. Isn't that right? You agree too, right? The mint chocolate boy saw the effect and chuckled to himself. Another idiot. He continued to smile and used archaic language to speak up. Thank you for praising me like that. Is there anyone else? Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by someone else. I want to nominate Hak Cow. He saw others being nominated and sighed. That's reasonable. There's no way someone who ranked first in the previous round wouldn't be nominated. Since someone else has been nominated, everyone started to speak up. Well then, I want to nominate the person who ranked second in the previous round. Life is a documentary. I want to nominate the third place. Black Dragon on the right hand. The mint chocolate boy continues to control the crowd. So we have 4 candidates, and 1 more. Is there anyone else? No one of them said anything. Seeing this, he clapped his hands to get everyone's attention and said, then let's finalize 4 people. Before voting, each of you can give a speech if you'd like. He continued to persuade using ancient language and spoke up. I'll go first. The peppermint Sokola boy seems very proud of his abilities. Convincing these pathetic fools is as easy as flipping a switch. He continued using archaic language to control everyone when suddenly a voice rang out, saying if he became the regional representative. Stop talking nonsense. The minty Sokola boy suddenly turns around. He is the second-ranked person in the region, a documentary. John Chick scratches his ear and speaks up. I don't want to hear any more of your bullshit excuses. The mint chocolate boy tried to persuade John Chick using archaic language. What are you doing? But it seems like he's immune and even asking back. Hey, mint chocolate boy, he's laughing and exposing you. You think this world is that simple? People will just follow a few words you spit out? The silver-haired boy was startled and thought to himself, what the? Did he realize his ability? No way, he's probably just talking nonsense. Zhangxich furiously shouted, who do you think you are to decide who will become the regional representative? You troublemaker. The little boy with mint chocolate looks calm as he speaks. You're crossing the line. There's a saying that words reflect a person's face and character. Does he really need to say such insulting things? He thought to himself. It has to be certain, Dongshit shouted. This bastard. He grimaced and shouted. You dare act all high and mighty like you're teaching me a lesson? Already fed up? The chocolate boy was stunned. His skills had no effect on him. Don't tell me it's impossible. Then John Red pointed at everyone and ordered, "Hey, you idiots, forget that damn candidate and vote for me, or I'll kill all of you. Okay?" The chocolate boy sighed calmly and said, "You really are beyond saving." He stepped forward, speaking as he walked. "Do you think anyone will listen if you talk like that? Stop humiliating yourself and step back." Jick fell silent upon hearing that. Suddenly, he drew his knife, spun around, and slashed at the silver-haired chocolate boy's face, spraying fresh blood everywhere, causing everyone to panic. The chocolate boy clutched his neck to stop the bleeding, trying to speak. Yongshich smirked, saying, "I told you, crossing me means death." The chocolate boy seemed to be in extreme pain. His eyes rolled back as he tried to growl out a sound. He fell to the ground, seemingly lifeless. Yongshich raised the knife, pointing at the mint chocolate boy, blood still splattering. He warned everyone that if they didn't vote for him, they might as well start digging their own graves. Everyone screamed wildly like headless snakes. He's dead! That person killed the mint chocolate boy!" "Crazy murderer." Zhang Shi raised his hand, pointing at the cold-faced crowd, and spoke. "So what? If you have an opinion, come on in." The person who nominated the chocolate boy spoke up. "You're crazy. You must be out of your mind." Seeing that, he sneered and arrogantly said, "If you're not coming here, then I'll come to pick you up myself." He charged forward with a knife, killing everyone who opposed him. Everyone screamed, "Help, help!" He seemed to be going mad, lamenting, "It's crazy. No police, no informants, no cameras. He's like a butcher killing everyone there, thinking he can kill without consequence. Zhang Shichi threatens and warns that if they don't vote for him, it will be their turn next time. Do you understand?" Everyone steps back in fear. He, covered in blood, thinks that since they are afraid of being killed, they will vote for him. If possible, he will become the regional representative. He thought Rumen Hu would kill that troublesome bastard first. If he kills him, he will become number 1. The system's sound rang out, having defeated Non. Health points, 265 over 100. The system shows all stats increased by 100% thanks to the Butcher's incantation. The threefold experience buff has been applied. You have leveled up and are now level 16. Did I just level up to 16? Ryumin carefully examined the strength stats. He looked at the slain monsters and thought to himself that the higher the level, the slower the level-up process. Even after killing over 200 monsters in 2 hours, he had only leveled up 6 times. Ryumin silently thought about the 2 blazing red stones, clearly because he possessed both the necromancer's and the butcher's ancient languages. You sheath your sword and quietly make your plan. It's probably time. Then you store your weapon away and prepare to leave. The system continues to display, and a teleportation circle appears. The voting time is up. No hours, minutes, or seconds left. It's time to vote and summon the players in the area back to the starting point. The injured players were also forced to gather in an open field, and some of those still in the hunt were surprised to be summoned back. What kind of girl is that? Around that killer were bodies still reeking of blood, the corpses of the players. What the hell happened here? Erin quickly covers her mouth in shock. Please tell me that person didn't kill them all. Ryumin quietly looked in that direction. It seems Chu Dong-shich is leading again this time. That murderous bastard turned to look at him with blood-stained eyebrows, with Dong-shich as the leader of the Dong-shich gang and the second strongest warrior in his district. He really is. His personality is extremely twisted. Then he curled his lips into a sinister smile, making him think even more carefully. Best to defuse that bomb before it explodes. Ryumin coldly glanced back in response, but now was not the time. The leader of the Blood-Red gang approached him proactively and started a conversation. "Hey, Black Hook, where have you been? I've been waiting for you for a long time," Reen still calmly asked with his hand in his pocket. "What do you want?" He replied with a friendly attitude. "It's nothing. I just wanted to ask a question." Dungsik seemed very confident as he proposed to him. "I will get straight to the point. Join my side." His words made him raise an eyebrow and repeat, under his command. The guy just spun his dagger while laughing. "I will spare your life if you do that," but the snorting laugh from Black Wolf startles him. Rumen without hesitation said directly, "Do you want to start fighting now?" and added his teasing laugh to provoke him further. Kneel down and beg me, and I will spare you." Dungshich grimaced and then picked up the dagger. "Oh my God, look at this crazy bastard. It seems you still don't get the situation, right? But he keeps insisting that if I become the regional representative, Rumen doesn't care and cuts him off. Do you understand what I'm saying is hard to grasp?" The deadly power swirls around his hand. Amazing. The scythe appears along with a surge of powerful magic from Ryumin. He'd rather die here. The soul chain in his mind trembles in panic. What is that? Where did it get that weapon? Damn it! Min picked the wrong person. The person facing him remains indifferent and asks, "What's wrong? Did the cat take your tongue away?" He clenched his teeth in frustration, sweat pouring down his face over the dried blood, stubbornly refusing to back down despite his fear. "Hey, I am Dungshich. I am the leader of the Dungshich gang. Do you think I would kneel before someone like you?" Dungsik crouched down, flicked his small knife, and shouted, "Grab that weapon and come up here. You dog." Rimin quietly smiled to himself, still stubborn as ever, enough teasing for now. Facing a coward like him, I have to think carefully. If I show off my strength and get voted, things will get complicated. I smirk slyly, planning to turn Dungshich into my representative so I can use him in round 3. Moreover, Ryumin's red eyes glance upward. It's also time for the angel to appear. As he finished speaking, a pair of white wings fluttered down to where they were standing. "Are you all gathered now, humans?" Everyone was looking at her, while Ryumin silently warned Dungshich as he was still confused and hesitating. "You're lucky. You managed to carefully put away the scythe. Next time, before challenging someone, remember to check who they are, unless you want to see the Grim Reaper early." Dungshich, covered in blood, stood silent and speechless. He clenched his teeth and thought to himself, "Damn it, almost gave me a heart attack. I'll let you off this time. Just wait and see. If I become the representative, I will make him pay for this insult 100 times over." The angelic figure smiled and asked, "Have you chosen your representative yet?" Then she saw the bodies on the ground and realized something. "I see now. It seems that over the past 3 hours, you've been just talking nonsense. Of course, if you guys die, I won't care." With her enthusiasm, she raised her finger to give an order. "Shall we start the voting now?" The system screen appears in front of the players, confusing them. The voting for the representative officially begins now. You each have 1 vote, and the player with the most votes will become the representative. Look at the person you want to vote for and think about voting. Ryumin also gazes thoughtfully at the message on the screen. Players who do not vote within 5 minutes will be eliminated and disappear, and now the timer has started. There are 4 minutes and 59 seconds left. The weaker players are all looking in one direction, looking at the person that you want to vote for. Well, Dungshich felt very proud as he saw countless fearful eyes directed at him. Just as I thought, everyone is looking at me. He scanned the area and then surprisingly realized something unusual. That rough-looking guy pointed at a girl and shouted, "Hey, you plump steamed bun girl." She nervously replied, "Me?" They started a very noisy argument. "Do you want to die?" "Why didn't you look at me?" No, I already voted for you." Ryumin here just sighs in boredom, then looks at the crowd and raises his voice to warn them. "If you don't look at me, then consider yourselves doomed." With every second passing and that guy's loud voice, who just turned their head? In the end, it stopped at 0, no time left. That angel eagerly turned and said, "Time's up. Luckily, you stupid humans managed to vote in time." She clapped her hands twice to activate a system command. "Let's tally the votes now, shall we?" The information board in their area suddenly appeared large in the sky, selecting the regional representative. The voting results. 1. Life is a documentary with 2,412 votes. 2. Black Hook with 2,077 votes. 3. The Black Dragon in my right hand with 249 votes. 4. Plump Steamed Buns, 6 votes. 5. Adorable Little Chick, 5 votes. Dungsik stared in shock at it. I'm in first place, but I only got 2,412 votes. Hakkao is still in second place. He's furious and turns to look at the young men around him, making them quickly step back. Damn these bastards. I told them only to vote for me. So they voted for Hakkao too? The angel looked over it before starting to make the announcement. It's settled, life is a documentary, and she is the regional representative. She giggles happily. I will grant you command so you can order everyone. A notification appears. You have become the regional representative. As a representative, you will be granted command authority. Dungshich immediately thought about settling the score with Rumen. After gaining this power, I'll make you regret not killing me. Damn it, if I command everyone to kill him. But he froze when he saw something else. In front of him was an information panel. What is this? Temporary skill, command authority, effects. You can command the players and control them. They cannot oppose your orders under any circumstances. Usage limit reached. All 10 out of 10 uses used. You can only command 1 player at a time. This skill can't be used on level A players, only 10 times in total. His face changed from joy to shock in an instant. So it doesn't work on level A players? That means all level A players can ignore their orders. The sharp eyes of that angel barely peeked out from behind the veil. Now humans love to hide, so you probably think the voting part ends there, right? She gives them another piece of information. It's not like that. There's still another hidden task in this round. The people below immediately started to panic. So, what does that mean? A hidden task. At this moment, another board appeared, surprising Sang-chun. Round 2, a sub-quest to level up before the voting. Reach level A and find an upgrade item. You will receive a 50% discount coupon for today's item if you succeed. What is this? A level-up item. Aaron hesitantly reads the words on it. Leveling up? The angel asked them with a hint of disdain. The quest window was set up to appear like this at level 10, but you didn't notice, right? One person scratched their head nervously. How can we level up without monsters? That comment accidentally upset her. What do you mean? The forest is full of monsters after all. She immediately set something into their world. Don't be too down about it. Only 80,000 people in total can level up to A rank in this round, and she also casually mentioned something. By the way, someone in this area has already reached level A. This information might be a bit hard for players to guess. Someone has already leveled up? Who is it? The angel snaps their fingers casually. Let's check the results of the side quest and find out who that is. At this moment, that table immediately opened up, showing the results of the second round side quests in all dark zones. Death. God, level 16. 39 minutes. 42 seconds. 2. Dark Knight. Demon Knights level 10. 2 minutes. 36 seconds. 15 seconds. 3 Foolish level 10 Mages, 2:37 seconds. Area ESK 45.5. God level 16, 39 minutes, 42 seconds. And the questions from earlier are also answered. The first to level up was Hak Kao. Those people then turned their attention to the person standing calmly behind them. Is he the first person in this area to level up? Surrounding Rumen are countless astonished exclamations from the players. Moreover, is he also a death god? Now everyone is just wary and gathering around Ryumin to discuss. A death god? What kind of class is that? It seems pretty impressive, huh? Is that why he's carrying that huge scythe around everywhere? Dong-sik is also feeling bitter and thinking, damn it. I was planning to use my authority to order Heiku to fight back, but who would have thought Heiku would change professions right at this moment? That celestial being approached the leaderboard to speak again, and within 2 rounds, the rankings had been updated based on completed side quests. She pondered the information above and muttered, so the player who changed jobs in our area is H.C.K. Cow. The only thing that surprised her was Rumen. Not only did you take the top spot in the current region, but also lead the entire leaderboard across all regions. The angel turned to him with an admiring expression. That's impressive. Your Dark Death God class is very unique, and your nickname even fits it perfectly. Try telling me how you came up with that nickname. Her question sounds a bit suspicious. Did you know beforehand that you would get the Death God profession? Ryumin looked up and replied very calmly. I also didn't know I would get a profession that suited my nickname. That angel gasped as if discovering something amazing. So maybe becoming a death god is fate? He answered very briefly. Yes, but in fact deep down you already knew everything. Even angels don't know how to obtain the death god class. They only know it's a special class. She smiled happily as she kept repeating her words. Is this fate? That's really interesting. Her fascination with the dark player only grows stronger. So, in this area, there is someone who changed their class. So are you the only one unaffected by the influence of commands? The others immediately paid attention to her words. He won't be affected by the authority to command. Oh, what does that mean, Lord? Angel is very happy, so he takes the opportunity to answer them. Since we're talking about this, I might as well explain it too. The power to command doesn't apply to humans with professions, so the regional representative can't order Black Cow to do as they wish. That's how it is. She exposed all the weaknesses of the representative, and there are only 10 chances to use the authority to command. So being a regional representative doesn't mean you have unlimited power. You players get one more chance to show off, but only 10 uses allowed? I see. Yeah. Dong-sik gritted his teeth in frustration, but couldn't do anything. Damn it, that damn angel, I can't tell them that. Talking enough, she continued with her mission. So, we should reward Hak Kao. You got the earliest job, right? That powerful snap of your fingers echoes once more. Congratulations on completing the mission as the top rank in the current area. Congratulations on completing the mission as the top player in all regions. Rumen taps the screen to make a selection. You have received the first place reward for the current area. Choose a low-level, rare armor. You have received the top prize in all regions. Choose your special reward. The familiar items appear before your eyes once again. Please choose one of the following rare armors. Reward. Choose the reward you desire. Medieval warrior's metal armor, professional hunter's armor, or the mage's breathable cloak. He quickly taps the one in the middle without hesitation. The first option is too heavy. The third option offers almost no defense at all. The second golden horn is also revealed. Please choose one of the special rewards below. Reward. Choose the reward you desire. Experience effect, tripled. Apply to round 3 with 3,000 gold. Information about round 3. He paused to think for a moment because the third round had many monsters, so of course he needed to triple the experience. Then he made his choice based on his own decision. Everything is done, so a glow surrounds Ryuman's body. All right, the rewards have now been distributed. Sang-chun and Aaron both look at the angel with worried eyes. Everyone can go back now. The next round, round 3. Young Min, with his battered face, is also being forcibly taken back. That will be very interesting. That angel couldn't hide her delighted smile. I guarantee the results of the second round. All survivor areas. Current area, SX45, 5 survivors, 4,988. The soul will soon be transferred to a body in the existing dimension. The next round will begin. We will see you in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. Your soul will soon be transferred to the body in the existing dimension. Youngmin sat up suddenly, looking terrified, and hurriedly moved his fingers. He sighed in relief when checking his body, his hands still intact. Just as he guessed, as long as he didn't die, his body would remain whole when he returned. But then Young Min's face darkened, and he thought to himself, I will never cause trouble with Hak Kao again. Never. Damn it, I don't want any more dealings with such an indifferent bastard. Sang-chun is in Aaron's room, comforting her. She's been through a lot. Aaron, the girl sitting on the cushion, replied, What have I done? You're the one who's been bearing everything. She still looked innocent as she turned and said, Thank you for protecting me. He quickly adjusted his tie and looked away. I am your manager and bodyguard. Of course, I should do that. And I also want to thank Black Crow again. Is there any way? Sang-chun explained to her, We don't know his real appearance, so there's really no way to find him. It seems Hak Kao also doesn't want his identity to be revealed. The girl still doesn't understand his intention. Does he not want that? Her manager clarified, You asked for his account number to compensate him, right? But seeing how he immediately refused, Sang-chun hesitated for a moment before speaking frankly. Hak Kao knew that using the account number could reveal his true identity. Aaron immediately lowered her head in sadness. To avoid bothering her, he suggested another way. If she wanted to thank him, why not wait until the next round to find him and give him a gift? Aaron also quite agrees with that idea. That's a good suggestion. I need to think of a way to repay him properly. They paused their conversation as the room grew dark. So today, you should rest. See you tomorrow. Yes, goodbye. Sang-chun then used the elevator to go back and suddenly realized his phone was vibrating in his pocket. Hello, Chairman. Department Director An Sung-chun. He politely asked the other person, Are you not sleeping yet? That person cheerfully replied, I just got back and had some whiskey while the elevator only reached the 4th floor as they continued talking. I have seen the summary of the results. Sir, congratulations on changing your profession to a dark knight. That chairman was just being modest before starting to probe. There's nothing to celebrate. Did something happen to you? Sang-chun carefully summarized everything. SR and I only reached level 8. During that time, we were injured and couldn't continue hunting. Are you hurt? He went down to the garage and started looking for his car. Actually, I was about to report this to you. Do you have a moment, sir? The other person is still on the line but has gone silent after hearing what Sang-chun wanted to say. It is related to Black Caw. He stood looking at the city from the window and then ordered him. Go to the hotel. I will listen in person. Sang-chun responds very professionally and immediately. Yes, I will be there within 20 minutes. Then he opened the car door to go inside, unaware of a figure hiding by the wall. The person with the hood pulled tight and watching the car's tail gradually leave the garage. Rumi watched with his thoughts. Just as he suspected, was he heading to the haunted house? 10 minutes earlier, while my younger brother was still asleep beside the bed, I woke up to check some things. The system asked me, please think of the target you want to identify and say their name. He immediately thought of the name that matched An Sang-chun's face and used the system's function to locate the target, allowing Rumi to know Sang-chun's exact position. The target, and Sang-chun's location has been found. The target is 9 meters away. He's quite close, isn't he? Is he still on the upper floor of the penthouse? Suddenly, the number below starts to increase. It's getting higher and higher, making you pay attention. Is the position changing? As it neared 100, my curiosity grew even more. With the position changing so quickly, he must be using the elevator. Where could he be going so early in the morning? A thought crossed Ruman's mind. Could it be that he's heading to Megan Lock? He quickly put on his coat and left the room. Confirm that, and at this moment, Ruman is standing inside the garage. Luckily, I was able to investigate him right away. The moon tonight is almost completely covered by dark clouds. The darkness is obscuring the moonlight. A mysterious figure stands quietly, gazing at the scene from inside the building. Tonight is a perfect night to track someone down. He turned around and thought to himself, for now, he'll endure and review the report first. Gi Onglok sits down in his expensive chair with countless questions. Which player doesn't know about him? You've achieved first place in both the first and second rounds, right? His fingers lightly tapped on the armrest. Something about being number one doesn't sit well with me. Then he stopped that action as another suspicion came to mind. Could it be that he provoked his subordinate? His unblemished but still firm hand raised. If that's the case, I can't just sit back and take it. Provoking my right hand is no different from challenging me. His face darkened with anger at his own thoughts. I won't let anyone stand in my way, no matter who they are, even if they are the best. After waiting for a while, the person he was waiting for finally arrived and knocked on the door. A familiar voice called out from outside the door. Are you in there? Mr. Chairman, this is Ansang Chun, yes. Please come in. The old man immediately stood up to welcome his right-hand man. Director On, it's a pleasure to see you again. He stepped in and also politely said, I feel the same, Mr. Chairman. Sang Chun was very pleased with him and said, Everything is thanks to you, Mr. Chairman, and he is as familiar with you as a colleague. I haven't done anything, and we are no longer even in the same area. Still, Sang Chun bowed his head to show his sincerity. Just having you here makes me feel full of enthusiasm. Thank you, sir. The manager nodded and gestured for him to sit. You're good at saying those flattering words. Director Vian invites you to sit down. He raised his face with a smile, but it's not flattery. It's the truth. Although it's a bit late, congratulations on surviving. The two sat down and started talking. Survive what exactly? The second round felt like a candy game for kids. Sang Chun kept praising him nonstop. I also want to congratulate you on your promotion. He took a sip of his drink and replied, Not at all, I was just lucky. Before my esteemed chairman, he didn't hesitate to say kind words about him. They say luck is also a kind of skill, and being second or third in all areas isn't an easy feat. Yi-ong smiled as he looked at him while he was speaking, saying, This is the greatest honor for me to serve someone like you, Sir Chairman. Then he gently set down his half-empty glass and asked directly, I hear you praising me so highly, so are you trying to ask for something from me? Gi Onglok looked up and slightly smirked, saying, I hear you have a problem you'd like to ask me about. Sang Chun also hesitated but got straight to the point. Then could you tell me where I can find the upgrade items? He leaned back in his chair and answered, It's nothing special. It just dropped while I was hunting monsters. Although he claims that, he actually has a secret hidden behind it all. In fact, it's all thanks to the random ancient language fragment of the Dark Knight language that I obtained. Turn back a little to when he was inside that world and heard the angel's declaration. And finally, say the inventory and look inside. I have a gift for you all. He silently thought to himself, and an item window appeared. The Dark Knight language increases all stats, and a dark aura will envelop your weapon. This dark aura can deal damage to enemies and can automatically turn you into an evil knight. A special class when you reach level 10, the Dark Knight incantation. He held his relic in his hand as its overwhelming power surged around him. Can I become a Dark Knight when I reach level 10? He only kept those things to himself, feeling lucky in the first round because his random relic was almost like an unfair item, but his eyes remained cold as he expressed his stance. Even with trusted subordinates like family, you can't reveal all information. Anyone can change in the blink of an eye. That's just human nature. Then he asked the person in front of him, This unit leader Anne, let's get back to the main topic. Who was the one who injured the bridge? Lộc nghiêm túc nhạc dân tên mà hắn luôn nghi ngờ. Có phải là hắc câu không? Sang Chun quickly waved his hand and said, What? No, that's not true. Actually, he was the one who saved me. This information was beyond his imagination, making him curious. Save you? Tell me the details. After explaining everything for a while, he finally understood. So you almost died because those thugs targeted Actress S, is that right? Sang Chun replied. Yes. Then he repeated the story that was told. If Hae-go hadn't appeared, both of us might have been killed. You also added that Erin might survive, but she would suffer psychological trauma and wouldn't be able to continue working in the entertainment industry. Gyeonglok fell into deep thought. I not only almost lost a valuable subordinate, but also almost lost my business. He picked up his half-empty glass of wine and shook it. "So, what happened to those guys? Are they dead?" His subordinate reported that although Black Snake made them taste more pain than death, he actually did not kill them. That action really confuses Gononglok. Why is that? Sung Chun just explained. He said killing them wouldn't be beneficial anyway. If the total number of people decreases, the number of survivors in the next round will also decrease. He still has doubts about whose way of acting. He's not wrong, but who knows what tricks they might pull in the future. Still, Gonlok showed he's not heartless, and thanks to the black spell, his subordinates and possessions are intact. Looks like I owe him this time. He suggested I should compensate him. Sang Chun immediately replied, "I already mentioned this," but he said it was unnecessary and left right away. A person as perceptive as him immediately understood the intention behind that. Are you saying he refused to accept the compensation? And thanks. Are they afraid of their identity being exposed? He's cautious too. Then both of them stood up and said, "If you see him in the next round, please pass on my thanks. I sincerely appreciate him for saving both of us." Sang Chun nodded to him. "I will definitely let him know, Mr. Chairman." He also carefully advised him to keep an eye on him and see if there's anything we can do to help him. "You know I don't like owing people either," his trusted right hand immediately understood. "Of course, I will do as you wish." But before Jion's words finished, I forgot to ask an important question. At this moment, he seriously asked him, "What are those thugs' nicknames?" Ryume, sitting under a dry tree, looked up at the lit-up apartment on the top floor. He has been watching their actions from outside for a long time. Truly a loyal dog, even this late, he still ran straight to Jeonlok after returning to reality. But then I had to turn around and leave. I should go home now. Anyway, I've confirmed his destination. If he keeps lingering here, it'll only raise suspicion. Rumen takes a car on the street to go back. The celebrity is sponsored by a major company and lives in the same neighborhood as me. I should thank my younger brother. This reminds me of when we first moved here. If the two of you hadn't gone to give rice cakes to introduce yourselves to the neighbors, Ryumin would have remembered Aaron's surprised face when he saw them and wouldn't have run into Aaron. And he wouldn't have known about the relationship between Sang Chun and Aaron. I just opened the car door and thought it through carefully. Using the excuse of being a neighbor might make Jeonlok trust me more, but I also need to consider whether I should bring Jeonlok to round 22. Even Rum Min also knows the skills of that chairman well. Jeonlok's Dark Knight language is so advanced that it seems like cheating. However, there are disadvantages, such as not having the ancient language for level-up rewards and being forced to become a Dark Knight. But the biggest drawback is that a venomous snake appears from the magic flow to drain the life force of the other person. To use the Dark Orb, a power of the Dark Knight, one must accumulate a special type of mana called Dark Mana, which cannot be obtained through normal means. The shadow of the Dark Knight glows behind the piled-up corpses. In a way, this skill suits someone with a twisted preference like Duan Luke. He forced a smile. Teaming up with someone as crazy as him is pretty dangerous. Rumen sat in the car, thinking to himself that for now, he could consider him a candidate, and use him however he wanted. He suddenly felt at ease when he remembered a female player. Besides him, there are many talented people too. The car glided down the empty road along with his plans. As soon as the sky is bright, I should get started right away. The next day begins with a sigh from inside the convenience store. The man, holding his head and complaining at the checkout counter, wondered what to do next. As he was still troubled, a noise suddenly sounded nearby. If this continues, the revenue will be cut in half. Julie entered the store with a bright smile. "Dad." He looked up at her. "Hello, Julie." She politely replied, "Hello, Father. Why are you sighing so heavily?" He also had no choice but to share his sorrow. "It's like this. The lottery tickets have been completely discontinued." July was surprised. Why, all of a sudden? Her father recounted some main points. The government found a plausible excuse, but they said it was probably because of the players. His words reminded the girl of some articles she saw online. They don't know what skill the player will use. KMS News. Man wins the lottery 4 times in a row, pocketing $62.7 million. The secret to winning 4 times. I dream of it. The lottery tickets stopped selling after consecutive wins. He sighed again in frustration. Because of rent and labor costs, things are really tough now. What should Dad do? The filial daughter immediately said, "Don't worry, Dad." She happily told him, "I am about to graduate and will help from now on." Then she wondered to herself, but wait, would working part-time to increase the family income be better? Dad quickly waved his hand and said, "Julie, let me handle the money. You focus on studying." He suddenly reminded her of her dream. "Your grades are good. Aren't you planning to go to university?" "My dream is to become a doctor," Julie replied very calmly. "Dad, I've given up that dream. With the current situation, what's the point of school or classes? Her father flinched and then looked grim. You're right. Money doesn't matter now. If something bad happens, I could lose my life in the next round. He held his face and said, Lately I've been overthinking everything. I'm sorry, Julia. You looked worried about his unstable emotions, Dad. Then she quickly intertwined her fair hands with those rough ones. What is there for Dad to apologize for? It's not because of me, I'm still very embarrassed. But the girl, full of optimism, promised him, I'm fine. I swear I survived the second round and even got a profession. Her father didn't understand those terms, so she radiated a light from within her hand. That's right, wait a moment, Dad. A gentle power surges around him as he quickly touches his head and exclaims in surprise, What was that just now? This skill called Trukfuk is something you get from your support class. It will slightly boost all stats and is said to help increase vitality for ordinary people. His mood also became very cheerful. This skill is amazing. Dad looks full of energy. That makes her giggle. I will use this skill for you often, Dad. Julia still encourages you to stay cheerful. He has regained his smile and replied, So I believe he will be happy. At this moment, the sound of the door opening rang out and he naturally responded, Welcome. Ryuman enters wearing simple clothes while Julia whispers softly in his ear. Bae knows him, and you stammered in response. That guy is the winner. He quietly stepped inside while they were still arguing. The winner guessed the same number for all 100 tickets. Ryumin then approached and whispered, Hello, sir. Do you remember me? I bought 100 lottery tickets. I still remember, but what are you doing here? Suddenly he bowed before the old man. And first of all, I want to apologize. That action was caused by the person in front of him flinching, so why are you suddenly apologizing? He calmly explained his reason. I've already seen the news. Because I kept winning first prize, the store had to stop selling lottery tickets. Julia quietly sweats beside him as she hears him admit fault. I apologize for unintentionally causing damage to the store. The shop owner quickly waved his hand and said, Don't worry, it's not your fault. Not selling lottery tickets anymore won't make me starve. Min still didn't relax. Still, I feel responsible because I caused you trouble. So I took out a white envelope and offered it to him, saying I wanted to compensate, even though the amount isn't that big. He was surprised. What is this, girl? Are you telling both of them that the amount you just took out is 10 million? You don't need to do that, just take it back. But he still insisted, please keep it, because I really caused trouble. After finishing, he decisively turned and walked away. Now I'll go. The shop owner tried to call him, but couldn't get through. Hey, you there. He holds the letter in his hand, then rubs his head in pain. How could I accept such a large sum of money? Dad! She hurriedly raised her bag, grabbed the money to let her son run after and return it. Her father was very ruthless and handed it over immediately. Yeah, return it to them. Julia quickly chased after him on the smooth sidewalk. It didn't take long for her to catch up with Min and call out to him, Wait for me. He also turned to look at her with a very emotionless expression. But since she had just been running, her face was flushed all over. Min is you? He responded with a puzzled voice. And she immediately smiled and introduced herself. Don't you know me? It's me and Julie. We are in the same class. With your memory, you probably mixed us up again. She immediately froze. Don't tell me you don't know we were in the same class. Min just smiled politely and apologized, but inside she thought differently. I'm sorry, I'm not very good at remembering faces. Of course, that's a lie. I already knew all about her. Min Julie, she's in my class and the daughter of the convenience store owner. She also has a special role as a buffer, specializing in supporting effects for her teammates. In her previous life, Ryuman once wielded a scythe to help her during a monster hunt. Then she thanked you enthusiastically, which I remember very clearly. Back then, I also just found out she was in my class and I was really surprised. This kind of fate exists again. The reason I used the excuse of coincidence to meet Min Julie was to bring her to my side. Back in the present, Julia confidently invited him to go somewhere and talk. He nodded politely in agreement. All right then. They had been walking for a while before sitting down on a bench inside the park. Julia took out the money from earlier and handed it to him. Here, take it. Ryuman looked surprised. Isn't this the money I just gave you? She said firmly to him. I can't accept such a large amount of money, so take it. Ryuman also didn't force her. Receiving 10 million still feels a bit heavy. I know they won't take it anyway, because she's the kind of person who, no matter how difficult things get, doesn't like to live in debt. She waited for a while, but when he still didn't take it back, she gently reminded him, Take it back quickly, my hand hurts. No, I just told you. That's the amount I want to pay back because I feel guilty. At least doing that will give me peace of mind. She tried to persuade him again, but the amount was too large. This time he interrupted her. No matter how big it is, I want you to take it or else I'll feel guilty and keep thinking about it. Still, this amount of money is too much. I feel it's very heavy. That's why I gave it to you. He leaned in close and whispered to her to tell the boss as well. That amount is nothing to me. Just take it freely. Are you always this stubborn? What's wrong with you? He just said that and then stood up. We finished talking, right? I'll be going now. The girl was startled and quickly shouted, Wait. She opened the envelope and pulled out a few bills. 10 million is really too much. I'll only take 1 million. That should be enough, right? Ruman answers, do you have the authority to decide? You should ask the convenience store owner instead. Julia looked up nervously. But surely my father won't be comfortable with this amount of money. That's when he suddenly noticed something. Is the owner of the convenience store your father? She nodded. Ryuman just let out a deep sigh. I go there often. It's really interesting. Julia hesitated, then went along with his story. I also find it interesting. The lottery winner Baumeier turned out to be your classmate. His eyes flickered with a hint of sadness. So you and she keep bringing up what you asked him earlier, but you really don't know if we're in the same class, do you? I recognized you the moment you just stepped into the convenience store. Min still stuck to his answer. Sorry, but I really am not good at remembering faces. He smiled at her and asked, And this? It's the first time we've talked like this, right? The girl looked into his eyes and hesitated before saying, Yes. So, this is the first time you've heard my name, isn't it? He still pretended very convincingly, sorry about that. Seeing the embarrassed face of the young woman in front of him, he thought to himself that although he felt a bit guilty for pretending not to know her, he had no ill intentions and thus looked at her kindly. But I have to do this to make her interested in me. Her foot gently twirls beneath the tiled ground out of embarrassment. I already told you earlier, my name is Min Julie. I'm in the same class as you. And this is my face. Do you remember now? Seeing her cheeks flush red, he stopped teasing her and happily promised, I will remember. The girl only then realized her actions and felt even more awkward, suddenly slapped in the face by reality. What am I even doing? Introducing myself to my classmate before graduation. Rumin subtly hints to her that at least now I know, and after graduation we won't necessarily lose contact, right? He also took the opportunity to make a request. By the way, can I have your number? She looked confused for a moment, misunderstanding the words. My number? As for you, you already had your phone in hand, so how about it? Asking for your classmate's number isn't strange, right? She quickly reached out her hand and handed me that. She didn't dare look up and quickly typed the numbers into her phone. After finishing, she hurriedly handed it back to the person in front of her. Here, Ryumin looked at her phone and said, This is truly fate that we meet like this. From now on, let's keep in touch. Julia was caught off guard by the proposal and could only follow his words. All right. They paused their meeting here as he took the initiative to leave first. Then I'll be going now. I have urgent matters to attend to. It was only then that she realized she had forgotten something. But Ruman had already waved goodbye and walked away. Wait, that damn thing. So the girl was left alone, lost in her own thoughts. I still haven't returned it to him. Julia placed her hand on her chest and then ran in the opposite direction. Suddenly he asked for my phone number, which was really strange. Oh no, my heart is pounding so hard. A warm ray of sunshine shining through the young woman's feelings makes her realize that even though she knows he only sees her as a friend, she likes Ruman. Things weren't always as good as they are now. We first met by chance. Ryuan was beaten up by the bullies right after the fight, and she witnessed it. Damn it, I told you to bring the money already. You think we're joking? No. Julia whispers for help on her phone. Police, please. Then she still hid behind the pole to watch the lonely figure of that young man. Was it because I felt sorry for him, or because I was the one who reported to the police and felt responsible? I followed him to make sure he got home safely, and thanks to that, I also witnessed what he was doing inside the store. Seeing Ryumin go to her part-time job as if nothing happened. They are separated only by a glass partition. I realized that he is much stronger than he appears. Even during class chores, Julia's eyes are always on him. From then on, I became interested in him. She secretly watched Rumin dozing off at the desk, but I didn't have the courage to talk to him. Even when he went to see his younger brother, she only dared to hide behind. After that, my feelings for him grew a lot, and I didn't even dare to get closer to him anymore. No one would think we would meet here. Julia stood still, closing her eyes and silently feeling grateful. Now I am brave. This is the opportunity given by heaven. A gentle breeze blows through the short hair of the girl who has just fallen in love. I can't pretend I don't know him after receiving 10 million. She smiled happily and then wondered, should I invite him to eat? At this moment, Min is somewhat free and sitting on the bed looking at his phone. Messages appear on his phone. Have you eaten yet? I have a few things I want to talk about. Can we meet at the cemetery? I'll treat you to a meal. Seeing that the other person replied that way, he responded, "All right, I will pay." The person on the other side of the screen seemed very determined to treat him to a meal. "Let me pay." Seeing the other person send such cute stickers, he happily replied, "I have plenty of money. It seems like he's very determined to pay for both of your meals, but I don't like being so passive about it. What do you want to eat?" Ryumi looked at the messages they had exchanged and thought to herself, comfortably. As expected, she felt like she owed me something and suddenly invited me to eat as well. That's a good sign. He even looked so relaxed that he couldn't help but smile faintly. If I naturally become friends with her, it will be easier to turn her into an ally. After turning off his phone, he got out of bed and thought about helping Julie reach level 20. Ryu was sitting on the sofa when he suddenly noticed his brother dressed up nicely, and Atso asked curiously, "Where are you going?" "Just going to meet her." Rai hesitated for a moment but still asked, "Is she a friend, not a girlfriend?" Hearing his brother's question, he responded with a slight smile, "Why can't you go meet some girls?" After saying that, he immediately told his younger brother, "I'll be eating out, don't skip meals. Remember?" Ryu cooperated very well and answered, "Yes." After my brother left, I was just sitting blankly on the sofa, not knowing what I was thinking. Suddenly, he caught an unexpected signal and couldn't finish his sentence, feeling deeply skeptical about life and wondering, is he on a date? The scene shifts to a luxurious secret restaurant when a voice suddenly asks, "Do you like secret dates?" What? Seeing her flustered, he remained completely calm and repeated the question, "Do you like Tet?" I'm shy, so I stammer a bit and say, "I like it a lot." He pretended nothing was wrong and calmly picked up his fork. "Eat a lot." After replying to him, she couldn't help but reflect, never expecting she would get to dine alone with Rumen. What a lucky day. The two of them ate in silence to the gentle music and the chatter of other customers, in an awkward atmosphere. At this point, she realized the atmosphere wasn't very comfortable and was gradually becoming more awkward. "I have to say something. Come on, be brave." After a moment of thinking, she quickly asked him a question. How could he keep winning the lottery over and over again? 4 times in a row, right? He was eating so happily that he didn't notice the awkward atmosphere at all. Hearing her question, he looked at her, and then, without feeling embarrassed, he quickly made up a ridiculous excuse. "That? It's thanks to the ancestor's dreams." "I'm really lucky, huh?" The ancestor, who appeared in Julie's imagination with sparkling eyes, said, "Remember these numbers." She asked him with a look of surprise while imagining, "In your dreams? So how much money have you made from that dream already?" His expression remained unchanged as he continued speaking naturally. "It seems I won't have to worry about money for the rest of my life, although I still have to worry about staying alive." At this moment, she suddenly remembered a question she had been wondering about all along and just recalled. "I'm very curious. What does your first photo look like? Killing Goblin must have been quite difficult, right?" He didn't deny her question and answered honestly. "Yes, it took quite a bit of time." She continued to ask about him. "Which area are you from?" He also didn't feel any discomfort and honestly replied, "I don't remember anymore, only that the last digit was 5. She seemed a bit disappointed, so she awkwardly smiled and said, "My last number is 7. What a pity, so we won't meet." Hearing her, he smiled gently and thought to himself, but didn't tell her, "There's no need to be disappointed. We will meet again because the areas will be merged once the number of survivors starts to decrease." Then both of them continued to ask each other casual questions to learn more about one another. "What level are you?" "Level? I'm at 10. I'm also level 10. Have you chosen your class yet?" "Not yet. And you?" "Luckily, I already have an item to change my class called Buffer." He curiously repeated Buffer and smiled happily as he analyzed the name she gave it. "So you mean you can give your teammates effects like in the game, right?" he said quietly, marveling to himself. Luckily, this time she is also a buffed character. Excited to show off her skills to him, she immediately raises her hand to focus her power. "Do you want to see? There's an effect called Blessing that boosts all your stats." "Really? Show me." Immediately after, she cast a skill with elegant words and stunning colors right on his forehead. Then, a system notification appeared before his eyes saying that Blessing had increased all his stats by 50%. Fuaklon. The time limit is 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Seeing my stats increase so much, I was very pleased. As expected from a special profession, the effect is really good. He also praised her skill without hesitation. "That's impressive." As he finished speaking, he continued to think that the effect of the skill would double if she reached the maximum level, so the stats would increase to 100%, but only if she achieved the maximum level. He looked at her with great satisfaction. Luckily, she had helped him out. As he saw her friendly smile, he thought to himself that this had been his main goal from the start. At this moment, he thought again about the reward item he received earlier, which was a bag of random gold from his first side quest after class change. As he thought about the reward item, he also considered its function. On a literal level, it's a bag that gives him a random amount of gold and can be influenced by luck. So the higher the luck stat, the more gold you get. After stopping his thoughts, he smiled gratefully at her. The effect is really good, thanks a lot. Julie, she didn't think it was anything big, so she happily told him to feel free to ask for help. If you need a blessing, just say so. With this skill, I won't have to exert myself at all. Hearing her say that, he couldn't be polite and respond. Got it. At this moment, you suddenly brought up what you wanted to say earlier. Weren't you the one who said there was something to discuss? At this moment, Julie suddenly remembered what she wanted to say and felt a bit awkward. Oh, right, I was going to bring that up earlier. Then she gently smiled, deeply moved, and thanked him. Thank you very much for the 10 million. Even my father asked me to pass on his thanks as well. It seems she was worried you might misunderstand. So she quickly added, and I will try to repay you soon, no matter what happens. Hearing that, he felt a bit awkward and unsure of what to say, so he awkwardly told her, Is that all you wanted to say? I told you not to worry about it. She wasn't upset that he rejected her feelings and still enjoyed suggesting things to him. If money isn't needed, maybe she wants something else. I understand. After saying that, she immediately took out something she wanted to give him. Take this. He looked at what was in her hand and asked, What is this? I found this purple thing while hunting, so if you don't need money, at least take this from me. This is my heartfelt gesture, so please don't refuse it. After they finish eating, they part ways and say goodbye to each other. That was a wonderful meal. See you again later. He said goodbye and reminded her. All right. Be careful at the final checkpoint. Got it. She smiled happily upon hearing that and replied, We have to stay alive to meet again. After saying goodbye, Min slowly walked alone along the cobblestone street. Then he immediately opened the inventory system window and began reading the information lines of the item Julie just handed him. Lower grade death crystal. Categorized asset. Description. A beautiful purple gem that can sense the delicate mana inside. Basically, it's a gem used to enhance items' stats. He carefully read each line of information and then marveled at the fate of this destiny. Who would have thought I would get this from her? I take the mana stone out of my inventory and analyze it carefully. Just by looking at this brief description, it's hard to tell what its function is. Then he raised the magic crystal high and pondered silently. But once you reach level 20, you'll realize how rare this item truly is. Turns out, reaching level 20 grants the player a fixed skill. The fusion feature will be unlocked when the player reaches level 20. Its effect sounds quite similar to forging weapons, but at a higher level. When using it, you can combine a weapon with a magic crystal, and this skill can even be upgraded, allowing us to choose how to enhance it. Right now, he is introducing the different types of magic crystals. There are 7 colors of magic crystals: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, teal, and purple. Each colored magic crystal has different abilities: red for damage, orange for strength, and yellow for luck. These crystals are considered extremely rare because of their extraordinary abilities. Green enhances perception. Blue boosts intelligence. Red reduces damage received, and the rarest one, which is purple, is the one currently in my hand. And finally, the death-colored monostone is the rarest of all. It has a very low appearance rate and boosts all stats. I feel incredibly lucky that I got this mana stone so early in a way no one could have expected. I'm really fortunate to have stumbled upon it. At this moment, he suddenly realized that his luck was actually quite good. His real-world luck stat really was very high. Then he thought further and stored the precious magic stone in his inventory, planning to use the magic crystal when he reached level 20. And now he decides to make the most of Jolly's skill to open the blessing reward item with a time limit of 30 minutes and 58 seconds. Now I should open the gold bag first when Bap finishes, right? He suddenly remembered something slowly. Then while pondering, he reached into the bag and rummaged through something. I need to boost my stats with the butcher's language already. Then he took out a small white bag containing 100 flower worms. He looked at the bag, then fell into thought. The butcher's ancient language would boost his stats by 1% for each target he kills, including insects, as long as they are living creatures. At this moment, he suddenly dropped the bag to the ground. Since there are no insects in this other world, he has no choice but to hunt monsters. Luckily, I am in the real world right now. He calmly lifted one foot and said, Sorry. Saying that, he stomped down. Hard. Immediately, the system displayed a notification. 45 out of 100 kills. All stats will increase by 45% due to the effect of the ancient butcher's curse. He keeps stomping down to kill those worms. The number of kills is 67 out of 100. All stats will increase by 67% due to the effect of the barbaric curse. Every time he steps down, the number keeps increasing until it reaches 100. The number of kills is now 100 over 1, and all stats will be increased by 67% due to the effect of the butchery curse. Then he immediately opened the status window. The status window named Rumen with the nickname Black Hook. Level 16. Apprentice of the Death Profession title. The Last Traveler, the First Hidden Assassin, Hidden Strength +9, Intelligence +9, Agility +63, Luck +45, Attribute points 0. Looking at the numbers displayed in the window, he finally realized the transformation. My 15 luck points have increased to 45 now, so I can expect a promising result. Then he opened his inventory bag, took out the reward item, which was a gold pouch. The gold pouch was random, categorized, consumable, rare grade, with effects. Provides you with a random amount of gold from 1 to 9,999. The requirement must be used before the next round begins and the rank reaches the level of novice. A limited item is awarded to the first person to promote their rank. This item automatically disappears when the next stage begins, influenced by luck. Only now did he confidently decide to use the reward item. His luck stat has reached its maximum level. Now, thinking that way, he quickly used the command without delay. Immediately, the gold pouch in his hand floated up. He looked at it with a bit of anticipation of how much he would earn, and it was normal to get different amounts of gold even with the same luck stat. But it seems he had already calculated everything and was very confident in his guess. Based on his past luck, he probably earned around 3,000 to 6,000 gold. Suddenly, without knowing what he saw, his expression became extremely surprised. The system display appeared, indicating you used a random gold pouch. The system notifications make Ryuman wonder. They keep informing him that he used a random gold pouch and that he has earned 9,999 gold. You're a bit surprised. 9,999 gold? Ryuman was pleased to receive more gold than expected and thought to himself that he had reached the maximum amount. Receiving blessings was also quite valuable. The system's notification shows my total gold as 16,249. This should be enough to buy the divine grade item. As he thought, the system notification suddenly disappeared, and since the item he wants won't be available for another 2 weeks, he decided to hold on to it for now. The bright morning sunlight shines on the building where the two brothers are. Ryuman just entered the house, took off his coat, and said, "I'm home." Gaen Ve Ryugan is holding his phone, still calling with a joyful tone. He is holding Ryu Wan's phone over half his face, but his happy, puppy-like expression is still visible. "How was your date?" Ryu's question made Juin curious. "Dating?" Ryu, seeing that his brother didn't understand, felt a bit disappointed and asked, "Aren't you on a date with your girlfriend?" Ryumin sat on the chair, avoiding his brother's questions. "Stop joking around. Have you eaten anything yet?" Seeing that, Ruin sat down next to his brother and replied with a happy expression. He ordered black bean paste noodles. Rumin propped his chin, looking at his younger brother with a somewhat evaluative tone. "You should order something tastier." Ru, seeming unimpressed, replied with a pout, "So what if it's black bean noodle? Do you know how much I want to eat that?" "Your words remind me of the times before." "That's right. Just last month our situation was still very difficult." Ruman continued thinking, "And since we're at it, my Bitcoin investment has now grown to $150 million, but like before, it could drop significantly in 2 weeks. At that point, it was time to leave." Meanwhile, Ru's younger brother sitting beside him looked at something with shining eyes. On the TV screen, an image of a car is showing, sparking Juman's idea. "Before that, I should check my driver's license." In the exam room, everyone is focused on their test, including Ryuman taking the driving theory exam. The repetition seems to make Ruman somewhat bored, so he sighs and quietly wonders how many times he has participated in this exam. "Just do it and leave here." With that, he grabbed his coat and stood up to leave, making the supervisor curious. As Ryumin's back gradually walks toward the door, it makes him think even more. What's wrong with him? When looking at Ryumin's computer screen, the supervisor was surprised. "Your score is 95. You passed the commercial driving theory exam, and his mind was filled with questions. Just a little bit of time, and he scored 95 points. Ruman knew exactly what result he would get better than anyone else. "The result is obvious, but I only took 4 days to get my license." He proudly hands the driving license to Ryu World's younger brother, like it's shining. "It's dazzling. I have more driving experience than anyone else." Suddenly, Ruman reflects a bit on his own reality. Wait a minute. How many years have actually passed, and how old am I now? I immediately thought after getting my license I would buy a supercar, a Lamborghini Aventador. The red one I chose quickly because I had driven this model a few times before. Raiminen asked, How long does direct import take? The attendant replied politely. If you place the order today, you'll receive the car within a month. All right, let me sign now. Hearing Ryu Min close the deal, the attendant happily lit up around him. Excellent, sir. You are truly stylish. His overly confident attitude leaves him speechless. 2 weeks have passed, and today is a perfect day. It's time. He was holding his phone with a smug look, ready to part ways with his Bitcoin stash. Ryu asked in surprise when he saw his brother's dangerous, calculating expression. Did something good happen? Why are you smiling like that? Ryu sat on the chair and replied, My brother, I just sold all my Bitcoin. Ryu sat down in surprise and asked his brother, Really? How high has the price gone? Ryu Min calmly replied, $300 million. Hearing such a huge number, he was startled. $300 million. Your entire lottery winnings are only $60 million. It's grown to $300 million like that? Meanwhile, Ryu Min's older brother calmly answers all your questions as if it's obvious. Ryu was both admiring and reminiscing about a month ago when he wanted to invest in Bitcoin, but his brother tried to stop him, yet he ended up making so much money. Ruin smiled and said he didn't expect it to rise so dramatically. He thought to himself, last time it was at most $280 million. Now Ryu has calmed down, he asks his brother, so are you planning to quit now? Ryu Min still looks at his phone and responds to his brother. Of course. Ryu took the glass of water in his hand and smiled, saying, That's great. But not long after, his brother spoke up again, causing Ryu to spit out his coffee, and then he started investing in stocks. Ryu Min, partly worried about his brother, asked, Do you even know anything about stocks? What are you planning to do next? Ryu Min said calmly to reassure me, a faint smile on his face. Don't worry. Ryu Min casually makes up a reason to soothe your anxiety. I saw that in my dream. Ryu was surprised and responded cautiously, Are you dreaming about that future-predicting dream again? So this time, which stock should I buy? Ryu Min replied confidently, Yes, in the dream he saw that if he bought now, he would make a lot of money later. Seeing his brother say that, Ryu helplessly said, Fine, do whatever you want. As he looked at his younger brother Ryu Min, he silently thought, World is worried like this. I can't blame him, but I know the future. Done. He looks at the screen thinking about the company he wants to invest in. The company he will invest in is displayed on the phone screen with a list of stock names, a company ranked 85th on the CD worth about $900 million. Tianma Consulting is a company under Jian Locke's ownership. Although it is not very famous yet, after round 4, it will introduce a special system and develop rapidly. As the flashback ends, Ryu Min quietly feels satisfied with his decision. If I knew this company would become famous, there's no reason not to invest. As he thought, holding the phone in his hand, if I could own more shares and control the operations, I could influence the company as a major shareholder and make a good profit. Then Ryu Min pressed the order button. First, I will invest $280 million and hold 31% of the ownership. Now, suddenly, a voice interrupts his train of thought. Please. It turns out Ryu Min was silently praying for his brother. Please make his dream come true once again. So, this is basically done. As he thought, he looked at the screen displaying the confirmation message for order number 5.84.241. The purchase has been successfully completed. Without hesitation, Ryu Min considered what to do next. Now, I just need to buy the item. When night falls and all the building's lights go out, only our house remains lit. The light comes from the bedside lamp at midnight that day, accompanied by system sounds and a screen showing items appearing in the shop. Ryu Min lay on the bed with his hands under his head, thinking that saving gold was only because of today. His hand pressed the device bar as he silently marveled at the benefits of having a lot of gold. As long as you have gold, you can buy items and normal skills. There's really nothing more convenient. The screen shows the item he selected. Although they are all common level, it doesn't mean he can't buy rare materials and equipment. Notification bar, today's item. Today's items. Ryu Min is still lost in her own thoughts. This function allows you to buy a randomly changing daily item, but it's usually hard to get what you really want. Because I don't know which items the shop will sell, the random cards represent the items on sale since no one can predict what will be sold. But for me, it's no problem because I already knew what item would be sold and when, Ryu Min thought as he tapped on today's item slot. And today is the day the necromancer item I need will be sold. The system display shows a list of information about the randomly available items. Bone Skull Necklace, a type of necklace, level ritual, adds 3 strength points, plus 1% attack speed each time you kill an enemy, up to a maximum of 25% until the game ends. Limited, apprentice level or higher durability. 500 over 500, 4,600 gold. It's 11:59 p.m. Time to buy. I'm so happy. This is exactly the item I wanted. Here it is, the bone necklace. A hint of a smile appears on his face. Items that increase spirit power and attack speed, and compared to their effects, they are quite affordable. Now that I have the item I want, I should use it. Ryu-Min returns to the main item page, where the system displays a discount coupon along with the rules for using the 50% off item coupon earned after leveling up. 50% discount coupon for today's rare consumable items. Effect: you get a 50% discount on items purchased today. Limited, only valid until the next round. Apprentices and above are limited reward items for players who complete the second round side quests. If not used by the next round, they will automatically expire. Ryu-Min hesitated for a moment before reaching for the buy button. If I buy this ring after using the 50% discount coupon, the remaining gold after the purchase confuses him. 13,949 gold. Ryu-Min stood up. I still have so much gold left. He was thinking with his chin in his hand, recalling the items he wanted to buy. Initially, I planned to buy a set of normal equipment with the remaining gold. Ryu-Min recalculates a bit, and a few supportive skills he desires come to mind. But if he saves an additional 6,000 gold, he can buy one more normal skill. Normal skills are still better than regular equipment. He rests his chin with a smile on his face. I should quickly earn another 6,000 gold. Luckily, the third round has lots of monsters. And then time passed. On May 1st, 2023, the gemstone in the middle of the town emitted a purple light. Surrounding it were countless villagers, but among them some had a yellow glow. Today, it's bound to happen. Players keep appearing and gathering around the large purple gem in the center of this area, emitting a very noticeable light. Damn it! I've been dragged into the other world again. After being forced into the game, the players kept asking questions. Is this not the forest this time? Where am I? A few of them carefully looked around and commented. The houses were all destroyed, but it seemed like a village. Hearing that comment, another voice suddenly interrupted to object. What monkey is there? It's just a pile of rubble. They even noticed the tall wall surrounding the area they are in. Look, there is indeed a wall around the village. At this moment, the last players finally noticed the eye-catching presence of the large gem in the center. What about this crystal? What will my third round be doing here, I wonder? Ryu-Min appears in the distance, silently observing. This place feels unfamiliar, and everyone looks quite worried. Then your thoughts focus on someone who seems calm across from you. The only one who stops is Dong-Shich-Ha. As he calmly turns to the side, he hears someone behind him ask a question. Isn't he the regional representative of Ta? More and more people are secretly talking behind his back. That's right, life is like a documentary. I heard he's the gang leader. He even used a sword to threaten me into voting for him. Their gossip even mentioned your name. Hakkao should have been the representative, not that murderer. Suddenly, a guy raised his hand quietly to stop his teammate. But Dong-Shich remained calm and unaffected, as if he wasn't threatened at all. Whatever, he only has that power 10 times. There's nothing to be afraid of. Dong-Shich couldn't stand it anymore and suddenly threatened. You bastards, shut up and be quiet. It's funny how those guys aren't afraid of his threats at all. In fact, many of them even mock him more. What the hell is he swearing at? As if others don't know how to curse. He also didn't give up and directly raised his hand to point at their faces and call out. Which one is muttering, huh? Only then did those people realize they couldn't back down and gathered around to talk. His face twisted in anger as he cursed silently. Damn it, I knew this would happen. I wish that angel girl had kept her mouth shut. At this moment, a pair of shiny leather shoes suddenly appeared. Yong-Min immediately stepped in front of him and bowed respectfully. Hello, sir. Many people recognized him, so they kept asking questions with curiosity. Huang Yong-Min, what are you doing? He disregarded the surrounding questions and looked up confidently at Dong-Shich, sincerely saying, Brother, life is like a movie. Dong-Shich gang leader, senior, I come to greet you. He looked at him calmly and asked, Senior, are you my junior? Yong-Min immediately replied, Not yet. I'm just a 20-year-old young man with dreams of becoming a gangster. Dong-Shich listens to his words with a puzzled look and raised eyebrows, thinking he wants to become a gangster. Oh, has this guy lost his mind? Then he puts on a look of admiration and smiles. I am your role model. I really want to join the Dong-Shich gang. He was about to ask again when suddenly he was startled by his next action. Why are you Yong-Min and kneeling on the ground saying such harsh words? I will spend my whole life following you. Please accept me. Dong-Shich was so amused by this scene that he couldn't help but smile happily. I've met many crazy people in my life, but this is the first time I've encountered someone this terrifying. I really like its spirit. Thinking that, he immediately told him to stand up. Get up. Young Min immediately replied anxiously, "Yes, sir." Then he, full of curiosity, asked, "Do you have a blind eye? Don't you know my reputation has fallen? So you still want to follow me?" Young Min replied shamelessly, "Tell you what." He clenched his fist and pounded his chest as he continued, "I am the person you respect." He faced Trong Shish and said words that touched the heart deeply. "As long as you accept me, I don't care what others think." Being praised and idolized like that, he couldn't help but smile. "I like your answer. All right, I will take responsibility and teach you." He was extremely grateful and kept bowing to thank him. "Thank you, it's an honor for me." Everyone around was stunned by his crazy behavior. "He just joined the team. Is life just a movie or something? Are you crazy?" Some people couldn't help but marvel. They say birds of a feather flock together. Riam Min, watching everything from afar, was very pleased. This time he also formed a team with Dungshich, which is a good thing. Suddenly the angel appears in the sky and asks, "Are you all gathered?" I slowly observe the players below and smile, saying, "Let's see, we're short 90 people today." A few players who don't understand what she means wonder why there are missing people. Someone else also couldn't hold back and wanted to ask why, but before they could finish, an information window automatically appeared in front of them. Other players also received the same notification, which stated that the main task was to protect the sacred object for 3 hours across the entire area. A total of 856,032,000 participants, none of whom have completed the task out of 214,007,550. The current area is AEX 45.5, with 4,900 participants. Over 1.22 years have passed. After reading the notification about the third round, the other players also started to panic. Am I really that short of people? Why is that? The angel of the heavens speaks very slowly as if nothing is happening. It's impossible for someone to die peacefully. It seems you've been killing each other in the real world, and I've been worried about how far your competition has gone. Suddenly, a player noticed something and anxiously shouted a warning to others. "Wait, everyone, look at the number of people who can pass this round." The other players were extremely panicked to see that the number of people who could pass the third round was limited to just 1,225. What? So there's only a quarter left. Among them was a reckless guy who loudly asked if there was anything wrong with the strange angel. Hearing that, she burst into uncontrollable laughter. "Is that a mistake?" Then she calmly expressed the thoughts of the players. "What do you want?" "There's nothing wrong." "It seems you're worried because fewer people can complete the mission." After finishing, she asks again, "But did you forget?" The players below, hearing this, each looked stunned, knowing only half could survive each round. The angel did not smile at all, but instead laughed crueler as she explained. "But since everyone survived the final round, it makes sense that only a quarter of the players would survive this round too." Hearing this, all the players were utterly shocked. "That's nothing unfair. You just need to work hard to make it into the top 25%. Then she began to explain the rules of this round. "All right, I will now explain the rules for the third round." The angel slowly explains the rules of this round. Every 30 minutes, monsters from our army will appear at the castle gate and target the sacred object in the center of the village. Her figure still appears in the sky, looking down at the ground, with 4 waves of attack in total, and everyone must work together to protect the sacred object. She explains the importance of the purple gem, and you will receive extra rewards if you can protect the sacred object for 3 hours. If you fail, you will face severe punishment. The girl also reminded you about the ranking system. Ultimately, whether you succeed or not, your rank will be determined by the number of monsters you have defeated. The players, listening nervously to the rules being explained, looked towards the gate, knowing that this round would see more monsters than usual, but only their strength. It should be much easier, right? Of course, that also means gold and experience will be reduced accordingly. Outside the city gate, continuous sounds of chaos echoed. Dongshich, hearing the order of ranks from her, confidently smirked. "So I just need to kill more monsters because holding this power is as easy as eating cake." Suddenly, she clasped her hands together, almost forgetting, then added extremely cruelly, "The representative chosen from the previous round is like a documentary film, right?" She nonchalantly continues, saying from this round onward, he can use his command authority. But I bet everyone here is curious about what will happen next. And she emphasized that if the representative dies, a wicked smile appeared on her face as she discussed this exciting issue. When the representative dies due to monsters or external factors, their position will be left vacant. But what if they are killed by other players? Hearing this, Dongshich froze in place with his eyes wide open, as the angel's words became increasingly suggestive. The players around him also started to have impure thoughts. In that case, the murderer would immediately become the new representative and would receive 10 uses of the command ability. Then she happily clapped and said, "All right, the monster will appear in 10 minutes. Work together to survive in the next 3 hours." Finally, she sneered and casually added, "Though I doubt you can do it." Then she turned into a point of light and disappeared, leaving Dongshich looking like he had just eaten shit. He was furious and cursed loudly at where she had vanished, then immediately turned his gaze to the murderous intent behind him. Instead of preparing to fight the monster, the other players are now pointing their weapons at their own teammates. Shich is furious at their actions and loudly threatens them with his weapon. "You bastards come here. I'll take you all on, one by one." These players were filled with murderous intent, aiming at him without any fear. "You act tough, but you're only allowed to give orders a few times." The heavenly spirit already said whoever kills this bastard will become the representative. There was even a shameless one who arrogantly said, "If I become the new representative, that would be even better." Suddenly, a figure appeared out of nowhere. Ryuman calmly held his weapon and slowly stepped forward from behind. Dongshich was startled and panicked when he saw him approaching, stammering, "What are you doing?" Black cloak. He stood straight with him and said, "Don't be afraid, I just want to talk." "What are you talking about? I was just nervous and hesitated to argue." "Say whatever you want then, just so you know, if you're planning to make me bow?" He didn't get to finish his sentence before you cut him off. "I have this offer." Seeing his hesitant expression, he spoke directly without beating around the bush. "I guess you're having a hard time." Then he directly made him a very tempting offer. "Maybe I should protect you." Dongshich was surprised and confused, so he asked again, "What do you mean?" "I will protect you from the other players, meaning I will be your personal bodyguard." The other players were also surprised and took turns asking what. "Hak Kao will protect life like a documentary film, so that means we will have to face Hak Kao." They are a bit hesitant now to face him, that is a bit. "So what should we do now?" Dongshich couldn't help but think to himself as he heard those around him hesitate in front of him. I didn't expect Hak Kao to have such influence. Judging by their reactions, this offer seems truly very tempting. But he quickly snapped back to his senses, knowing that everything has its price. With that in mind, he calmly asked him, "What do you want in return?" "It's nothing much." Then his gaze became extremely sharp as he made his demand. "You will have to obey all my orders. That is the condition." Dongshich paused upon hearing that. "What?" He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "Am I being asked to become his subordinate?" He didn't agree immediately, so he cautiously asked, "What is the reason for this proposal?" He quickly replied, "I can't say." He still didn't give up and asked further. "You say you follow orders, but what kind of orders are they?" I patiently replied, "I can't say about that either. You just need to follow my orders unconditionally." Dongxi felt annoyed at his indifferent attitude and thought, "So you want me to follow you for the rest of my life? Damn it, you think I'm easy to fool." But then he paused for a few seconds before thinking again, "What if I refuse? He wouldn't attack me without reason in broad daylight, right?" While he was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly decisively said, "Choose." Then he also subtly reminded that others are waiting for his decision. He hesitated for a moment. In the end, he made his choice to refuse your offer." His eyes flashed with a cold glint as he silently confirmed, "Just as I thought, there's no way this bastard would easily lower his dignity like that." The others couldn't help but smile happily when they saw him make such a foolish choice. He refused after all. If he had agreed, he could have gone hunting easily. Maybe my ego is too big, so I don't want to follow orders. At this moment, the other players also started to draw their weapons and aimed at Dongshich Taifien. Is honor more important to him than his life? Or maybe he just doesn't care about us. He slowly observed everyone's reactions without saying a word, just like in his past life. Then he made his next decision, so the next step was to draw a clear boundary. With that in mind, he faced Dongxi and calmly set the boundaries. "Fine, if you refuse, there's nothing more I can do. I will no longer care about what happens here." Then he decisively turned around and walked away. "Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with me." At that moment, the others heard him say that and eagerly moved forward, ready to attack him. "Did you hear that? Haku no longer cares about you." "Then let's deal with this gangster now." Dongshich gritted his teeth in frustration but couldn't do anything, only able to pick up his weapon. "Damn it, do I really have to accept that proposal now?" At this moment, the system also announced that the game has begun. The first round will start soon. Get ready for the monsters vanish and protect the achievement. Those who were planning to gather at Dongshich were interrupted by this system notification, which announced that the game had already started. In 30 minutes, no matter how many monsters have been dealt with, the second wave will still begin. Only then do the other players frantically call for teamwork to protect the huge purple gem. Everyone protect the relic. Immediately after, the system also starts counting down. There are 2 minutes, 59 seconds left until the gate closes. While others are focused on guarding the entrance, Dongshich suddenly realizes he can't fight alongside those with conflicts. Then he turned around to look for another place to act, since it was a personal mission he had to do alone. Suddenly, he noticed the calm figure walking away to another place. Where's that guy going? Dongshich has been secretly following Rumen for quite a long distance. He is hiding behind a building, watching him from afar. Is he planning to fight alone too? Is he heading towards the city gate? Suddenly, a signal sounds indicating the official start of the game. The first wave, the city gate is slowly opening. The system reports the current number of players as 4,900. Then the system announced that 9,800 goblins had weakened in the first wave. The savage, bloodthirsty goblins with disgusting green skin appeared in increasing numbers from outside the city gate. Dongshich was stunned and panicked upon seeing this number as the system continued to display the message. Due to the nature of the obstacle, the goblins only have 1/3 of their usual strength. Then they wish good luck to the players below and disappear. Good luck to everyone. His pride completely vanished when he refused his offer. This is crazy. He can only think to secretly escape and move away from the city gate. Now it's best to hide and observe the situation. He ran into a house and immediately rushed upstairs. But why isn't Haegu moving at all? Is he planning to fight the goblins alone at the city gate? He's in a rush but still carefully analyzing this dangerous situation. Even if the city gate is narrow, it's still wide enough for at least 10 people to pass through. Dongshich hurriedly threw open the door while his thoughts kept rushing through his mind. Does he really think he can kill 100? Then he goes to stand on the balcony and anxiously watches him from above. Tendine just acts tough because his level is a bit higher, but it's obvious he'll only fight a little before running away. Meanwhile, Min and the goblins rush at him, baring their teeth and wielding weapons. Without hesitation or panic, he immediately raised his sickle and prepared to attack. Then he swung his weapon once and killed 3 or 4 goblins rushing at him. Then he calmly raised his eyes to look at the goblins, as one group falls and another hungry one jumps in without caring about survival. Suddenly, he lifted his foot, and the shining sickle immediately targeted their vulnerable spot. He instantly killed the entire group of goblins at a speed that was impossible to follow. Dongshich, watching him fight from above, was deeply shocked. Is the black hook that strong? Then he started to imagine himself becoming as powerful as him when he reaches level 16. Will I be strong enough like that when I reach level 16? Only now does he realize he's been wasting too much time leveling up. Now is not the time to think about that. I need to level up quickly and become stronger. Then he turned to look at the other players struggling to complete their quests. At this point, the battle between the players and the goblins has become fierce, and the center of the area has turned into a chaotic, deadly mess filled with frantic screams. Hey! Block them! The west gate is broken. Don't let them get near the relic. Kill them! At this point, Dongshich no longer hides but steps out of the house to hunt monsters. I have to go down there and kill the goblin too. He shouted loudly to lure a goblin over, then swiftly killed it. Suddenly, at this moment, he sensed a new danger and decisively stabbed his weapon into the approaching goblin's head. As he drew his weapon, he smirked confidently, relying on the ancient language to predict their moves. So simple. Suddenly, something sped past and sliced a piece of flesh off his ear. Dongshich looked back at what had just attacked him and realized something. An arrow? He had never seen a goblin shoot an arrow before. Thinking that, he immediately confirmed that someone was trying to assassinate him. Damn it, then who is it? He cursed bitterly in his heart. Even though he didn't know who it was, once I catch you, I'll tear you to pieces. Suddenly, his lower abdomen was stabbed by someone holding a spear. I caught him. Dongshich clenched the spear tightly in anger and shouted, "You bastard!" Then he used all his strength to pull the other toward the dagger in his hand and stabbed it straight into the man's chest. He pulled out his knife while cursing, intending to finish off that guy. Die, you bastard. Suddenly, an arrow flew past him. Then he looked toward where the arrow came from and saw someone holding a bow. The other guy didn't say much, and Dongshich cruelly raised the spear in his hand, aiming at him. Seeing this, the other guy also panicked and drew his bow. Before he could fire his arrow, Dongshich's spear pierced through his head. After dealing with everyone around, he finally staggered, clutching his stomach and thinking, "Damn it! I didn't expect that what worried me most was a player, not a monster. If I weren't the regional representative, he'd be regretting his greed for this position right now. What kind of regional representative is he? If I had the choice, I would have thrown this role to someone else." Moreover, he started to reconsider the offer from earlier. Should I accept Hakao's help? But Trungqui remains very proud and determined, unwilling to bow to anyone. No, a man must have the spirit of a man. He cannot serve under him. He started looking around for another solution. There must be some way to go hunting peacefully, without being disturbed by other players. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a player fighting and gathering points on the opposite side. That guy is someone he recognized as having a pretty high rank in this area, 3rd place here, with a black dragon resting on his right hand. Then he couldn't help but smile mischievously. That's right. It was him. He called out to him from behind. The man heard the voice and asked, turning around, "What? Who is that?" Without giving him time to react, he used his command power to control the opponent. With the black dragon on his right hand, he gave orders with a ruthless intent. "From now on, protect me." Rumen swings his sword to cut the monster. The system sound rang out. The skeletal necklace effect increased attack speed by 25%. You have defeated the goblin. Current kin, count 502 over 100, has used 3 times the experience. All stats increased by 100% due to the effect. Ancient butcher language. Gold increased by 3.3 and bonus reward by 1.6. 6. He carefully looked at the system menu and thought about the status window. Ryuman opened his bag to check and then fell silent. I've already earned nearly 2,000 gold. His face lit up with a faint smile, wondering. With this team, I should easily gather 20,000 gold in the second assault, right? The monsters from afar start to inch closer to Rumen, but he remains calm and contemplative. No. This round I have to gather as much gold as possible to buy 2 basic skills. If I do, I will obtain the true heart language. He coldly cast a sharp red glance over them. Ryuman swings his scythe for a deadly strike at the monsters behind him, who growl cautiously. Then he sneers and says, "Are you not going to attack?" Ryuman raises his scythe high and charges straight at them, or I will strike first. A blinding wave of magic crashes down with a loud explosion, causing chaos among everyone. What's that? Is something wrong with the sound? The monster suppressing the young man suddenly disappears, and the others vanish as well. The system screen displays, "You have successfully repelled the first wave of attack." Everyone breathes a sigh of relief. I made it. The system announces that 3,933 players are still alive, and 967 have died. The surviving players will receive a reward of 500 gold, a young man sitting down said. Before the second attack, we need to rest for a bit. Ryuman gazed thoughtfully at the people lying on the dark crimson ground. 967 people have died. Even though they weakened the goblins, we still can't underestimate them. He looked around to see if he could find someone. Where did he go? Ryuman watched Dongshich gritting his teeth in tense concentration, then fell into deep thought. Seeing that Dongshich was still alive, nothing about this was surprising. He still had a chance, but he wouldn't get through this round easily. He gasped for breath, clenched his knife tightly, looked around, and shouted, "Damn it!" Dongshich frowned in thought, unaware that the enemy was sneaking up on him. These bastards weren't killing goblins, only targeting him. He shouted, lunging the knife straight at him, "Die for your line!" Before he could reach Dongshich, 2 others attacked him, and he fell down in pain. The commanding symbol shining brightly above his head made him secretly smile with satisfaction. But luckily we had them. True leadership is indeed amazing. Thanks to them acting as a living shield, I survived the initial attack. Young Min stands in front of the chain, asking, "Are you okay?" He looks at him confused, thinking this crazy guy is still following him even though he's not using that authority. His stomach wound bleeding. He let out a painful cry as blood dripped onto the chain's handguard, and worry filled his mind. I've lost too much blood. With this condition, can I survive this round? He grits his teeth and mutters, "Damn it!" Sweat drips down his face with each wave of pain, but he clenches his teeth determinedly, silently vowing to stay strong and survive this ordeal easily. Suddenly, Dongshich and Yongmin turned their heads to look behind them as the monsters rushed in one after another. The system displays Round 2, player 393 with goblins weakened and hobgoblins 786. Due to the nature of the round, the goblins only have normal strength. The monsters with knives charge straight at Rumen. The system displays a message wishing you victory in this battle. He moves gently, swinging his sharp scythe to slice through the monsters. Ryuman jumps high and charges at them, attacking decisively, his sharp sickle slashing down to defeat them all. The monsters lie in heaps on the ground. Ryuman swings his sickle in a slicing motion through the air. Then, after a moment, he looks up at the system menu. You have reached level 20. Your rank has increased from apprentice to normal. You can now use the combining function. Ryuman gently wipes the sweat from his face, satisfied that he did it, finally reaching level 20. Now he can use the fusion function to create unique items that can't be bought in the shop. The system displays a message congratulating you on leveling up. Tu Hui has been enhanced. Tu Hui's additional damage increased from 100% to 120%. In addition, you have learned the unique skill of Tuthan Tuda. The Tuda unique skill has an effect within a radius of 500 meters. Using dark energy to create artificial darkness, the caster can choose to skip the skill at will. The next skill will be unlocked at level 40. He read the system notification and thought that Tu Hui's additional damage had increased to 120%. And he also learned a new skill that Tuda is very suited for, as it becomes stronger at night. The system displays the ancient language attribute effect when used during the day, doubling the attack power of weapons. When used at night, attack speed also increases by 50% during rest at night, greatly reducing the chance of being detected by enemies as monsters pour in from outside to attack Rumen. You smirk in amusement. Welcome, I just learned a new skill myself. Rumen's voice sounded somber. Tuda. The monsters panic and freeze, a sharp slash aimed at them. Another deadly strike is unleashed directly at the monsters. Each monster is defeated one by his scythe. The monster roars before Ryumen's decisive attack. His foot gently touches the ground. Behind Ryumen, the monsters lie scattered and piled on the ground. The system displays that you have successfully prevented the second attack. There are 3,343 surviving players and 590 players who have died. The surviving player receives a reward of 500 gold. He leans one hand on his hip, breathing out, and wonders, should I buy a few useful skills while I rest? Ryumen touched the shop and pondered. The first skill I buy will be the one I choose to touch. Ryumen thought to himself as a faint magical aura surrounded him. With it, he could identify targets within a 30-meter radius. It seems that within 30 meters around here, it's only zombie corpses. So should I save an extra 20,000 gold? He charged into the monsters as the system just displayed. The third wave, player 3343 with H goblins weakened 6686. The others also started throwing punches at the monsters. The system announced that you successfully prevented the third wave of attack. Yomi clenched her teeth and delivered powerful strikes at them. The system announced the fourth wave. Player 3001 with H glins, DAC weakened 6002. Everyone's faces show signs of exhaustion after defeating all the monsters. The system displays that you have successfully prevented the fourth wave of attack. Dungsik's face turned pale, sweat pouring down his forehead. He forced himself to think, just one more hour. If he could endure for another hour, he might survive and escape from here. He glanced at the people in front of him, but his mind was full of scheming calculations. Even though he had used all his power, as long as these bastards protected him, his life would be safe. The system display shows round 5, player 2,700, with Glon weakened by 10,800. Dungshich stunned as he looks at the system's 10,000. Why is it so crowded? The system explains that due to the nature of the tournament, Glon only has normal strength. Wishing you victory until the very end. The giant monsters charged with weapons, everyone roaring as they fought back. Die, he thought. Calculating in his mind, not worried at all, this was actually a chance to set a new record. Dungsik clenched his teeth with ambition, thinking he would become stronger to tear apart those who once looked down on him. The scream made him startle and turn around. The group attacking Dungshich's guards pointed directly at him. There he is, that damn gangster. The title of representative is mine. This time we have to kill him. He grabbed the two men closest to him, using them as shields to block the blows, then shouted, "You scum, trying to stop me at the end of the fight? Guards, block them now!" The two men were quickly taken down by the attackers before they could react, and Dungshich's eyes filled with panic as he took a hesitant step back. Fuck, I'm doomed. Dunghich Hoiha turns around and runs away. In his mind, he thought now was not the time to hunt. The ones behind him were shouting and chasing after him, trying to catch him. His legs kept moving, and he thought dully, just survive this attack. Just this one more time. Dungsik hesitated when he saw Ryumen standing firm against the Hak Cow monsters. He hurriedly ran to him and anxiously said, Hak Cow, I agree with you. Whatever you say I will do. Please protect me. Ryumen looked at Dungshich thoughtfully, then urgently said, I accept the offer. Hak Cow, protect me. His eyes suddenly flashed with a cold red glow as he glared at him and decisively spoke, I refuse. Dungsik was stunned when Ryumen indifferently said, I told you already I don't care. Whether you die or not, take care of yourself. He anxiously shouted, Wait, but it was you who proposed to me. I said I would become your subordinate. What is there to refuse? He turned and walked away, calling back, I don't need a subordinate who has no authority to command in his hands. Dungshich's face turned pale as he clenched his teeth in anger, thinking bitterly, Does that brat think I'm useless? I wish I had agreed earlier. He was surprised when he heard the voice coming from afar. See, everyone, he already refused. The group of collaborators surrounding Deng Shich spoke up menacingly. Luckily, I was still wondering what I would do if the Black Hook helped him. Life really is a documentary. The wound in his stomach oozed blood, causing him great pain. One of them said, "Now we can kill him whenever we want." Deng Shich clenched the round knife tightly and growled, "Even if I die, I will kill at least one of you." Young Min stepped forward, pushing one of the collaborators aside. "Senior, you must be tired by now. I'm here to help you." He looked at him in confusion. "Confusion, Young Min." He looked at him happily. "Yes, I have you after all. If I survive and get out of here, I will take good care of you." Before Deng Shich could finish speaking, Young Min delivered a painful punch to his face. He fell to the ground, clutching his face in pain and crying out. He called out, "Senior!" Young Min gave a dangerous smile as he spoke. "I'll kill you right now so you can rest in peace." He threw a powerful punch at his face. Young Min kept punching Deng Shich's face, making him scream in agony. His face was swollen and bleeding from the blows. Deng Shich lay motionless, eyes wide with confusion. Damn it, for Deng Shich himself. He glances at the man standing in front of him, sneering with contempt, furious that this bastard has betrayed him again. Young Min raised his foot, summoning all his strength to deliver a deadly kick to Deng Shich. The system notification about the regional representative is like a documentary, has been killed. The power of the representative has been transferred to the one who struck. Now that I am the regional representative, I am the king here. The system displays that you have become the regional representative and gained the exclusive command rights of the representative. Young Min pondered. If he focused now, he could control Cell Aaron as he wished. His eyes narrowed. Young Min looked at Deng Shich, who had fallen silent, and thought to himself, I will use my commanding authority well, don't be too angry. Isn't this just because Deng Shich's gang leader keeps running away? He turned his back and walked away, his mind full of sarcasm. Shameful. Young Min turned to the group of collaborators and pointed at him, saying, Hey, do you see that? I beat him up badly. Didn't I say we had the upper hand? They all said at once. Huh? Yeah, good. The whole group panicked as they looked at his bloodied hand and thought, This bastard killed someone with his bare hands. It gave me goosebumps. He's really crazy. No one expected him to actually be dead. The crowd's barrage of questions causes chaos in the area. What's going on? Isn't this bastard the one who always follows that thug around? Did he plan to betray from the very beginning? Such a scared and terrifying guy, the one next to him is not convinced. How can someone like that become a regional representative? Everyone here has been gossiping about us, so we're changing the representative. That's right. Young Min silently turned and ran, quickly calculating in his mind. Are they now targeting me? But unfortunately, I know something that could help me escape this situation. He runs to Rum Min and loudly calls HC for help. He asked suspiciously, What's going on? Young Min hurriedly spoke. You saw the message, right? Now I am the regional representative. I have the authority to command. How can he be so confusing? He places his hand on his chest and exchanges glances brightly. The offer you made to the world is like a documentary film. I accept. In other words, I will follow your advice. In return, protect me. Young Min ponders silently. The reason Deng Shich was abandoned is because he has no authority to command, so he must accept my offer, right? Ryumin firmly said, I don't like your attitude. He was stunned. What do you mean? He coldly suggested that if you kneel and beg me, I might consider it. Young Min bowed his head, pointing both hands at himself. You're not ignoring what I said, are you? I have the authority to command. You coldly look at him. So what? What do you want me to do? It seems you misunderstood something, but the one at a disadvantage here is you, not me. He remained silent, lost in thought. Ryumin smirked. You want me to protect you? Then kneel down and beg. Young Min grit his teeth and glared at the people behind him. He suddenly spun around, locking his eyes onto him. Young Min knelt to the ground, bowing respectfully to Ryumin and begging, I will do whatever you say, so please let me become your subordinate. His bloodshot eyes narrowed as he said, Please. Ryumin's dark gaze assesses him grimly. I've seen this scene so many times I'm tired of it. However, unlike Deng Shich, Hwang Young Min is still useful, for now. His voice rang out. All right, I agree to your proposal. Young Min kept bowing repeatedly, thanking him. Thank you. Thank you. Ryumin glared at him. Come on, I don't want to see that pathetic face of yours. He was confused. What do you mean? He casually walks past Young Min without looking back, as the murmurs of everyone around him grow louder. Why did everything turn out like this? Is Hakkao going to protect Hwang Young Min? Forget it. Maybe we should all attack him at once. Hasn't Hack Cow been fighting already? Why are you all so scared of a guy with a spear? He can fight multiple people at once. There's no way we can win against this kind of monster. Ruman's cold voice surprised everyone here. Let me help you decide. His sharp eyes looked at each person before speaking. You have two options. You can give up your regional representative titles and go back to hunt some monsters, or you can die at my hands. His face turned terrifying, his voice cold and gloomy. If possible, I advise choosing the first option. But the second option doesn't matter, because anyone who dares to draw a sword against me is no longer considered human in my eyes. The others were just as terrified and hurriedly turned to run away. I'm coming to save you. This is the same, right? Young Min staggered on the ground, eyes fixed on a terrifying scene before him, secretly impressed that Hakyu could make them retreat with just a few words. He stood up, watching Ryo Min's back and thought. When facing an opponent, he's formidable, but as an ally, there's no one more trustworthy. His face remains calm as he quietly guesses that with this atmosphere, everything seems to be coming to an end. Ryo Min glances at those still struggling to fend off the monsters and silently thinks, so we have safely cleared the fifth wave. But he slightly curled his lips in a sinister smile, thinking if it ends like this, wouldn't it be quite uncomfortable? He called out to Hwang Ayong Min to come closer, and Min responded with a yes. He coldly orders you to follow my instructions as you promised. He asked, what should I do? Just give the order. Ryo Min turned around, his bloodshot eyes flickering as he issued commands multiple times to seize control and destroy the relic, causing him to nervously ask back, what? The relic? He was confused, thinking that if the relic was destroyed, Yang Min suddenly remembered the angel's warning. If you cannot protect it, you will face severe punishment. He gritted his teeth, full of confusion, wondering why using the command power 10 times couldn't turn Searin into his slave. Yang Min was puzzled. Can I ask why not? Ryo Min didn't explain, but gave the order, then kept quiet and followed my instructions. Can I use 9 times instead of 10? He replied indifferently. I won't repeat myself. If you don't want to die, then choose, he said, confused. I understand now. I will follow your orders. The authoritative man said confidently that he would assign someone for you to command. Ruman said thoughtfully, Simu, little chilly. Don't bother me. Spring, summer, autumn, you once again order these people to destroy the relics. Yang Min is stunned. What? What do you mean? He suddenly looked at the group facing him, wondering in his mind if his friend was also there. Did he do it on purpose? He's just teasing Yang Min. He's helpless. Sorry guys, it's Hak Kao's order. I hope you guys understand me. His eyes lit up as he muttered under his breath. Don't bother me, Jim Salu. The characters appear above those people, leaving them stunned. Yang Min whispers again. Little Chili Xuan Hathu. He orders to destroy the relic. Warning system alert. The relic is under attack. Someone is confused. What's going on? A loud explosion echoes as a group surrounds the relic with weapons raised, aiming to destroy it. Everyone watching from afar shouted to stop. Hey, what are you guys doing? Stop right now. They stared in shock at the group, then shouted loudly. What are they doing? Do they want to get punished or what? Someone stop them quickly. At this rate, it will break. One of them rushed forward and grabbed the person attacking the relic. Stop destroying it. Get them to stop now. Is there anyone who can hold them back? Another guy quickly swings his knife, attacking the crowd. Cracks start appearing along the surface of the relic. Soon, the relic shatters. The system announces that the relic has broken and the main mission has failed. The system shows that the punishment for failure is the summoning of the punishment deity within 30 minutes. What are you all panicking about? What is the embodiment of the god of punishment? The system appears. Survive beneath the embodiment of the god of punishment. The game won't end until time runs out. Someone nervously asks if it's the boss. Ryumi smirked playfully as she looked at the hidden side quest message on the system board. Third round, side quest. Fight against the embodiment of the god of punishment and survive. Completing the task rewards 3,000 gold. 29 minutes and 59 seconds remaining. The system displays the hidden side quest. Complete the 3 side quests. Defeat the embodiment of the god of punishment and survive for 30 minutes. Upon completion, you will be rewarded with 3,000 gold. There are 29 minutes and 59 seconds left as the crowd excitedly discusses. The system said if you survive, you'll get 3,000 gold. I told you, protecting the relic is worth 2,000 gold. In that case, it sounds much better. I think so too. Ruman watches everyone joyfully, thinking that the reward for completing the mission is even greater than the one after clearing the 5th wave. That's why I got drunk and caused Hwang Yongmin to break the relic. But I didn't do it myself, because the crowd was startled when the system suddenly announced that the player was attacking the relic. 10 players attacking the relic will be punished. The system shows all stats will permanently drop by 50%. The attackers of the relic look pale and quickly protest. What do you mean? The stats got reduced. We were just following orders. Damn it! The brown-haired man in armor angrily points in Youngmin's face and shouts, Huang Youngmin, you bastard! He is confused. Sorry, who would have thought there would be such a punishment? He was stunned as the system continued to notify. The regional representative will also face punishment for failing to protect the relics. Youngmin was filled with confusion upon receiving the message from the system. All stats will permanently decrease by 50%. He angrily kicks the wall. Damn it! Ryumin watched the chaotic scene from afar, thinking that the permanent reduction of stats directly threatened survival, so this was a fatal blow. Now it's time to prepare to hunt the embodiment of the god of punishment. He shouted, and immediately the system appeared. Ryumin's shop hand selected items, thinking to himself, buying common items with his remaining gold, the system displaying attributes, an assassin's helmet, a common-grade armored hat. The black tight-fitting long boots with a defense of 15, quickness of 2, and a 5% boost to action speed, with durability of 250 over 250, can only be used by common level or higher. They smell like blood from never being washed. Ryumin reaches out to select an item, places an item into it, then begins combining this item with another, and then with a mana stone. The system announces a successful combination with a +1 to all stats added to the skull necklace. Ryumin gazes intently at the combination table, deep in thought. I can attach 1 mana stone to each equipment, so for the remaining items, just apply the same method. The system chimes in. Successful combination. A choice to add 1 damage reduction has been added to the skilled hunter's leather armor. He chose another item. The system displayed. The combination was successful, and the +2 strength bonus was added to the Death's Black Hook. Ryumin turned off the system interface and pondered. The lowest level mana stone doesn't help much, but it's better than nothing. The crowd below is in an uproar saying, so it's really starting? A girl nervously clutching her spear with worry. I'm feeling a bit nervous now. Youngmi gritted his teeth and looked around. The people nearby nodded in agreement. He's right. We just need to keep running. I don't know about that. Escaping from the punishment god's avatar isn't easy. In my previous life, out of 2,700 people, only about 500 survived. Each person lay unconscious on the ground, struggling just to stay alive was already very difficult. At first, the embodiment of the punishment god was a terrifying monster that required 5 level 40 players to stand a chance against it. He looked up at the glowing crack in the sky, but he intended to kill it right away to claim the big reward. Rumi remembered the moment he defeated Betrayal the Angel because he had the title when he killed Betrayal. The system announced the title. First to kill an angel, conditioned to become the first to kill an angel. When fighting divine creatures, all stats will be doubled. The title of the first to kill the angel will also double all stats during battles with divine creatures. A radiant angel appears spreading its wings, and the embodiment of punishment is a divine creature. The punishment figure draws all eyes, causing the crowd to panic. Is that the embodiment of the god of punishment? So just avoiding it will let me survive? Isn't this way too easy? I thought at least some monsters would appear. Youngmin relaxed his body and let out a breath of relief. Damn it, Lam Min has been scared all along. The nearby name raised his hand to observe, but saw nothing. The bell on the punishment god's staff gently moved. The god of punishment steps forward gradually, glances at the staff, then raises it high. The staff slammed into the ground, releasing a powerful wave of magic that gradually spread, leaving everyone stunned. Everyone was stunned as the blinding light enveloped the entire space. The system announced that the embodiment of the god of punishment had established a restricted area. The crowd inside the magic circle panic, trying to break out but to no avail. What the hell is this? The restricted area, the system displays. Unless the creator of the zone lifts it, you are not allowed to leave. The faces of the crowd, gradually turning pale with worry, ask aloud, are we not able to leave? Are we really trapped inside here forever? The system announced that the number of people inside the area has dropped to 50%. They knock on the magic circle wall and beg for help. Please get us out of here. Rumen gazed thoughtfully at the Mitapilutham, pondering. Nearly 300 people have been captured again, right? Someone wonders what that huge orb is. I just feel regretful, I really do, but I couldn't save those 3,000 people anymore. The god of punishment kneels down. In an instant, thousands of swords appear around the god. He turned his head to look elsewhere, smirking slightly. So, it has begun. The people inside this magic circle scream in pain as a barrage of swords rushes toward them, desperately trying to dodge the sharp blades coming their way. Damn it, does it want us to throw these things? It's already hard enough to see with the naked eye. Countless swords continued to emerge from the punishing deity. Cries echoed everywhere as countless bodies fell under the rain of swords within the limited range. After being trapped inside, avoiding the light arrows was almost impossible. The atmosphere grew gloomy. But in other words, as long as you can avoid them, it's not too difficult anymore. Ryumin suddenly left. While everyone is distracted, this is my chance. He looked at the Punisher thoughtfully, just as expected. When hunting humans, it never pays attention to its back. As soon as it drops its shield, I will attack. The spear continues to strike those within the magic circle. Ryumi looked up at the magic wall and briefly considered, then slowly moved closer to the back of the punishment god, thinking he didn't need to worry about it turning around since it no longer had ears. Ryumin tightly grips the scythe in his hand and rushes toward the Punisher god in Mi's mind, 5 meters away. A marking appears on the god's body as he voices out. The sharp scythe of Ryumin points directly at the Punisher god. I have to land the decisive blow with the first strike. The god turns around, eyes wide with shock. He swings the scythe at the punishment god. It's already too late to defend now. The god screamed in pain as streams of water flowed down his head. This move was perfect. Ryumin spun around and slashed another strike into the air. I hit it right in the eye. His foot touches the ground. Ryumin glances at the divine punishment, crying out in agony. He thought to himself, seeing the stamina bar above the god's head, now only at 60%. Thanks to the death seal, a single attack reducing its stamina by 40% wasn't too bad. Ryumin immediately ran off without looking back, probably now setting a limit to find me. The Punisher raises the staff, and the system displays that the Punisher's avatar has set a boundary. He leaps out of the magic circle and looks back, but once it realizes the boundary can't catch anything, it will break the limit. Like lightning, Ryumin charges straight at the punishment god, his sharp eyes fixed on the god's body since he has already taken one of its eyes. Ryumin swung the scythe, unleashing a sharp magic stream straight at the punishment god, so he had to take the other eye as well. The god cried out in pain as more wounds appeared on its body. He gently lands on the ground. The system displays the manifestation of the Punisher's god, establishing a restricted area. The player's stats inside the range have dropped to 50%. Ryumi smirked, thinking it didn't matter. Without eyes, it's just a punching bag, all show and no substance. The god of punishment roared in fury, summoning a barrage of sharp swords. He frowned and thought to himself, it seems like it's trying to lure the light to kill me from all directions. The sword of the punishing god soared into the air, Ryumin standing behind and said, Tuda. Dark magic erupts, swallowing the stunned swords of the punishment god. Ryumi leaps up, swinging her scythe at the god, as light cannot overcome darkness because the system of this world has already been arranged that way. His eyes turned bloodshot as he pointed the scythe at the Punisher and said, It's time to end this. Ryumin decisively swung the scythe at the wing of the Punisher god. The god screamed in agony as one wing fell, and the Punisher god spun around to look at him. Ryumin strikes the god again, swiftly dodging the god of punishment's attacks. Ryumin strikes again, attacking the other wing. The Punisher screams as the remaining wing is taken from him. He gently steps back onto the ground. Ryumin glances at the health bar above the Punisher god, thinking its blood level has also dropped to 10%. He looked at the standing god and ran away, keeping some distance. Now stay back a bit, don't rush to kill it. The entire body of the god of punishment glows. The system notification has been triggered. The final radiant aura of the punishment deity's avatar has been activated. The avatar of punishment is now in an invincible state. Ryumin looked at the dark god and thought, after its health drops below 10%, it will enter this stage. If I had already beheaded it earlier, I wouldn't be able to kill it later. The god of punishment roared in anger, raising his staff to create a series of magic circles. I watched the magical attacks everywhere inside, waiting eagerly. Show me your final effort. The Punisher's staff unleashed countless spells. The system announced, the final 50 seconds of the radiant glow remain as the mad god attacks everywhere, with 30 seconds on the countdown. The god of punishment, with a powerful stance, lowers his staff to the ground, and the system updates to 10 seconds, then 5 seconds. Ryum smirked as he watched the system countdown. 1 second left, and all of the punishment god's magic was drained away. The system displays that the invincibility status has been removed. He immediately charges straight at the god. Ryumin coldly raises the scythe with a sharp gaze like a blade and delivers a decisive strike at the god of punishment. The system keeps notifying, you have defeated the embodiment of punishment. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. Vang tam ngin hai tram, vang tung tem bon ngin mot tram. Ryumin calmly watched the punishment god collapse. The system has confirmed that you are the first to defeat the embodiment of the Punisher god. The challenge system has awarded you the Challenger of the Punisher god title. He watched as the body of the punishment god gradually fell to the ground. The system displayed the challenge of the punishment god. Unlock condition. Become the first to defeat the incarnation of the god of punishment. Reduces 80% damage from divine creatures. 2 items appeared in Ryuman's hands as the system announced you have received the ear refined. For the first time you killed the embodiment of the punishment god. You have been rewarded with ancient language of light for the first time defeating the embodiment of the punishment god. He clenched the 2 items tightly in his hand. The system announced that the ancient language inscription just obtained was automatically engraved onto the player's body. Ryuman looked at the attributes in the system menu and thought, just as I predicted, I received the ear refining. The system shows ear refining type, the item. The high-grade ear has undergone multiple refinements, and you can see the 7-colored light depending on the viewing angle. He ponders that this is the best reason for him to kill the embodiment of the punishment god. He looks at the items in his bag, thinking that he needs E-refinement to create divine-grade items. Ryuman carefully examines the item he just received, and he is also rewarded with the glowing runes. The system shows that the glowing runes effect will increase intelligence by 1, and the divine skills effectiveness will increase by 1% based on level. I realize that at level 30, my intelligence will increase by 30, and the skills effectiveness will go up by 30%. I slightly smile. I won't have to worry about my intelligence anymore from now on. The system has completed the hidden side quest and awarded 3,000 gold. Everyone cheerfully looks at Ryumin saying, "It's done, I made it through." Oh my god. They were all stunned and talking among themselves, eyes fixed on Ryumi, who alone defeated the embodiment of the god of punishment. He's really a monster. Another angel hovered in the air, clasping his hands together as he looked at Ryumin and spoke, acknowledging for the first time the strength of a human. Should I interview you a bit? Why do you want to kill the embodiment of the god of punishment, player? Because I want to stop. Oliver Than frowned, looking at him intently. As long as you survive, you'll be rewarded, but you ignore everything just because you want to, Ryumin replied. I can't just stand by and watch it slaughter all these players. Everyone was stunned to hear him say, he stepped forward to help us. I thought he was so strong that he would be arrogant, but it turns out he's also kind-hearted. His character is really admirable. Oliver the Angel strokes his chin thoughtfully and speaks, stepping forward to help those in need. I've heard that humans are very strange, and it turns out it's true. You can ignore all conflicts and still come together. She gently waved her hand, her voice full of disappointment. I just can't understand. You think you're clever, but what do you know about these selfish angels? Oliver the Angel glanced at the players and coldly said, You've tried hard to survive, but now is not the time to relax. She smirked with a dangerous smile and said, Remember, whether you get eliminated or not, depends on your overall performance. Let's take a look at the results. The system displays the results of Round 3. All dark beasts from level 30 have defeated 3,631 fools, level 13 mages have defeated 982, level 13 dark knights have defeated 963. Currently, 45.5 dark beasts from level 30 have defeated 3,631, and Sang Chun, level 11 knight, has defeated 687. Aaron, level 11 summoner, has defeated 576. Everyone is amazed, eyes fixed on the system leaderboard. Can one person kill over 3,600 monsters? The second place hasn't even reached 1,000, and it says he's level 30. It's true. Is he really crazy? Or did he somehow get more experience points? Ryumin pondered silently. Yes, I did get extra experience points, but I only knew for sure if I topped all the areas. The system announces, Congratulations on completing the mission by ranking first in all areas. Congratulations on completing the mission by ranking first in the current area. Your reward for ranking first in all areas is that Yang chooses a special reward. The system sounds, and your reward for being first in your current area is a rare intermediate ring selection ticket. He keeps tapping the system panel, thinking to himself about the rare mid-level ring ticket. Here it is. The system notifies you that you can choose one of the rings below. Reward. Please tap on the reward you have chosen. The Wind Curse Ring, the Blue Demon Magic Resistance Ring. Rumi selects an item. If you only look at the name, it seems like the weakest. But I will choose the Resistance Ring. The system currently has the Ultra Resistance Ring attribute. Rare level ring with luck effect. 4 resistance, 35 durability, 450 limit for normal level and above. Described as a ring that helps resist negative status effects. Ryumin carefully looked at the item, thinking that knowing her stats didn't matter much, because once she was affected by a harmful status effect, she would definitely die, as resistance doesn't increase with stats. So this is the best choice now. Although I don't need it much right now since most monsters mainly attack and deal damage, and there aren't many negative effects yet. I think the next step is the notification system. You can choose one of the rewards below. Reward. Please tap the reward you choose. The 50% increase only applies to Round B, 4,000 gold. Information about Round B, Ryumin still carefully examines each reward. It's true that there's no badge with a 3 times experience point effect. Anyway, the goal of Round 4 isn't to kill monsters. He reached out and made his selection. Then I will choose option 2, gold. Oliver the Angel clasped his hands together and said cunningly, "So, how did it go? Humans, have you checked your rankings? Those ranked 1,225 and below will be cut." Everyone panickingly pleads for mercy. "Angel, please wait. I think the system is calculating incorrectly. Please check again."
I've killed a bunch of monsters. Monsters, BDM. So why is my ranking so low?
Her eyes flashed with contempt as she said, "Which bugs can't reach the top 1,225 rankings?" Oliver sneered and snapped his fingers, causing them to be eliminated immediately. They screamed in panic and pain as they were engulfed by a stream of magic. "Don't save me!" The system announces that the 3rd round has ended. All survivor areas 2-14007-550. Current area S45.5. Number of survivors 1,225. The soul will be transferred to a body in the current dimension. The next round will begin on November 21st, 2023. Is 3. We will meet again in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. Erin suddenly woke up, sitting up in bed, panting. She looked down at her hand, then touched her face, smiling to herself. "I'm back. I survived through the 3rd round." Erin hurriedly got out of bed, and not only that, she had also achieved the profession of summoner. She smiled and looked up at the winged creature that had just appeared, summoning a fairy spirit. Erin gently smiled as she looked at the winged creature perched on her shoulder. It has always been by her side in every round.
I was able to safely complete the 3rd round thanks to these adorable spirits, creating a shield and because my bodyguard drew the enemy's attention.
There's one more thing. Erin focused intently on the system panel in front of her, silently thinking she was in the top 3. She reached out and took the item from the system menu. Erin held the magic stone in her hand, wondering if Hak Kao would like the magic orb she just received as a reward. Young Min reached out and grabbed the nightlight, then threw it against the wall, shattering it and shouting loudly. Young Min gritted his teeth in fury and roared, "Damn it, system notification has enforced the penalty. All stats reduced by 50% forever." He spun around quickly toward the bed, muttering, "Damn it, if I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have ordered those guys to destroy the relics." The ringing phone startled him. Young Min picked up the phone, his face turning pale as he looked at it. "I'm doomed." Young Min nervously looked at the phone. Seeing Shung Han calling, he thought he was doomed. He picked up the phone to answer. "Ung-an vehicle," a voice shouting from the phone. "Hey, are you crazy?" Ung-an grits his teeth and listens to Wai Onong Min. "How are you guys doing?" He shouted angrily at him. "Don't pretend you don't understand with me. You don't realize that because of you, our lives are basically over? How can you use your authority to order your friends around and then still call yourself a person?" Young Min loudly explained I had no other choice. If I hadn't followed, Hak Kao would have already dealt with me. Hearing that, Sung Han said, "Then you should have just died?" It left him stunned. Angry, he continued to speak harsh words. "Instead of hurting your friends, you might as well just go to sleep." Ai Minin retorted angrily. "You bastard, this isn't fair to me either. Don't you see my stats dropped because I was the regional representative?" Zheng Han immediately couldn't hold back and blamed him, acting as if he's the only one affected while saying we're being exploited by our friends. "If you hadn't gone after the regional representative spot from the start, none of this would have happened. You backstabbing bastard." His voice on the phone seems to be losing composure, leaving Yang Min speechless. He nervously calls Kim Seung, but he doesn't listen and firmly declares, "Don't ever call me again. Whether it's in this world or the other, just act like you don't know I'm here. Because if I see this face again, I'll lose it and kill you." Looking at the phone in his hand, he sighed helplessly and kept dialing other numbers. "I haven't done anything wrong to deserve this. I'm also a victim here." In his mind, he planned to call others to crush that bastard, but the phone announced the number was unreachable, surprising him. Before the message finished, Young Min angrily threw the phone away. "Please call back later." He was cursing those bastards. Then he stood silently, lost in thought. That's right, friends. I don't need to interfere. Everyone has their own life. Did he say something? That if he sees me again, he'll kill me? Do you want to fight me or what? Then anger flared, teeth clenched tightly. "Next time you try to meet me, I'll kill all of you." A voice echoed from a hotel. "Come in, Unit Chief Ann." a voice called out. You survived and came back again this time. And Sang-chun bowed his head and replied, I've met you. I told him while sitting comfortably at the desk, asking him, Your butt might be a bit tricky. Are you okay? He replied. Yes, I didn't have much difficulty. Maybe it's because the monsters have weakened. Gi Oak continues to investigate. What level are you at? Do you have a class yet? Sang-chun politely replied, Sir, I am level 11. My profession is knight. Oh, and S. Aaron is at the same level as me. He added that her profession was different. She is a summoner. This surprised Gon. Summoner. He spoke up. That's amazing.
I didn't think that was an ordinary profession. Sang-chun raised his hand to explain, and I was also very surprised.
After changing her profession, she summoned a fairy spirit to create a barrier. Thanks to her, I was able to hunt safely. Loksan thought for a moment and then praised him. Well done. He happily said you can keep your relationship with actress Seo as it is now. If you like, you can date her. Hearing that, he was confused. Dating her? What do you mean by that? He chuckled softly and explained, I just mean that dating makes it easier to discover each other's flaws. I don't mean serious dating with her. Sang-chun wondered, should I date her or not? Seeing him like that, he happily laughed and said, It's been a long time since I saw you so flustered. He said if it's too complicated, then you don't need to bother. I see, I understand now. Anyway, S. Aaron doesn't like me either, said Mr. Locke curiously. Why not? You're trustworthy and so manly. He replied, She still cares a lot about me and still calls me her bodyguard. He was indifferent. I see. He set that issue aside and crossed his legs, asking, So what is the urgent report you want to give me? He asked, tense, lowering his head. First of all, I want to apologize to you. He asked why. Sang-chun honestly admits his mistake. I failed to carry out your Black Hook assistance order. I also couldn't relay your message to him. He said casually, So that's how it is? You probably have your reasons, right? He replied. Yes, here's how it is. Then the two sit down to listen to Chun explain. He fell silent, focusing on his story. After hearing everything, he put his hand to his mouth in thought, an embodiment of the god of punishment. It sounds like a strong opponent, so Hakkao has killed it. Sang-chun said, Yes. He used an overwhelming skill to deal with it, as if he already knew how to win. He hesitated before sharing his impression. Hakkao seems like someone who doesn't need anyone's help. Mr. Locke pondered seriously. So his stats truly exceeded our expectations, so powerful that I feel ashamed for thinking I was strong enough with the Dark Knight language. His eyes turned yellow with anticipation. Hakkao, if I get the chance, I want to meet him. Then he said, You had your reasons, so I won't hold you responsible. Sang-chun kept apologizing, saying, I'm sorry, as he casually sipped his drink, dismissing the matter. Enough already. What's the result of tracking down those thugs? He reports what he knows to him. The first guy's nickname is Hwang Yong-min. If that is his real name, there are dozens of people with the same name across the country. But if he is in his 20s and lives in Seoul, it would narrow down to about 5 people. What if Mr. Locke asks about their location? He awkwardly said the detective agency said it would take a month to determine their home address. He sighed in disappointment. A month? Then we won't know until after the 4th round. He pours him a drink. Yeah, there's no rush, so we can take our time. He wondered how much gold you managed to get. He replied, About 10,000 gold. Mr. Locke thought for a moment, and then reminded him, You're halfway there. There is a common skill called tracking in the shop, so after earning 20,000 gold, remember to learn it right away. Sang-chun listens wisely. Got it? Then he immediately remembered something else and reported it. Excuse me, sir, I was a bit distracted and forgot to tell you that last month an investor bought a large amount of your company's shares. He wondered. Which company? Are you talking about my company? He quickly replied. The Van Tien Ma company is the one you are currently focusing on. He casually remembered and noted how many % of shares that person owned when he set the glass of wine down on the table. Sang-chun revealed, Don't be too surprised, it's up to 31%. He was stunned. What? Someone who bought up to 31% of the shares? He confirmed yes. When I saw the screen, I couldn't believe my eyes either. He thought, Tien Ma Consulting Company has a market value of 900 billion. So 31% means that person invested 280 billion. Someone with that much money? His eyes turned gold as he focused on his thoughts. Which wealthy person is this that I don't know, or is this something my friends did? Then Mr. Locke reached out for the phone and asked, Unit Leader Ann, what is the contact information for this major shareholder? Someone else is also holding a phone, waiting anxiously. It's Riem Min, eager to contact me. I can't call him first. As a major shareholder, I have to keep my dignity. Suddenly, Rai hurriedly burst through the door. Hey, what level are you at? It startled him and made him drop his phone on the ground. He painfully sat up and asked, Why are you suddenly asking me that? Ryu hurriedly said, There's this kid who's super arrogant and keeps bragging that your level is really high. Hamhuk told me that they keep mocking me and saying that he just reached level 11 and got a job. Ryu Min sighed helplessly. Level 11, so I'm higher than that, so don't worry. Ryu looked suspicious. Really? So what level are you? He hesitantly placed his hand on his neck, pondering what to say to her. If I tell the truth, I might get into a lot of trouble. So I lied and said I was level 12. Ryu was excited. Is that really true? You must also have a profession, right? You said of course. What is it that makes Ryu excited and curious? What is it? What is your profession? But Ryu Min firmly pulled the blanket over himself and lay down. A secret. This makes Ryu feel disappointed. Come on, we're friends, so there shouldn't be any secrets. He replied indifferently. Of course I do. Go outside, I need to sleep a little more. Ryu pouted and stepped out. All right. He slammed the door shut. At that moment, Ryu Min's phone rang. He took it in his hand. It's here. He sat up and answered the phone. Hello. Is that you, Ryu Min, speaking from the phone? Yes, that's right. Who are you? The person on the line introduces himself as Mayan Rock, the CEO of Tianma Consulting. Hearing that, he smiled thoughtfully, thinking that at first he should pretend to be naive. The more he seemed like an easy target, the more likely he was to lower his guard. Ryu Min said hello. Mr. Locke cheerfully asked, You invested a fortune in our company last month, didn't you? Are you pretending not to know? Yes, what's going on? He wants to meet with me? So you have become the largest shareholder of Tianma Consulting, so I want to meet you. I want to treat you to a meal. He said, okay, he was happy. Great then. He has arranged a meeting with you. So what about this Friday? Ruin checks his schedule. This Friday is very important for acquiring the internal thought language, so I already have plans that day and can't make it. What about Saturday? He immediately agreed. All right, see you, Spirit. He crossed his arms with a bit of curiosity. All right, I knew Magion Rock would call. In the end, he established the Heavenly Demon Consulting Company so he could be recognized by his father. There's no way he would treat a major shareholder poorly. Ryu Min is excited. I should go get the runes I need before meeting Magok. In another dimension, there are many ways to obtain ancient scripts. They can be found in certain places and during specific events, or they could be special rewards. They might also drop from boss monsters after you defeat them, or from regular monsters in some rare cases, but it can still happen. But Ryu Min realized and knew that not many people are aware of this method, which is that you can also find ancient words in real life. He stepped into a large warehouse and climbed the stairs, knowing that, of course, the conditions for the ancient words to appear are a bit complicated. He hid in a corner, thinking that soon Jiang Son would appear here. Ryu Min, feeling annoyed, remembered that the nickname Jiang Seokoyun was also his real name. I will never forget this name because he is the criminal who cornered my brother. I still remember his voice very clearly. When he cornered Ruman, he asked if he wanted to see it and then threatened him by pressing a knife to his neck. So there has to be a price to pay. Give me the hidden information that others don't know. At that moment, he tried to explain. What kind of nonsense is this? How could I possibly know any of that? He laughed when he heard that from me. Then he turned back and glared at Ryu Min, saying, Don't lie to me, you're a fake reincarnation. I was stunned. How could he know? As you wonder how I knew, Jiang Seon approached and said, You're curious why I know, right? I have a mind-reading spell. I used it to check your brother's thoughts. Of course, I also know what you're thinking right now. Then he lay motionless in a pool of blood on the ground, while I helped Raiwan walk away. Since that incident, I have been seeking revenge against Jiang Seon from the 11th regression until now. That's why my purpose no longer carries any personal grudge. But then he put on the mask, his eyes filled with determination. I will get the ancient language of inner thoughts from that guy. The door of the warehouse immediately swung open, and Seon entered carrying a woman. It was the same place from today. He threw her onto the mattress on the floor, then peeled the tape off her mouth and said, I'll take the tape off, so don't scream, got it? As soon as the tape was removed, she fearfully begged, Please spare me, I'm begging you. He just boredly points and tells her to speak, that's all I'll let you say. Try saying something different. Seon held the tapes in her hand and frowned. Help me, I have a young child, I'll give you money. I don't want to hear that petty nonsense. That only makes the woman tremble in fear. Sorry, I'm sorry. He threw away the tape and asked, What are you sorry for? The woman knelt down, clasped her hands, and replied, You did this because the other day my gaze at you was very inappropriate, right? I am very sorry. I am. Hearing that, he stepped forward to confront him. Yes? Why did you do something you feel guilty about?
I was in a really bad mood that day, did you know?
2 nights ago, Seon was wandering the streets. As he walked, he thought to himself, today, which girl should I pick? I feel like just one woman can help me forget all my problems. Then he noticed a pretty girl. He turned to look at her back and followed her into an alley, looking around. Seeing no one around, Seokyun hurriedly approached the girl, instantly appearing to block her path, leaving her stunned. He used his hand to make her eyes seem normal, causing her to panic. My eyes? I can't see anything. Her belongings and buttons fell to the ground along with her screams. Hey, who are you? Chi-han. After doing something bad, he left her behind, feeling pleased with himself. He really enjoys it. Right now I feel like doing whatever I want. I'm so happy. I used to be in a reform center. My life was so boring. I wouldn't mind dying. Then one day he found the ancient language, a glowing script that can make the body shine and blind opponents. For him, this is a new source of joy. This ancient language is perfect for me to find happiness. He walks into a shop where a woman greets him warmly, welcoming him. Soon smirked mischievously. She's quite pretty. He approached the counter to order his drink.
Give me a large iced Americano, she politely replies. Yes, your order is 5,000 gold.
He paid and then probed. So you're a part-time employee here?
I'm a regular customer here, but you're not the staff I usually see. She forced a smile and replied, Oh, so you're a regular. I'm really sorry, I didn't know. All the part-time staff have already left. You know that, right?
Now the world has become really strange. Hearing that, he thought it made sense. They could die at any moment, so there's no way they would waste time working part-time. Seokyun started a conversation while she was preparing drinks.
Are you the owner of this shop? She replied.
That's right. He asked further, How old are you? You look quite young, she replied. I am 32 years old. Learning her age, he chuckled happily. So you're not just playing around, are you? She replied, Yes, I'm very glad too. Then he approached her directly and said, I'd like your phone number. I like you. That left her quite confused. Seeing her look uncomfortable, he asked quietly, What's wrong? Then showed his displeasure. Why are you making that face? Do you hate my face that much? She's confused? He shouted loudly. Do you think my face with those spots is disgusting? Seokyun angrily punched the table and cursed. She's really annoying.
I didn't drink that coffee, so give me my money back.
You're disgusting. Seeing his attitude, the woman hesitated and nervously handed the money back to him. Here is the money Juan paid you. Immediately, he snatched the bill back with a rude attitude. Seon stormed out of the shop furious, angry that her beauty made her look down on others and judge them unfairly. In a fit of anger, he decided, I'll make you pay for looking down on me with that damn look. Then, waiting for her to step out of the shop, he struck her unconscious with a stick. Back in the present, she could only kneel and beg him. I am sorry. He scolds the woman. Don't look down on others just because of their appearance. Do you understand? Oh, she listens obediently. Yes, I won't do that again. Suddenly, Seokyun turned away, showing displeasure. This won't do. You're not sincere. Then he pushed the woman down and grabbed her hands. You think I don't know? You're just pretending to apologize to get out. She kept begging. Please, just let me go. Let me go. A figure appears in the distance. He raises his hand toward the woman with a sinister smile. Don't you admit your mistake now. If you know what you did, then pay for your mistakes. She struggled and screamed.
I was wrong. Is it okay that I take the blame? While he was smugly touching the woman, so stay there.
The figure approaching them is getting closer. A voice echoes. You stay there, understand? Hearing Seokyun's voice, he shivered in surprise. He was confused and suspicious. What the hell is this? I thought there was no one here. Is he a detective? Mr. Dick, yes. He spun around loudly. Who the hell is it? That voice simply replied calmly, Don't swear. Rhea Min appeared with a scythe in hand and announced, Anyway, you'll be shouting and cursing a lot later. What is that huge sickle? And there's also the white mask. He sneered and said to him, You crazy idiot. Do you think this is a place for you to play with toys? Ryu raised the scythe and said, Looks like you still don't understand the situation. Do you think this looks like a toy? He swung the sickle fiercely, and he started to worry. Wait a moment. Then he spoke up. Is this real? Are you a player? He sneered at him. How stupid. What do you think? Then he looked at the woman and said, This lady can leave now. This is her only chance. Seon turned back and shouted at her. Who said that? A loud noise echoed on the ground. That is Rumen stomping the ground and rushing toward him. He grabs the handle of the sickle and drives it straight into his groin. Seum, overwhelmed with pain, collapses to his knees, screaming and cursing, and he calmly stands in front of him and says, I told you you'd curse a lot, didn't I?
Riemann turned to the woman. Go ahead, leave this guy to me. She gratefully thanked him. Thank you. As she ran away, he swung the sickle down to the ground and said, Now it's just the two of us left, right? Ryo-min smiled at Seokyun. Now, the real game begins. He angrily grabbed the sickle from the ground, stood up and cursed, Damn you! I'll kill you! I'll kill you, you bastard! He stood still, watching him provoke. Your attitude is something else. If you gave up too soon, where's the fun in that? He shouted, You bastard! How dare you laugh in my face! Then Seiyun swung his knife wildly to attack, but he dodged all of them. He kept attacking relentlessly, starting to lose strength and feeling confused inside. What the hell is this? Did he dodge all my attacks? While dodging his strikes, he glanced at the dagger. I didn't expect you to still carry Gopli's dagger. Then he swung the scythe hard, cutting his arm. Seiyun screamed in pain as his arm was severed. Seeing this, Ryu-min put one hand in his pocket and asked if it hurt. Seeing him trembling and clutching his arm, he said, I haven't even started yet. Then he moved with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he dashed past and cut off Seiyun's other arm. Hearing his screams, he coldly said, Look at your overreaction. At this moment, he was so terrified that his whole body was trembling, thinking that if he stayed like this, he would be killed. If he wanted to stay alive and escape from here, he had to blind his dog-like opponent. Then he used his power to create a light that blinded others, telling the arrogant brat to die. But suddenly he froze. Seiyun was confused. What was happening? Why isn't it working? Ryu-min looked at him silently, trying to shine as much as he wanted, but it was all useless. Tu-da does not allow any source of light to exist. He had planned this in advance. I knew he would use this move, so I had already unleashed the Death Knight skill and smiled. The weak will perish. In his mind, he decided that even without Tu-da, he would still cut off the wrists and ankles of that guy first. Immediately, he swung the scythe. Ryu-min decisively severed Seokyun's 2 legs, and he collapsed with a piercing scream. With fear and pain, he shed tears and questioned him. You devil, why are you treating me like this? Why? He spoke up. Why? At the same time, the sickle also moved. It stabbed straight into his thigh. Ryu-min pulled back the scythe and asked in return, Then why do people exterminate pests? Then he answered his own question, saying that letting them live only causes harm. Each word he spoke was like a stab into his body, but Seiyun remained defiant, cursing wildly. Damn it, you crazy bastard. Seeing that, he said to see how long you can keep that attitude. Then there was blood everywhere and screams filling the room. Seohu lay face down on the floor, covered in stab wounds, wondering, Damn it, why is this guy doing this to me? What grudge do I have against him? He's resentful. This is really unfair. This is so damn unfair. He bit his lip, hesitating. Should he just end it all instead of enduring the... Tears streamed down his face. He clenched his eyes shut, ready to bite his tongue and die. Fine then, just die already. But then Ryu-min's scythe pressed against Seiyun's neck, surprising him. He looked up at him with suspicion. With cold eyes, he looked down. What's wrong? Planning to bite your tongue and die? You think I'm just going to let you go like that? I declare that you won't die until you're on your knees, begging me to set you free. Then the scythe swung down on him once again. It kept swinging continuously over every part of Seiyun's body. His face turned pale from the torture. I have to make this pain stop. His lips trembled as he said, Kill me. Please. Ryu-min stood watching and asked, What did you say? He begged you, Kill me, please. He wondered, Are you serious? Seiyun, still lying on the ground, begged, Please kill me. He sighed and, slinging the scythe over his shoulder, asked him, You don't know why I have to go this far, do you? Anyway, you and I are complete strangers, but Ryu reveals that in fact we can't really be considered total strangers. Jang Seo-hyun, listen, we have met before. Seiyun was stunned. Does he know my name? He's curious. Don't tell me you're involved with that woman. He turned away and replied, No, I'm not involved with her at all. He wondered why then Ryu-min said, You corner my younger brother, he's bishwashiri, and threatened me to make me tell you hidden information. Seiyun, not knowing anything, asked, Did I do that? But I don't. He replied calmly, Of course you don't remember anymore. Anyway, that's a matter for the future. He added, For me, this is already in the past. If I don't intervene now, you'll acquire the ancient language of inner thoughts. Hearing that, he still didn't understand at all. The language of inner thoughts. Ryu-min told him that there is a hidden language here. Do you know the condition for it to appear? It happens when you hear the genuine voice of someone else. He was still naive, a genuine voice. He explained, The voice comes from the heart, sincere and genuine. He looked down on him.
If I hadn't shown up here, you would have raped and threatened that woman.
Then she will use her sincere voice to beg you to spare her. Mei will gain the ancient language of inner thoughts and use it to commit even more crimes.
Seon remained silent in the face of his accusations. This has been proven many times through my regressions.
And even if not for that, your 12 previous convictions already prove you're a damn bastard who deserves to die. He begged, if I deserve to die, then please just kill me quickly.
But he refused. No, I won't touch you. He stunned him by not ending the pain immediately. He raised the handle of the scythe. Ryum Mini hit him hard across Seo Kyun's mouth so he couldn't speak. He looked at him with pure hatred. What do you think I've been doing all this time? I've been waiting for you to stop breathing on your own. He was in pain but couldn't beg. I told him to kill me quickly. This hurts so much. Didn't you want to hear the ancient language of inner thoughts? Didn't you want to hear the true voice coming from my heart? He closed his eyes tightly, feeling the pain. Then why did you stop me from speaking? Why wouldn't I let you speak? He read his thoughts and replied that it was because I wanted to test the inner thoughts of the ancient language. Seon widened his eyes. What the heck? He said indifferently, sorry, but I got the ancient rune. Don't you remember begging me to kill you sincerely, from your very heart? When he was in pain from being dismembered, I felt the rune react to your true voice.
At this moment, the system notifies you that making the target use their true voice has fulfilled the activation condition. You have discovered the hidden inner thought ancient language here.
The ancient script hovered glowing before him. The system announced, the ancient script will automatically engrave itself onto the player's body. Inner thought language. The ability to read the thoughts of the target in front of you. If you observe the target, you can briefly glimpse their intentions within their mind. You can only read when you are within 30 meters of the target, then it disperses into fragments and merges into Ruman's body. He calmly said, I just want to check how it is, and as you can see, ancient language is very effective. Hearing that, he couldn't respond, only thinking to himself, you have what you want, so please just kill me.
I can't kill you that easily.
Then it's unfair to your victims. The last thing Seon could think of was that damn demon, his body no longer moving at all. He stood up, looking at the motionless body, thinking the guy was dead with no witnesses. But he needed to clean up this mess using the skill he had just learned. So Ruman used the trace erasure skill, which erased all traces at the scene, including the body, blood, fingerprints, and footprints. Then everything was covered by a blue light. Watching that light gradually erase everything he knew, he was sure it was effective. It's best not to leave a mess behind. After achieving your goal, Ruman takes off his mask and gets ready for the next plan. Now I have what I wanted. I should go see Mag tomorrow. In the morning in the city center, seeing Ruman dressed sharply, Ryu was surprised and looked at him curiously. Hey, you're going on a date today. Why are you denying it and putting your hand in your shirt instead of calling it a date? Ryu W normally doubts if he ever dresses seriously like this. He said it's because it's an important occasion. He's about to meet with a business partner. Ryu W is stunned and steps forward to probe. He plans to venture into the business sector. Ryu Min didn't reply, only nodded and pressed his phone. Ryu scratched his head anxiously, thinking that just the day before he had invested all his money in stocks, and now he was going into business. What if he fails? He will be very sad. Seeing his younger brother's thoughts, he let out a relieved sigh. Instead of worrying about their finances, he's actually worried about himself. So cute. Then he confidently smiled and said, if this meeting goes well, I will tell you all the details. You don't need to worry. You trust your older brother, right? Ryu immediately replied, do you trust me? Otherwise, who else would I believe if not you? Rumin reminds, just wait here for me. It's very dangerous outside right now. It's all caused by the other players. He hesitated before following Ryu Min out of the room. Yes, I saw the news. They use their abilities to commit crimes. I also heard that abroad they are having issues with criminals using their powers to escape from prison, Ryumi said seriously. Yes, if the age is appropriate, even criminals are given the chance to become players. He knows that players are getting stronger while the population decreases with each win, so if nothing changes, that would be strange. He also remembers that later on, there will be a period when ordinary people are hunted like animals and treated as slaves, which is when the players reach the peak of their power. Therefore, Ruman was very determined. Before the world turned into such a chaotic place, I needed to become strong enough to dominate everything and elevate the reputation of HCK as a whole. I told Rugon to be careful if he goes out. Rugon listened and nodded. All right. When will you tell me about your business? But you only call it a secret, which makes Ryun very curious. I'm so curious. He gently pinched Rug's cheek and reminded him to be very careful. I'll tell you soon, so stop fussing. Just wait here and order your food first. Buy something more expensive than black bean noodles. Got it? Hey, I got it already. Ruin stands in front of a grand hotel, looking around. Just as I guessed, he's meeting me here. Just like in football, the home team has the advantage. He stepped inside the places Jeon Locke chose for lunch meetings. Officially, it's part of the Osun group, but in reality, it's one of Jeon Locke's hotels. Of course, this is top secret information. Probably only I know the truth about this. I walked to the reception desk. Not many others, maybe only his relatives know as well. I have to use this information to make myself seem more valuable in his eyes. I pretend to look around innocently. First, I need to portray the right image of myself. The more innocent I look, the better. Guo pretends to be shy and says, "Hello, I am here for an appointment." I was told to go to the reception desk. The professional receptionist asked, "Are you here for the appointment with the president of Tianma Consulting?" He answers, "That's right." She stepped out and led Rumen. "The chairman will be here soon, so while we wait, you can sit over there." He bowed and smiled. "All right, thank you, miss." He sat down and kept looking around as if everything was unfamiliar. Perfect. Now, I just need to sit still for a bit and pretend to be a country bumpkin who just came to the city. He looked up at the fancy lamp and said loudly, "That lamp is so cool," a person approaching asked. "You're Ryu, right? I think you finally arrived." Ryu Min quickly stood up. "Yes, sir." Seeing that he seemed quite surprised, Han Sang-chun reached out his hand and asked, "Have we met before?" "At the Galleria Long-Term Hotel," he admits. "That's right. I think we met when I was giving out rice cakes after moving in. You were with actress S. Aaron." He bowed his head politely. "Yes, I apologize for my inappropriate behavior at that time." Sang-chun was stunned. He looked not even 20 years old. This kid is actually a major shareholder who invested $280 billion. From his attitude, Rumen understood what he was thinking. He's definitely suspicious of me. It's hard to believe someone so young could have so much money, so his reaction is pretty normal. He scratches his neck and tries to seem friendly. "It's okay, we're not exactly close anyway. I didn't expect the CEO of the Heavenly Demon Consulting Company to live right above me." Sang-chun nervously explained, "Please don't get me wrong, I'm not the chairman." He placed his hand on his chest and introduced himself. "Sorry for the late introduction. I am in Sang-chun, the unit leader. The chairman will arrive a bit later, so I went ahead." He pointed and said, "Let's go inside and wait." He replied, "Okay, go into Sang-chun's room so I can sit alone at the table and then step outside. Please wait here for me for a moment." He bowed and left, then took out his phone to send a message. He messaged saying, "Mr. Chairman, I personally met with him and he couldn't have invested that amount of money himself. Someone must have told him to go on his behalf, so please be careful." Rumen sat inside, feeling proud, I guessed right. He told him to come early and get a good impression first. For such an important meeting, there's no way a meticulous person like Ma Jeon Locke would arrive late by chance. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps entering drew his attention. "Hello. I am Ma Jeon Locke, chairman of Tianma Consulting Company." He reached out to shake hands. I took his hand and introduced myself. "I am Rumen." He politely invited you to sit. You sat down and replied, "Yes, unit leader On, you will sit next to me." He replied, "Yes." Ryu Min sat down, thinking to himself he intended for An Sang-chun to join this meeting. Without asking for his opinion, it seemed he wanted to take the initiative. Mr. Locke started the conversation, saying, "Let's eat first before discussing anything. I prepared Korean dishes. I hope they suit your taste." Then a line of people brought in dishes of food. Looking at the exquisite delicacies on the table, he tried to appear delighted. In such a luxurious hotel, everything is exquisite. Then Rumen picked up some food and ate while praising it. "The food is really good. Take your time, Mr. Locke. Seeing that you like it, I feel at ease." With the way he behaves, he probably thinks that Commander An is right, that he's still too young to invest $280 billion on his own. Even if he has that much money, he probably doesn't have the guts to do it. He's definitely working with someone. Locke started to wonder who sent him here. Was it his brothers or himself? He decided he just needed to find out the truth and started to probe. The first time I saw him, I was really surprised. "Ru, I didn't expect our major shareholder to be so young. May I ask how old you are?" He replied, "I am 20 years old." Hearing that, his face showed quite a bit of surprise. He appeared normal, but his face showed a hint of confusion. "I'm 29. It's really great to meet someone my own age." He replied, "Yes, I also feel very happy." He continued to ask, "So why at this age can you earn such a large amount of money?" "You're the son of a wealthy family." Rumen looked at him, and he was straightforward. He waved his hand and laughed. "No way, I'm just an ordinary student. Until a few months ago. I was curious about him until a few months ago." He replied, "That's right." "Have you been watching the news lately?" He is asking if Rumen asked him, "Did you see the news about the person who won the lottery 4 times in a row and suddenly became a millionaire?"
He replied, I saw that news. It's me, it's me. I am the one who won the lottery 4 times in a row. He was stunned. How could that be? It's hard to believe. Are you really the winner who appeared on the news a few months ago? He admits. Yes. Noticing something unusual, he asked, according to the news, the total prize money is only about 60 billion. How did you make 280 billion? I invested a little in Bitcoin. Bitcoin, that's all there is to it, he replied politely. Yes. He continued to ask. You really are unbelievable. What made you invest 60 billion into Bitcoin? I don't think I could do something like that. Sang-chun looked at Rumen. It seems you're very lucky, he replied. It's not luck, Sang-chun remembered. That's right. I remember an article saying that you claimed the numbers on the lottery ticket came from your dreams. If that's not lucky, then you casually told me you didn't dream about it. This only makes them more curious. So how is that possible? He turned to Jian Lok, thinking this was the only way to gain his acceptance and make him side with him. I am being mysterious. This is the first time I've revealed this to anyone. But I have an ancient language that lets me see the future. This all leaves them in disbelief and confusion. Ryuman continued to reveal, this ancient language allows me to see events from a few years in the future. In other words, he calmly said, I am a seer who can see the future. Sang-chun and Jianlok looked at him in confusion, wondering what he had just heard, while he sat stiffly, thinking to himself, what is this little prophet talking nonsense about? He asked him again, do you seriously mean that? He placed both hands on the table, looking very confident. Why would I have to lie to you? He quickly asked. So is it true that you won the lottery because you used ancient language to see the future? He cheerfully explained, yes, that's also why I invested in Bitcoin to grow richer. Thanks to seeing the future, I could confidently invest all my money there. He looked at him skeptically and asked, if you don't mind, could you prove it to me? If possible, try to guess what I will do next. He paused for a moment to think. Then it's easy to predict what he will do next, because I can read his mind. But to prevent potential disaster, it's best to set limitations on my abilities now. I put my hand on my chest and said solemnly, I am sorry, but I cannot freely use this power. It will activate automatically in an unexpected way and beyond my control. He thought silently. It's understandable that she can see the future with such limitations. So you're just going to pick up your glass of water and drink? Suddenly, Gonlok remembered something and called his cousin Rumi. So about your investment of 280 billion into our company. Yes, I know that the Tianma Consulting Company will develop very strongly in the future, so I invested in it. He asked curiously, how strong is the FA's growth you mentioned? Riam Min then explained, within a half a year, you can make it onto the Kospi list without any issues. Hearing this, he was delighted, his eyes shining brightly. He restrained himself and quietly calculated that if that were true, it would be perfect. Not only would he gain his father's approval, but he could also sit in the chairman's seat. It seems he got a bit too excited just because of some unverified information, and he was so happy. He was eating food while speaking and continued. But if you want to succeed, you have to completely change the business model. Sang-chun, hearing this, looked stunned and asked, what do you mean by business model? He slammed his hand on the table and shouted angrily, that request is really unreasonable. At this moment, you're telling us to change our business. Just let him say we should change the company name, too. Seeing him lose his temper, he quickly stepped in. Unit leader On, despite everything, he remains very calm as he picks up food. Since the business type will change, of course, the name will have to change too. You're joking with him like that, he got even angrier. Are you serious? He showed a displeased expression. Do you still think I am joking at this point? Since both of you are players, you should understand that revealing your secret language to others can be very damaging and disadvantageous to yourself. Hearing that, the two of them froze up. They calmed down and listened as he said, I have already considered that issue, but still decided to reveal my ancestral language to you as a major shareholder and business partner who will work together in the future. Because I want to help the company grow. He looked straight at him. If not, then why would I invest 280 billion here? For the company to succeed, you have to cooperate with me. Chairman Sang-chun looked at his boss with a bit of worry. Are you not believing what he said? He sighed. Looks like you no longer believe in my abilities. He looked at him with annoyance. Honestly, I don't believe it. Unit Chief On, have you ever wondered why I moved right below the penthouse apartment? Don't tell me you think it's just a coincidence that it made him angry, but you can't do anything about it. He turned to Chun. Wait a minute. Below the penthouse apartment. Hey, Unit Leader On, what does he mean? The apartment below yours? Sir, just about 2 months ago, Rumine moved into the apartment below the penthouse of actor S. Aaron. He continued, yes, that was a few days after I gained the ability to see the future. I'm not satisfied, and said sharply, Unit Chief On, why am I only learning about this now? He quickly explained, I thought this wasn't important until today.
He sat up straight, worriedly thinking that if it was January back then, it would be before he invested in Bitcoin. He looked at him, eating, and wondered, so he moved into a house near someone connected to the company he was about to invest in? Unless he can see the future, he wouldn't be able to do that. He secretly deduced that it must be because he knew I was supporting S. Aaron. He silently concluded, that's right, but it's still not enough. He sneered, it seems he still doesn't trust me. So here's the thing. He stops eating and says seriously, the hotel we're staying at is your property, right?
Chairman Ma Jianlok, as for your identity, you are the eldest son of the Ung Corporation.
The Tianma Consulting Company was secretly established to seek your father's approval, am I right?
Sang Chun, upon hearing this, stood up and shouted in his face, Hey, you! Who are you?
How did you get information that only his relatives would know? Before he could finish speaking, he was stopped by him. Calm down, Unit Chief On. He sighs to regain his composure. I apologize. He looks unhappy, his hand revealing his worry. Yes, everything you said is correct. He looks serious, but if you say you learned these things by seeing the future, it's still not enough to convince me. As Unit An said, any of my relatives would know this information. He looked directly at him and said, honestly, I suspect you are a third party sent here to trap me. And in this situation, you still suggest I trust you and change my business plan, he said with a rather calm tone. Even if I didn't say it explicitly, you must have known my answer, right? All of this seems really unreasonable. I chuckled softly and said, I also want to believe that your foresight language exists to help our company grow, because who wouldn't want to believe that? He also used hand gestures to help me understand. But what you're telling me sounds very hard to believe. Rumen, thank you for your investment in our company, but I need to hold a shareholders meeting to review this proposal, he said confidently. Of course, you will be the one to convince them. And then he stood up, bowed to him. Sorry, I couldn't be of any help. So I'll go ahead now. You look serious. Please, wait a moment. Sir, Chairman. He sat down and asked, do you have anything else to say? He lowered his face and thought, is this really the only way? Then he pointed and said, so here's the deal. I will give you the information about the 4th round. He asked back, puzzled. Yes, classical language allowed me to see the future and all the details about the 4th round.
I know what tragedy will happen. This information should be enough to prove my abilities.
Sang Chun bowed his head to him.
I apologize, Chairman. I was a bit too aggressive earlier and shouted in front of you.
He was holding his phone, waved his hand, and cheerfully said, it's okay. You did that because you care about me.
He hesitated and asked, can I tell you something I just remembered?
He replied, just say what you want to say. He expressed all his thoughts.
Honestly, I really doubt Rumen. He might be able to see the future. If he had such abilities, he could stay silent and enjoy a comfortable life himself. So why would he want to help us?
He started showing an unhappy expression. Weren't they saying they wanted to grow together with the company? It seems he wants to make more money. He put his hand on his chin and asked, what is his reason for doing this?
If he has 280 billion won, that's already a huge amount of money. He can relax and not have to work for the rest of his life.
Sang Chun is trying to persuade him. That probably still isn't enough for him. Human greed is endless. Even so, it's still too dangerous. And whether such incredible ancient language really exists remains a doubt. He slowly replied, I agree with that. But he placed his hand on his chest and said, if he truly is a seer who can see the future, then we need to make him our ally. He stood up and said, just think about how useful it would be if we always had information about the next round and could prepare in advance. If we could also help the company grow during that time, it would be considered a benefit. He wanted to ask further, but does he really believe he's the seer? He asked back, about that, huh? He smiled happily and said, we just have to wait and see, right? Riam Min went outside, lost in thought as he walked. He looked around and thought to himself that after the 4th round ends, he will be sure that he is the prophet. He was overthinking himself, but he didn't reveal any important information to him, like the side quests or how to climb the leaderboard. He imagines again the scene of the 3 of them sitting at the dining table earlier. The 4th round's task isn't to kill monsters. Instead, there will be a massacre among the players, and I can't let my guard down at any moment. Rumen puts his hands in his pockets and thinks seriously. That should be enough to prove he's a fairy. He reasons intelligently, and then their attitude towards him will change. They will treat him well and try to protect him because he is a Tianqi. He thought for a moment and looked into the distance. Having the fairy spirit on your side is always better than siding with others. Ryu Min picks up his phone, now that he's playing the role of the fairy. Should he go all the way in the future? Then he starts typing something on the keyboard. So first I should contact someone.
On the pedestrian street, July is running desperately and thinking I'll be late if this keeps up. The traffic light turns red. Worried about being late, she silently says, come on, turn green." She looked puzzled at the red car. What's going on with that car? It's blocking the storefront now. What kind of person is so careless? The window of that car slowly rolled down. He called out loudly to Julie. She saw it and was panic-stricken. "Room in. The traffic light has turned green." She quickly walks over to him. She moved closer to the car. "Is this your car?" He cheerfully said, "Sorry for stopping right in front of the store. You go inside. While we talk, let's take a quick drive around." Julie is still surprised. "Okay." The car starts moving. It looks really cool from the outside. She shyly told him, "This is the first time I've ever sat in a car like this." He smiled and replied, "Me too. I just bought this car, so you understand now." "I see." She looked at him and asked, "How much does a car like this cost?" He replied while focusing on driving, "Not much, around 900 million. She nervously repeated, 900 million is not much. Please, just forget it. Do you know how many convenience stores I could open with 900 million? You say it like it's nothing to you. Compared to the amount I won from the lottery, this isn't really that much, is it?" Then she silently thought, "That's right, isn't it? Min has become rich. I have 60 billion now, and I just feel like we're living in two different worlds." Suddenly she blushed and felt a bit shy, like she was on a date. As she was thinking, he said something that startled her. "To be honest, I have something I want to confess to you." She blushed, broke out in a sweat, and stammered, "Confess." He quickly explained, "It's nothing strange, so don't misunderstand." "You think it's a misunderstanding?" "No way I am." She thought to herself that she just wanted to find a hole to hide in. She waved her hand and asked again, "So what do you want to confess?" He hesitantly said, "Did I mention before that the lottery results appeared in my dreams?" She immediately replied, "That's right. Go ahead and explain. Actually, I was just surprised." He looked at her and said, "I actually got the information from ancient script that sees the future, not from a dream. That language helped me know future events, which is why I have the profession of a prophet." She asked him about the celestial barrier and clapped with interest. "That's so cool. Isn't that a special profession?" He scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. "I guess so." She looked at him with satisfaction. "That's great." She looked ahead at the future, and it sounded amazing. "Thank you for telling me the truth. Even among friends, it must be hard to tell others about this." Ru Min chuckled softly. "It's nothing. You told me your profession is also support, so it's only fair." She happily looked at him and said, "How can that be fair? I never told you my ancient language. By the way, should I tell you about my ancient language now?" He quickly replied, "I don't need to." But she didn't really care about his words. She pointed and said, "In the first round, I had a protective language. Within a 10-meter radius around me, there are as many layers of protection as there are people. For example, if there are 5 people, I will be covered by 5 layers of protection." Julie burst out laughing, feeling relieved to have said it, making him happy too, right? She asked him, "But why did you suddenly tell me about the protective spell?" I'm also being honest with her. Keeping secrets makes me a bit uneasy. Besides, I think if I don't confess the truth, you won't believe what I'm about to say. She didn't understand and asked, "What do you mean?" His red car kept driving along the road. She shouted in panic, "Is that the 4-star mission?" He calmly replied, "So remember to be careful." July Ryumi. Mai seriously advised her, "You must always stay alert because you never know what the other players around you might do." She listened to him. "All right, I understand." She happily looked out the car window and thought that anyway, she still felt very grateful because he cared enough to tell her, and even called her first. She secretly glanced at him, blushing a little, and wondered if maybe he had a tiny bit of feelings for her. I hope so. The sky has already begun to turn to dusk. He sat on the bed in his room, thinking he couldn't believe Min Julie had liked him all this time, and he didn't know anything. His expression was a bit regretful. No wonder she wanted to treat him well. He glanced and thought, although a bit embarrassed, this way might be better. He put down his phone and sat thinking. Wanting to make him an ally would be easier too. With my hands free, I tidied up my pillow so she would trust my words more. Then I neatly covered myself with the blanket, closed my eyes, and felt like I had finished one thing. Just resting a bit since I don't have much to do this month. It was getting dark, and time was passing. Under the shimmering city lights, at 11:55 p.m. on November 31st, the simple clock hanging in his house also showed that time. He sat on the bed looking at the system. Before entering the other world, I bought a necromancer equipment in today's item section. The system displays a dark gloves panel, a level of necromancer gloves. It grants +5 strength, +B agility, and the weapon becomes semi-transparent, effective only at night. The gloves are shrouded in darkness and can turn invisible,
The weapon in use will become semi-transparent. He carefully chooses one with high stats.
Also, choosing to make the weapon semi-transparent is useful. If I combine it with the Death Knight skill, the effect will be even greater.
Suddenly, Rumen heard a knocking at the door. It was Ruon. Hey, it's time. Please come into the room and ask.
Are you confident you can conquer this stage too? You look over there and say, just trying will tell you.
Are you a fortune teller? I have information about the 4th round. I said, having information is one thing, but how you act on it is another.
Ryu nervously said, what do you mean? You have to go back alive, understand?
Rumen was really angry, pointing at his head, and said, don't talk such bad luck or it'll be doomed. He lies on the bed, looking gloomy, thinking that the 4th round might be the round of death. But elsewhere, Yong Min is pulling his hair, cursing himself. The status window and system panel pop up showing that the punishment has been applied, and all stats will permanently decrease by 50%.
He was furious and thought to himself, damn it, I can't believe this is the result of betraying my mirror for my own benefit. I don't even have 10 more command chances left. How am I supposed to pass the 4th round?
His team was very annoyed. He was grinding his teeth, walking while thinking that those trying to take his regional representative position or old friends seeking revenge might be targeting him. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky and then realized, and where is this? He looked around anxiously. What kind of mission is this that we have to start in this strange place?
The white stuff around here makes me feel like that lab rat.
Seeing Rumen, I immediately thought that evil, wicked bastard definitely knew everything was going to turn out like this. Iminen bitterly remembered how he manipulated others to destroy relics. Ryumen said, wrong command over and over again and destroy the relics. He thought back on that and didn't hesitate to kill the embodiment of divine punishment, which is really suspicious. His face darkened as he stood behind Rumen, wishing he were strong enough to smash that bastard's face to pieces. He was angry but couldn't do anything. It was really frustrating. But I had no other choice. If I wanted to save myself, I had to team up with that demon. Calm down and come here. Rumen turned back and asked, what's going on? His face looked awkward.
The bet from our previous round is still valid, right?
He asked suspiciously. So the deal wasn't that if I became your subordinate, you'd protect me. He forced a smile and said, I don't need a subordinate like you anymore. He doesn't believe what you just said. So what now? He said, standing with his arms crossed. You no longer have any authority to command.
What's the point of keeping regional representatives who have no command authority? Besides, most players already have their professions now, so having command power doesn't really matter.
He talked for a while, leaving him stunned, then he chuckled softly and said, you have no value left at all. You're just a moving target. He was suddenly startled and turned around immediately when he heard a voice, but Ryumin crossed his arms confidently and said, don't worry, you're just a target in name only. Not many people actually want to kill you. Are they not going to target me?
He quickly explained. You also know the fate of players with the regional representative role.
Everyone now understands that being a regional representative isn't exactly a walk in the park, Ryumi said seriously to him. And the more levels you increase, the fewer people you can control with your command authority. It's not worth it compared to the risks. Youngmin hesitated and thought. Hak Kao is right.
If I could, I would also want to give up this command authority.
Aaron gently walks over to Pyotoim. He blushed and wondered why those people were here. Aaron cheerfully greeted Hak Kao. Sangchun has the same expression as her. Hello. Do you still remember us? He replied. Of course. Youngmin froze in place. What's going on? His face looked sarcastic.
It turns out you once saved us from the thug right here. We want to thank you once more.
Youngmin angrily said. What the hell, Condon? Rumen quickly stopped him. You with that unhappy look, thanking me once is enough. No need to come find me again.
Sangchun replied, we still feel grateful to you. Our company president also wants to thank you for saving us.
He was about to say something else, but right in the middle, he was ignored by him.
Stop there, I don't care. Aaron quickly took the initiative and said, this is a small token of gratitude for saving us.
She held out a sparkling purple gemstone and said, please accept this. He thought to himself that the lowest level purple magic stone was indeed an unexpected bargain. She was flustered, thinking that just saying thank you wouldn't be enough, so Ryumin took the gem from her hand, and she thought that was a good outcome. Thanks a lot. He looked at the gem and thought, since she gave me such an extraordinary item, I don't need to refuse.
When I get back, I have to try making low-level magic stones.
She looked at his face and nervously wondered if he liked it. She looked at him nervously, worried he would be angry if he thought she was giving him a useless-looking stone. He thought to himself, just as I suspected, she doesn't know the value of the magic stone. That's right, if she knew, she wouldn't have given it to me. Young Min looked at him and whispered, I also have something similar. Upon hearing that, he thought he also had a magic stone. He placed his hand on his cheek and thought, I think it's called a black metal power stone. Ryumin was a bit surprised. What do you mean? Dark Kim Force Stone? Ryumin analyzes it. Dark metal energy stones are items that drop very rarely from monsters. They are even harder to find than magic stones. At this point, it's impossible to proactively obtain one. He must be proud. Now I see how valuable that item of his really is. Is it luck or misfortune? Aaron stammered, saying this dark phrase. Do you need a protective shield? I ask again about the shield. She was a bit shy. I leveled up to become a summoner. She explained to him with a cheerful expression. I can summon a fairy spirit to create a shield for you if you need it. Before she could finish speaking, he interrupted her, thanking her for the offer of help, but I declined, saying it was not necessary. Aaron felt even more shy. I understand. She bowed politely and said goodbye. Well, we're leaving now. I wish you good luck in this round. He also replied to her, good luck. When he turned back, he saw Yongmin about to leave. Ryumin shouted loudly, wait a minute. Ryumin looked at him and warned if he keeps doing this, he will regret it. He asked confusedly, what do you mean? I already told you that. You're just a moving target. Yongmin turned away in disbelief. But you also said that no one would target me. You said that only a few people would, not that no one at all. The benefits of the regional representative still haven't completely disappeared from his mind. Ryumin L walks away with the indifferent expression. Even though most people have reached level 10 and have a profession, there are still a few who haven't, meaning there are still targets for command. Yongmin looked confused and asked, just think about it. Do you really believe that among thousands of players no one will target you? He asked him again, so what should I do? He cheerfully continued, I'll help you so you won't become an easy target for danger. He was utterly stunned. Really? Before I could finish thanking him, he cut me off. I never said I would do it for free. To pay for helping you, you also saw the stone, and the one Aaron gave me earlier, right? If you have something like that, just give it to me. He looked a bit awkward. I also have a stone like that. He immediately handed Ryumin the stone. Information about it is that it is a black, solid metal power stone item with a smooth surface and a shiny layer. He felt satisfied. All right. Are there any other items? He outright refused. No, I've already given you everything I can. Please don't take my equipment, he sighed. Don't worry. Even if you wanted to give it, I wouldn't take it. He immediately responded, I already gave you the item. Now can you help me? Ryumin turned away. I will keep my promise. Angel appeared warmly and said, O humans, today you have gathered here again, but the numbers have decreased. Everyone below asked in confusion, the number has decreased. Does that mean some people are fighting in real life? He crossed his arms and thought to himself, it's surprising that no players have gotten into trouble all month long. The angel cheerfully announced, all right, everyone is here, so I declare the start of the 4th round. This time's information is about the 4th round, where the main task is to kill each other within 3 hours. All areas with a total of 161,906,418 participants, and 0 players have completed the task. What the hell is this? Killing each other? The angel's tone shifts to one of contempt. You humans are really slow to understand, aren't you? Like I said, she smiled slyly. You just need to stab and kill the players next to you. Simple, right? Everyone was unsettled, killing each other, players turning on one another. The angel confidently raises a finger and explains further. The goal of this round is to reduce the number of players by making you kill each other. Unlike the previous rounds, this time there are no monsters at all. Everyone questions and asks suspicious questions. There are no monsters, but I need to level up and become stronger. A tall young man said, Sir Angel, if half of us can survive, then each of us only needs to kill one other person, right? The angel's mouth touches her finger and smiles. That's a secret. If I tell you everything, there'd be no fun left. Ryumin below, annoyed, secretly thinks, good. She only receives orders without revealing anything from her superiors. He, now unhappy, stands observing and cursing. The angels are just a means to convey information to us in this damn survival game. There is another game master. The fact that she is hiding a specific rule means she has received a command from the game master. The angel crosses her arms and warns, you can't just kill players to complete the mission. Only the top 521 will survive, and the criteria for the ranking are a secret. She put on a scheming look again. Even if she was the first to kill someone, she wouldn't be the top rank. The angel manipulated everyone. All right, that's enough explanation. Now start killing each other. Time remaining until the round ends is 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Everyone is panicking. What should I do? So I just have to kill someone, kill those others. Even Min has no conflict with them at all. What kind of crazy game is this?
Young Min smugly stood with his arms crossed, saying happily, "Kill the other players. Good, I also want to kill a few bastards."
Min guessed correctly. He was thinking about killing his friends. He smiled wickedly and said slyly,
"Wait, now that I think about it, wouldn't it be better for me if the other players hesitated to strike?"
"So I'm the champion now." Young Min was furious but full of schemes. "Those bastards! I don't know where you all are, but I'll kill every last one of you." He turned around and was startled to see Min standing beside him. "You really scared me." He immediately felt uneasy. "Black, is something wrong?" he said as he walked. "I told you I'd help you avoid becoming a target, didn't I? So I am keeping my promise now." He immediately reached out his hand to join forces. Young Min, seeing that, didn't have time to think, so he started to step back, but it was too late as Min pushed him, causing him to lose his balance and fall down.
Surprise notification, a side quest is available. Round 4, eliminate the regional representative within a certain time. And the reward is a draw ticket for the lowest level mana stone. System notification, you have completed the side quest and received a low-level mana stone draw ticket. The low-level mana stone draw ticket is a rare item that provides a random effect of 1 to 5 low-level mana stones, usable until the next round from the apprentice level or higher.
It describes a limited-time random item that provides you with a gem. When you reach the next round, this item will automatically disappear. It will be affected by the luck stat. He silently rejoiced. "Good, I got the reward I wanted." I killed Huang Yongmin to get the reward from the side quest, although that wasn't the main reason. The blonde-haired young man shouted,
"Someone's already dead, I saw it."
"Hakko has killed him." He glanced away in annoyance. Not long ago, they were the ones targeting the regional representative position and wanted to kill him. Truly a bunch of hypocrites. Now they are pretending to be kind again. Everyone looks at him and calls out,
"Hey, Black Cloak, you can't keep killing people like that. Don't you have any humanity at all?"
"Murderer, you are a murderer," Ryumin thought to himself. "They call me a murderer, and they're not wrong. I killed Jiang Xiuqian, and I'll keep killing countless others until round 20. I stood there lost in thought for a moment. But I've never killed without a reason, especially not in this round. I have no choice but to kill if I want to get through, whether I like it or not." The announcement has moved to round 4, with the main mission, kill each other within 3 hours. In the entire area, the total number of participants is 1,801,064,181, with 141 players completing over 90,953,209. In your area, SX45, the total number of participants is 1,042, with over 521 players completing. He silently wondered why they still criticized him, even though they knew this would happen. The young man with black hair said, "If things go well, I could incite everyone to kill Black Fang, right?" The young man with the matching hat thought the same. "I have to seize this opportunity to ruin Hakao's reputation. The tall, determined man. If we attack as a group, Heijiao won't be able to do anything. That young man thinks we can't let Heijiao become the regional representative. I have to pin some charge on him to get him in trouble." He smiles with relief.
They think they've got a good opportunity.
"What a joke," the boy shouted. "You think this is all fun?" The girl next to him added, "You're crazy, you've already done something like that and still dare to." The system displayed a notification. The Black Hook player has become the new regional representative of Zone SX45. That guy is stunned. So now Hakao is the regional representative? The black-haired guy next to him looks worried. "This is like giving a tiger wings. What should we do now?" Rimin confidently spoke up. "What's going on? Why aren't you screaming anymore? Maybe now that I've become the regional representative, you all are afraid?" He crossed his arms, looking even more arrogant. "If you're afraid of the command authority, then you probably haven't changed your profession yet," the blonde-haired man said.
"What are you talking about?" the tall young man shouted. "Look over there!"
He shouted, "Hakkao's name has changed color." Everyone here is getting agitated. He's right, the name has really changed color. Why is he the only one whose color changed? Bin calmly thought. Probably from bright yellow to red. Rumen has somewhat figured that out. In these rounds, once you kill someone, your nickname turns red. The more you kill, the deeper the red becomes, revealing the man's savage appearance. The nickname changes color to distinguish those who have committed murder. Everyone around is crowding to attack Ryumin. The primitive hunting rifle has killed someone. Murderer. Die. I feel a bit of sympathy. Instead of innocent players, people would choose to kill the killers. Anyway, their conscience will be much less troubled this way. He also understood that, but those who have killed are also becoming murderers themselves. Ruin thought to himself that they might still be hesitating now, not wanting to kill anyone. But this would be the reason behind many people's deaths. "Yim-chin," he asked, "what are you doing? I'm sure you don't have time to waste arguing there." "Hey, you, stay there." "Yeah, you murderer."
I'm just saying, am I the only one wanting to kill that area's representative? Or what about those who rushed to Dungshich in the previous round? Do you want to give him a kiss or something?
The man stammered. Then he continued. Kill or be killed, don't tell me you've survived this long without knowing this simple rule. Stop pretending to be moral and face reality. If your own life is in danger, there's no way you wouldn't point a weapon at the one threatening you, he said with a fierce glare. Now is not the time to sit around doing nothing. If you're so worried, then argue it out, just like we voted last time. He thought to himself and walked away. Even if he didn't say those words, they would have started fighting anyway. Ryuman guessed that by then it would be too late. If I hadn't said this, they might have continued wasting time. He turned around, looking at everyone, and thinking that if that happened, the number of people passing this round might not be just 521. Even if it means making them fight, encouraging them to complete the mission is a way for more people to survive. A woman with a strong appearance desperately tries to persuade us. I think we shouldn't just stand here like the blackbird said. Shouldn't we do something? The man next to her raised the question. So do you have any suggestions on what we should do? Talking, she retorted. Why are you mocking me like that? I'm just discussing what we should do. That guy is challenging you, or maybe we should settle it one-on-one to make it fair. The platinum-haired boy immediately wanted to step in and stop it. How is fighting to the death fair? A challenge too? You think this is a game? He urged, we don't even have enough time now. That man shouted angrily, what did you just say? So everyone kept arguing, and Aaron, feeling awkward, asked, what should we do, bodyguard? Do we really have to kill people like Hak Kao said? Sang-chun looked at her and gently replied, of course we do. Otherwise, we will be the ones to get killed, so why should we care about the lives of strangers we don't even know? He secretly advised. I totally agree with HCK's words, Aaron. You should also make up your mind because killing isn't a pleasant experience at all. She looked at him nervously and said, it's like you've killed someone before. He looked annoyed and said, I haven't, I'm just guessing. She looked around awkwardly and asked, so who should we kill then? He replied, it depends on the situation. Right now everyone is arguing loudly, so don't handle it like that anymore. Let's decide who to kill already. So tell me, who are you going to kill? Those who have already killed someone are the perfect targets. Focus on those whose nicknames have turned red. Who gave you the right to decide that? The long-haired man voiced his opinion. You mean we should kill Black Snake? The black-haired man smugly said. Black Snake is clearly crazy. How could you kill someone who has already reached level 30? The blonde-haired boy pondered. I bet that even if we all rush to attack him at once, we won't be able to kill him. The brown-haired man is more cautious. Be quiet. What if he hears us? Ryuman felt extremely uncomfortable and helpless, thinking I heard everything. As they argued, they suddenly stopped. The gray-haired man shouted, what are you guys talking about? Life is precious. Even if that person is a murderer, we shouldn't kill anyone. The man in the hat said, you're right. If you kill someone, you'll become a murderer, just like him. So, what do you want us to do? I can only go on living if someone has to die, right? The man nearby intervened, saying, let's stop arguing and agree to kill the criminals, okay? That strong-willed girl spoke up. How can we tell who the criminals are? Are you going to ask those with a criminal record to raise their hands? They won't be able to resist turning themselves in. The long-haired person shouted angrily, who the hell do you think you are, looking down on others like that? Why don't you speak up yourself, you bastard? She then scolded him. Why are you cursing me to my face, you damn dog? Or should I just kill you? He's not afraid of anything either. What's this, you bastard? If you're so good, then try it. The only young son inside is trying to pour fuel on the fire. You two stop talking and just fight. He's getting more and more annoyed. Who do you think you are, provoking us? She pointed straight at their faces. The worst are those who hide behind others and incite them. You bastard, he used his magic and you just said something. Damn it, these bastards. I'll kill all of you and you're already preparing to attack. If you're so confident, then come at me. What an idiot. Ryuman shook his head in frustration. It's really chaotic. They just keep talking but never actually do anything. But you calmly observe, and there's nothing to worry about. Soon they will start killing each other outright. The mature-looking young man expressed his opinion. Hey everyone, stop shouting and think practically. His face suddenly turned panicked. Isn't that a damn thing? No way. Ryuman crossed his arms because he already knew everything about the rules. This is the hidden rule of this round. After dying, players will be resurrected after 10 minutes. Imin looked around in confusion, wondering why everyone was staring at her so intently. And it's not just that they're looking at me. It's like they're seeing a ghost. He stood up, confused as he looked at everyone. This is strange. I was clearly talking to Hak Kao. What's going on? The black-haired man shouted. He's alive again, like a divine rebirth. What are you talking about? The sky is the system that revives him. The long-haired boy stands thinking. so it means the dead in this round will be revived. The woman beside him looks furious.
So, if that's the case, killing them wouldn't matter, right? The young man with the knife looks dangerous. If they will come back to life, the remaining young man added, then it should be fine. The woman with the high bun stepped forward to stop him. Everyone calm down. She's trying to stop us, and we're not even sure if we can bring them back, so don't rush.
Suddenly, she was attacked from behind by someone. The guy wielding a sharp wolf hand weapon stabbed her repeatedly and shouted,
"Why don't you just go to sleep first, you bastard, die?"
He stopped, looked at the bloodied dagger, and breathed heavily for a moment. Then he didn't stop, continuing to shout, "Come on, come back to life. We still have to fight again." Everyone outside watching shuddered in disgust as they looked at him. In front of the crowd was a lifeless head with disheveled hair on the ground, and everyone around was sweating in shock. The people outside were chatting excitedly, but she's not coming back to life. We should wait a bit. She probably won't revive right away. The two brown-haired brothers and the moss-green-haired young man shouted loudly. Looking back now, it took that guy 10 minutes to come back to life. Hey everyone, maybe we should wait for her to be resurrected. Everyone around agrees. I do too. I also saw that after 10 minutes, the girl lying motionless on the ground started to glow. The deep and severe wounds began to glow, showing signs of healing. After a while, those large wounds had completely closed up. She is now fully healed, with no wounds, able to stand up easily. The brown-haired girl wakes up, stretches comfortably, looking very relaxed. She suddenly froze with a loud gasp and shouted at the people around her, "Who among you bastards is it? Who attacked me from behind?" The person holding the fake wolf claw weapon suddenly appeared behind her with a terrifying smile and shouted,
"It was me, you bastard!"
This time was different from before. He was suddenly slashed in half by the big muscular man behind him.
He fell heavily to the ground motionless while the big guy pointed at him, repeating the action he had done earlier.
So they come back to life after 10 minutes, right? Everyone outside stood there pale, some holding their heads, others covering their mouths. No one dared to make a sound. Ryumin stood silently from a distance, deep in thought. Even though the ability to resurrect had been proven, they would still feel uneasy about killing. But the people outside also started to join in the killing, just like you thought. People are often influenced by their circumstances and reveal their own madness. The cold words that dismiss humanity, along with the series of slashes and killings, just forget it. This one ambushed the other. Whatever, just do it. I don't care anymore. After all, wielding a sword against a teammate is something a person like me would do too.
Just die, you all are crazy.
Suddenly, a fight breaks out among the insane crowd.
Hey, you dog. Sorry, but I hold no grudges against you.
The silver-haired guy swung his sword angrily at the brown-haired guy beside him. Or maybe you should try your own tricks, the brown-haired guy said while blocking.
Please just die already. Stop resisting. You'll just respawn anyway.
The two of them argued loudly before the fight was finally decided. If you're so tough, why don't you just go die? Right here, right now, brutal battles and constant attacks are tearing each other apart. Blood is splattered everywhere. Ryumin watches from afar, silently assessing, as about 1,000 players are brutally fighting each other. Basically, this is a battlefield. He activates a spell, and a stream of red light appears from his hand. Ryumin confidently steps forward, so I guess it's time for me to act too. One of the fighters in the chaos suddenly recognizes Ryumin Hakuo, and a flash of red light appears unexpectedly. He swung his scythe in a circle, knocking back everyone in front of him. Ryumin easily took down the others, surrounded by immobilized players lying still. The others saw this, exchanged signals, and rushed forward. This is our chance. Before their team leader could finish speaking, a series of thuds echoed, and in the next moment, all three were sprawled on the ground. I noticed that you can't ambush me. Behind Ryumin, the Black Dragon King is continuously attacking the weaker players lying on the ground with his sword in his right hand. Die already. He glances back. Oh, right. That guy too. He laughs loudly, keeps attacking non-stop, and looks satisfied. I think calling the fourth round the Hakuo Long round isn't an exaggeration. With the devouring ancient language in hand, this situation is nothing but a feast for him. Ryumin carefully watched him attack from one person to another, thinking that with his name color so dark, he must have already killed around 10 people.
That guy needs to be resurrected a few times before he's usable.
Black Dragon looked at his own status screen, smiling happily as he thought.
I didn't expect that every time I kill a player, my stats would go up. This is really a good deal.
He happily realized the opportunity he had. I knew killing monsters would increase my stats, but I didn't expect killing players to do the same.
That information panel is increasing the progress of the devouring language. The devouring language effect.
The progress bar increases each time you kill an enemy.
Once the progress bar is full, you will receive a random stat. Your enemy's level will correspond to the amount of progress gained.
He frantically kills without mercy,
even wearing a cheerful smile as he shouts, "Die, die, die."
The progress bar of the devouring village is increasing rapidly. Is it because of their level?
Haklong looked over with a big smile. He's the same level as me, but the progress bar is rising so much.
He opened his eyes wide with excitement, thinking about defeating Hak Kao. If I kill Hak Kao, how much more will the Than progress increase? It will probably fill up immediately, and then I will get a stat point. After thinking about the benefits, Haklong turned around to look for Rumen. But in my mind I think, forget it. If I mess with that big shot, who knows what disaster I might face. He changes his target to the small, insignificant people. I should deal with those trash and level up more. As promised, Hailong sneaked up and ambushed a guy. Sorry, I don't hold any grudges against you. He drew his saber and swung it, thinking this really was a way to relieve stress. Black Dragon continued with another target, still swinging his saber with force. Because of that thug, I haven't even been able to hunt properly. He didn't notice the guy sneaking up behind him for a surprise attack. This round is definitely meant for me. He charged with his sword, but Black Dragon easily dodged to the side. The others gained nothing from killing the players. He smiled with a terrifying face, swinging the axe down. But my stats increased, and I became stronger. The progress bar of the devouring ancient language continued to rise. The people who were killed are now starting to respawn. Some are motionless, others are face down, clutching their heads. Black Dragon was extremely pleased, especially since his prey kept reviving and offering themselves up. He targeted them carefully before swinging his axe to the back to gain momentum. Is there a better chance than this? The sound of slashing and killing claims another life. Having wiped out everything on this side, Black Dragon turns to the chaotic battles over there. How many have I killed already? I need to kill as many as possible to climb to the top of the leaderboard. Or should I head that way now? Suddenly, footsteps approached from afar, and Ryu Min calmly stepped forward, making him exclaim, "Dark curse." Hailong hurriedly looked around and approached, quickly saying 2 words. "Tu da." What's going on here? What's going on? Why did it suddenly get dark? Black Dragon sweat silently as he looked at Ryu Min, his scythe turning semi-transparent. And no matter what, he had to be extremely careful. A familiar red slash appeared. From Haklong's perspective, he realized he could see Ryu Minia looking down from above, and only then did he understand that he had been decapitated by Ryu Min, confirming that he was indeed dead. No wonder they call him the Black Hook. I should have avoided crossing paths with him. The scene shifts slightly, and the sound of swords clashing echoes. The chaotic battle shows no sign of ending. Everyone is trying to kill each other. Die, die, you bastard. Die for me. Young Min just revived and looked over in confusion, seeing a girl who also just came back to life, yawning. Has she been revived too? Is it true that everyone will be revived after 10 minutes? Black Dragon had a wicked thought and continued to smile brightly like before. Good. He clenched his fists, thinking they set up this round for us to kill each other. This is my chance to take revenge on those bastards who stabbed me in the back. I will kill every last one of you. Young Min walks into the arena, looking around. Kim Seong-han, where are you? Where is he? He's smiling happily. There it is. In front of Young Min, Seong-han is trembling as he draws his bow and shoots. That idiot is so scared of it just because of the reduced stat punishment. He's smiling and running over. Kim Seong-han turned around and saw Young Min greeting him with a punch straight to the face. Nice to meet you, you son of a bitch. Han's bike was thrown far away, and the bullets scattered on the ground. He trembled in pain, clutching his face as the voice of Haklong echoed. Hey Kim Seong-han, may lightning strike your house. Seong-han was punched until his face was bruised and his nose bled. Young Min even grabbed him by the collar and said, You said if we met again, you'd kill me, right? Young Min laughed fiercely, raising his fist with a scream, and said, Why don't you try to kill me then? He let Seong-han go, finally done, feeling great. Black Dragon glanced back and said, Where are the rest of those bastards? The chaos of the battle now seems to be just beginning, growing more intense and brutal. If hell exists, would it look like this? The strong bully the weak, you wield a powerful weapon to kill those unarmed. Die. Aaron stood curled up in a corner, gripping the bastard's sword tightly, in a place full of violence where people only know hatred for each other. Sang-chun nearby asked with concern, Are you okay, Aaron? Aaron forced a smile, saying, I'm fine, I'm not tired, but my mind is still a bit affected. He turns his head and thinks that he can endure a little, but Aaron will probably have a hard time. If this affects her mental state and hinders her work, I won't have the face to meet the chairman anymore. Suddenly, Sang-chun, who was watching Ko, reached out with a hand from nowhere and grabbed Aaron by the hair. He raises his knife, holds Aaron's car tightly, and shouts, "Go to hell!" Sang-chun swiftly rushes over from afar to rescue. Don't even dream about it. He swings his sword and cuts away the other guy's weapon. Sang-chun skillfully switches hands, executing a series of graceful moves before delivering a stab right into his shoulder. Sang-chun easily delivers a blow that could knock him out. Aaron here is still trembling, staring at the blood-stained sword in front of her, sweating. Aaron S. Aaron clenched her teeth with determination and focused on the sword as Aaron rushed forward. She runs straight to the trembling man kneeling on the ground and stabs him once. The scene changes, and the sky seems darker than before. Aaron tremblingly covers her mouth and kneels on the ground. Sang-chun glances at her and thinks that if he tells her to do it, she will still obey. She stood up and turned to him, asking, "Bodyguard, how long do we have to fight like this?" Sang-chun replied, "At least another hour." Aaron's face turned pale and stern. "I can't even watch them die. I don't understand how people can kill like this." Sang-chu gritted his teeth, glaring at Aaron with some anger. She's too weak, too fragile. It seems she's been overly sheltered. Trying not to show his true feelings, he asked with concern, "If you're tired, please take a rest." Didn't she already kill about 50 people? Aaron can't remember clearly, but I think that's right. Sang-chun turned away and told her, "That person is probably enough to make it onto the ranking. I will handle the rest." Aaron looked up at him, deeply grateful. "Thank you very much." He turned away with a smile on his face, feeling like he had been freed from a burden. "I should be the one thanking you. I no longer need to offer them up for you to kill." Sang-chun begins his hunt, attacking anyone he encounters. I can focus on my own score now. The scoreboard for this round appears. There are 10 minutes and 21 seconds left until the round ends. We see the familiar scythe again, with its red slash attack. Ryuman calmly fights each person, hitting back anyone who comes at him. There are about 10 minutes left. Round 4 always takes a lot of effort. He sensed someone immediately turned around and glared with a cold look, wielding a scythe, but he looked at the opponent like a predator hunting prey with a scythe coming at him. I can't let go of the top prize in all areas. I have to do everything I can to get stronger and reach round 20. After finishing this person, Ryuman will rush to find the next target. Anyone who meets him turns pale and runs away in terror. I have no idea how strong the final boss will be. Ryuman easily catches up to and grabs each person, so I have to become as strong as possible. He is always ready to raise his scythe and stare intently at his prey. The guy being chased by Ryuman was panicked, tears streaming down his face in fear. Ryuman ran past him from behind, weaving through the circle and continuing forward. That guy just collapsed in disbelief that he made it through death's door. I'm alive. Ryuman was running and thinking about which opponent to choose. Someone I've already killed doesn't need to be killed again. He kills anyone unfamiliar he meets, but he doesn't kill just anyone. The ranking in round 4 isn't based solely on killing the most people. You need to kill as many different people as possible. Even if you kill the same person twice, it only counts as one kill. Ryuman glanced back carefully. Behind him was Haklong's acquaintance, punching someone repeatedly. Ryuman looked a bit discouraged, realizing he couldn't kill that guy over there. He was still fiercely punching his opponent non-stop. "Die, you bastard!" Haklong on the other side laughed brightly, satisfied. Dui Min looked at Haklong with silent judgment. He's been killing and reviving his 3 friends over and over. Those guys won't survive this round easily. Suddenly, someone behind him revived, and Black Dragon turned around attentively. He immediately slapped Chung Han. "Come on, revive faster." Min thought to himself, if he kept dying right after reviving like this, he wouldn't have a chance to earn points for himself. The game's announcement continued to appear, the preparation time counting down. 1 minute left until the round ends. Min rushed off, quickly looking around. Only 1 minute left, not much time. He had to score as high as possible. He glanced at the silver-haired guy grinning on the other side, the one I already killed. Next was the brown-haired guy crying while holding a girl in his arms, him too. Ryuan looked away at the light brown-haired person holding a knife. I don't remember that name. This will be the first time. Finally, I decided on my target. The guy didn't notice and looked back. There's no time left, so I'll finish this with one strike, just one slash to his back, and he's done for. Min's final slash marked the end of the battle, the sky shifting to a golden aurora, and all players surrounded by a protective shield. An angel appeared from above, asking if killing each other was fun. The people below looked very uncomfortable and angry at her. Ryu Min glanced at the angel and thought to himself, how can killing others be enjoyable? The angel bowed down, Hien Tu smiled and said, look at that dirty pile of blood. This clean space has been messed up. She sneered. Anyway, you all did very well in killing each other, so before seeing the results, revive those who died before your eyes.
Ryu Min quietly thought to himself that she spoke as if she was the one reviving them, but in fact that was just the system's ability. Suddenly, a player whose arm was cut off began to regrow it. Other players were the same. No matter how severe or minor their injuries, they were all healed. Shung Han was no exception. Hak Long's friends, after being healed, all angrily cursed at him. Huang Yongmin, you bastard, damn you, I'll kill you. Yongmin glanced at him with a smile and listened to those words. You bastard, you only lost to Dong Shich. What the hell are you guys talking about? Wash those bastards, the angel cut in, silencing them. She glared irritably as a warning. From now on, if any human dares to speak, I'll make their head bloom. No one below dares to say a word. The angel turns face with a look of joy. Now it's a bit quieter. If everyone has been revived, let's check the results. She starts to carry it out. First, we should check what the side quest for this round is, right? Everyone was confused, each wondering if there was also a side quest this time. The angel snapped his fingers and said with a smile, of course there is. Do you think there are no side missions because you're stupid? The round information board appears, showing that the fourth side quest is to eliminate the regional representative within a certain time for a reward of a low-level draw ticket. Everyone has a board in front of them. If they haven't eliminated the regional representative, is that a side quest? She explained and mocked further. Yes, only one person in this area has completed the side mission. Ryumin is called out, which is Hak Kao. The crowd turns to look at him. And now that I think about it, wasn't he the one who killed Huang Yi-min at the beginning? Youngmin gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it. So becoming the regional representative in this round is actually a good thing. He quietly turned to look at the board without saying a word. The people outside all glanced at Youngmin, thinking to themselves if they had known this would happen, they would have already killed Youngmin. He turned pale with a purple face, wondering if he was dead, killed by Hak Kao. The temporary skill is not available on the notice board. He Long panicked. There's nothing there. His temporary command authority is gone. He recalls Ru Min once saying, I will help you, so you won't become an easy target. Young Min begins to wonder. He said he would help me avoid becoming a target, but then he took the representative position from me. The angel's voice rings out, now let's see the final result. She slightly opened her eyes with a smile. That's right. You're all curious about how the results are calculated, aren't you? Everyone looked unsettled as the announcement was made, sinking down in disappointment. The ranking will be based on the number of different people you have killed. Even if you kill the same person multiple times, it will only count as one kill. Everyone was amazed by the different numbers, so isn't it just about killing as many as possible? The angel laughed mockingly, truly a bunch of simple-minded fools. How could it be that easy? She snapped her fingers and said, Here it is. The summary table appeared, showing the results of round 4 across all areas. 3,722 kills for the Foolish Sorcerer level 13, 521 kills for the Dark Celestial Knight level 13, and 433 kills for the Dark level 13. The current area SX 45.5 has 3,722 Dark Death Curse victims. Cute Little Bird Warriors level 11 with 211 kills, and Ansang Chun Knight level 11,209. She seems surprised and lets out an oh. This time, Hak Kao is also ranked first? Ryu Min looked at her with a cold, emotionless gaze. Everyone was stunned and shocked when the results were announced, unable to believe he had killed over 700 people, a feat humanly impossible. Isn't it true that all of us combined only total around 1,000 people? So he alone killed 70% of the people here. He's truly insane. The angel happily laughs. So you managed to kill 722 people by yourself? You're really good, so I guess you deserve a reward, right? Then a notification also appeared saying, Congratulations, you ranked first in this mission in your area. Congratulations, you ranked first in this mission across all regions. The top reward in your area is a medium-level rare armor selection voucher. The top reward across all regions is Duong's choice of a special mid-tier prize. Ryumin read through it and seemed pleased. The medium-grade armor voucher is good. It's time for me to change armor. The system will now let you choose from one of the rare armors below. You choose the dazzling armor, the bloody assassin's outfit, and the dark cloak. Ryumin presses confirm. I will choose the second one, the blood-stained assassin's outfit. The information panel for the blood-stained assassin's garment appears, showing a rare armor with 60 defense, quick reflexes +4, and attack speed increased by 5%.
It grants a 5% speed boost, durability of 600, and can only be used by ordinary level or higher. It describes a blood-colored outfit worn by a certain assassin, sometimes soaked in blood. He turned to look at the system panel next to him. Up next is the special reward. The system appears and gives you options. You can choose one of the special rewards below. Choose the desired reward, a 50% stat boost limited to round 52, costing 5,000 gold and 3 items. Information about round 5. Ryuman thinks the side quest rewards for round 5 are quite valuable, but the difficulty is a bit high. I made my decision and pressed confirm. Considering the difficulty, increasing my stats will be very helpful. Back to the angel, who continued, "Do you see your rankings? Just so you know, there are 30 people tied at 521 in our area. Everyone below that will be eliminated." She smiled slyly. "Now, let's begin the elimination process. Those who don't meet the standards are gradually disappearing." "No!" they screamed in panic. "Wait a minute, Angel, are we really going to die this time?" One by one, each person vanished, including Black Dragon's friends. "I don't want to die. Angel, please help us. Give me a chance. Help me." He was surprised and smirked. "I made it through. It was really close." Aaron sighed. She trembles and covers her ears tightly. Sang-chun still looked coldly as they disappeared. "Please help me. I don't want to die." Ryumi closed his eyes silently, listening to the cries. As the silence returned after the elimination, he looked up at the summary of round 4 that appeared. The 4th round ends with 90,983,209 survivors in your area. S45, 5, with 521 survivors remaining. After a moment, your soul will be transferred to a body in the current dimension. The 5th round will begin at midnight on the date in 2024. See you in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. The scene shifts to a hotel as the sky darkens. Suddenly, footsteps ran into the night, and Sang-chun hurriedly threw open the door. "Sir," Mr. Locke, who is sleeping on the bed, wakes up at the loud noise and moves his body. He wakes up handsome. Commander Angi looks at the confused Mr. Locke as he sits up. "What are you doing here? I don't remember pulling for you." Sang-chun hurriedly gasped for breath. "I couldn't reach you, so I took the liberty to rush in." "I thought something unfortunate had happened to you." He winked and smiled, confidently. "No way. Do you think I would die in round 4? Haven't you seen the results?" Sang-chun was sweating and looking worried. "I saw your name on the leaderboard, but I still feel anxious. The last round was really crazy, wasn't it?" Gi-ong-lok still looks a bit dazed, holding his face. "So I fainted right after coming home. I'm too exhausted mentally." Sang-chun said seriously. "That's right. 433 people have died. Only now does he become serious, his eyes turning cold. If you count the repeated deaths, the number might be even higher. I am already so strong. What kind of monster is Black Cuttlefish? Is he a human? He wondered with some curiosity. Do you think he's a soldier still in active service with a special forces unit? Someone with skills and courage like that in Korea, I keep thinking about it. Gi-ong silently thought about Hak Kao. The more he thought, the more he admired him. No matter what his true identity is, working with him would make me feel very at ease. But sir, the 4th round happening exactly as that little seer said is truly astonishing. Honestly, until I saw it with my own eyes, I was very suspicious of him. Gi-ong nodded in agreement, so was I. He recalls the prophecy from Rumen in the real world. The 4th round's mission isn't to hunt monsters, it's a massacre among the players. Jian was a bit confusing at that time. The Rumen massacre was analyzed seriously then. Yes, it was a disaster, and players had to kill each other. You need to stay alert. Sang-chun requests an audience. What should we do now, sir? Mayeon-lok is still unsure. What do you mean? He asked him if the Fairy Queen Teen was truly the partner he wanted to have in business. Mayeon-lok firmly held up his coat. Of course, he's a major shareholder with 31% of the stock. What right do I have? In fact, the company is basically in Rumin's hands now. And Sang-chun raised his hand in confusion. So are you going to follow his advice and switch industries? Gi-ong-lok puts on his coat and steps out onto the balcony. Even if you say it, there's nothing you can do. That way, the company can grow even more. As he stepped outside, he said, besides that, we need to bring him to our side. Don't underestimate him or feel superior just because he's young. Mr. Locke gazed thoughtfully at the scenery. Even if you dislike his attitude, you should praise him and follow his every word. Only then can we reap all the sweet benefits from this jar of honey called the fairy's nectar. Do you understand? He nodded slightly to show he understood. Yes, sir. From now on, I will be more cautious when dealing with Ryum Min. The sky is gradually brightening, and their conversation is almost over. All right. Call him immediately and ask what I should say to him.
Suggest that we celebrate our survival tonight with a party and tell him to bring his family if he has one.
Should I invite you both to the party? Sang-chun seems to have a bit of a bias against you. Is she Aaron? He looks very handsome and gentle in the early morning sunlight. In moments like this, it would be nice to have a celebrity join us, right? The scene changes beside the coffee shop. Rumen has been waiting here for a while. He smiles and waves to call out. Here she is? Julie approaches to greet. Ryuman, you look healthy. He smiled in response. You too? She asked with concern. Are you okay? Suddenly inviting me out to eat like this. Rumen said nothing special. I just thought we should go out to eat to celebrate passing the game round. Don't worry, it's on me. July teased. Well then, I'll take advantage of having a rich friend.
Of course, if you don't mind. The red car starts moving on the road.
She smiled and said, Thank you, Lord Fairy. Thanks to you, I can prepare for the 4th round. Min wondered, Don't you think I'm lying? Julie trusts you completely, but you would never do that. What would I gain if you lied to me? Rian happily replied, Thank you for trusting me. She felt a bit awkward, thank you. Come on, I'm the one who should be grateful. If you hadn't told me we needed to kill at least 30 people, I would be dead by now. Thank you. Inside, Min July thought to himself that really, there was no reason for him to feel grateful to me. She glanced at him, thinking that even if she didn't reveal anything, he would survive, thanks to the protective ancient language. He's quite talented too. More than Salar, who is like a flower protected in a greenhouse, he resembles the weeds growing outside. They arrive at a Western-style restaurant with some Japanese influences. They sat down at the table Min had reserved. Let's eat. Thanks. Enjoy your meal. Julie thinks you look at him. How many times has he thanked me already? She looked flustered and sweaty, hesitant and uncomfortable. Julie remained silent, deep in thought about whether a murderer like her should be doing these things. I only came because Rumen called, but eating peacefully like this is really a... Riwin noticed her unusual expression and asked, Jury, why aren't you eating? I guess she still feels guilty. She makes up an excuse to brush it off, but I don't feel very well. Are you directly asking if it's because you killed someone? Rywin comforted him. Don't overthink it, and don't blame yourself. You have to survive. Julie still has many unresolved issues she can't let go of. That's right, but you said it gently. Besides, it's not just you. I and the other players can't avoid it either. She still can't escape that shadow trembling all over, but still, I have killed. Ruin interrupted. That's enough. He seriously explained to her. So what? If something similar happens in the future, are we just going to leave it be? If I don't wake up, what will my family do here? He remembers his adorable little brother. Is there a family waiting for us? Julie paused and muttered to herself. My family. She remembers the moment her father broke down crying and held her in his arms. If she doesn't wake up, her father will be very sad. Julie clenched her fists with determination. You're right. I had forgotten my family and didn't realize they were the reason I could hold on for so long. She looked up at him. Thank you for comforting me, Ryum. Ryuman happily picks up the chopsticks and gently reminds him to keep eating. It's nothing. Eat some of the delicious dishes here to cheer up. Julie happily returns. All right. The two of us are finally really starting to eat. That really is delicious. It feels like the exhaustion from the 4th round has completely disappeared. Hearing you say that, I feel very happy. The sky is gradually turning darker as evening approaches. Thanks for the treat. Min Rumin is paying attention. This is the first time you've called me without using my full name. You don't seem to care much either, just asking. Really? If you don't mind, can I start calling you that from now on? He happily agreed. Of course, that's fine. Rumin quietly thought, looks like he's in a better mood now. Should I bring up the main topic now? I am serious now. Yuri, I called you here today to share information about the 5th round. Julie suddenly paused. Do you already foresee the future for the 5th round? Let's get straight to the point. The 5th round will be the hardest so far, and the regions will merge together. She didn't quite understand and couldn't picture it clearly. Combining the Rum-Min area makes it easier to understand. Basically, the divided areas will merge into one. Julie gasped in shock and stood up. So we can meet each other then? He calmly sips his tea. That's right, but not in the 5th round. In Rumen's mind, we will actually meet in the 5th round, but if I say we're in the same area, he will want to meet me. He set down his teacup and continued. We have to meet him while staying anonymous. To do that, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. As I revealed, the 5th round will be even more difficult. Maybe you won't get through the screen, but there's a way, Min Julie hoped to ask. What is that? He mentioned a familiar name and pointed her to get through the Hak Kao challenge. Go see him and ask for his help. Min Julie was surprised. Are you saying that the person I mentioned, Hak Kao, is the one you're talking about? He is the one who ranks first in that entire area. Ryumin is definitely him. She hesitated, pointing at herself nervously. So you want me to ask Hao for help in the 5th round? He advised her that instead of asking him for help, it would be better to cooperate with him. Ryumin provided her with the best option. You need to temporarily form an alliance with him. That's the only way to survive. Julie pointed at herself and said, But Hak Kao is level 30, so would he agree to cooperate with me? She hesitated as she listened to him. You have your own strengths. Hak Kao probably needs you too, and between the two of you there will be a symbiotic relationship. July thought that if she could get through this round safely with his help, it would be great. She sighed anxiously. Honestly, I still feel worried. I don't know if Hak Kao will agree to take me along just because of my little bump. Ryumin smiled and looked at her thoughtfully. That's not just a small buff, his skills are really impressive. Ryumin reassures you not to worry. Hao will try to cooperate with you not only this time but in the future as well. I saw that scene in the future, so you don't need to worry. You really hope for that to be true. Is that so? She also feels somewhat relieved. Thank you for sharing such important information with me, Ryumin obviously said. We are friends after all. This is what I should do. July remembered to ask him. Can you reach out your hand a little? A bright blue light radiates from her concentrated energy. Maybe I should give you something in return. Minru glows with a blue light radiating around her. He smiled happily and thanked you. Julie in Ryumin's mind seemed to have anticipated this. I guessed she would try to take advantage of me because I know she doesn't like to owe others. Julie blushed with embarrassment. Finally, you achieved your goal. Now I can go home and use that. The system information screen appears. All stats have increased by 50% thanks to the blessing skill effect. A white bag is placed on the table by someone. The number of kills is now 100. 100 and all stats have increased by 50% thanks to the effect of the butcher's curse. Ryumin has returned home and is sitting on a chair, contemplating the effects of Julie's blessing and the additional stats from the butcher's curse after killing 100 worms. He observes the information panel in front of him and quietly assesses that his stats have probably increased quite a lot. Status window. The status window shows Ryumin with the nickname Black Hook, level 30, class Death God, title Last Time Traveler, hidden first killer of angels, hidden challenge. God Punisher with plus 93 strength, plus 111 intelligence, plus 105 agility, plus 84 luck, and total attribute points. The most notable thing is Mia's luck stat at 84 stars. He drew a random card and it seems his luck is high, so he can expect to get something good. The card he drew is a low-level magic stone draw ticket, an item that provides a random effect from 1 to 5 low-level magic stones. Limited to the next round for apprentices and above, this is a randomly timed item that provides you with a magic stone. If you don't use it by the next round, the item will automatically disappear. It is affected by your luck stat. Ryumin carefully observes, thinking about how to use it. If I were an ordinary person, I would probably pray to a deity to get a better item. He quietly chuckled to himself, but then dismissed the idea of begging that damn god for help. Ryumi remembered what the angel had said. Now we will start a game. We will play 20 rounds. On the first day of each month, human souls are taken to another dimension to play a game. He imagines God wielding a series of swords flying toward the people, guessing he doesn't know who they are, but this is definitely the work of a god. Is there anyone who can capture 1.8 billion people and throw them into a deadly game? The one behind all of this must be a god playing with humanity? Odd. Ryumi frowned seriously. If she could pass the final round and turn one of her wishes into reality, she would wish for that damn god who created this disgusting game to die completely. The slip of paper in his hand disappeared, revealing what looked like a rectangular object used for drawing the lowest level magic stones, and the system announced congratulations. Congratulations, you have drawn 5 low-level magic stones. 1 red, 2 yellow, 1 green, and 1 purple. You seem a bit surprised. 5 stars. 5 is the maximum number. Ryumin happily smiles brightly. I got the best results by cursing, not by praying to the gods. I was just lucky. Now it's the main part. Press the button. All right, let's start combining. First, I'll put the 2 lowest level red magic stones together and press combine. The system displays a successful combination. You have created a low-level red magic stone. Ryumi takes the result in her hands. When combining magic stones of the same color and level like this, you can get a higher-level magic stone along with the one you already have from S. Aaron and the one drawn from the raffle ticket. A continuous notification appears, indicating success. You have created a low-level purple magic stone. He considers a new approach.
Next, if I combine the magic stones with the fusion items, the success rate is very high. Successfully combined, the assassin's hood has been upgraded, increasing damage by 2%. Good, now let's combine the next few stones.
Rumen applies the bonuses to different items in turn. The shadow gloves now have an additional 2% stat, and the resistance ring has been upgraded with plus luck.
Next, I changed to the supplies long boots that have been upgraded with +2 agility. He looked at the breakdown and thought to himself that he would separate the blue magic stone from the hunter's armor. The system announces that the blood-stained assassin's cloak has been upgraded with a 1% damage reduction. Ryumin is happily ready to claim the reward. So I've used up all the magic stones I had. Trading the information to get that thing was really worth it.
The sunset is fading and the sky is turning dark above the large apartment complex. Now it's time to go meet Magong Lok. Rue appeared with a look of stunned amazement, then suddenly looked a bit panicked and awkward. The chairman of the company I invested in is the heir of the Osung Group. Rumen confirmed that I was invited to the party as their business partner and that we will be collaborating in the future. Are you sure you can go there like that? Ruin carefully ties your tie and says he can bring family along so you don't need to worry. Your tie is crooked. The doorbell rings. Ryu suddenly tensed up. They're here, Ruin said. Let's go. Both of them go to open that door. Rumin looks calm and normal, while Ryu is tense and uneasy. Ryu is surprised with wide eyes. Sang-chun stands at the door and bows. I am here to escort you. Ryu is sweating and clinging tightly to him. That's the person we met before, Sang-chun asked, and Rumin raised his hand to introduce himself. That's my younger brother. He handed Ryu Wan an invitation. Sorry for not introducing myself earlier. I am the head of the On Sang-chun unit. We've met before, haven't we? Here is my business card. He extended his hand to accept, yes, and Sang-chun looked apologetic. Although I have already apologized to your brother, I am truly sorry for my disrespectful behavior towards you in the past. Ryu didn't hold any ill will towards him either. Sang-chun raised his hand and bowed to invite them to go. Let's consider this party as an apology, so I hope you won't mind. Now, shall we go? The limousine is waiting for you two. The sky has already darkened. Megan's hotel lights illuminate a dark corner, and the two brothers are led by Chun to the entrance. Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere, drawing their attention. Ko Dong Dui Mong Lok smiled and stepped down the stairs to greet them. I'm glad you're still alive, too. Ruin smiled and replied, So am I. Majian glances at the person beside him. So, this is your family member? He introduces himself. Yes, this is my younger brother, Dui Gun. He smiled brightly and shook hands in greeting. Nice to meet you. I am the president of Maji Gyeonlog of Thien MW Consulting Company. You should use your right hand to shake hands. Ryu stiffened and extended his hand. Hello? Malak asked curiously. Is your younger brother also a player? Ryu shook his head and said, No, I'm not a player. Ryu Min looked at his younger brother and smiled. He's only 14 years old now. Malak looked at Ruin and said, You're really lucky. If you were a year older, you wouldn't be able to escape this deadly game. I'm so jealous of you. I'm so jealous. Ryu Min showed no expression, but inside he was filled with contempt and envy. He led everyone inside. Please, this way. Although it is a bit simple, we still put effort into preparing this feast. The dining table is fully set up in a room with dishes already served and 2 waiters beside it. The beautifully arranged dishes look incredibly delicious, and Ryu Wun gazes in amazement at everything in front of him, standing beside the server and the chef performing and preparing the dishes. I remember him raising his hand and inviting everyone to help themselves. You must be hungry. We didn't prepare much, but it should be enough to fill your stomach. Ryu nervously looked around, wondering if he was joking with him. Come here, W, there's not much here. He smiled warmly and began to eat. Please enjoy your meal first. Suddenly, there was movement at the door. Rhea Min, noticing this, quickly turned around and looked at Celerin, dressed elegantly and exuding the aura of someone entering with grace. Is Aaron also invited? She glanced to the side at Guy, who stood up from his seat and spoke. Finally, you've arrived? Miss Aaron, she was quick to apologize to him first. Sorry, sir, I was late to pay my respects at the funeral of a fellow actor. He also looked friendly and forgave her. You don't need to worry, we understand. More importantly, this is the major shareholder of our company that I told you about. She habitually brushed her hair back to introduce herself. Hello, I am actress S. Aaron. Ryu Min gently pulled Ryu, who was wide-eyed, back. Weren't you two the ones who brought rice cakes when you first moved in? He answered on behalf of his younger brother. That's right. She immediately showed her happiness to them, but secretly doubted. So I am the neighbor of the great shareholder. That's wonderful. He looks younger than me, but is already a major shareholder in the company. Is the chairman joking with me? Ryuo hesitated inside and stammered, "Hey bro, is that Sai Aaron?" His attitude made Ryumi realize that W still doesn't know about the relationship between Magong Book and Sel Aaron. Seeing her suddenly appear like this, it must have surprised my younger sibling a lot. He looked at his blushing face and thought, but more importantly, isn't it natural for people to react like this? After seeing her appearance, to avoid suspicion, I also told myself I should show a little interest too. Guy noticed them and subtly smirked. He's still young after all. Turns out even the divine branch is just like everyone else. Calling S. Aaron here was the right decision. He immediately smiled his signature smile and extended his hand to invite them. Then everyone must be hungry, so please enjoy the meal without worry. Everyone sit down at the table and indulge in the feast. Ron gets so excited whenever he tries a dish. Oh brother, the meat is so tender it melts in my mouth. He also nodded happily and said with a smile, "Really? Then eat a lot." He waited for them to eat for a while before starting to probe. "So, Mr. Major Shareholder, does the food suit your taste?" I told the chef to pay special attention to these dishes. While he was serving my younger brother, he suddenly turned and said, "Very delicious." He changed the subject again. "What about you?" "Go. Is the food to your liking?" he said nervously. "Yes, this is the first time I've tried these dishes," he said happily. "Hearing you say that, I'm also very happy. Luckily, my demands on the chef are quite high. I see you haven't brought any other family members with you. Why are you the only one left, little brother?" Min's face suddenly showed a look of displeasure. "My younger brother is my only family. My parents have passed away." I saw how upset he was when you reacted like that, and it made me feel sorry. So I apologized to her. He gritted his teeth in secret. Why did I ask that question? The harmony between us is completely broken now. Only then does he finally see Ruin's almost crying face and curse under his breath. Damn it, I should have kept my mouth shut until the atmosphere improved. Not long after, the dishes were cleared away and replaced with dessert. Guy Mr. Locke drinking his tea in utter discomfort. Someone needs to improve this atmosphere. He tried to glance at the person next to him and signal, "Aaron, look over here for a moment." "Miss Aaron." But those words failed to reach the new president, who impatiently put down her teacup. He stood up during the meal and asked Aaron, "Can we talk for a moment?" She still looked on in confusion. Fine. They went outside together and kept a good distance from the room. As they walked, and Guion Locke finally started to speak. "Listen here, Miss Aaron," the girl behind you who doesn't know but responds instinctively. "Yes, Sir Chairman." Then he paused to steady his voice, and a question full of implication was posed by the chairman. "Is the food good?" Aaron smiled brightly. "Yes, very delicious." It was her innocence that caused him to turn with a somber atmosphere, his face darkening as if about to crush someone. "You think I called you here just for you to eat and enjoy yourself?" He looked down at her with reproach. "I called you here to help make the atmosphere more cheerful. How slow can you be to understand that?" Aaron quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I thought you were only inviting me to the party." He sighed in frustration. "Why did I bother inviting you to dinner like this again?" He watched him rub his temples to steady his thoughts. "Has your unit leader not told you who that person is?" Aaron hesitated and said what she knew. "Isn't he the major shareholder?" The chairman then added to her statement, "He is both a major shareholder and a seer." The young actress was startled, a clairvoyant. He emphasized that even more. "Yes, he is a seer. As the name suggests, his profession is very special. He can see the future." His fingers gently twitched and said, "Do you understand? We have to make him happy." "If we knew the information about the game room in advance, how much of an advantage would that be?" Guion Locke's words then made Aaron feel afraid. So she needs to use her beautiful face to go along with everything he says and smile at him while he clenches his ambitious fist again. With a cunning smile of his own, John L.C.K. forced her with an invisible pressure and used every method to capture that young maiden's heart. Aaron broke out in a cold sweat. "With all due respect, may I ask directly, I don't think doing that will—" He still didn't listen to her and interrupted. "As the chairman, I have created opportunities for you to succeed in your acting career. Aren't you supposed to settle that debt now?" Aaron listened to his demands with concern. "You don't need to hesitate. Use any tricks you want, as long as you make shareholder Rumen happy." Mr. Locke raised an eyebrow and asked again, "Why didn't you answer me?" At this moment, the vulnerable girl hurriedly replied, "I understand." They paused their discussion as he decided to return to the party. "I will observe whether she is willing to make a serious effort." "Now let's go," Aaron replied to him with a tired voice. "Yes." Inside the party, the atmosphere remained awkward as only Sang-chun was silently watching the two brothers. Guy Mr. Locke opens the door and enters with Aaron, cheerful. "Has everyone been waiting long? We need to discuss some business, so we'll be back a bit late."
He deliberately glanced at her to signal.
Looks like you've finished eating. Let's move to another location. Ryumin and Ruin stood up and headed towards the door, waiting for the two of them, while Gion Mr. Locke grew more anxious as he saw Aaron hesitating and glancing nervously at the guests.
I already told her everything she needs to do, so why is she still hesitating? Luckily, Rywin took the initiative to start a conversation with her. Hey, look at this! She also responded to him right away. What's going on?
The young man's face flushed with embarrassment because he's a fan of you, and you look even more beautiful in person. Aaron gently hides her smile, very politely. Thank you, little one. Rywin still continues to express his wish. If possible, I hope you can spare a moment later to take a photo with me.
They continued chatting happily when she agreed to the request.
Of course, that's fine.
So this quick-witted guy immediately takes notes. Is your younger brother more interested in him?
We need to change the plan. Aaron's phone suddenly started ringing non-stop. She immediately picked up her phone to check. The chairman's message appeared right in front of her. Change the target. Get close to the younger brother first. First. Aaron's face shows clear discomfort. He's a genuine fan with innocent intentions, but I have to deceive him. Ryumin went ahead and also looked in her direction, noticing that Mr. Locke was now very pleased with his plan.
If we can bring the younger brother to our side, the older brother will have no choice but to join us willingly,
making it easier to get information about the next round. He reached out his hand to direct their gaze toward the room inside, a private space prepared for VIP guests. Of course, here you can order as many drinks and snacks as you like, along with music. The room is decorated with red lighting. The interior is simple, but exudes the elegance of a distinguished guest. Ryu suddenly wondered, oh, drinks? If they're alcoholic, I'm still just a high school student. He immediately waved his hand and made another suggestion. It's okay, you can try other types of drinks. He immediately ordered Sang-chun to stay nearby, and the head of Unit 5 called for a special VIP order and a non-alcoholic drink for the student rug as well. He nodded instantly. Yes, Mr. President. The door of the room gently closed with a soft sound. Ryumin sighed, then spoke up. I can't drink alcohol either. He was surprised and replied, I see so. If you're old enough, you should take this opportunity to try drinking. After hearing his answer, he turned to Aaron and said, Hey, Aaron, could you go outside and take some photos with my brother? The gentle girl readily agreed. All right, then. The two of them nodded and said goodbye before heading outside together. Once everyone had left, Min clenched his fists and called Gonlock. Mr. Chairman, he wondered, what's wrong? The calm face from earlier completely changed into one of greater anger. Do you think I'm easy to fool? Mr. Locke still doesn't understand his intentions. What do you mean? Min crossed her arms and clearly told him, Have you forgotten that my profession is a fairy? I can see that future. Do you really think I don't know about your conversation with actor Sari? He was so stunned by your words that he couldn't speak. How can we cooperate in business like this? The chairman looked at him seriously and directly in the eyes. Don't hide anything from me. Mr. Locke was extremely surprised. Do they know about the conversation between me and Aaron? How is that possible? Can he also see such a future pair? They are in a private room, face to face. He told her that Aaron should win me over. The chairman quickly apologized to him. If that made you uncomfortable, I sincerely apologize. I just wanted her to become your friend. Min doesn't care at all because what made you angry is something else. But you also want to use my younger brother. That's going too far. He flinched suddenly, caught off guard. Does he even know about this? Although I have a strong ego, I still bow my head and say I am truly sorry to you. I made a really stupid decision. Prince Tianqi, I will fix everything that upset you. Rumin didn't make things difficult for him and accepted immediately. Since he apologized sincerely, I will let it go this time. The words you said to actor Aaron, I will pretend I never heard them. Then he looked up and thanked me for giving him another chance. Sang-chun also arrived just in time and said, Mr. Chairman, I am back. But this time Jeon Locke seems to be in a difficult position and gives him an order. You go outside, he said, surprised. What's the matter? Jeon Locke coughed softly as a signal to him. I have something to discuss with this VIP guest, chief of the VIN team. You tell the two of them to go to the next room and sit down. Sang-chun also understood this silently and then left. I understand. He gently closed the door. Now only the two of them are looking at each other, making him even more tense. Damn it. I was planning to use Aaron to ease the atmosphere, but it only made things worse. Min suddenly asked him, Do you want information about the next round? Gyeong-lok was startled and replied, Of course I do. You knew about this too. The person facing him continued, saying, The reason I accepted your invitation to the party was to give you information about the 5th round.
He shrugged, clearly showing his discomfort. But if you keep treating me like this, it will be very difficult to share information or cooperate with you. Gyeonglok still gently persuades him. I sincerely apologize to you. Please forgive my mistake this time. With his firm attitude, he directly reminded him, Sir Chairman, don't hide anything from me. Trust unconditionally in the future. Since he is insisting on speaking, he continues to give orders. I hope you won't question how the company is run either. And also, you need to persuade the other shareholders at the meeting. The chairman must be satisfied. I will do everything I can to control the other shareholders so that things go more smoothly. And that's why Ryuman is finally smiling again. Then it's good. Do your best to help him develop the company. Only then did he start to mention the overly extravagant things he needed. I will give you the information you want about the 5th round, but just starting it has already made him tense again. The difficulty of the 5th round is the highest compared to all the rounds we've gone through. Seeing his reaction, I reassured him further, saying, Don't worry, if it were you, there wouldn't be any major problem. He was eager to hear and asked, So what is the mission of the 5th round? Ryuman held up 3 fingers. The task is to kill 500 orcs, but it's not that easy. And there's one more important thing you need to remind him of, which is that the regions will merge back together. Gion's eyes widened in shock. What about the regions? He carefully explained the reason for this. Since the number of players has decreased significantly, the divided areas will start merging back into one, he asked with a bit of anticipation. So we can meet players in other areas like Hak Kao, but Ryuman has already shaken his head and confirmed he won't be in the same area as the player named Hak Kao. So that's how it is then. Do you also know the identity of Hak Kao? He chuckled quietly and replied as usual. I don't know who he is either, but you'll meet him soon since we're already face to face. Ryuman's gaze turned serious again. And one more thing, to increase trust, he even said things you wouldn't expect. You're chasing someone, right? That person named Hwang Yongmin was stunned. Do you also know about that? He crossed his arms confidently and repeated his previous words. I told you already, trying to hide something from me is useless. At this point, the chairman has completely trusted him. Just as I thought, her words about his future are beyond imagination. Tian Chi, if you knew who that person was, then a harsh word would be spoken. Don't investigate anymore. Reen turned away with curiosity. Is there a reason why? And hinted something to him. Some. If you get involved with that guy, you'll suffer a huge loss. The chairman wants to hear more about this. I could find out exactly why, but you subtly refused him. That's all I can tell you. Mr. Locke was lost in thought, contemplating this. Seeing him working so hard, he couldn't help but smile to himself. Actually, I kept that guy alive because he's still useful. Mr. Locke also understood clearly and agreed right away. I understand. We will stop investigating Hwang Yong MN. Then he left immediately afterward. So let's start the party again. This time, let's not drink alcohol. To keep the atmosphere harmonious, let me go call those people back here. Ryuman nodded. All right. After leaving the conversation, Guy sighed heavily with his cold gaze. Phew, I need to go clear my mind tonight. At this moment, a strange guy hurriedly ran out from the alley as a heavy rain made the road slippery. He has bloodstains on one side of his shirt but keeps running through the rain, his mouth wide open, trying to breathe as he's losing blood. Looking closely now, his hand was gone, and all around was a dead end. He stood watching the lightning streak across the white sky above. The steady sound of footsteps echoed through the pouring rain as the terrified man turned around and was about to scream. The cold sword swung high, then slashed deep into his leg twice. Now, even his leg was severed, causing him to stagger. His whole body trembled and collapsed flat on the ground. A scream rang out, but was silenced by someone blocking his mouth. Even when he was wet, he still gave orders to that guy, if he didn't want his tongue cut off. He crawled on the ground in fear. Why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong? The cold chairman twirled his sword and asked him back. A child rapist like you still tries to make excuses. Don't you really understand? The man cried, struggling to raise a hand to shield himself. Wait, that happened a long time ago. Why are you attacking me now? My prison sentence is over now. I have been released. I'm just an old man. Ignoring the other's excuses, the sword was raised again and plunged mercilessly into his shoulder. His face darkened as he continued to warn. If you don't want to die slowly and painfully, stop talking and shut up. If more witnesses appear because of you, the number of corpses will increase. The other person fell silent quickly out of pain and fear, following his order. A dark energy immediately radiated from Jeon Locke's body. That must be it. You're old, but your ears still work, huh? It's not good for scum like you to still be alive, is it? It coils around the sword, piercing the man's flesh. Then that powerful force grows stronger and stronger, gathering around the spot where the sword is embedded. The man's tears streamed down in horror. What is this? Then the magical energy squeezed his mouth and face,
silencing him completely. Slowly, those strange things devoured every part of the unfortunate man's body. His arm reached out, desperately seeking help. Countless venomous snakes are devouring his soul piece by piece, causing him to cry out in pain as he watches the scene with discomfort. If it weren't for the need to replenish my dark mana, I would have killed scum like him immediately. He gently lowered his sword to let the mana flow into it. There's no other way. To use the dark light orb, I need dark mana. He raised his sword once again. Knowing to replenish dark mana, he must take the lives of others. He just needed to swing his hand once, and the slash cut through the slimy mess on the ground. Now, he was finally dead. The bloodied arm also collapsed and lost its vitality. And when I killed someone whose body was already torn apart by wounds, I gained more dark mana than when killing monsters. Remembering the thrill he felt from the start as someone who enjoys hunting criminals like himself, he brushed back his still wet hair and laughed heartily. Isn't the Dark Knight the perfect profession? Then he moved his sword closer to the corpse, cleaning up the container below. Really helped him relieve some tension. He silently commanded the demon to gradually unleash its devouring power. But after waiting for a while, the magic flow still only circling around the corpse without any other movement. He was a bit disappointed, just as he thought it couldn't swallow the dead body. The dark halo indicates it only consumes the life force of living targets. The box behind him suddenly vibrated. His eyes widened, then he turned around quickly. A tricolor cat hurriedly ran through the rain, probably the one that caused it earlier. Guy sighed in relief. There could be no witnesses. The situation in the dark alley was also deliberately caused by him. I led him into a dead end to avoid others' eyes. And now it's just before dawn. No, maybe there is someone else. Then he suddenly remembered a fairy from the Rumen family. He could see this scene through the ancient language of foresight. His body was still drenched by the pouring rain, but Jeonlok only had one concern. So that means he already knew I was a serial killer, but still approached me. He subtly smirked and said, "Interesting." Then, out of habit, he picked up the phone and called his right-hand man. "Unit on, come here and help me deal with this." Time passed quickly, and it had been 2 weeks since the party with Magi. Mr. Book Riam Min sits on the bed, leisurely scrolling through his phone. I don't really have anything specific to do, so I'm mostly at home, constantly thinking about the future. It's good to take a break like this. The screen shows a news feed about players changing the world and similar topics. But today, the rest period is over. He presses the red button on the screen. It's time for him to act. Riam Min's eyes flashed with a glimmer. Now it's time to go find one of the 5 ancient languages available in the real world. Human language. The headline of the hot news article is heartbreaking news about the game. 1.8 billion people were pulled into the other world, dropping to just 90 million in 3 months. The economy is in danger due to the loss of the younger generation. Schools nationwide are closed, endless pain. Parents and siblings around the world are engulfed in sorrow. That fat guy sat in his chair and clicked his tongue, saying it was only the 4th round, but already so many people had died. Truly useless. Then he sneered with delight as he continued scrolling through the report. The number of deaths caused by players suddenly spiking after the 4th round. 45 minutes ago, thousands of surveillance cameras were destroyed. The city became lawless at night. 55 minutes ago, anti-government players formed an online community. 2 hours ago, public anxiety continued to rise. The emergency solution 3 hours ago was that criminal psychologists believed people lose their motivation to work because everything is a mess. If they were players, they would do the same. He raised his axe and muttered, "What's wrong with wanting to do anything before I die?" Damn fool. That's why they shouldn't always push us into a box, telling us not to do this or that, all because of restrictions and rules. Black Dragon, fire in his hand, swung his axe up and shouted angrily as he delivered a powerful strike to the floor. That's why we all exploded now. He looks up with a dazed expression. It doesn't matter anymore. No one can stop me now. He smirked, laughing until his face wrinkled. After all, I'm a player. I'm superior to all of them. Around him were bodies lying scattered in a pool of blood. So who should I kill next? Holding the black dragon fire in his hand, he looked at it and wondered if he had just killed someone in real life, but felt nothing. Could it be because he had endured hell in the 4th round? He casually complained as if nothing had happened after making this mess. But just 1 point per person. Is he so stingy because they are civilians? Remembering himself in the previous round makes him even more excited. The 4th round was truly amazing, even more enjoyable than killing monsters. His system panel shows the devouring effect in ancient script. The accumulation stat increases when you kill enemies. When the points are full, you'll receive a random stat. The number of stacks you get is proportional to the level of the enemy. With that in mind, he pushed open the classroom door again to look for someone else.
I want to kill players instead of civilians because I get more points from them. While browsing on my phone, Manhwa in my hand accidentally saw an important piece of information. Is there an online gaming community forum? A group of players opposing the government formed an online community 2 hours ago. This is exactly what he wanted, so he quickly came up with an idea. Could I join the forum and meet other players to kill people? This way I will earn way more points. When I click on it, countless questions will appear. Join the forum describing the country's first online community to help players change the world. Welcome to BCW, yes or no? The BCW guide is conducting interviews to accept new members to ensure only players join the community. Yes or no, please answer all questions honestly. Answer all. There will be consequences if you do not comply. 1. Please enter your name, address, and phone number. Answer. 2. Please enter your level, class in the other world, and your username. Please respond. Please enter the reply area. 4. Please enter your rounds. Respond. 5. Please type. I agree. If you agree to participate in the interview, reply. Black dragonfire in his hand, he muttered to himself. What? They want all my personal information and even an interview? That's too much trouble. Still, he quickly filled in his information, but he had to come here to meet the other players. As he kept typing on his keyboard, his bizarre thoughts grew even more triumphant. Other players would never imagine that someone out there is killing other players. After completing the procedures, he then headed to a shop in the middle of the lush greenery. Is this really the place? The message from the interviewer is clearly displayed on the screen. Please come to welcome coffee at Wabu Nam I. Before noon, you can wear whatever you want. Looking at the sign in front of him, he knew he had arrived at the right place. This was the one. But the black dragon fire in his hand flared with a bitter anger. Damn it, they called me out to a place like this, and even the bus doesn't bother to pass by. In such a tense situation, he opened the shop door to step inside, determined to kill that damn interviewer if he made him angry. Inside was clean and formal, which made him feel a bit confused. What? The interior is more modern than I expected? A man in his 30s sitting at the table also quickly noticed the new guest. Are those two the only visitors? He quickly stood up and asked, Are you the person we're scheduled to interview? The one holding black dragonfire stood still and replied, Yes. He approached him proactively and said friendly, What's your username? He replied, Hak Long Hua Trong Te. At 30 years old, I shake hands with him and say it's a pleasure to meet you. I am the interviewer, and my username is 30. Hak Long Hua in hand was stunned. Are you a player? That reaction of his was also expected by me. I know I don't look like much, but I'm already 30 this year, so please bear with me. He pointed at the person in the pink jacket sitting on the chair and introduced him, saying, This is Little Coco. He also came for the interview. Coakley, this is the black dragonfire in your hand. You might become teammates, so greet each other. He pulls out a chair with a look of disdain. Is this scrawny fish-looking guy also a player? He looks so weak. Hello? The person next to him also nodded politely. Hello? Only after sitting down did he start to fumble and wonder. I guess the business isn't doing very well. No customers and no extra staff either. The man in his 30s chuckled softly and explained, It's quite far from the city, so it's understandable. That's why we rented this place for the interview. Hei Long Huo still innocently asks in his hand. So you rent this place, but shouldn't the owner be here? I don't see anyone. He answers enthusiastically. The owner is preparing food in the kitchen. This is a coffee shop, but they also serve meals. He still keeps his focus on the strange surroundings of this cafe. I see. The place he's looking at is the corner of the wall. There's no camera here either. Then Hak Long Hua in his hand glances at the pink-clad person beside him. If I kill these two and run away, no one would know. But he reassured himself not just to kill them, he couldn't miss this opportunity. Aren't we going to interview? The cheerful man in his 30s said. We're waiting for one more person. We'll start when he arrives. He heard it again and asked once more to be sure. Is there one more person? Are we expecting 3 people? He replied while looking out the window and suddenly exclaimed, Yes, the appointment is a bit late, so wait a little longer. He's here. The door of the shop gently opened and a welcome bell rang. In your 30s, according to the rules, you're the one welcoming the player yourself. Are you here for the interview? He replied, Yes. Then he asked, What is your username? A name that unexpectedly escaped made him hurriedly cover his mouth in shock. Time rewinds to a few days earlier during an ongoing online meeting in front of a computer screen. Welcome, Jamie. It's a pleasure to meet you. Welcome, Poppering. The chairman clasped his hands together and smiled to begin. Everyone is here except jam made of honey. Let's start the 3rd week of April's meeting now. Lost Chi, you go first. The person called immediately speaks up. Yes.
The chairman asked him how many people participated in the forum this week. Loss reports seriously that about 2,000 presidents have more comments than last week, and he also admits it. The number of players is decreasing month by month, but the forum participation is increasing every week.
Lost Chiak guessed, I think the article about us attracted them. The chairman then asked, who hired the journalist?
It's me, chairman. He looked surprised. I see now. I didn't expect she had connections in this field. She just smiled happily and explained further, it's a new relationship. The chairman continued to smile and said, excellent. I couldn't ask for more from a long-time member. So, Lost Chiak, out of 2,000 people, how many actually have skills? He immediately replied, if we exclude players without classes and those below level 10, we have about 1,200 people, a pretty large number for the chairman to ponder. So how many are truly useful? Lost then put on his glasses and picked up the tablet. I'll talk about that. He scrolls through the information on the screen and begins to read. A notable player is Black Dragonfire from the SX 45.5S region. He is an ordinary level 10 warrior but secured 3rd place in his area. The chairman tried to think about it. Surely he has a good dialect for his level. Either way, or he's lying. Lost Chiak expressed his satisfaction. But I think he's skilled enough to be chosen as a candidate for the executive position. The reporting continues. Yes, is there anyone else? He scrolled through again and paused. Another person is ULC. He comes from Area S, 1-2, 2.7, and always ranks between 4th and 10th. Loss also reported some other encouraging figures. Besides those two, there are 50 players in the top 100 of their region. The chairman's eyes lit up, so that's quite a lot. Looks like I'll be busy interviewing everyone. Suddenly, the conversation shifted to someone else. Is that right? My age of 30? He quickly woke up after dozing off. Sorry. Is the chairman's face suddenly serious? Are you dozing off? What did you do last night that you're already sleepy now? At 30, you want to say something but can't. That thing, his superior interrupted again. I won't listen to the first excuse. Finish processing the 50 interviews before the next meeting. If you don't finish on time, another senior candidate might replace you. Because of his mistake, he had no choice but to nod and agree. I understand now. Please assign it to me. The chairman then turned to ask about another matter. Anyway, has Loss H contacted you yet? He checked his phone and replied, if he has, I reported it immediately. Hearing that, he sighed and said, maybe that's for the best. I will give him an executive position immediately if he joins. It's a pity. Then he continued to instruct the managers. Jamie, can you ask that journalist to write another article? We might need to develop more promotional strategies to attract black hat hackers. She smiled broadly and gestured with her hand. Of course, as long as there's money, he's very generous and will agree immediately. Don't worry about that. I will reward you for your dedication. Happily smiled and thanked the chairman. He was about to say something else, so let's move on to the next topic. But Lost H was surprised and exclaimed, Wait, Mr. Chairman. Someone with a notable name just requested to join the forum. The chairman immediately paused with curiosity. Who is it? His subordinate's hand trembled as he hurriedly uttered that name. Hak Kao. All the managers were startled to learn of the presence from the top server. Turning back at this moment, the 30-year-old awkwardly shook hands with the person in front of him. Nice to meet you. It's not too hard to get here, right? He coldly dismisses those words. It's not easy. He quickly rubbed his neck and forced a smile. Sorry about that. This is the best place for us to keep our privacy. Then they went inside the meeting place together. Anyway, you're really handsome, so I bet the girls like you a lot. This way, the guest sitting in the chair next to a man in his 30s was invited to sit down. These two also came for an interview like you. Hak Long Hua in his hands, eyes wide with surprise. Hello. The introverted boy also softly spoke. Hello? Sitting in front of them was a stranger claiming to be himself. I am Hak Kao. Ryuman reveals a sinister smile behind his hat and cloak. I am Little Coco. That bastard is really funny. His face is covered in sweat from the tension. Is that Hak Kao, the one who killed me 5 times? I really want to ask him if we've ever met in real life, because why does he enjoy killing me so much? Being in your 30s already, you should remind him. What's wrong, Hak Hua Long? Aren't you going to introduce yourself? He quickly bowed his head and whispered, Hello? I am Hak Hua Long. The fake Black Hook nodded as if he had heard everything. That reaction of his made the Black Fire Dragon even more gritted with fear. What? He didn't even bother to reply? I thought he would recognize me if I mentioned the player's name. Or maybe he can't remember my name after killing me 5 times. Ruman, standing nearby, sipped his water silently, watching their every move. Was I really that arrogant? I'm also impersonating someone, but this guy is a real con artist.
You actually already know who he really is.
His player's name is Kukuru Bing Bong. He's a professional con artist who has used all kinds of tricks and schemes to make money. This impersonator might eventually create a clone of himself. For now, he's not a big problem, but later he will obtain the human cloning language and become famous, more accurately, infamous, because he uses the human cloning language to commit all kinds of crimes. He carefully calculated in his mind that this is a bitter reality where even criminals can gain power from the other side, but it's good that I met him as a distant. I will use him to obtain the human language. The 30-year-old takes out his computer and says, "So everyone has finished the introductions? Then I will start by confirming your personal information. Let's start with little CO. Rumen, pretending to be innocent, shyly says, "My name is Kim Seum Hyon.
I am 20 years old. I just graduated from graduate school, so I don't have a job right now."
The 30-year-old operator recorded the information carefully. "It says here you're a level 13 assassin, is that correct?" He replied, "That's right."
He then asked, "Are you also fourth in your regional ranking?"
Yes.
She looks embarrassed on the outside, but inside Rumin is secretly cursing how full of shit she really is.
Of course, except for the player's name.
During a gathering with the crowd, he saw a player with that name, so he stole it.
Little Cup of Ancient Reality really is an existing name. In other words, I am also impersonating someone else, but I have to do it to meet the conditions to obtain the human language. As far as I remember, In Hong personally stabbed a girl in the stomach. The ancient script clone requires the recipient to kill someone at the place where the script is hidden while impersonating another person. That guy remains very calm, making himself as cold as Rumen. In the past, this bastard murdered while impersonating me and obtained the human language. Then the man in his 30s looked at Hung Tech. "All right, next is Hak Hua Long." He immediately replied, "I am Sim Hung Tech. I am 16 years old and currently in high school." He exclaimed in surprise, but had a different thought in his mind. "You are the youngest person here. This fat pig is a high school student, and he's terribly rotten." The 30-year-old in front of me wonders if he can still look down on him knowing that Sim Hyung Tech killed his classmate. That's not something an ordinary high school student could do. He also repeated to Chung that, "You are a level 10 warrior and used to be ranked 3rd in your region, right?" Black Dragonfire in hand slams on the table. "So what? You think I'm lying?" He shrugged and explained, "It's just part of the process. Please forgive me if you feel offended." Then at Bur 30, I continued the interview with the last person. "Now it's your turn." "Huh. Your name is In Hong." Glancing at him, I said, "Kim In Hong, 28 years old. I am a fund manager. I have never fallen from the top rank in my area, and I am at level 30. You must know that my profession is death itself, right? What more do you want me to confirm?" The manager obviously didn't dare to argue back and just forced an awkward smile. "That's all." "Thanks." Rumen kept eating the berries in his glass but was very dissatisfied. "Those fund managers of those holes must be scam artists. Then he will use this dark nickname to borrow money from other players. In your 30s, set down your computer and get serious. That's all I need you to confirm about your identity. So let's start the interview. Just tell me why you want to join PCW. You go first, Little Coco." Rumen twirled the straw to show his nervousness. "Right now, the world is very dangerous. Going out alone is terrifying, and there are many other things. I think it would be better to stay with the other players." He turned to the person next to him.
All right, next the Black Fire Dragon goes. Hyung Teach carefully considers that he can't say he's here to kill other players.
Then he casually borrowed the previous excuse from the person before. "I am similar to Lit Coco. I also can't go to school anymore, and I'm worried about the next round." So that's how it is when you turn to In Hong. In your 30s, you seem a bit more enthusiastic. "And what about you? You?" He raised an eyebrow and replied, "I only signed up because I saw there was a forum. It sparked my interest." The 30-year-old forced a smile. "I see. So that's how it is." Rumi keeps staring at him. She'll definitely get through this. No matter what he says, he's a dark guild member after all. He straightened up and smiled.
"All right. All your answers were quite good. Now, here is the final part of the interview."
When he said this, the 30-year-old's attitude was full of delight. "Killing someone. You have to kill another person to pass the final part of this interview." Ruin is panicking. "Kill someone? But why is that?" Ha said calmly. "You probably don't understand." "Fine. Let me help you clear your mind." His eyes widened in discomfort. "You must have seen the articles already. The government has started to crack down on us and has turned its back on us. They fear us because we are stronger than them." The hand of someone in their 30s clenches with ambition. "Still, our players will soon dominate the world. That world will become a reality much sooner if we all work together." A big smile spread across his face. So we have nothing to fear from the law. We need to show the government that players are now the law by opposing the rules set by the government. Ryumin was still very confused, so he covered his mouth. Is that why we have to kill people? 30-something emphasized more. Yes, that's how we show the government our will. Even Hyung Teach froze in shock while In Hong remained calm to show them that we are not under the law's control. After saying that, 30 turned back to his gentle smile. Do you understand now? Little Ko replied softly. Yes. He raised one finger and then reminded me of something. If any of you do not want to continue with this final interview, you can leave now. However, leaving also means you won't be able to ask for our help later. He wiped the remaining cream from his mouth and was not surprised. He meant that anyone who leaves would be blacklisted. They're doing this to pressure us into killing people, so that it will be hard for us to leave this community later. The black dragonfire in hand and the fake black cuttlefish both fell silent for a moment, but did not object. In their 30s, they clap in satisfaction, seeming to have everything prepared. Good, then I will assume everyone agrees. We will start the final part now. Hai Ung-tek asked curiously. What do you mean by start? Start killing people? But there's no one here to kill, so he immediately replied. You don't need to worry about that. At 30, I smirked and said something hidden. I've already prepared for it. It was pouring rain outside. Dark clouds covered the sky, making the atmosphere even colder, and since the interview was over, the man in his 30s finally stood up proactively. Shall we go then? All right. Are you guys leaving now? You guys can stay if you want, since you've already rented the whole place. He happily chats with her. No, we're in a hurry. By the way, is there a bathroom here? The girl enthusiastically pointed out. Over in that corner, as she in her 30s responded while rummaging through her bag. Thanks. By the way, could I ask you for a favor? She's curious. What's going on? Then he took out his key and handed it to the girl. Could you help me get the car out of the parking lot? I'm in a hurry right now, so the innocent girl just took it and accepted it immediately. Of course, don't worry. Then she took her red umbrella and stepped out into the rain. The car door opened very slowly as she approached closer inside. Then she folded her umbrella and prepared to get into the driver's seat. The heavy rain prevented her from noticing a rough hand reaching toward her ear, then all 10 fingers gripping her small neck, causing her to scream in terror. The man continued to squeeze her neck tightly, leaving her struggling helplessly. Her small hands trembled uncontrollably as her screams gradually faded away. In his 30s, he held the unconscious body in his hand, smiling easily. Ryumin was stunned and exclaimed, "What did you just do?" Hai Ung-tek was just as surprised. Why her? After putting the girl inside, he calmly urged them to get in the car. The car door closed, causing the girl's trembling hand to shake slightly. All 3 interview participants shared the same mixed emotions. His point is that he is the coffee shop owner. The car drives along the trail, with green canopy trees covering both sides. After a while of moving, Dan's wheels stopped in front of a location. The 32-year-old, carrying the shop owner inside, guided the others. We're here. This is where we'll carry out the final part of the interview. They opened the warehouse door. Inside was as old and dark as they intended. The girl's body was laid on the floor along with a question from the host. Let's begin. Who will kill her? He was interested in Hong, so he immediately suggested, or maybe you should go. Black question. He immediately agreed. Fine. In his 30s, he chuckled with satisfaction, just as expected from him. Suddenly, another voice interrupted their conversation. Wait a moment. He immediately noticed the young man in the pink jacket. What's that, little Coco? Rumen hesitated before asking, Can I do it? Which made him sneer. You want to do it? That's interesting. I wasn't expecting much since you seemed quite shy. Since the outcome is the same, I have no objections. For me, it's fine. Just give him the black mark so he can do it. In Hong said nothing but nodded in agreement. Then Rumen slowly walked toward him. While In Hong headed in the opposite direction as they passed each other, the imposter whispered to Hisayim. Do it well, I just helped you. Rumen's cold gaze glared at him. Thanks, I will definitely use the human language well. In Hong was surprised and turned around when he heard those words. The ancient language you are speaking. And at that very moment, 2 arms suddenly shot out in front of him. Ryumin decisively twisted with a bone-crushing force and took him down on the spot. In Hong's neck was twisted backward, surely broken. 30-year-old stared at the scene in front of him, terrified, his eyes wide open. At 30, he clutches his head, trembling all over. What? What are you doing? He's completely losing it, so I shouted. What did you just do? Do you dare to kill Black Snake? Are you crazy? Ryumin turned back, a bit annoyed. Hey, it's too noisy, damn it. At 30, silent without daring to say a word. What the hell? That look was like he was staring at prey. It felt like something had changed. What exactly happened? The system notifies you that you have killed someone while impersonating another person. You have met the hidden condition. You have discovered the ancient script replica, a secret script located in a predetermined position. The acquired ancient script was automatically engraved onto the player's body. A golden light danced around him.
Ryumin happily exclaims, "Not bad."
Finally, there's a reward pretending to be a trustworthy clam. Only in their 30s do they stammer and question.
At least say something, Clam. Zam, why did you kill Hakkayo?
Hearing that, he slowly reached out and took off his mask. Why is that? Because he is a cowardly bastard trying to impersonate me. The woman in her 30s, confused about what was happening, asked back, "How could you impersonate her?"
Then he pointed at the 30-year-old shop owner and asked repeatedly, "Do you have to kill that woman just to kill Hakkao? Answer me quickly."
Ryum-min still calmly took the black bag beside her because he is trash, and so is he. I slammed that bag onto the mistress's head. The words of contempt left the 30-year-old stunned. "Huh? If you're so good, say it again." He pulls out his weapon, his face twisted with anger. "You just said." Ryumin silently summons the scythe, its blood-red aura covering the weapon. Surprising Toy 30. Holding the oversized scythe, he says, "I told you you're trash."
What? Did I say something wrong?
Why is the 30-year-old frozen in place, unable to move? What is that scythe? Could it be TNI Clam's main weapon? Looking at the strange sickle, he searches through his memory. I've never seen a player with such a huge sickle before. No, wait, it seems like I've realized something. A 30-year-old opens his mouth so wide he can fit an egg, and the player is wielding a giant sickle. Your earlier words replayed in my mind because you're a cowardly bastard trying to impersonate me. Impersonate? Wait a moment. Ryumi looked at the person and, noticing he was starting to realize, spoke up. "Do you now understand who Hakkao is?" he stammered in response. "You are Hakkao." Ryum-min looked at the pale face and added, "Sorry for lying. My hands in my 30s tremble uncontrollably." So it was real after all. This person is not the tiny clam I know. He is the real Black Clam. He knelt down and begged. "Please, Lord Black Clam, I am very sorry for mistaking you. It's just that you acted so well. Please, please spare me." A slash cut through, and the 30-year-old's head flew off before he even understood what was happening, rolling all the way to Hyung Teach's feet before coming to a stop. In his 30s, his eyes remained wide open, pupils dilating. Even after attacking his classmate, Hyung Teach couldn't escape this chilling sensation. Watching Ryumin Hwang, he realized this was the true Black Hook. He was on a completely different level. Cold sweat broke out all over Hung Tich's body as he couldn't even keep up with the swing of the sickle. Suddenly, Ryumin pointed the sickle directly at Hung Tich's face. "Now, it's just you and me. What do you think my next move will be? If you have any last denials, say them now." Hung Teach trembled, his voice stammering, unsure if it was from habit or tension. "I will not say meaningless words like asking for mercy. I only have one question I've always wanted to ask if I could meet you." Ryumin already knew that question. He wondered why I had killed him 5 times in the 4th round, right? You flinched slightly and hesitated before replying, "Yes." Ryumin also casually explained without hesitation. "The reason is simple. I want to keep you under control." Suspicion lingers. "Why would keeping you in control be my goal?" Ryum-min replied calmly. "You seem to be the most skilled among everyone I met at that time. I just need to eliminate the competition." Seeing the other person remain silent, he asked again, "Anything else?" "Seeing that you remain silent, I am losing patience, and can now rest in peace." After a moment, Hung Tch finally spoke. "May I ask one last question?" "What is it?" I stammer. Trying to buy more time, eh? "So why do you want to kill me?" Ryumin asked directly without hiding anything. "Because you're trash. What did I do? Aren't you here to kill this girl?" Hyung Tech tries to deny, "But I haven't done anything yet." Ryum-min continued, "You haven't done anything. You've just been watching all this time." The atmosphere is now filled with Rai Minen's cold, contemptuous snort. Finally, he said, "All right, unlike those bastards, your only sin is indifference and watching passively. I will give you a chance to live." Hearing this, the boy was overjoyed, smiling brightly. "Really?" Ryum-min tapped the scythe on the ground, the tip hitting the floor with a sharp sound. He laid out the survival condition for Hung Tich. Now he has to give up everything he has. He may act confident, but when threatened, he laid all his gear on the floor. I have to say, this guy has quite a few useful items. Looking at this pile of items, Ruin had an idea to make money. If he sold all the items he bought at the shop, he could earn about 2,000 gold coins. Hung Tik scratched the back of his head and said, I even helped you with the shield and the equipment I used.
This is truly all I own. I have nothing else.
Raymin picked up the 2 amber-colored gemstones. I didn't say anything wrong. Seeing that he took nothing else, Hung Tik shyly asked, You don't want anything else? I don't need it. You can keep them. You just nodded in agreement. Yes, sir. Seeing Hyung Taek busy packing up,
Ryu Min silently thought that anyway he couldn't sell those items back to the shop. After putting all the items into the space bag, Hyung Taek turned around and asked, So you will spare my life as promised?
Ryu Min nodded. Of course I will let you live, a man of his word. Hung Tik was briefly surprised, then bowed sincerely and thanked him profusely, before stopping, embarrassed, kicking the bodies of the 2 others and telling him to live properly from now on and deal with the bodies if he wanted to, then bowed to the shop owner again. Ryu Min said, I will take this girl with me. Hyung Tik approached and offered to help, but Ryu Min flatly refused. Why should I trust you? Get lost quickly. Hyung Tik stood there watching his back as he slowly walked away from the shop owner. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, thinking he was about to die, but he was spared. Losing a few valuable items isn't as important as life itself. Hyung Tik rolled up his sleeve to wipe the sweat from his chin, quietly wondering why he felt so empty inside right now. He stood there wondering what he had really done wrong. He stole his item just because he was watching. Hyung Tik gritted his teeth, feeling the victim's anger rising. It's so unfair. Seeing Ruin leave on his own, a murderous intent flickered in his eyes for a moment. Isn't it at this moment that he's completely alert, and Hakao is stabbed in the back with a spear and doesn't die? The greedy flames flicker ominously, urging Hyung Tik to act. What should I do? If I kill someone of a high rank like Hakao, my stats will multiply several times. His pupils contracted with tangled veins. Yes, this is a rare opportunity. This is an opportunity I will never get again. The evil spirit clenched the axe tightly in his hand. If I don't seize this opportunity, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Then he moves as quietly as possible, praying in his heart, Please don't notice me. Please don't notice me. The distance is closing each moment. Hyung Tik gently raises his spear, just a little more to seize the approaching opportunity and rush forward. At this moment, Hyung Tik raises his spear overhead, summoning all his strength to strike down. Die, you damn dog! The strike came down hard, spraying blood from the open wound. Ryumin lies collapsed on the ground, and the shop owner also falls beside her. Hyung Tik gasps for breath. I killed Heiku so easily. He burst out laughing with delight. So you mean Hakao was killed by someone at level 10 like me? Hyung Tik stomped hard on Sakria Min lying on the ground, kicking and cursing. You bastard! You shouldn't have turned your back to me. Who cares what your rank is? I can't believe it. He's so proud, clenching his fists, extremely excited, thankful for these stats. Idiot. But after a while, nothing happened. And I didn't hear the system sound either. Are you adjusting or what, huh? Why hasn't the notification message about the stat increase appeared yet? Usually the message should show up immediately, right? As if sensing something he had accidentally overlooked, his whole body turned icy cold. What exactly is going on? Ryumin suddenly appeared behind him with a dark tone and asked, What do you think? Hyung Taek startled in panic and turned around, while Ryu Min, wearing a sarcastic pink jacket, looked on. What are you so scared of? Did you see a ghost or something? He was terrified, his face pale and trembling. Why? It's obvious I just killed it. Does it have a resurrection ability or something? Ryu Min slowly approached. Hyung Tik startled and turned to look at the shop owner lying there with a sealed plastic bag over his head emitting bluish mist and bloodless. He stepped forward and said, What you killed is my clone. Hyung Tik repeated in amazement after hearing, a clone? By the time he was about to strike at me, my original self had already witnessed everything and silently sighed. The cloning language ability allows the creation of an exact duplicate of oneself. He smirked and explained to Hungsh that it couldn't fight. The clone creation effect generates a copy with a keyword. Creating a clone makes you become the soul after 10 seconds. However, the clone cannot fight, access skills, or open the inventory. The cooldown is 10 minutes, but you've been completely fooled by it. I guess that even if it can't fight, it's still useful. A very good experiment. Hyung Tik clenched the spear tightly in his hand. You lied to me, pointing to your head mockingly. Why are you acting like the victim now? I'm the real victim here. You almost killed me. Hyung Taek also refused to back down and argued back. You're the victim. You're the one who threatened me first. He summons a scythe with his hand and responds indifferently. Whatever happens is fine. A powerful red energy surged toward Hyung Tik. He froze, dazed and confused. Huh? What's going on? My body can't move. He gripped the sickle tightly, watching his head severed from his body. Hearing you talk is just a waste of the time. The green auras immediately surround Hung Tek's head, erasing the marks. The room around is also enveloped by it. He put his hands in his pockets and retracted the sickle, making it impossible for anyone to say this was a crime scene, of course, except for one person. He approached the woman who was shouting. "Put your hands in your pockets and reveal yourself. You can get up now. How long do you plan to pretend to be unconscious? You know, you can't fool a player. I can hear those thoughts." The shop owner slowly sat up but was too scared to take off the plastic bag. "I apologize." She hesitated and asked him, can I take it off?" He crossed his arms firmly and refused. "No, stay as you are until I leave." "Yes." The sunlight streams through the window. "I will ask a few questions. Will you cooperate with me?" "Yes." "Yes." He begins to question. "How many customers are there? Can you remember each face?" "There are 4 people, one around 40 years old. I remember his face because I have spoken with him, but as for the others..." He stared intently, absorbing the information and analyzing. "She's telling the truth." After getting what he needed, he interrupted. "All right, that's all." She hesitated and asked, "So is it safe now? Is everything over now?" Before letting her go, he gave her a thorough warning. "Yes, now you can go home. Don't report what happened to the police. It might backfire." "I understand. You can take off the bag in a minute." The shop owner nodded and replied yes, as the counting voice and hurried breathing echoed. 1, 2. Ah, that woman took the plastic bag off her head as the count neared the end. She looked around confused. "What's going on?" It took a while, but the shop owner finally snapped out of it. "There's nothing here. It can't be a dream, right?" The towering apartment buildings shimmered in the sunset as he entered the house and called out loudly, "Gani, I'm home." Ryu hurriedly came out to greet him. "Hello." You suddenly noticed something and asked, "That's my jacket. Where did you go?" Min hesitated a bit at the question. "Oh, I was just tired and went to rest at home." I quickly chased after and asked Han where he had been. "Have you had dinner yet?" Min took off his coat and replied, "I haven't." After a moment, you suggest, "Let's order some food." Min nodded in agreement. "Yeah, just order whatever you want to eat." Looking at the shirt and thinking about the recent scenes of violence, he couldn't help but sigh. "It's spotless, but I can't give it back to him." Him? Then he threw the shirt away, surprising the boy. "Ryu, what are you doing? Why did you throw it away?" He calmly replied, "It's old now. I'll buy you a new one. You've worn it for too long." The boy pouted as if he wanted to cry, but it made him a bit confused, so he promised to buy something better, okay? The boy turned away and sighed. "No, it's not necessary. The school is closed and I can't go out anyway." "Gani, do you want to go out and play with me?" "Really? Are you serious? You're so easy to please." Min told Rugon that they would eat quickly and go to bed early, and he happily agreed. The next day, Ru's face shone with joy as he enjoyed every sight before him. "It's been a long time since I last came here. Are the 2 of them standing out in the crowd? Is this place still active?" These days, closed places are far more common than open ones. In times like this, hope is an important belief. Suddenly, he noticed a family laughing and chatting happily. Your gaze is full of meaning. Ryu suddenly hugs your arm and points ahead. "Min, go ahead first. Hurry up." The 2 of them arrive at a display area full of stuffed pan animals. He shyly adjusted the panda hairband on his head. "What do you think?" His eyes sparkle as he picks out a few more. "He's so cool. So cute." "Pick that one." You happily look around. There are so many cute things. He held up the shiny black card like a powerful CEO. "Yeah, whatever you like. Just take it, Gani." The 2 of them happily walk and talk. "What do you want to do now?" "We have to do everything available here. First the roller coaster, then the water splash ride." Touring the pandas. Ruin takes out his phone and keeps snapping pictures, praising non-stop. The twin pandas are so adorable. I look at them and feel proud of my right decision. It was so gloomy yesterday. Taking it out like this really was the right choice. Suddenly, he turned his face back and asked with concern, "But Min, tomorrow is May 1st. Is it okay for you to hang out with me like this?" "Of course, I'm happy, but..." Rumin quickly reassured, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. This time it will be more than 10 hours, so even if I sleep a little longer, don't be afraid." You grabbed his shirt in panic and asked, "It's not dangerous, right? You have to come back safe. Promise me." He smiled brightly and reached out his hand, saying, "You worry too much." "Riem." Min gently patted your head to comfort you. "I promised I wouldn't leave you alone." He touched your shoulder to comfort you. "Enough now. What should we do now?" "Then let's go visit the zoo." OK Kai is in a 30-story high-rise apartment building at 11:50 p.m. He lay on the bed, startled by the notification sound from his phone. Ryu Min picked up the phone and looked surprised to see the name Min displayed, along with a series of messages.
It's almost midnight. I believe this time it will be fine too. Do your best. Keep going. See you later.
After reading, I quietly thought she must be very nervous. Ryumin looked at the phone and smiled gently. Don't worry. From now on, I will protect you. He put his phone down on the table beside him. As he was about to leave, the screen still lit up, showing 12 o'clock. Ryumi quickly appeared in an open area with many people. They looked around confused and asked, Huh? Is it enough people now? No way. I think they just haven't arrived yet. No, in the last round there were about 500 survivors. They looked a bit confused, thinking it made sense, like there was a bit of emptiness. Ryuin stood nearby, watching them, and sighing. It really feels overwhelming, because the first round had nearly 10,000 people, but this emptiness will pass soon. Oliver appears, shining. She grimaces and grits her teeth, complaining, The reactions from you guys are so boring. Oliver floats among the crowd, murmuring, A total of 442 people survived the summon. You should have had 521, but we've lost nearly 80. It seems there was a real-life conflict already. The others became even more worried. We're losing more people again. It's always the same. It's okay. I don't care about that. What you do in real life isn't my concern. Oliver pointed a finger and said, However, with only a few people, we can't play properly. Her face suddenly turned cunning.
So I prepared something for all of you to unify the regions.
Someone raises their hand and asks for a more detailed explanation.
She grits her teeth and snaps. I already said that, so you should understand. Right away, it's so troublesome. Just like the name suggests, merging the regions together.
Oliver grew impatient, but still enjoyed explaining. I don't know if you know this, but just within your own country, there are already hundreds of different regions. Exactly 875 regions. The people below were stunned to hear that.
875 regions. Is it true that our country alone has that many regions?
She laughed loudly and said, What's so surprising about that? Compared to other countries, it's still few. The people below start to reflect on Oliver's words. That's right. If each region is allocated 10,000 people, then clearly the more populous countries will have more regions. That's right. Wait a minute. If every region has angels, then the people below start to get excited. So, does that mean there are at least a few 100,000 angels on Earth?
Huh? That's right, isn't it?
So many angels? Oliver sneered.
Just as you guessed, each area is managed by an angel. Haven't you realized that now? How foolish.
The person below quickly grasped the information and asked, So, Heavenly Spirit, isn't this survival game created by you? Hearing that, she paused for a moment and then coldly asked, Why do you think that? He dared to reply, There's no way thousands of angels would cooperate to create this survival game. Oliver flew over and pointed at his face, threatening him. What if we actually cooperate? Are you going to praise us? Stop asking pointless questions. You're too annoying. You'll get a headache someday. A person in such a high position turned pale and stammered, I'm sorry.
Oliver is rambling. It's okay, humans.
Rhea Min remained silent, watching as expected. Seeing her avoid eye contact shows she was hit right in the heart, which makes sense. There must be a rule to keep the creator's identity secret.
Not only he, but everyone gradually started to suspect that, moreover, an angel could not be killed by players, so creating such a huge survival game was impossible. Oliver flew up, looked down, and angrily said, From now on, I will no longer answer your questions, you bugs.
Be a proper bug and stop asking so many questions. The person below is scared, while she just keeps complaining annoyed.
You're wasting my time. As I already announced, I will start unifying the area. You only need to know that this measure is due to the low number of players.
Oliver warned, Don't waste time guessing randomly. Suddenly, the ground trembled, startling everyone.
What's that? An earthquake?
An earthquake? The ground immediately formed even squares, and then flames started to surge up, creating a huge pillar of light in front of everyone, making those present turn pale with fear, unsure of what terrible thing was about to happen in this hell. Then their spot also turned into a deadly square, with the surrounding areas turned into a sea of flames, leaving them no way to escape.
The layers of light gradually become visible, with each square illuminating, then dividing into smaller squares inside their own, revealing the people inside who appear gradually, all the players looking bewildered and panicked.
Suddenly, the beams of light receded,
causing everyone to gasp and ask, Is it over? Only then did they have a moment
to look around, where many more people in different outfits had appeared beside the new square. Those people? After Oliver announced the merging of the area was complete. Seeing their confusion, she asked, So what's wrong? We're all humans, so let's greet each other. Another purple-haired angel appeared and said, Yes, how long are you going to stand there stunned? looking up at the confused people below. Another angel?
Looking at the estimated number, does the angel have around 100 people? It's another angel, but the voice mixed with disdain sounds exactly the same.
Hello, are you humans? You've probably heard of the term guardian angels, right? Because of the small number of people, the areas have been merged. Currently, the 10 areas have been combined into one, with a total of 484 people here. The people below are panicking. 10 regions merged into one, nearly 5,000 people. No wonder it feels so crowded. Oliver continues. The other regions are also merging their areas now. Of course, since they've merged, the area names will change, too. A thick Thu said, the name of this area is now CS007, only including players from Korea. Is everyone below excited because they are fellow countrymen? Luckily, we can still communicate. Who knows if later they'll get mixed with players from other countries. Ryuman looked around and thought that of course the regional mergers wouldn't stop here. Whenever the number of players drops below 500, they would merge with other regions again. I still clearly remember what happened during the previous regression. Eventually, when the number of Korean players dropped below 500, we had to compete with players from other countries. Ryumi looked up, thinking that such an event wouldn't happen until round 11. For now, I need to focus here.
Based on the progress of the previous round, I'm sure that soon the Angels will organize a minigame.
Oliver, as the representative, said, before announcing the main mission, we will play a minigame to celebrate the unification of the regions today. The Angel group started to discuss, isn't there supposed to be a representative for each area? But now that they've merged, what should they do? Of course, we need to elect a new representative for the merged area, the person below asked again. The new representative of this area. Oliver points his finger. The rules are very simple. He smiles happily. The old regional representatives will face off and fight to the death. If you win and survive, you'll be promoted to the representative of this unified zone. The people below are confused. Do they have to kill each other to become the representative of this unified zone? I'm truly patient. This is interesting. Who will become the representative? It would be perfect if I had popcorn right now. What the hell is going on here? The girl nearby also nervously clenched her fist. Do we have to kill each other to choose the representative? Another man also clenched his fist in regret, thinking if he had known, he wouldn't have become a regional representative. Everyone at the door of life and death has their own thoughts. I wonder if this time I can come back to life after dying. All these people seem to be representatives of different regions, and although their opinions on the situation vary, they all share the same thought. Maybe they can give up their regional representative rights. As for Ruman, he remains calm and briefly assesses the situation. In the past, being a regional representative brought no benefits, but from this round onward, things will be different. I must win this life and death match to become the new representative. Oliver added, the regional representatives don't need to worry so much. Although it's a life and death match, it doesn't mean you'll actually die. After the game ends, all the defeated representatives will be revived. A confident person like him seems to be overjoyed, so he will be resurrected this time too. But everyone is pondering the vague rules of this new round. Oliver crossed his arms and recounted. From their expressions, it seems no one thinks being a representative is beneficial. Can the representative really wield control? Continuing despite everyone's surprise, this is the power to control players of a lower level than yourself. Whether they want it or not, you can freely manipulate that player within an upgraded version of the command authority. Of course, the usage limit is 10 times. Additionally, if the representative dies, this authority will be transferred to someone else. Oliver sarcastically asked, but it still sounds appealing, right? The ability to control others. The person below still hasn't caught on, really? Can you freely control anyone you want, whether they want it or not? Oliver quickly declared, so you must be motivated now, right? Well then, once you're ready, we'll proceed with the side game, another angel pondered before speaking. Since the regions have been unified, we must decide together which angel will serve as the representative. After speaking, all the angels fell silent. Is there any angel willing to volunteer? If there is, raise your hand. The person who just asked sighed, I knew it. I asked an useless question. If any angel volunteers, that one is quite extraordinary. The angel beside me also calmly spoke up, confirming that no angel wanted to be the representative. So what should we do now? Does anyone have any good ideas? Hearing that, the angel's suggestion became even more intriguing. Randomly selecting a representative through chance, leaving it to luck, isn't a bad idea, but it's not very interesting. They started to argue and discuss, or maybe decide the order and take turns as representatives. That method isn't very fair. The person behind will probably have to wait a long time for their turn. That's true, since soon we'll be merging regions again. Oliver hesitated and asked, is there a fair and interesting way? At this moment, Priscilla made a new suggestion. How about this method? Won't the regional representatives fight each other later? The angel in charge of the first deceased's area will be punished by acting as the representative. Everyone around agrees with this idea. That's interesting. Good idea. I like Priscilla's approach. Do the other angels agree with this method? They all raise their hands in agreement. I agree. I agree. I agree. Someone else has a different idea. Wait a minute. Why not try this way? Oliver sinisterly suggests, instead of the first to die, the angel in charge of the last survivor will become king. Oliver crossed his arms and smiled, explaining, choose the responsible angel, the one in charge of the last survivor, to become the representative angel. The angel beside the scene looked surprised, as if confirming what had been said. And the other angels must absolutely obey the orders of the representative angel. Suppose someone is appointed as a guide, they must obey because it is the king's decree. Priscilla gently touched her chin and asked, so that means if the regional representative wins, we also win. If that's the case, wouldn't we also become the representative angel like the player who won? They kept discussing excitedly. This just got more interesting. The representative, huh? Sounds exciting. A truly unique idea. Oliver, the red-haired angel, looked contemplative again, daring to suggest that the winner become the representative. He seems very confident. Oliver turned to look and responded, do not. Of course I'm confident. Ah, I smile slightly, full of confidence. But what can I do? My regional representative is not someone to be taken lightly. Since the beginning, the player has never lost the top spot in their respective region. Oliver chuckled provocatively. Is that so? The stupid bird that leads the regional ranking? You dare to mock me just like that? Oh, you must be feeling very proud thinking about Rumen. If they knew who my regional representative was, they would definitely be so shocked they'd fall to the ground. Oliver said this and then casually asked everyone else as if nothing had happened. So what? Is that your decision? I obviously have no reason to refuse. The other angels also happily agree. I agree. This idea sounds more interesting. I feel the same. I am confident. And my regional representatives are not to be underestimated. An angel looked at Oliver and asked, so it's decided then. Let's start now. Oliver, go talk to them. I understand. Then they looked down at the line of players below and spoke. From now on, we will officially begin the special game to select the representative for each region. All regional representatives, gather here for orders. Some others look up at the angels with suspicion, while Ryuman remains silent and expressionless. After a moment, 10 representatives, including Ryuman, were separated. Oliver gave a slight smile and waved his hand, causing the ground beneath them to shake violently. Suddenly, flames burst forth, and a circular stone platform with intricate patterns gradually appeared. Tall stone pillars rose around the platform, enclosing the players once again. Finally, a completely circular arena was formed right in the middle of the empty space, and the 10 people inside looked utterly shocked and confused by this sight. Oliver looks down from above and explains once more. From this moment on, within this area, we will hold a battle royale, fighting each other until only one survivor remains. If you die outside the arena, you cannot be revived, so even if you die, do not leave this arena. While everyone was focused, the command suddenly rang out. Then let's begin. 10 people quickly kept their distance from each other, all on high alert, while he also dared not rush to attack and only watched silently. A regional representative glances around the arena, thinking that killing 9 people here would make him the unified regional representative, right? He looks at a blonde guy and 2 girls in front of him, all hesitant to act rashly. He is just probing each other. That's right. If they had previously taken the position of regional representative, they are all capable individuals. He smirked arrogantly. Still, no one here is stronger than me. He remembered his past battles, never losing his top position in the region, and the ancient language of disassembly he possesses is almost like an unfair advantage. As long as the sword hits the target's body, the ancient language activates automatically, tearing apart the remaining flesh. Even when he stabbed others in the back as if possessed, the sword moved on its own, allowing him to kill as many as 312 in the 4th round. The angels above had the same question. What are you doing? Why aren't you fighting? Fight faster, you foolish humans. Seeing their impatience, he silently wondered, what's going on? Are you betting money? Why are you so excited? No need to say it, I was about to act too. The man confidently walked straight ahead. Anyway, no one is stronger than me if I seize this chance to make a strong first impression. Otherwise, they will be scared and hesitate to attack to achieve that. Suddenly, he stopped and turned around. The regional representative drew his sword and faced the others alone, adopting a fighting stance with a challenge. I need a sacrificial offering, a sacrifice to become the display for my performance. The regional representative clenched his sword and sneered. Anyone who dares to step forward, I will deal with them first. At this moment, Ruin calmly stepped out from the crowd. He calmly wields a long sickle, ready to fight, while the regional representative still smugly wonders to himself. So you finally reveal yourself, my first prey. He stood still, watching Rumen with suspicion, as a huge, crude scythe, such an unusual weapon, appeared. The regional representative, still looking down on him, suddenly sprayed him with superglue. Although he had seen cases where a scythe was part of a nickname, the man stared intently at the glowing gold words above Ryumen Hak Kao, the actual scythe in his hand. Cold sweat began to pour down like a stream, and he opened his mouth wide, but could not speak. Is that Hak Kao? Is the nickname Hak Kao? The regional representative's mind was in chaos, but he tried to reassure himself. Could it be a coincidence of names? No, it can't be. Nicknames can't be duplicated, right? His sword gradually lowered. So who was that person? The regional representative inwardly screams as Riem Min walks toward him. This really is that Black Hook. Are they really the top of the regional rankings? Level 30? The angels flying above looked down and wondered what was wrong with that player. Did you just enthusiastically step forward and then suddenly look so clueless? Priscilla, isn't that person your regional representative? What are you doing, that stupid human? She looked at the current situation of the two below and wondered, why are they just standing there? Suddenly, a mocking laugh interrupted her thoughts. The annoyed red-haired angel turned and coldly asked, Oliver, do you find the current situation funny? Oliver chuckled smugly and looked at her. Sorry, but it's too funny. Just look at that human down there, see him trembling before my regional representative. What about yours? Now she finally focused on Rumen, and that giant scythe was truly impressive. That giant scythe is truly impressive, but is it your first time seeing it and not feeling enough pressure to be scared? Oh, I see. Then I immediately turned to question Oliver. So you're saying my regional representative is afraid of yours? Oliver replied confidently. Do I look like it? The red-haired angel still refuses to accept the truth and argues. Don't talk nonsense, Oliver. You think that regional number 1 is a joke. My regional representative has never lost the top spot from the very first round. Oliver gently stroked his cheek, his eyes full of provocation. That region's number 1 spot, not just anyone can claim it. My representative has never missed out on the top position in the entire region, right? The other angels, hearing this, were also very surprised and looked down. Huh? How dare you lie about being the top in the entire region? Still not recognizing me. Angels who check the rankings just need to see the nickname to recognize him, and one person who recognizes him speaks loudly. Oh, I've seen that dark mark before, isn't it? The one that always appears whenever the final results are shown? The red-haired angel shivered like a leaf. That Hak Kao is Oliver's regional representative. If that person really is Hak Kao, then our regional representative is no match at all. Below, the regional representative was sliced across the neck, his head falling off, and the match ended very quickly. Oliver laughed mockingly as Priscilla was eliminated right before his eyes. A blonde-haired man seeing this also breaks out in sweat as he recognizes Rumen. I Hak Kao, why is Hak Kao here? He looked around, and the others were almost too scared to fight anymore. Even if we all charged in, we couldn't beat Hak Kao. I will also die like that guy, maybe even before I can react. What's the point of reaching level 30 if I can't win? I'm only level 13. Then he saw you coming toward him and panicked. The blonde-haired man stepped back awkwardly, smiling hesitantly and bowing, but his tone sounded more like a plea. Yes, Lord Hak Kao, it's an honor. I never expected to share the same area with the renowned Lord Hak Kao. I am so happy I could cry. Riem Min kept getting closer, and he grew more panicked. Stop, put down your weapon, and let's talk like we used to. See, I've quickly withdrawn my weapon to show my sincerity to you. Didn't I put away my weapon already? I told you I had no intention of fighting Hak Kao. The blonde-haired man hurriedly puts away his weapon, looks up at the sky, and says, I'm sorry, angels. I give up. I give up. I also give up. I also give up. I also give up. A disappointed angel nods. That's really ugly. What kind of action is this? You said you're giving up. What about those humans? Another person said, displeased. You are ruining the game I have painstakingly prepared. The angels all grew angry, their faces filled with fierce hostility. This is a warning. From now on, anyone who dares to mention giving up will have their head blown off. The people below turned even paler with fear upon hearing this. If your head explodes, it's best not to think about coming back to life. Do you understand? The girl with the bow drew her weapon again. The others also fell silent and followed, watching Riem Min warily. One guy is still trying to reassure us, saying we have 8 people, maybe we can win. Seeing their expressions, he felt a bit disappointed and thought, do you mean those angels are even scarier than me? It seems they plan to charge together, but this only makes him more intrigued as he sneers.
No matter how many ants there are in the end, they are just ants. Are those guys getting annoyed because their pride was hurt? Is that bastard mocking us?
Senior Min seems too relaxed, doesn't he?
We are also well known in this area. The whole group, as if stimulated, no longer afraid of death, and all rushed forward to attack.
Ryu quickly leaps forward, his bloodshot eyes firmly set as he swings his scythe. Ryumin delivers a powerful strike that knocks back many enemies, instantly shocking everyone. Then he quickly rushes to each person and takes them down. The scene descends into chaos as Ryumin sweeps across the battlefield, blood splattering everywhere, leaving the angels horrified by the sight.
Is it over?
The Grim Reaper's scythe has won, huh? Priscilla realized something and spoke up. So the angel in charge of the Grim Reaper, Oliver, will someone be treated like a king for a while?
Hey, shouts angrily, Oliver. Priscilla angrily questions, you already knew the outcome would be like this, didn't you?
Oliver simply replied calmly, I already knew that.
Upon hearing that, A's anger grew even more.
Sure enough, Priscilla pointed directly at him and shouted, Everyone, this bastard has deceived us. She knew she would win, which is why she made that proposal, and she became even more furious when she heard those words. Why are you stating the obvious? What do you mean?
Oliver confidently explained that of course this game was beneficial to him, so he was the one who suggested it. If it weren't advantageous, he wouldn't have proposed it.
Then she looked down with a look of contempt. Besides, did I force you to bet?
Number? Everyone agreed to bet because they found it interesting.
So now you're blaming me? Seeing the opponent's anger, she challenged him. Are you trying to fight? If you're confident, just go ahead. Oliver raised his voice, reminding him that an angel fighting in front of humans would lose all dignity. If the head angel finds out, you don't need to think. You'll be locked in the cocoon. Priscilla quickly became tense and muttered, That place is really disgusting. I truly hate the cocoon.
Oh, you keep provoking. Why don't you dare to attack? Anyway, according to the bet, I am the king now, right? Priscilla, for now you will act as the representative of this unified area.
Alyssa asked in panic. Until when? Oliver calmly replied,
Why wait until I'm no longer angry?
Hurry up and get it done. Priscilla left without forgetting to complain.
Why did I end up betting like that?
The angel reports to humanity.
As you can see, the representative of the unified region has been decided. The system now shows that the Death Scythe player has become the new regional representative of CG-007, with temporary skills, commanding authority, allowing them to give orders, and force players to obey. That player must obey orders in any situation. Limited to 10 uses in total, 10 out of 10, only one command per player, and the skill has no effect on players with higher levels than you.
The people surrounding Ryu Min kept talking. As expected, the Reaper would become a god and take on the role of the representative.
The Reaper is level 30, so if you want, you can control anyone. You shouldn't anger him.
Looking down from above, I declare that since the battle is over, I will revive the fallen players. With that, shining feathered wings drop a few feathers. The souls of those who just departed suddenly began to glow, causing the man who was just knocked out to gasp in terror. The group that was just revived was just as surprised. What's going on here? I clearly remember my body being cut apart. Priscilla impatiently explained, You were killed by the Grim Reaper,
and the new unified regional representative is the Grim Reaper.
They finally started to suspect something. Oh, so it ended up like this after all?
All right, to clarify, since there is a new regional representative, I will revoke your resurrected representative rights.
The group looked disappointed at Priscilla's words, but they shouldn't be too upset. There's always a chance to regain the position.
Priscilla snapped her fingers and said, The side quest is over now. I will guide you through the main mission.
Each of you will have your own information panel. New information for the 5th round has been updated. Main task, each person must defeat 300 orcs within 10 hours. The side quest is to collect 4 balancing stones. If successful, you will be rewarded for the entire zone. Number of participants, 77,310,228. Number of completions, 0 out of 19,327,557 completed. Corresponding area CG-007. There are 4,884 participants and 1,211 completed. Is anyone suspicious? Defeating 300 orcs? Why are so few people completing it? Is it only a quarter? Priscilla saw their curiosity and immediately threatened. Why are so many people dissatisfied? Are they upset because the number of those who completed is so low? Do you want me to lower it further? The crowd reluctantly accepted. I'm just reassuring everyone that I've only given easy tasks so far. So this time I reduced the number of people completing it and prepared a harder one. But don't be discouraged, they gradually regained their spirits, but 300 orcs isn't a difficult task. Orcs in the game are just a bunch of weaklings, after all. Hearing that, Priscilla rubbed her temples in frustration and said, "You'll find out how hard it is when you experience it yourselves. I won't say more." The two people who asked earlier in confusion asked again. "What is the side quest, Angel? Why is the reward marked with a question mark?" He helplessly explained. Unlike previous rounds, this round has a publicly available side quest, but the reward remains a secret, as you can see. You're just as dissatisfied, always keeping secrets. Min pondered for a moment, realizing that the reward for the 5th round's side quest is the balanced ancient language, one of the 18 essential types. The reward for this side quest can only be received by one person in each area. Of course, since it's per area, other players also have a chance to get the balancing ancient language, but the difficulty is even higher than the main quest. Rumin's face hardened as he thought, and moreover, even if he completed the side quest, how many people could meet the requirements of the balancing ancient language? Priscilla quickly clarified everyone's doubts. The side quest for this round is to collect balance stones. If you collect all 4, you'll immediately receive a question mark reward, but only one person can get it. Their faces turned grim when they heard that, since there were only 4 balance stones in the area. Someone asked, "So what happens if no one finds all 4 stones?" "Then the side quest is basically useless." "Yeah. Yes, but don't worry. You can kill other players to steal the balancing stones." They were surprised. "You can kill to steal? Like you're the representative of this area, right?" She turned her back and reminded me, "Yeah, of course you can't steal other items. Only the balance stones apply, and unlike the previous round, killing won't revive you. Death is final. So I've announced everything I need to. You all have to do your best. The remaining time until the end is 9:59:59. Rumian watched her figure walk away with a look of disgust, and in the end, she still disappeared in an annoying way. He started planning. First, he had to quickly kill 300 orcs as fast as possible, then set a record. Thinking that, he quickly accelerated and left. Min ignored the gossip around him. Everyone had to turn their heads to watch his figure as he passed by. Why are they gossiping? He just passed by, luckily. He suddenly came close and made me jump. I thought my heart was going to fall out. I wonder where he's headed with someone suggesting it. Maybe I should follow and see. "Are you crazy?" the hooded man retorted. "Follow the Grim Reaper. Do you want to be controlled by him? Maybe the Grim Reaper will make you a slave for life," the black-haired guy analyzed. "But isn't it still better to just stay here? No matter what happens, the Grim Reaper acts faster than us. That's why he's always at the top." The others hesitated for a long time, afraid to follow. "What if someone is suspicious and gets caught while following?" "I just came up with an idea. We should keep following from a distance as much as possible." Someone still hesitates, nevertheless. The black-haired guy nonchalantly said, "If you don't want to come, everyone stay here. I'll go alone." After saying that, he turned and walked away. They found it difficult to make a decision. In the end, they still followed. "Forget it, let's go too." "That's right. If it's the Scythe of Death, I know where to find it." The small ORC village. ORC looked at Rumen in surprise as he stepped out from the trees. "Look over there. Is that a village ahead?" It seems Black Snake is heading there. Seeing the strange orc, he growls angrily but shows no emotion and continues rushing forward. In an instant, the Grim Reaper's scythe struck the ORC's neck. Min decisively delivered the finishing blow, and it fell to its knees, unable to block the attack. After taking down the first target, he continued into the village. Min carefully observed the ORC's activities. The orcs quickly become more ferocious upon noticing the intruder and rush forward to attack. He calmly swung his scythe across, and they angrily struck down with a hammer. Ryumi swiftly dodges the counterattack and raises his scythe, gathering spiritual energy. When reaching the strength threshold, Ryumin continues to join the battle. Rumen gently glides past the corpses of the ORC with blood so crimson. He enters the tent that has been set up, and cries of pain echo inside. Soon, Rumen finished dealing with the orcs. The players following behind still watched from the beginning to the end. The group cheered up. Turns out it wasn't such a big deal after all. It's just an ORC. It's probably the same level as the ones we fought before. Maybe because it's a dark spell, it looks easier, right? Someone speaks up to remind them. Don't be complacent, that's right. Better to be cautious. So instead of standing here, let's quickly sweep through an orc village like how. All right, then. When the player is cautious and calculating, I'll probably have to act together with this group from now on. Let's move. Looking at that group of people, he's definitely going to be useful. I'll observe from behind for a bit. If everything looks fine, I'll split off. For now, the more meat shields, the better. Others are just shouting ahead, "That's another ORC village." The group couldn't help but be surprised and exclaimed, "This is much bigger, probably 3 times the size of the previous village, right?" The giant orc standing on the tower blowing a whistle to give orders for infiltration. A scream echoed through the air as the group of orcs rushed out in a frenzy. They were excited just now. Now they are filled with fear. What's going on?
What's going on? Why does that guy have such a prison? Did he just call another ORC over? Could it be that a large force quickly came out to greet them?
The young ORCs are all much bigger than before and rush over. The overwhelming number of ORCs immediately surround the group. The group of players died right there, unable to hide their panic as all eyes stared menacingly at them. The group of people couldn't stay calm and exclaimed,
"Damn it, I wondered why this ORC village looked bigger earlier. I didn't expect there to be so many, probably more than 50.
Hey, what do we do now?" Someone snapped back, "Damn it, what else can we do? We have to fight for our lives." In that moment, the orc charged forward to challenge them. They still tried to reassure each other, "They're just more numerous. These damn orcs aren't that terrifying." "Kill!" In that moment, the 2 weapons clashed with a clanging sound. It angrily raised the spear in its hand to strike back. They sweat and still tried to hold on.
What's going on? These guys are really bad at skills, and their attacks aren't even that fast.
The brown-haired guy seems to be motivated to rush forward again, looking proud. All right, there's really nothing impressive about this. But the brown-haired boy's confidence didn't last long. He was stunned to find his sword wouldn't come out and immediately took a hit from the ORC. And so the brown-haired boy fell while the others still tried to get up and fight back.
Damn it, get out of the way.
The damn ORCs quickly slaughtered the group. Soon, the young leader found himself under their blades, wondering why he died at the hands of the orcs. Yeah. As the finishing blow was delivered, the black-haired guy shouted, "Help! Help!" Riam Min looked behind him with suspicion, noticing that the players who followed him earlier were no longer there. He notices something strange but then dismisses it. With 20 people moving together, it's hard to stay quiet.
"I don't need to worry too much, as long as we don't foolishly attack the large orc village or the guarded orc village."
Because he knew that if the guard orcs blew their horns, more than 50 of them would quickly gather, since there are over 200 orcs living inside the village. It's truly an enormous number, with dozens of green orcs per square meter. He remembered the strength of the ORCs when he first entered the village, and Ru Min couldn't help but marvel. Moreover, the muscle density of the orc is completely different from that of humans. Their weapons are hard to pull out once stabbed, and they are very resilient. His steps gradually quickened as he launched attacks while thinking about aiming for the neck. The ORC's weakest point, and delivered a decisive strike. Just as he predicted, the ORC was quickly finished, blood splattering everywhere, his expression cold as he passed by the giant ORCs.
Riam Min sighed. After all, that's only for regular players.
He took a step forward, then moved behind the orc and finished it off. Drawing his weapon, a burst of blood splattered. He softly called up the status window. Then the system displayed the remaining time until the end of round 8:59:22 seconds for the main mission progress. The ORC is at 300 over 300 across the entire area with 77,310,228 participants, 1 out of 19,327,557 areas completed, CS007 area with 4,844 participants, 1 out of 1,211 completed. He is planning his next move, and it will take about an hour to complete the main mission. First, I've secured the first place. Now let's go help Min Julie. Ru Min remembers her character design and signals to follow.
It seems a new battle just ended somewhere else.
Manji hurriedly came to check in. "Are you okay?" Young Ho gasped for breath and managed to say, "I almost died this time."
Those two are Choi Manji, a member of the Young Mountaineers Club led by Young Ho, the club's leader. After a long battle, they can finally relax a bit and chat.
"What kind of orc is this that's so strong?"
"Yeah, it just looks like a pig that can walk, but you really can't underestimate it."
"The people here are members of the Young Mountaineers Club."
Young Ho turned to ask MJ,
"How many have we killed so far?"
"You seem a bit surprised, but still reply."
"About 50 of them, sir." Wai Hong Ho looks worried and speaks up. "In just 1 hour, 5 people only killed 50. This is not good at all. If this keeps up, in 10 hours, not to mention 300, we will be eliminated." Someone raises their hand to calm the atmosphere and says, "Eliminated. That's not right. This time if we get eliminated, they'll wipe us out completely." He slightly loses patience and reminds everyone that we probably need to attack a bigger village. "Are you sure this isn't too dangerous?" "Yeah, it's hard enough dealing with 3, and now you're talking about moving to a bigger village." Someone else responded,
I think sticking to the small village for safe hunting like now is enough. Young-ho nodded in agreement. That's right, you guys are correct. I have nothing to argue with. I won't force you.
But if things continue like this, none of us will be able to kill enough 300 monsters, and we will all have to die. No matter how hard it is, every choice carries risks. Suddenly, Young-ho hesitated, but he spoke seriously now. Listen, there's no future on a sinking ship. Footsteps echoed through the space, and the forest had been stained with blood for some time.
When we arrive, Mandy raises her hand to signal. There it is, the village we saw earlier.
You seem hesitant. Wait a minute.
There's a guard post at the entrance. Let's go around the side.
While the orcs are distracted, the group sneaks in.
Someone notices Lu Hong and calls out, "Look over there, there's a gap in the fence."
The demons go ahead carefully scouting the situation. It seems no one is moving around outside, and inside is strangely deserted. Once they see it's safe, they move in and quickly search for any remaining traces.
Young-ho wonders if everyone is already inside the house. With that size, there should be 5 of us in one house, right?
He looked worried and replied, "Yeah, more than I thought."
"Lower your head, fool. There's no other way. With someone this clever, we'll have to go house by house and ambush them."
Young-ho agreed and urgently gave the order.
"All right, if it's decided, let's go in."
He nodded in agreement. "Yeah, with 5 of them, we just need to use the element of surprise to handle it easily."
"Be careful and remember, start from this house. When I give the signal, everyone rush in."
The group prepared to fight, their faces tense with determination. Then they charged forward without hesitation. As they approached the door, Young-ho pressed his ear to listen. Then everyone quickly broke the door and rushed in, their faces all panicked, and they shouted in surprise. 10 orcs, sensing an intruder, became aggressive and brandished their weapons to fight back. Someone shouted in fear, "There's too many of them. What do we do?" He calmly reassured them. "First, let's take them down one by one." Young-ho ordered everyone.
On their left, the young mountain climbers respond, "Yes," and the agile group supports each other. Everyone quickly made way for Young-ho to move forward. The orc was knocked down to its knees. After distracting the orc, Manji from behind charges forward and quickly finishes it off, causing it to collapse to the ground. The orcs become furious, roaring with rage. It rushes toward them, and the orc stares intently at Man, then suddenly scratches his shoulder with its claws. Young-ho saw him fall and panicked, shouting, "Manj!" He immediately grabbed his sword and lunged to slash the ORC's throat. "These damn pigs, die!" One strike straight through its neck. The large ORC was quickly defeated to everyone's surprise. Seeing their comrades fall, they became even more ferocious, and he and his teammates surrounded Man to protect him. The ORCs stared at them, ready for the battle to ignite. Young-ho tensed up, thinking silently. There were only 8 left, but with this number of people, could they handle them? "Boss, this isn't good. Let's retreat." He nodded in agreement. "I was just thinking the same." As he finished, the group hurriedly fled and retreated. The savage orcs chased after them, tearing the door open quickly. But as they stepped outside, they froze in shock at the sight before them. The sounds coming from the tent probably alerted the others nearby. They all stepped out together to surround the young mountain climbing club. Standing in front of a group of orcs, a member of the club was stunned and spoke. "How many are there?" "At least 100. They gradually fell into despair. "It's all over. Everything is over." "Is it really over?"
"Young-ho doesn't give up," he calmly orders and raises his weapon. The group, pale and awkward, looked to the leader, realizing the exam was truly over, and the time spent with everyone had been truly joyful. Young-ho became more serious than ever.
"Do you all know why they still haven't killed us? I told everyone, if you want to know, just look at the expressions of those orcs."
The orcs chuckled happily, unable to hide their fear at the sight, and he pointed at them saying, "They're mocking us. We're trembling like mice, so they find it funny."
Young shouted provocatively, "Are you angry? Being looked down on by the orcs, treated like a joke, just like monkeys trapped in a zoo?"
He quickly rallied everyone's spirits, telling them not to give up now. "Everyone, grab your weapons and kill at least one of them, then we can die without shame." Someone immediately drew their sword and replied, "I understand, big brother." Each of them raised their weapons with determination. "Sorry for showing you this shameful side, big brother. Even if I die, I will stay by your side." The ORCs who were once gleeful now grew serious. Young whispered to his brothers, "When I give the signal, we'll take them down one by one, understood?" They replied, "Yes, big brother." After calling him, the group rushed forward despite their surprise. "So let's charge in quickly." The orcs suddenly got startled, then burst out laughing as if something funny happened. I don't know why they ran away. They turned their heads and saw the orcs had disappeared somehow. Someone exclaimed in surprise, "What's going on? Why are the orcs acting like that?" The group turned around when they heard the cry. Everyone, Yan Ho is fighting against the orcs where the group just entered their tent. They stand there staring, with a confident look on his face.
There are now 8 of them left, charge.
Yes, big brother. After a tiring battle, they also achieved victory. We managed to defeat all 8 of them. Everyone excitedly turned to praise Yang Ho. Boss, did we do it? It was the boss who did it.
That's right. If it weren't for you, we would have given up long ago and been wiped out. He modestly replied, Don't say that. It's because everyone stayed strong and fought desperately that we succeeded. Otherwise, I would have been dead here too.
Hey man, how's your wound? I'm still hurting, but I can endure it. It's okay. He supports you and advises you to rest first, reminding you not to move at all. Everyone else should hide here too. I will go scout for an escape route. Oh. Someone worriedly asked, Is it dangerous? Don't worry about me, just stay quiet and wait here. They saw Yang Ho leave and called after him. Be careful, big brother. He looked around with suspicion. Strange, why is it so quiet? I haven't seen anyone's figure all this time. Yang Ho continued searching for clues, his gaze focusing on what was in front of him. What is that over there? Yang Ho could not believe his eyes, stunned by the thousands of dead bodies before him. He stepped forward, wondering, who could have done this? Who could have done such a terrible thing? Yang Ho couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the person in front of him. Hey, I can't believe that person, exclaimed the Grim Reaper. Riem looked back. Has someone arrived at the village earlier? He looked at the information displayed on the man in front of him, whose nickname was Jung Ho. Ryumi remembered something. Is this guy Do Yang Ho? Dongbin Vuong pondered quietly. Among melee classes, mercenaries are like angels. They can use various types of weapons and have similar skill sets, but the clear difference is that they become stronger when forming pacts with others. For this reason, most mercenaries in the game team up with acquaintances, or make pacts with the mercenary king. Jung Ho is also the person he's thinking of. The mercenary king is the only class that can command mercenaries through a pact. And when mercenaries form a contract with the mercenary king, they gain additional effects. Therefore, there is no reason for mercenaries not to make a contract. Riem Min, holding a dagger, silently thought that the man in front of him, Yang Ho, was the only class, the mercenary king. Watching Yang Ho flustered, he couldn't help but wonder how he ended up meeting the king of mercenaries in a place like this. Yang Ho noticed him looking and spoke up. Hello there. Rumen the Black Bridge asked in surprise. Do you know me? Yang Ho immediately responded, Of course I know. Who doesn't know that Rumen is always at the top of the rankings? He was surprisingly excited inside, like a fan meeting their idol. I never expected to meet the top-ranked person in the entire region here. If I suddenly reached out my hand to shake, would he feel uncomfortable? Riwen carefully considered in his mind. He's not the type to stab others in the back. He seems lost in his own thoughts. Perhaps that is why he was able to achieve the title of professional mercenary king. To become a mercenary king, one must have a kind heart and the mind of a leader. Yang Ho just stood there, muttering to himself. Then might as well have a little chat. Seeing Riem Min standing still and staring at him, he awkwardly asked, So all the orcs here were all killed by you? He quickly received the confirmation. Yes, that's right. Even though he had some idea, Yang Ho was so surprised to hear him say that he stammered. It's really hard to believe. As expected from the top-ranked player, he then bowed 90 degrees. Thanks to you distracting the ORC crowd, I managed to survive. Rumen replied calmly. I didn't even know you were here. Still, Yang Ho gratefully said, I know you didn't mean it, but I still received your help, right? Riem Min sighed and closed his eyes, saying if he's done, then he should lead his team away quickly, since all the enemies in the village have been killed. So there's no need to worry. Yang Ho asked suspiciously, So how come? But how did you know I have teammates? Rumen gestured from behind. Yang Ho turned around in the direction Rumen indicated. Oh, so your teammate has already come out. How does Rumen know that? Yang Ho was surprised to see that. Why are you guys here? I told you to wait there. A young man with a sword nearby immediately mocked. We were worried you'd leave everyone behind, that's all. Yang Ho heard that and got very sulky. Are you kidding? Where could I possibly go that would leave you guys behind? Ryumin looked over at them and thought to himself. From what he could see, those 4 were mercenaries, and it seemed they had a pact with Yang Ho. Then he looked back at Yang Ho, knowing that his trusted teammates were already following him because they were worried so early. Truly, a king of mercenaries. After a moment of joking around, one of them suddenly realized it was him and exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Hakao? The guy next to him was just as surprised. Huh? What is the Black Hook doing here? Ryumin calmly replied with her scythe in hand. I'm just here for a light hunt. The person who just asked chuckled awkwardly, while another turned pale and broke out in a light, cold sweat, thinking he had already taken care of everything with hundreds of orcs, so he told them to leave after they finished talking and then went on his way. I secretly calculated that I've killed all the orcs, so the mid-boss will appear soon. If they get caught up in it, it will be very dangerous.
Your words are like an order given to them.
Ah, I see.
See you next time. HCK out.
Glad to meet you. The orc corpses have started to vanish.
What?
Aren't you guys hearing anything? The nearby teammate replied.
What is that sound?
Quickly, the young man responded, Listen carefully.
Young-ho also sensed something was wrong and asked, What is that sound?
He asked, and Rumen answered. It's the mid-boss, run quickly.
As the tremors grew stronger and Ryumen's words echoed, Young-ho broke out in a cold sweat and asked again,
What? Mid-boss. Under the dark red moonlight, the silhouette of the boss appears as if answering his question. The young man with the sword asks in horror.
That over there is his teammate, quickly adding, a giant ORC.
The giant ORC monster roars loudly, leaving a shockwave that shatters the earth and rocks into pieces, dust billowing everywhere.
Ryumen saw it and thought calmly,
Finally, it has appeared. Orc warrior. A shard of crystal appears in his mind. Even though I already killed all the orcs in this village earlier, I haven't left because of this guy. To get the item from the Balanced Stone quest, I have to kill it.
Ryumen gently smiles, thinking that by defeating this one and the monsters from the other 3 villages, I will complete the side quest.
When the boss sees the target in front of him, he charges forward quickly. A teammate of Yang-ho, seeing the monster appear, asks, Hey leader, does that guy look angry? And Jia responded in horror.
Yes, it seems so.
Yang-ho's face turned pale as he tried to shout out, Run away! The boss has found its prey. It swings its sword and begins the hunt, and its first target was Yang-ho. He could only stand frozen in place, trembling with fear and unable to run away. Death is imminent as the boss's blade is about to strike him down. The 2 members nearby watch in horror and shout. The leader thought he was gone, frozen with fear, but somehow Yun-ho is still alive and sitting just a short distance from the blade. That near-death experience left Yang-ho's face pale and trembling, and if I saw him just sitting there, I'd really leave. So, where did Ryumen appear from, using the sickle to push him away, whether to save or attack, causing Yang-ho to fall to the ground? Ryumen coldly added, What are you just standing there for? Yang-ho, now recovered, looked at him gratefully and said thank you. Hakkao, with a cold expression, Ryuminui stepped back, if he still wanted to live. Yang-ho immediately scrambled to retreat as the boss approached, ready to take both of them down. It growled continuously as it moved, bearing sharp fangs stained with blood in a terrifying display. Ryumen swung the scythe and charged. This is bad. He successfully struck its leg, the energy from the scythe continuously pouring out, dealing damage to the boss. Feeling the pain, it let out a deafening roar. The last strike drove the boss into a berserk state. It swung its blade again, determined to take down Ryumen. A strike even more powerful than before crashes down on Ryumen, shattering the ground into pieces, but that's not enough. Ryumen managed to jump back just in time and remained safe. He landed perfectly without a scratch. The boss is still not in a berserk state and continues swinging its axe. Another strike falls, but the result is exactly the same as before. Ryumen has used teleportation to disappear. So what if Roan sneaked around to the back of the boss and looked down on it? With such a powerful attack, what does it matter? Dodging the attack is enough. The orc, hearing the noise, turns back and growls. After moving continuously for a while, Ryumen's foot suddenly stopped. He pushed off powerfully. In a moment, Ryumen was in front of the boss. He swung his scythe with great force, striking the orc. The collision creates a huge shockwave, and the boss screams in agony. Meanwhile, Ryumen calmly moved elsewhere, knowing that was not enough to defeat it. He twisted himself up and lunged at it again, the sharp sickle raised once more. This time he aimed straight at the boss's neck and struck. The pain was overwhelming for it. Angered by him, the orc raises its weapon to strike back and swings with all its might toward him. But the move was still too slow. Ryumen easily dodged that attack. Seeing it go berserk, Ryumen remained calm as usual and thought, its neck is too thick. 2 slashes are still not enough. With that in mind, he used his strength to leap toward it, ready to try again. The scythe was swung again, but this time something was very different. It was no longer just slashes. The scythe had been hooked onto the ORC's head. Ryumen uses the boss's arm as a foothold and propels himself to another spot, still gripping his scythe tightly as he leaps into the air. Under the force of the jump, the sickle plunged deep into the monster's neck. Ryumin executed a stylish spin until the ORC's head fell to the ground. The boss was defeated and collapsed to the ground along with its head. Ryumin stood proudly atop its corpse. The system's experience sound rings out. The ORC warrior has been defeated, gaining 37.73% experience. Gold increased by 4,000. Additional gold gained 2,000. Yanho's group nearby witnessed the entire glorious scene. The golden-headed man gaped and asked, "Did you defeat it yet?" Yang-ho was so stunned he froze in place, speechless. That black-clad guy.
Everlang was settled.
Ryumin also slowly stepped down.
Ryumin stands proudly beside the corpse of the boss smith,
looking truly handsome. The system begins calculating his reward. The player has defeated the orc warrior, gaining 37.73% experience, 4 gold, and an additional 2 gold. Received the great sword. Received the ORC's heart. Received the inferior spirit crystal. Received the balancing stone. The side quest progress is 1/4 balanced. Ryumi looked at her achievements and thought, indeed, hunting a boss drops better loot than just killing random monsters, especially when a bunch of good items also fall. A new equipment screen appeared, the complete greatsword, classified as a weapon, level of destruction, 100 damage, with an effect that triggers on each hit.
Attack speed increased by 5%, stacking up to 10 times, durability 1.00 over 1.00, usable from common level and above. The notable feature of this sword is the circle attached to the hilt.
Ryumi looked at these stats and felt excited. In terms of damage, it even surpasses the scythe.
Later, I have to sell it for a profit.
Another item caught his attention. Next is the ORC's heart. If an ordinary person saw it, they'd probably be terrified and throw it away. The item information also appears on the system. The ORC's heart, classified as an item, is described as a red gemstone. It looks like a real heart, but it's not an actual heart. Players can safely use it. The image of the scythe appeared in his mind, but throwing it away would be a pity, since it's a material for crafting a unique item.
Young-ho saw that the battle was over and ran over with his companions. "Hakao thanks you for saving us. Thanks to you, I and the others were able to keep our lives. But it seems like you knew all along that the giant ORC would appear, right?" Ryumin probably saw them struggling and thought so.
Probably just answer superficially and get it over with. Do whatever you think is best. Ruin responds. In other ORC villages, after destroying all the ORCs, a mid-level ORC boss will appear afterward.
So that's why you kept saying, "Let's get out of here quickly."
You're so kind. Adachi. The other members were so moved they started crying. Ryumin just dismissively finished the matter. It's a big deal, but anyway, I'm done here. I'm leaving now. Yang-ho's team respectfully bowed.
"Yes, once again, thank you for saving us. Be careful on your way."
Yang-ho cheerfully called out, "Let's go now. We need to hurry back to hunting." But suddenly, the injured team member groaned and then collapsed, unable to hold on.
Yang-ho anxiously asked, "Are you okay, Madu?"
He desperately said, "I can't take it anymore. I'm exhausted." Yang-ho worriedly said, "What? You said earlier that you were fine." Man, looking pale, replied, "I was just scared you'd worry, so I said that, but now I'm at my limit." Yang-ho was a bit frantic, but he had to keep going, fight through the remaining time if he wanted to survive in the real world. But the harsh truth is his reply. "You already know it. If you don't have 300 of them, it's meaningless. Leave me behind. I don't want to be a burden to you and the team." As the team leader, Yang-ho, there must be a way.
"That's right. We'll take down the orcs. You just need to land the final blow, okay?"
Dai's face grew paler as he clutched his arm, covered in blood and juice, and whispered,
"If that's the case, you and everyone else won't be able to hunt anything anymore. Even with 300 monsters, you can't hold out until the end," Man said, then gasped in pain and groaned.
This made Yang-ho even more anxious. He still felt helpless, not knowing what to do, hoping that calling out your name might bring about a miracle. Even Ryumin's attention was drawn to this story. He looked at them and thought, that's really surprising. A future king of mercenaries who stands above hundreds of others is so weak just because of a teammate. Rumi saw them struggling and worried, then suddenly understood the reason.
Well, if they are close brothers, they might also understand the scene of me and my younger brother appearing in Ryumin's mind. That moved him.
Ryumin stops and, after some thought, decides to turn back.
I also have a younger brother, so I should help them too. The distance between Ryumin and the group is getting closer. It seems everyone needs help. Can I take a look? Yang-ho, like grabbing a straw to save his life, hurriedly asked, Do you have any way to save him?
Ryumin replied softly, He carefully observes Manji's condition. The wound is serious, but not beyond saving. Then Ryumin reached out his hand, a blue aura emanating from it as he approached Manji's wound. The magic flow seeped into the injury, forming a small core of energy. After a while, Man's shoulder looked as if it had never been injured, completely healed. Young-ho was stunned by the miraculous sight. "The wound!" The young man next to him stammered, "The wound has disappeared." The team members quickly asked when they saw that scene. Black Cloak asked, "How did you do that?" Ryumin calmly replied, "Emergency first aid skill. Anyone can buy it at the shop." The brown-haired one seemed enlightened. "Oh, I remember now. That's right. I also saw it at the store. It seems the skill costs 20 gold. I didn't expect it to be so useful." Hearing them say that, Ryumin thought there was a misunderstanding. Emergency first aid isn't that useful. He looked at the skill he just used and pondered. It only helps stop bleeding and heal minor wounds. Healing a broken shoulder, like this, is beyond its capability. A healing skill appears in his mind, but emergency first aid is a divine system skill, and its effectiveness depends on the intelligence stat. Ryumin looked at them, thinking that his current intelligence stat was now 123, and a dazzling item appeared on the screen. With each level increase, boosting intelligence and 1% effectiveness of divine skills. Ryumin's thoughts continued as Run's brilliant aura amplified the effect, allowing this skill to truly shine. He calmly asked Manji to try moving her shoulder. Even with the scar, there's no problem with the movement. Hearing that, Yu also followed suit and exclaimed in surprise, "I can move normally now." With a cold expression, Ri reminded you, "But you're not fully recovered yet, as this is only first aid. If you push yourself too hard, the wound might reopen." Seeing your dazed expression, he added, "But hunting orcs probably won't be a problem." Man quickly stood up, bowed in gratitude, and said, "I truly thank you, Black Chain. You are my savior. I really appreciate it." The others followed suit. Young-ho, representing everyone, said, "Thank you for saving Manji." The other two also followed, "Thank you for saving my teammate." "Thank you," Hako Young-ho said gratefully. "I don't know if this will be useful, but please accept this. This is a small token of my appreciation." The two team members looked at what he offered with wide eyes in surprise. "It seems this item is quite valuable." Then each person took out their equipment as a gesture of gratitude. "Black Hook, please accept this from me as well. Please also take this. This one too. This can be sold at the shop for quite a bit of gold." In less than a minute, the items were surrounded by Ryumin. He calmly thought that out of politeness, he should refuse and respond gently. "You don't need to do that," the young man with the thermal pick said enthusiastically. "It's all right. This is a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it." Everyone agreed in unison, "Just take it." In the end, Ryumin stared blankly at the pile of items, thinking that although they were all trivial, 5 people giving so much was quite a lot. Suddenly his eyes sharpened as he remembered, but there was a greater benefit than these things. Young-ho pats his teammate's shoulder in front of Ryumin and says that thanks to your help, Manji now has hope to survive. Manji also smiles and replies, "I will definitely repay this debt someday." Besides the small gesture earlier, he watched their happy laughter and thought to himself, not only making the mercenary king feel indebted, but also gaining goodwill, all with just basic skills and this advantage. It's not bad at all. Ryumin stored the pile of gifts into his space, then turned and said, "I'm leaving now. See you later." Everyone bowed and said in unison, "Be careful on your way." The scene shifts to a nearby forest, where a girl sitting under a tree looks at her system interface and wonders, "Is this okay?" It has been over an hour, and the screen shows the remaining time until the end of the 8 hours, 55 minutes, and 15 seconds for the main mission progress. ORC0/300. Julie panics at the current situation. If it goes on like this, not just 300 creatures, I might be wiped out. She kept blaming herself, thinking it was all her fault for being too cowardly and missing the Black Hook. The previous scene flashes back along with her thoughts. Since the 5th round began, finding the Black Hook wasn't difficult because among the 10 regional representatives gathered for the side match, there was a Black Hook, but July's face was full of worry. "Why is this happening?" I remember a player being cut by a scythe and not having time to dodge. As the life points keep dropping, she leaves with her body cold. Ryumin moves past each person, and every time someone falls without a chance to fight back. His icy, terrifying, and extremely cold eyes. She met that gaze and could only tremble in fear, frozen to the spot. Facing Ryumin's cold stare, a thought crossed my mind. The side match is over. Now I have to talk to him. But Chan seemed unable to move at all. Julie closed her eyes tightly, trying to calm herself down. "Don't be afraid. He won't hurt you." She opened one eye, thinking he wouldn't threaten her with a scythe on their first meeting. But then she looked around confusedly, searching back and forth. "Hey, where did he go?" Julie, worried and regretful, she still missed him in the end. What should I do now?
Then she recalled the conversation. In reality, taking down 300 ORCS is not easy. They are very strong and often move in groups.
Rumen carefully warned her that she must never hunt ORC alone. After the merging area is completed, she should find Hakkao first before considering fighting or in returning to the current situation, Julie thought carefully. Even though I can't contact Hu, I have to wait at least an hour before moving, because Rumen kept telling me to do so. So I stayed put. She gradually sank into constant worry and unease. But who can guarantee that Hakkao will return to the starting point? If this keeps up until the tournament ends, I might not even get the chance to meet Hakkao. After a moment of contemplation, Julie resolutely stood up, silently determined to go find him. July cautiously walks around the forest, carefully inspecting and noticing that he seems to be heading this way. Then suddenly she sees something there. The small houses built close together make July boldly guess. A village? After a quick glance, she was full of questions. Could that be where the orcs live?
Then maybe Black Hook is also inside there. Julie shook her head vigorously.
No, it's better to stay away now. It could be very dangerous. An orc has been standing behind her for a while, and now it has her in its sights. She immediately turned around feeling something was off. If she didn't see it, she wouldn't be scared. But if she did, she screamed in terror. The ORC growled back. Seeing there's no way out, Julie drew her sword, ready to fight it out. Damn it, I really don't want to fight a head ORC. She quickly uses the blessing skill, which reduces all starting stats by 50%. Julie carefully assesses the situation, but there are still two advantages for her. First, there is only one enemy. She continues to assess the raging orc in front of her. Second, I know its weak point. Julie's mind keeps calculating. Everywhere else is too muscular. I have to aim for the neck. The problem is how to hit it properly. She became cautious, thinking that if she missed and hit somewhere else, it would counterattack. But then she still swung her sword, and they said it was very hard to draw it because of the dense muscles. Quickly and decisively, the sharp tip pointed straight at the orc's neck. It quickly shifted its weight and tilted its body so the sword only hit its forearm, causing not enough damage to take it down. Julie saw that and turned pale. Damn it, it dodged. She pulls out her sword and quickly steps back. Julie looks at the sword and can't help but feel lucky. Thank heavens I missed, so the blade didn't get stuck in the muscle. The ORC went berserk, raising its axe high. It launched a relentless attack, but Julie skillfully dodged. Seeing an opportunity to counterattack, her eyes were determined as she held her sword firmly. Julie finally saw its weakness. This is the opening! She thrust forward successfully, injuring its neck. The pain immediately shot through its body, causing the orc to scream in agony. She looked at the situation and felt a quiet sense of relief. Good, my technique is effective. Judging by the ORC's condition, Julie assesses that just a little more effort is needed, and she unleashes a flurry of sword strikes directly into the monster. After a while, the orc's neck was pierced, turning into a hive. It lost its ability to fight and collapsed to the ground. Julie, still holding her sword, doubting herself but thinking, I did it, then she becomes happy, having defeated an ORC alone. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps caught Julie's attention. It's our Rumen. His hand calmly holding the sickle, he walks unbothered by any father and son. She rubs her eyes, wondering what she's thinking. Am I seeing things? July looked at him with a heart full of turmoil. Is the person right in front of me really the Black Crow? The one I've spent so much time and effort chasing after? Did they come here on their own? Then Rumen brushed past her as if they were strangers. No, he was just passing by. Yeah? She straightened herself up. Damn it, now's not the time to hesitate. Julie quickly turned around, stammering, Sorry about that. When he heard her call, he also stopped and asked what was going on. Julie hesitated and asked, So you want me to sing a duet with you? Min looked at the girl in front of him, doubtfully asking again. What? She nervously explained, forming a team. He responded with a question. Why should I team up with you? Julie was speechless for a moment, unsure how to reply, but then she firmly said, I will show you. Julie reaches out and casts the same magic again, and Rumen seems to find it a little interesting. This is my enhancement skill. The blessing lasts for 3 hours, so it probably increased all your attributes by 50%. I have already checked. So, does that answer your question? My enhancement skills will really help you with hunting, Ryuman asked again. So if I want that enhancement skill, I have to team up with you? She also confirms. Yes, actually I want you to help me hunt. He hesitated a bit and replied, I don't know. But then the next words were that I have the authority to command and I can currently use you as support. July was stunned, speechless. Rumen continued to ask, Can you promise not to betray me? She regained her enthusiasm and nodded immediately. Of course, Ryo Min's arm extended to mark their partnership. Fine, I will trust you. He begins to introduce himself.
Level 32, I'm a melee fighter.
Julie happily replied. I see I am level 13 and my class is support. Only then did he ask again. Did you just say you need help?
You handled that orc pretty well earlier, she awkwardly replied. Actually, that was the first time I managed to kill one.
That surprised Ryo Min. Is this the first time she's killed a monster in the past 90 minutes? Julie could only smile awkwardly.
Ah, yes, that's right.
His voice rang out once more.
You don't have much time left, so I'll help you take them down as quickly as possible.
Julie knew he was strong, but still couldn't help but be surprised by those words. How? The two of them continued to walk through the forest. Ryo Min led the way. Julie hesitated before following. Seeing her standing quite far away, he spoke up. Come closer to me and follow behind.
If you're out of my sight, I can't protect you.
She also responded. All right. Julie feels a bit happier knowing he's caring. Not as cold as he seems, but just as she's glad she followed Min's advice and is doing well, something suddenly catches her eye. It's a group of orcs blocking the way in front of us. This time there are 3 of them. Julie, seeing that, was frightened and stepped back. And there were 3 more of them. Ryo Min, holding his scythe, said, Wait here for a moment. Then he gathered strength in his legs, ready to fight. A second later, Ryo Min charged at the orcs, wielding his scythe ready to sweep away anyone in his path. The first strike aimed at their legs to immobilize them, ensuring none could escape, as the orc screamed in pain from the sudden blow. Before it could react, a figure appeared in front of an ORC. Ryo Min, like the Grim Reaper, was ready to send it back to its mother. The scythe swung down, severing one arm in excruciating pain, then the other arm was swiftly dealt with. Julie was a bit scared after seeing that, but after a while fighting the monsters, he landed and stood in the middle of the chaos. His voice became sharp. Now kill them. Seeing Julie frozen, Ryo Min asked, Why are you just standing there dazed? She finally snapped out of it and replied, Sorry. Julie drew her sword, thinking she had to be more careful, then decisively stabbed straight into the ORC's neck, sending it off to the afterlife. The system immediately announced you have defeated the ORC, gained 2.35% experience, and 40 gold. She was surprised to hear that mechanical notification sound. This was so easy it was almost unbelievable. I thought there would be at least some danger. Julie sweat as she looked at Ryo Min. I never expected killing the orc to be so easy. His cold face comes into view, and I can't help but marvel inwardly. Hakkao is really strong. Seeing her keep looking at Hwai, he turned around and urged, If you're done, let's go. She nervously replied, Are there still 2 more left to deal with? After finishing off the remaining ones, Julie ran over to join him. Long quietly feels lucky to be in a team with Hakkao. A moment later, another ORC is defeated. Julie praised him, saying his skills are truly top tier. I didn't expect monster hunting to be so easy. He didn't care about that and just asked how many we had defeated so far. She recounted their achievements, saying they had taken down 52 monsters in the past 30 minutes. It's very fast, isn't it? Ryan ponders as she walks. Compared to other players, it's fast, but still not enough for me. Just as I expected, moving around to hunt monsters takes up too much time. He falls into his own thoughts, carefully considering, but attacking the camp would put Min Julie in danger. Even if I go, I can't protect her if I'm surrounded by 50 enemies at once. Then a decision was made. In the end, I had to target Orc Summon. Julie cheerfully said, with this pace, she could kill all 300 within 3 hours. Before she could finish speaking, he interrupted. 3 hours is too long. It has to be reduced to 1 hour. Huh? Is it really an hour? How is that possible? He casually said, just need to leverage ORC Summon. Julie skeptically asked, what kind of monster is ORC Summon? No, you don't know. Ryo Min quickly explains that ORC Summon is a monster capable of summoning a horde of orcs. The scene where the ORC appears matches his words. If he keeps calling the ORC continuously, we will save a lot of time searching for monsters. She continued to ask, so does that mean you plan not to kill ORC Summon and let it keep summoning monsters? Seeing that she understood, Ryo Min nodded. That's right. I will let it live until I have defeated 300 of them. Julie stepped forward and asked, but how did you find out information about ORC Summon? This is your first time facing it. He also gave a brief explanation. Before meeting her, I had a quick encounter with it once, so that's how I knew where it appeared. Seeing nothing suspicious, her expression softened like that. Ryo Min calmly reassured her, don't worry, I'll keep going and handle all the dangerous stuff. Hearing that, Julie was taken aback. She watched his back as he moved forward without saying a word. A faint smile unconsciously appeared on Julie's face. I didn't expect him to be so thoughtful. It's true that only through experience can you truly understand people. The scene shifts to another part of the forest. The two of them have arrived at the destination, right here, standing in front of the village gate. July asked suspiciously, "Is there a boss in such a small village?" He confirms, "Yes, it looks easy to attack, but rushing in will immediately get you surrounded by a horde of orcs, summoned by Orc Summon." Rumen's eyes sharpened as he realized it was all just a trap to lure players in. He sank into his memories, recalling the same thing happened last round. The dead bodies of players killed by ORC Samon are piled up behind this village, enough to show that ORC Samon is a clever and notorious guy. The scene of each player falling one by one appears. In other words, they are very cowardly. He walks and ponders, realizing that his lack of confidence to face things head-on is why he has to resort to these tricks. Seeing her standing still, Rumin spoke up. Curious, Julie asked, "Why aren't there any ORCs around?" His explanation immediately rang out. "The houses over there are just decoys to deceive players and make them easier to approach. Actually, this village is only inhabited by Orc Samon. The sickle is raised, ready for a serious fight. It's inside the biggest house setting the trap, waiting for us to step in." She asked again, confused, "What does the trap mean?" He calmly explained that the trap is simple. Unaware players will walk into the house, and as soon as they step on the trap point, Orc Samon waiting there will summon the orcs to attack. Ryumi also added that each summoning brings about 10 to 20 monsters, and if they get surrounded, they will almost certainly be wiped out. Jolly listened and felt worried. "So what should we do? If they appear at the same time, it will be very difficult to keep them alive just enough." He quickly replied, "Yes, but there is a way." Suddenly, Rumen moved closer, making her blush. He whispers something that surprises Julie. "Is that really all it takes? Is Orc Samon that easy to deceive?" Rumen quickly reassures her. "Don't worry, I've already checked." Julie placed her hand on her chest, her voice firm. "Then leave that task to me." He asked again, "Are you planning to do it alone?" She replied with determination, "Yes, there's no need to go into both. I've always just sat still, waiting like a fledgling waiting for food. And I feel guilty about it too. You can do that much." Ryumin was momentarily stunned by her words. Then he agreed. "All right, then I will wait outside." Julie follows the plan and slowly approaches the house under Rumen's watch. She pushed the door steadily and entered with tension. Waiting for July was a long, dark corridor, so black you couldn't see the end. The sword she carefully grips in her hand. Suddenly, something catches her eye. July stops in front of a spacious room. Thinking of the red carpet, her gaze becomes determined and she clenches her fist. This is the trap point that Black Dog mentioned, and now the real danger begins. Julie recalls what Rumen told her, that inside is ORC Samon hiding. If you follow the corridor, you'll reach a room with a red carpet. Just step on it, and the ORC will be summoned immediately to block the path. A perfect plan is set. We just need to advance to the red carpet and then retreat. At that moment, Saman Orc thought that losing the prey would cause some scouts to chase after it, and our task is to deal with those scouts. As the memory ends, July becomes even more determined. That's right, it's simple. She steps closer to the red carpet, just revealing a hint of her presence to make them think she's been there, then quickly retreats. Immediately, Jolly witnesses an ORC sitting on a throne, emanating a massive gray aura of power. It was just waiting for her to step on the carpet again so it could strike. But Julie turned around and ran as planned. She used all her strength to run towards the exit. The last door finally closed. Julie manages to get outside, breathing a sigh of relief. "It's just a small matter, but my heart keeps pounding." Ryumin gently asked Han if she was okay, and she cheerfully replied, "Of course." I followed the plan, got to the front of the red carpet, then turned back. Hearing that, he felt reassured. So it's settled then. Still suspicious, Jolly spoke up. "Will Orc Samon really let the scouts go find out?" He confidently replied. "You just have to wait and see." The door was slightly opened again. Exactly like Rumen said, countless orc monsters appeared. They were sent out for reconnaissance. A voice from behind a blonde-haired orc asks, "What are you looking for?" As always, it's Ryumen's voice. He gently raises his death sigh, then says, "It's over there." Of course, the orcs couldn't withstand the blow, and all fell to the ground. Seeing it was safe, Rumen then called out, "Let's go." Julie peeks out from a corner and responds, "Yes." Time passes again, and the fire lights up, pushing back the darkness of the night. Julie breathes out. It's done. Min, who doesn't know what tiredness is, still wants to keep going. Then lure it again. Julie starts asking her questions again. Will repeating it so many times trap it again? The answer to the question is announced. Yes, it has some intelligence, but only like a goldfish, so it will forget quickly. Rumin's face no longer looked cold, but strangely gentle. Don't worry. Julie also responded with a bright smile. Yes, most of the orcs have been defeated. The bodies are scattered everywhere. Julie, with a bright face, said, I have already defeated over 300 of them. He replied softly, An hour has just passed. She tilted her head slightly and smiled, saying, Thanks to you, the hunt went quickly and easily. I really appreciate you. Seeing her bright smile, he asked, What level have you reached? I'm already level 19. Just one more level and my rank will go up. He continued to look at her, thinking that as her rank increases, she will learn new skills, and her current skills will also become stronger, benefiting both of them. If you want to set a record with the same ending, I need your stronger spin effect. He looked at her thoughtfully and said, I will help you reach level 20, and after that, dealing with the orcs will be much easier. Hearing him say that, she couldn't help blushing. Are you doing all this for me? Then if it's not too much trouble, please help me. Suddenly, someone from afar called out, making both of them turn their heads. Huh? Look over there. One by one, they start to come in, and someone recognizes him. Wait, isn't that the Black Hook? Then he wondered, who are you standing next to him? What's with these orc corpses? Hello there. He replied coldly, What's going on? He stammered. Yeah, we were just here to hunt orcs, didn't expect anyone else to arrive first. Even so, he just couldn't believe it. No way. Looking at the pile of corpses there, he couldn't help but be startled. Just 2 people killed all of them? Could it be that a small village like this has so many or even more? That's really strange. The young man standing beside him stares intently at July. Who is the girl standing next to him? Are they allies? At this point, they can't figure out why the Black Cloak would cooperate with their teammates. That's ridiculous. Another young man just stands there, smiling sinisterly. Maybe it's his type or something. Looking closely, she's pretty attractive too. He saw them just standing there and angrily swung his sickle down. Ryumi seriously said, Don't bother us, go away, startling them. His eyes gradually turned icy cold. You can think whatever you want, but right now, you've crossed the line. If you have no business here, leave. They rushed forward, shouting loudly, Hey, who are you to talk back to us like that? That's right, just meeting for the first time and already talking so casually, isn't that rude? Julie suddenly panicked. Are they crazy? How dare they argue with me, huh? The guy who just praised her earlier suddenly boldly stepped forward, even though he was still scared. I don't care if he's number 1. You have no right to look down on us. As he was speaking, he lightly brushed the scythe across his forehead like a breeze. A blurry red scar appeared, making him grit his teeth in silence. He gritted his teeth and repeated, If you want to keep your life, get out. They all hurriedly ran away in a panic. Everyone, let's go! Sorry for the trouble, sorry for interrupting. Even if they run, those people still want to know what you're planning to do. Damn it! Do you think we'll just leave like this? Even if we have to follow him, we need to see what he's up to. But you're not stupid enough not to realize their true intentions. Those bastards are planning to secretly follow me. But first I'll level up Minjuri to 20 since the bugs are gone now, and then we'll keep hunting. She nodded happily. As time went on, the scene shifted to where the group of people was, frightened by his intimidation. It seems they've run quite a distance, and someone speaking here must be out of sight now, right? The teammate is worried. What are you planning to do? The injured guy, annoyed, said, Aren't you curious to see how that Black Hook hunts? Some people agreed. Yeah, I think so too. Where did he find so many brains, I wonder? They kept on discussing excitedly. So, now, are we going to lurk in the shadows? He said calmly. We won't be detected from afar. Don't worry. If you're scared, then go die. If you're afraid, just forget it. And then they returned to his side, hiding behind the bushes to watch their actions. Now, more new ORCS have appeared around him. They saw him standing still alone without attacking, then rushed in like a storm. He threw a punch, easily taking down one. Just with that punch, it sent it flying far away, so powerful that even those behind couldn't block it in time. One accidentally looked up and saw him striking continuously, swinging his sickle with precision, tearing them apart into hundreds of pieces. The remaining ones are stunned, not understanding what just happened, while the onlookers witnessing him firsthand are all stunned. As expected from a top tier, we struggled just to kill one. One of them sensed something was off. Yeah, what is that? It seems he's not finishing it off in one go and is waiting for something. Why doesn't he finish it off? The girl from earlier is heading towards it. The controlled orcs kept squirming. When they saw her approaching, they immediately understood something. No way. Could it be that he's letting her take the life of the monster?
So they still don't understand why, do they?
What is missing from the black hook that makes him do this? They kept questioning behind her. Who is that girl that she deserves such special treatment? Damn it! Look at her grinding through it like it's just candy. So jealous. She's already inside now, but they're still rambling on. We sweat and burn to kill just one OLC. They still don't stop even as she disappears into the distance. While some just sit there gaining experience, they remain furious and ready to die when she returns to the house. Really. However, one of them has noticed something. Huh? Something's not right. What's going on? The number of ORCS is increasing.
Every time that girl enters or leaves the house, the orcs follow her in a line. They watch him showcase his abilities while wondering.
But isn't it strange? How many ORC are inside that tiny house?
Wait a minute, you mean that hut is the resurrection point for the ORC? Maybe so. If not, there's no other explanation.
They suddenly realized,
damn it, there's a checkpoint right here.
Are those bastards just sitting here grinding furiously all this time? Now I get it. They told us to leave so they could monopolize the revival spot. Once we understood, we quickly discussed. Maybe we should just wait until they leave. Once they're gone, that place will be ours.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I also want to seize it by force, but I don't have the strength. July looks at the system panel with joy, raising her head with satisfied and proud eyes. He sings, I've reached level 20 and learned a new skill. Softly, he says, Congratulations. She excitedly ran over and my luck increased from 50% to 60%. He quietly replied, Can I use it right now? She was a bit hurried. Is that okay? She raised her hand into the air, a green light emanating from her palm as if gathering into a magical energy source. A truly beautiful energy surrounded both of them.
This is called the blessing skill, which increases all attributes by 60%. The blessing lasts for 2 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds.
Her bright blue eyes shine with confidence and passion. The glowing green magic emblem signifies a blessing enhancement. The next technique I learned is a new skill. That faint green aura gently spreads from his hand to the scythe and down to his feet. Then it envelops the entire person. The system continues to notify. Your attack and movement speeds have increased by 60% thanks to the haste skill. The haste skill has 29 minutes and 59 seconds remaining. Are you looking at the system panel with a blank face? Has your attack and movement speed improved? Not bad, you got that right. I can use it for you every half hour. He chuckled, teasingly. I'm very grateful. She pouts. I'm being sincere. He turns away. That's enough. Let's go catch the orc wizard. She hesitated. Is there anything I can help with? He walks on calmly. Just stay away from them. Suddenly, he glanced over at the ones who had been watching us all along. Those bastards are probably happily gossiping behind our backs. She smiles happily, unaware. All right, then I don't have to worry about that. Under the red glow, he feels a bit of contempt. Let's see what they do with this. The scene shifts back to the house. She hides in a nearby corner, while those people continue to watch them. What's going on? Hakkao is inside the house again this time. The thick wooden door is gradually cut open by a sharp, precise strike, and he breaks through it to rush outside, followed by the fierce pack of orcs. They rush forward like hungry wolves, while his gaze is as sharp as a blade, no less than theirs. July was standing there when she sensed that something was wrong happening. She saw him carrying a weapon and rushing forward, feeling puzzled. Why did Hakkao run away? Why is that? What is that? Hakkao is being chased by the orcs. Someone else adds, could it really be Hakkao? A pair of massive legs appeared along with the sound of a staff hitting the ground. It was the orc sitting on the throne. It raises its staff, unleashing a swirl of dark energy, and points it directly at Ryuman. The icy aura from the staff shot straight at him, but was easily dodged by Ryuman, who stepped back from the ground. Under the effect of that skill, several orcs emerged from the ground. Ryuman is trapped between two groups of orcs, with the newly emerged orcs in front and more behind. A young man points at the orc and asks, "Who is that masked one behind?" Someone else then added, "It looks much bigger than the other orcs." They carefully observe the orc, and if it's only that big, maybe it's the boss or the leader. A keen observer realizes that these are not reborn orcs, but ones summoned here. July stands in a corner, terrified, as his black-clad figure is surrounded by orcs. What should he do? Should I help out or not? But then something made her calm down. She carefully observes Ryuman's attitude, and that look of his shows he's not panicking at all. Seeing that he's not afraid, the boss raises his staff and continues summoning another group of orcs. The young man was just shaken, and now 10 more orcs have appeared. Ryumin is completely surrounded, but shows no fear. He jumped to avoid an attack from the orc preparing to counter, and a voice rang out, "Too bad, did he dodge everything?" He really is a true monster, the young men kept discussing. Hey,
This is no time to stand still. That guy, the big one who looks like the boss, doesn't seem to have anyone guarding him.
Is that right? A nearby person replied. Huh? That's right. Should we rob him? They were a bit hesitant, and I wasn't sure either. What if the black guy caught us? But that guy quickly reassured us, saying he wasn't the one starting trouble. He was busy dealing with the orcs. Even if he's a dark mage, he would struggle if surrounded like that. The white-clad one agreed after hearing that. That's right. If he asks, just say you thought he was in danger and jumped in to help. The guy next to him thinks it's fine, and it sounds reasonable. Then a question rose up while Rumen was fighting. So what? Do you want to join this cable theft? Quickly, everyone agrees. I'll join, so will I. Saying that, the reckless people start moving toward the house. That scene was captured nearby by Julie and brought into view. She looked at that fool and wondered what those people were doing. Then Julie panicked at the thought that while Hak Kao was distracting everyone, they might be trying to kill the orc mage and steal the credit. The scene rewound to a short while earlier, and Julie called out, "Hey, Hak Kao, I appreciate your help, but do I need to wait for your mission?" Ryu Min replied calmly, "Don't worry about that. I've already completed the main task." Her unbelievable response made her unable to hide her surprise. What? My main goal isn't the main quest, but a side quest. I already have a balanced stone. She exclaimed in surprise, "So you already have one?" The conversation continued. I got it by killing a boss called Orc Warrior. The others probably also dropped from bosses. Ignoring July's surprise, Ryuman kept going. All I need is to kill the bosses, so there's no need to feel guilty. She understood the problem and replied, "All right." Back in the present, she looked at the group and thought, no, that wizard belongs to Black Hook. If this continues, some stranger will steal the credit for killing the ORC wizard. July draws his sword and moves forward. I have to stop them. Those fools are still unafraid of death and are advancing with their swords toward the orc caster. Life is never that easy. The Death Dusk skill from the ORC surprised July and the others. The game has escalated as the would-be thieves now stand stunned in the eerie darkness. The sword-wielding man exclaims in shock, "What is this?" But immediately someone hurriedly covered his mouth in fear. The two of them, terrified, cautiously looked up and said, "If we don't look, we won't be scared to death. But if we do, it'll be a shock to our soul." The orc mage slowly turned around, now looking like a fierce cat. Its pupils filled with deadly coldness as it let out a deafening screech, causing everyone to panic and quickly retreat. "Damn it, we've been spotted. Everyone run now." The orc naturally wouldn't let its prey escape, unleashing a skill with its staff. The minions summoned to surround the 5 frogs, sitting at the bottom of the well. At this point, they were truly panicking. Damn it, we're doomed. The orcs show no mercy and start attacking. The first to be taken down is the black-haired one. He was grabbed by them, screaming in terror like a madman. The black-haired man who was so brave before was now pitiful beyond words. He lies on the ground, desperately begging for help. "Please save me." But then a pair of legs appeared before his eyes. Tuong Hai hoped for someone. But instead, he was hopeless. There was no one to save him, only an orc ready to send him off to watch naked chickens. He looked at the orc's foot descending, as if falling into an abyss, screaming in despair. No. The juice flows out. The black hair reaches the sky. The scene shifts to another orc being attacked, where Ryuman used his scythe to send the orcs flying for a distance. He stopped to take a long breath, probably exhausted after a long fight. Suddenly, Ryumin looked away to another place, where the orcs were sending those others to the sky. He watched the scene and thought to himself, I've lured the orc wizard out to see what they would choose. Will they take the chance to attack and steal him while I'm in danger? The ambush team paid a heavy price. Ryumin looked at them falling on the battlefield with contempt. So that's how it is. Then he approached the boss, growling to signal, after all, they are just wasting time lurking around us. They failed their mission and were wiped out. When they picked up the signal from the boss, the orcs all turned around. They rushed together to take down Rumen, but before they can even touch a single strand of his hair, red threads appear all over the orcs' bodies. It turns out that was Ryumen's strike, so fast that they couldn't react in time. As I fight, I happily think that my attack speed must have increased with the enchantment, plus the agility and 50% extra attack speed at night, of course. The item information panel of the Death God appears, showing that the damage effect of the scythe is doubled, and at night, attack speed increases by an additional 50%. Remaining stationary at night greatly reduces the chance of being detected by enemies. Without wasting more time, Rumain speeds toward the boss to prepare for the final blow. The orc mage pointed his staff directly at him, but Ryumin quickly circled around behind. Just like before, the scythe was placed right at the boss's neck. Ryuman pulls hard with all his might, and its head drops along with his words. Goodbye, monster. Its massive body, now headless, loses its balance and topples to the ground. As soon as it received the eternal dream, the system quickly registered it and displayed a notification. You have defeated the ORC wizard EXPC 37.73%. Code. Plus 4,000 level up. After defeating it, the system also collected new items to add to the massive storage. You have received the Eternal Resting Sphere. The countless relics you've obtained echo through the universe. You have received the mysterious wooden spirit statue. You received a low-level blue mana crystal. You received a progress balancing stone for the side quest. Balance stone, 2/4. Ryuman smiles contentedly. He looked down at this item in his hand, quietly pleased. I've reached level 33 and picked up something so powerful it's crazy. The system then displays detailed information about the Eternal Resting Sphere for the player, including type, necklace, quality, material, effects, and effects. Each time you defeat a monster, you gain a point and lose 1 durability. Every 100 points convert into 1 attribute point, with durability at 1,000 over 1,000. It requires at least a common quality item to equip. It describes a necklace with a dull gray sphere said to seal the souls of those who were murdered. Looking at the information on the sphere, he couldn't help but ponder its attribute. The sphere grants a permanent attribute point once 100 accumulations are reached. It is similar to the devouring rune that Black Flame Dragon once used. However, Min was not only focused on its advantages, he suddenly remembered a fatal flaw of it. But there is a disadvantage. Durability below 1,000. The more you accumulate, the faster it wears out. This is a consumable piece of equipment. An image of a different golden spirit stone appeared in his mind. However, if combined with the resilient glyph from the 8th ring and supported by a blacksmith, he could restore its durability. After analyzing the item just received, he quickly made his decision, meaning he could increase his attributes without limit. Suddenly, Ryuman's thoughts were interrupted by a scream. Where are you right now? He turned his head slightly to look behind, then realized that the effect of the death seal seems to be making him harder to detect. Seeing Julie searching behind, he turned to observe the people lying motionless on the ground, thinking of a way. Before dispelling Tuda, he followed his own seal technique, and the color of the men gradually faded into nothingness. Ryuman softly says, "Erase all traces." He calls out the name of the technique to dispel Tuda. The seal also disappeared along with it, and the effect left by the death seal technique makes Julie realize why this place keeps flickering between light and darkness. Then suddenly she turned her eyes to the side and noticed something. Ryuman appeared right next to her, walking over to Julie, and recognizing her, he cheerfully started a conversation.
Here I am. I've been looking all over for you.
Hakkao glanced at the monster he just defeated and coldly replied, "As you can see, I've been very busy." Julie received the information and asked, "So you finally got it? But did you see anyone else around here?" A few people tried to fight the orc wizard. Min rested his scythe on his shoulder and replied softly, "No, I didn't see anyone." Julie nodded to show she understood, but she still couldn't help wondering. "That's strange. I thought I heard screams." Naoto turned to the side, lost in thought about what had happened to her, making Hakkao feel guilty. Revealing the corpse was ultimately pointless. Breaking the silence, he turned away and shouted, "Hurry up, we still have to take down the next boss."
July also followed his words and walked away, yes.
They arrived at a village and defeated every monster residing there. The monsters' bodies collapsed where they had fought. The orcs lay still, witnessing the noise Ryuman was making. On one side, there was an orc that seemed to be the leader of this place. It is fighting against Ryuman. With the skills of a hunter, the orc poses no obstacle to him. Like lightning, the scythe of death moved close to the lower body of the orc. The leader's arm was severed by the scythe of death, and it didn't even have time to react. Next to the arm, his next target was the ORC's torso. Its body was severed by the attack, blood flowing out into the air from the cut. The Reaper's scythe has claimed another life of the monster. After the chieftain was finished, the system immediately displayed the kill log. You have defeated the orc archer. EXP increased by 37.73%. Gold increased by 4,000. You received agile archer's shoes. You received a rusty arrowhead. You received a low-level green mana stone. You received a balancing stone. Side quest progress. Balance stone 3 out of 4. Ryuman sheaths his scythe and approaches to check the system menu before giving an order. Check which item it is. The table displays detailed information about the swift agile archer's thick quality boots. Defense 60, agility bonus 10, durability 1,000 over 1,000, requires common quality or higher. The description suggests these are agile archer's shoes designed to boost agility. Seeing the collected shoes displayed on the system screen, Min looks down at his current pair and silently analyzes. The high-top agility shoes with normal quality, 15 defense, plus 4 agility effect, and 5% movement speed are much better than the ones you're currently wearing, so there's no reason not to switch. He opens the adjustment menu, places the collected shoes on the control bar along with another mana stone for reforging. Min analyzes how to use it, thinking that if he combines it with the blue mana stone he just obtained, the effect would be even better. After completing the combination, Hawk presses the combine button to confirm with the system. Receiving the new setup, a mechanical voice announces the successful combination. Just changed outfits, and the system provided new information to the player about this choice. The quick agility bonus 4 has been added to the agile archer's boots. Min nodded in satisfaction with what he had just done. Great. That means I've finished all the side bosses. He doesn't let himself rest, his mind focused on the final boss orc. Min sets a new goal. Only the high-level orc boss remains. Unlike others, the high-level ORC follows a strict time-based attack rule. With the countdown hitting 0, Hakao is determined to defeat it as quickly as possible. He quickly analyzes the strategy. Faster analysis means bigger rewards. His best record last round was 43 seconds, and then he heads with Jolly to the final boss's location. All right, let's go. She happily smiled and replied, yes. Seeing her human-like appearance, Min didn't bother to pay attention and focused solely on defeating the target. Minori has already given me a boost this time. At will break the record. They left the chaotic scene they had just caused. Hygo kept pondering in his mind, but he still wanted to shorten the time even more if possible. First, I need to reach the maximum level and then use the Eternal Rest Sphere to boost my stats. The defeated orcs left behind are also being gradually dealt with. The system announced that 30 minutes and 41 seconds remain until the end of the round, as the monsters gradually vanished into the air and transforming into new items before the sight of the Grim Reaper. Min put his weapon aside, already thinking about when to act, just one level away from reaching 40. But my time is up. The pendant around my neck suddenly glows, revealing that Min no longer regrets his decisions. Still, I have no regrets about having completed my goal. After retrieving the corpses of the orcs, the system announced each change inside the storage, adding 9 durability points at a rate of 1/1000. Julie walks up from behind and calls out. HC. Kay asks, aren't you going to keep hunting? Min turned to reply, I think that's enough. She couldn't help but wonder. So now you're going to go defeat the final boss? Coldly raises his hand in a farewell gesture. Let's part ways here. Thank you for being with me. Julie could only shake hands, feeling a bit awkward. Is this really the end? As she spoke, Julie felt a twinge of regret in her muscular heart. Now we're about to part ways and I feel a little sad. I was going to ask if I could stay with you until you defeat the final boss. Realizing she had just been foolish, she quickly dismissed the thought. No, if I stay, I'll only be a hindrance. It's better if we part ways here. Julie couldn't hide her dejected expression, making him pause and think. It seems she has grown attached in such a short time, but high-level ORCs are too dangerous for her to stay. Minshri, she raised her hand emitting a powerful aura like a final gift, and said, sing a line for me, one last time. Julie cast her spell while saying goodbye to Min. He sang the phrase once more, thanking him for helping me hunt monsters. It must be very difficult to do it alone. She sweats a drop and presses the option inside the newly appeared system menu. It's not much, but here it is. Julie took out a glowing Sam Lamb item with a beautiful color from the storage. I received this item when you guided me. I don't know if you need it, but please take it. Min wouldn't let her suffer any more losses. He didn't hesitate to refuse. Just keep it for yourself. Julie politely shook her hand and still wanted to give him this item. No, just accepting the experience is already more than enough for me. After saying that, she thought to herself. Actually, she had 2, but needed to give 1 to Min. Min looked at Julie with a gentle expression, knowing she was worried about him but unaware that he was the one. And she thought she owed Hakao a favor, and in the end, HCK also had no choice but to give in. I also received your help, so let's call it even. See you again. I will take it then, if fate allows. We will meet again. Julie touched her chest, worry evident as she looked at Hakao walking away. Meanwhile, Min was casting a teleportation spell, her magic arrow soaring non-stop into the sky. Hakao also followed the guidance. After confirming the location he was heading to, the system announced that the high-level ORC boss had been located. The distance to the target is 1,121 meters. Ryuman keeps his eyes fixed on the guiding arrow while thinking, meaning no one has defeated it yet. He recalls the history of defeating the ORC and realizes that no high-level ORC has been taken down in the previous rounds. The image of the 3 ORCs you just defeated appears behind, casting a shadow of the final boss. The Grim Reaper's scythe knows that among the 4 high-level ORC clones in the 5th round, one is so powerful that the other 3 are considered mere subordinates. Ryuman imagines an ORC that could match the strength of many warriors. He thinks maybe 100 level 20 players charging together could take it down. An ordinary player would never be able to defeat it. Hakao entered the Green Forest and re-evaluated the final boss. Even I had to die 4 times before I could defeat it. That's how I set the current record of 43 seconds. The system's sound rings out simultaneously, indicating movement on the ground, 321 meters to the target. Ryumi jumps onto a tree and uses it as a springboard to leap forward. Hakao muttered to himself, "This time I will break that record." The sound echoed through the branches as he moved forward and quickly left the tree. Hakao rushes forward and sees the shadow of the boss. The system updates the target distance to 160 meters. Ryuman suddenly feels surprised as he observes the scene before him. It is the image of a warrior being crushed, gradually losing his life at the hands of the final boss. The strongest orc is facing off alone against the other ordinary warriors in front of Ryuman. A giant orc appears holding the body of the unfortunate human. Jun Seok, terrified, sat down on the ground, trembling and unable to move. What is happening right now? Why is everything like this? Nothing was wrong before. Going back to earlier, Jun Seok was standing and talking with a group of people. The orcs are working together, so why don't we do the same? Join our team, rest your sword on your shoulder, and confidently introduce yourself. First, let me introduce myself. I am Junok, a level 12 warrior. The young blonde-haired man next to him added, I'm also level 12. Nice to meet you. I'm Brady Bate, a hunter. The boy in the cloak shyly introduces himself as a level 13 warrior named WH, which is just a typo from a broken keyboard. Then they all formed a small group and started hunting orcs. At first, we joined the group for mutual benefit, but things gradually improved and everyone became more open. Brady Pitt shouted loudly at Jun Seok to help us. All right, leave it to me. Junok shouted loudly at an orc holding a chain. Hey you, look at me. Thanks to teamwork, we easily took down a small orc village. The girl with the trident jumped on its back and pushed it to the ground. L. Brady. Pitt. Kill it. The short-haired girl warned WH behind her after 6 hours of hunting when she saw the ORC preparing to attack. After defeating all the orcs, everyone gathered together and chatted happily. I've collected enough 300. Me too. Congratulations. We all did it. Junok felt very happy to have completed the mission. We completed the main mission. Suddenly, you felt a bit bored going alone and suggested to the group. A bit sad to split up. Should we go hunting a little more? Sure, I want to reach level 20. The archer and the swordsman worked together to take down the orc, so we kept on hunting. Keep defeating it continuously. Everyone's level is gradually increasing. You have leveled up, you have reached level 20. You have promoted from novice to regular. The combo feature has been unlocked. Since then, they have been able to collect many more types of skills. We reached level 20 and learned new skills as a result. The 3 of us gathered around the dead orc and mocked them. Orcs are so easy now, it's funny how we struggled with them before. Our people now have many different skills, and we've become stronger. WHHW turned to suggest Junk go somewhere else, but he was drawn to something. Maybe we should try the bigger village first. Wait a moment. What is that? A giant ORC with 2 heads and a long tongue hanging across. Both Jun Seok and Brady Pitt looked in its direction, wondering if it was an orc. Something they'd never seen before. Could it be the boss? The boss? The girl holding the trident suggests something to everyone. Should we try to fight it? I feel like the 5 of us can handle it. Want to try? The reward should be really good. You turn to ask B and he immediately agrees. So we'll split the rewards evenly after we kill it. All right. The high-level orc suddenly stops as it walks. It suddenly turned around and roared, catching everyone off guard, or we thought we had become stronger. The high-level orc roared louder and louder, even sticking out its long tongue, causing the ground to start to dip and crack. It takes a running start and leaps so high it reaches beyond the sky. The high-level orc lands in front of everyone, causing a powerful shockwave. It fiercely raised its sharp claws. The black-haired girl was the first target of the high-level ORC. After killing the first girl, it turned around and targeted the girl with orange hair. Terrified, she could only crouch down helplessly. The high-level orc strikes down hard, blood splattering everywhere.
It turns to another direction, aiming at Bratty Pit nearby.
The enemy is not prey. The high-level ORC quickly grabbed him and lifted him up. It squeezed Bratty Pit with great force, crushing his body. The whole group was quickly overwhelmed in return. Uni's face darkened as he watched the scene, realizing it was death. WH stood in front of him to protect him,
but then was also grabbed and lifted up by its tail.
The high-level ORC slammed his head into the ground with its tail, leaving only a plea for help. After dealing with almost everyone, it turned to look at Jun Seok. You looked at it with terrified eyes, repeating over and over in your mind, "I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm definitely going to die." The high-level ORC kept getting closer. Junok shouted, "Don't come near me!" His face turned pale and trembling with fear. No. Just as it raised its hand to finish him off, he suddenly appeared from behind it. The black scythe swung with such force that it severed the head of the high-ranking ORC in one strike.
The other head turned to look at him, but it too was sliced across the neck, finally falling defeated to the ground by the black scythe.
Jun looked up in shock. It was his legs appearing at eye level. Rumin slowly descends in front of Junok's amazement. Hak Kao. He looked at the high-level orc's expression, then was suddenly drawn to something, and unexpectedly it was killed with a single strike. The system notifications flooded in rapidly. You have defeated a high-level ORC. You have leveled up to level 40. You level up from regular to expert, and the normal attribute feature has been unlocked. He slings his sickle over his shoulder and continues to check the notifications, increasing damage for the Death Seal skill from 120% to 140%. The range of the Death Knight skill has increased from 500 meters to 1,000 meters. You have learned the Destructive Moon skill, a special death skill. The next skill will unlock at level 60. Suddenly, Black Crow smiled happily, finally having it. Destruction of the Moon, a deadly attack skill. A type of skill with absolute power appeared on the screen. The exclusive skill, Destructive Moonlight, with an effect that concentrates energy for 1 second, before unleashing an attack dealing 1,200% damage, increased by 1.5 times at night, with a 10-minute cooldown and only usable with a scythe. He only needed one swing of his sword to cut many orcs in half. When you only have one attack skill to rely on, missing can be very risky. But because Destructive Moonlight is a wide area attack, it's very unlikely to miss. Hak Kao's sword slashes even through a brain, making it more effective when combined with both magical and physical attacks, meaning it will work against those with physical resistance. He quietly rejoiced, thinking how great this skill was. Now killing monsters is a piece of cake for me. But later on, there will be some really powerful monsters, so this move will be truly useful. Now Min will check the next reward. The notification will continue to appear when HCK completes the previous skill. You have obtained ORC gloves and high-level ORC teeth. You obtained a low-grade mana crystal. You obtained a balancing stone.
The side quest is in progress. Balance stone, 4 out of 4.
He is now holding a sparkling blue gem in his hand. You have completed the side quest. You have obtained the balanced stone. This is exactly what I wanted this time. Black Hook clenched the stone tightly, causing its energy to radiate outward. Vun's achievement was automatically engraved into the player's body. The screen displays the stats of that stone, the balanced stone effect. All the stats will double if the difference between the highest and lowest stats is no more than 10. He observed for a while and thought this worm only has an effect when he increases all stats equally. Hakao looks at the stats on the screen, quietly calculating and knowing he will take this worm, so he increased the stats without too much difference. He taps the screen to see the current stats. Now it's engraved into my body. Let's see how much my stats have increased. Hakao was very surprised to see his stats rise so high. Even he didn't expect all his stats to increase by more than 300. He was amazed at how suddenly his strength skyrocketed. All the stats. Strength 374, Intelligence 614, Agility 518, Luck 374, and all 0 points are above 300 stars. He was so amazed he couldn't find words. Even thanks to the tournament muscles and breasts, this number still exceeds all expectations. He stands on the back of the high-level ORC corpse, thinking to himself. As expected, nothing beats balancing runs to get stronger quickly. So finally, it's the time challenge reward. Another series of notifications appeared on the screen. You defeated the 50-second round ORC boss in just 1 second. This is a boss that follows the time challenge rule. The reward gold will be given based on your record for defeating it in under 10 seconds. You receive the highest reward of 100,000 gold.
Congratulations. He smiles happily as he receives a large reward.
Last time it took 43 seconds, and I only got 23.25 years worth of gold. Amazing. I have to use this gold to learn all the new common skills I haven't learned yet. Because Hao set an unprecedented record, the system wants to include him in the book. You have established an unprecedented record in the history of the challenge. Your achievement will be recorded in the Akashic Library. You are surprised to see the system announce the reward as a unique item selection. What? What does that mean? A ticket appears with a dazzling light. Does setting a record mean a special reward? Hakao looks at the screen, hesitating. There's still a chance to choose a unique item. Could it be that I can choose any item? He taps the card that just appeared on the screen. A series of categories appears after Hakao clicks in. You can choose one of the following unique items. Reward. First, tap the type of item you want. A weapon, 2 shields. 3. A hat. 4. Armor.
5 thick ones, 6 gloves.
A necklace. 8 rings.
You look at a series of weapons and think carefully. Can I really choose any of them? In that case, I don't need the unique weapon I plan to make after returning. After some thought, Hakao chose item number 3.
This seems reasonable. 3 shots. Junseok tremblingly stands up, looks up at him standing on the back of the high-level ORC, wipes his nose with his hand and gazes at Hakao in amazement. No way. That monster was just 1 strike away from... Is he that strong again? How could he have taken down that creature alone? Even 5 level 20s couldn't do that, right? Putting aside those sorrows, he just wanted to say a few words to you. No, not now. I should be thanking him instead. Junseok froze in place, too stunned to even greet her. Priscilla appeared in the fiery red sky, surrounded by radiant auras. How is it? Did you complete the mission well?
She looked down at the surviving players below and sneered. In just 10 hours, the number of survivors has dropped so much.
Priscilla sneers at those players. Did they really die because of those weak orcs?
Or should we argue over who gets the monster? I'll snap my fingers and see what happens. Let's see what the results are. The leaderboard clearly shows the top 3 players.
The overall results for the 5th round across the Black Snake region show the level 40 Death God, the foolish level 25 Mage San, and the Heavenly Demon level 24. Dark Knight. The related area is CS0071. Hakao, level 40. The Death. 2 Democrats, level 21. Support 3. No life. Nay, level 23. Dark Mage. The people below are amazed when they see the results.
Oh my god, level 40 already? The record really is crazy.
Everyone turned their eyes to him, whispering among themselves. Did he really defeat 3 orcs in just 1 hour? Is that even possible? Hakao could only stand with his arms crossed, sighing helplessly.
Hurry up and claim your reward. That would be great. A series of notifications appeared in front of him when the results were announced.
Congratulations! You have completed the mission as the top player in this region. Congratulations on completing the mission as the top player in the entire area. The regional first-place reward includes a rare collar choice, and the overall regional first-place prize is a special reward box. Hakao happily looks at the screen, confirming that you are the first player to achieve first place in the entire region for 5 consecutive rounds. You have achieved an incredible feat and earned the leader title. Done. As planned, I have obtained the title. When I received the title, I started thinking about my next plan. Title. Leader. Requirements. Reach first place in the entire region for 5 consecutive rounds. Experience gain increased by 1.5 times. Thanks to this title, I haven't missed a single regional first place, and I can't miss the chance to grow 1.5 times faster. Hakao raises his hand to the screen and taps the golden pendant. Now that he has the desired title, he only needs to choose the top-tier reward. When he taps on a series of necklaces that appear, you can choose one of the following rare necklaces as a reward. Tap on the reward you want. The Skull Knight's necklace, Java's necklace, or the Resilience necklace. Hakao thinks very carefully before choosing an item. Lovers probably just pick randomly like doing a multiple-choice test, right? But I have already tried all of them through many rounds. After some hesitation, he chose the first item. What I need is the Java necklace. When Hakao clicks on it, a series of Java necklace stats appear. A rare tier necklace with all stats plus 3, 35% effect resistance, durability 1000 over 1000, requiring at least a normal level to use. He looked at the necklace and pondered something. What I need to strengthen now is not strength or stats, but resistance to adverse effects, as a group of people was frozen due to the cold of the snowstorm. A ring and a necklace appear with sparkling gems. Moreover, the item has a very rare effect resistance, so if not needed later, it can also be sold for a high price. The system continues to display the second reward. So next, you can choose one of the special rewards below. Tap on the reward you want. A experience boost that triples your experience in just 6 rounds. 2,600 gold. 3. Information about the 6th round. This time he didn't hesitate or think twice, and decided right away. No doubt, he definitely chose the experience corn. Suddenly, Priscilla clapped her hands, her applause drawing the attention of all the players. Hey, has everyone received their rankings yet? Everyone has checked their rankings through the message, right? Priscilla's eyes gleamed with contempt. By the way, 1,588 players completed the main quest, and as soon as she finished speaking, the lower-ranked players started to be burned. Anyone ranked 1,211 or below will be eliminated without mercy. No, wait, Heavenly Spirit, please have mercy. They all screamed in agony from the flames. Please, have mercy on me. Priscilla raised her hand to cover her mouth and sneered bitterly. It's so shameful to beg for your life like this. Humans really are no better than insects. He looked at her and sneered. You think you're any different. Priscilla looked into the rankings. I bet you won't be able to finish either. She glanced at the black snake below with a mocking look. The 5th round side quest. Priscilla was quite surprised to see him. It's over now. Along with the dazzling light, she bid farewell and disappeared. So humans, rest well and see you in the next round. After Priscilla disappears, the system appears to notify all players that they have survived. With the end of round 5, the entire area has 19,327,557 survivors. In the CS-007 zone, 1,211 survivors. And the souls will be transferred back to their original bodies in the space-time dimension after a few minutes. Round 6 will start at midnight on June 1st, 2023. See you in the next round. Congratulations, you have survived. He returns to his apartment. Ryuman's whole body tensed up, and he had to lift his arm slightly to stretch. Ryuman leaned back in his chair, urging himself on. After eating, let's begin. Black Hook activates the system and starts upgrading the new weapon. The fusion window's main ingredient is the Reaper's Scythe, with secondary materials including an ORC's heart and a wooden idol of the god Lai. Then he added the items he had obtained, the rusty arrowhead and the fangs of the 2 orcs. It seems Hakukou hesitated a bit before combining the weapons. If I press the combine button now, the weapon will be upgraded to a rare item suitable for its level. Still hesitating and recalling, but I have the black diamond I got from the abandoned mine. Finally, Hakukou decided to combine the stone and press the button. If combined with the black diamond, it won't be rare anymore but upgraded to a unique item. You have successfully combined a unique sword with mysterious black energy to create the Death Scythe. After the combination, the system displays the stats of the weapon. Death's Scythe, a unique quality weapon. Level 300, all stats plus 10. Skill damage plus 10%. Durability 3000 over 3000, requires use. The sickle once loved by death itself, they say darkness always follows the Death Scythe. He laughed joyfully, startling Rue, finally escaping the grasp of the Death Scythe. Ryum Min uses the last of his money to upgrade some skills. Now with the remaining funds, he'll just learn some common skills, right? Shop, everything, equipment, materials, consumables, common skills, exploring around 20,000. The eyes are a skill used to display the map of the path. First for exploring the surroundings to show a mini-map. The second skill helps the eye see farther, enhancing vision to surpass human limits. And the last 2 skills are for creating shields and aiming at targets. Basic resistance increases 15% against negative status effects, and dexterity boosts the hit rate of skills by 20%. So he has finished learning all the common skills. Even though he unlocked all the skills, he still has a lot of money left. After learning the skills, I still have 140,000 gold left. Besides a few rare items that won't be available for a few days, there's nothing worth buying. Ryuman sat up abruptly and decided to stop here. That's enough of this. He uses his thoughts to open the system and check his stats window. Ryuman's status window shows a level 40 expert with the Death God profession. Black Bridge nickname. Hidden title, The Last Time Traveler, Rebel. The first hidden assassin angel. The one who opposes divine punishment. You have an hidden strength stat of 106, intelligence 150, agility 106, luck 136. With no skills, general skills like sensing aura, tracking, healing, exploring surroundings, enhancing vision, basic resistance, dexterity, specialized skills like death imprint, night death, moon slash, raging destruction, splitting clone, death god, inner peace, and balance. Additional features include a shop for item purchases, combination and trading items are gold unlocked at level 60 and level 99. Ryuman looks at the screen and smiles with satisfaction. If just the trembling balance is like this, adding the slaughter worm will double the power.
While I was thinking and the system gradually disappeared, I am now at my strongest, ready to start working with Maji. And after that, Min will take advantage of the wasteland.
Suddenly, Rumen had a thought. Wait, what happened to that guy now? I don't know if he's alive as planned. He activated a skill and started searching for Wang Young Min.
Ruin happily smiled when he found Wai Min's location, meaning he's still alive.
Good, I can still exploit her further. With his cold, icy gaze and a contemptuous smile thinking of him, he was determined to make him fail. But this time, it will be the last time I exploit Huang Yimin. After using him in this real world, I will discard him. The scene shifts to a large building inside the city, where Julie is sitting alone in a luxurious cafe. She looked outside with some confusion. Why does Ryuman want to meet me again? In her mind, she imagined the next scene. Please don't tell me it was just her imagination. Ruin gently approached. Jury, I miss you. Thinking about this made July feel extremely embarrassed and want to keep calm. What a silly thought. Remain calm and composed, not revealing anything outside. As she was still lost in her thoughts, the door suddenly swung open. Min walks in with a handsome and cool demeanor, turning his head to look for her. Seeing her sitting in a corner, he smiles and greets her. So you're here? Have you been waiting long? She hurriedly stood up to explain. No, I just arrived too. Feeling a bit shy, Jolly announced she would go order some food. What do you want to drink? It's on me today, just choose whatever you like. That seems to make you quite happy. Really? Then I'll have an Americano with some extra shots. She nodded in agreement. Okay, wait a moment. After sitting down, Rumin's face became strangely friendly. Thanks for the drink, Jury. Julie immediately sensed something was off and pondered why the atmosphere today felt so tense. Maybe I was just overthinking earlier. Before I knew it, I was thinking about the intimate scene between the two of them just now. This time Rumen softly spoke. So, how is the 5th round going? He looked a bit awkward when he saw her face. Did you meet Hak Kao already? Seeing that, she nodded in agreement. Just as I thought. I met him and went hunting together. Julie's face lit up as she announced, I honestly had a suspicion too. The top-ranked person agreed to party with me again. But when I showed him my biceps, he nodded right away. It seems this was part of Min's plan all along, just by looking at your biceps. Even the Dark Guild would need it. She nodded and smiled. Understanding. Thanks to that, it was very easy to get in. He helped a lot. This is the first time I've ranked 2nd in the entire region. Thang looked ahead in surprise. 2nd place, that's great. What did you get? Her eyes had become incredibly eager. Want to see it? Jolly summons the necklace on her hand. Her face lights up with excitement because this item is a rare mid-level necklace that increases agility. Does it look okay? You should also feel amazed when looking at the necklace on your hand. It's so beautiful. She immediately held it out to his hand. Here, take it. That makes you a bit shy, huh? Why are you giving this to me? She quickly urged. Just take it. I got it because of your accurate guess. It seems you're still too shy about these things. No, you can't. This is your achievement. But July's eyes were very determined. No, Hakkao is carrying me, so I should hunt lightly as if nothing happened. Min forced the awkward smile. Then take him away. She sighed in surprise. Does he even need this low-level skill? He already has his own thoughts in mind. Of course not, he doesn't need anything. Mien quickly waved her hand to explain. I appreciate it, but I don't need it. I haven't even reached the official level yet. She felt a bit confused. You're not at the official level yet. What level are you at now? He sighed and looked down sadly. Level 19. I've only killed 300 ORCs in 10 hours. Seeing his attitude, Jelly just had to put the necklace away. The fairy class isn't really suited for melee combat. Sensing something was off, she became curious. What kind of fighting style is this fairy class using? Rien chuckled and scratched her head, not knowing how to explain. I have a few magic skills, but I'm a bit shy to show them. This makes her hesitate and think. But it's not as quick as a necklace, since magic relies on intelligence, right? He nodded in confirmation. Exactly, she also pondered and figured something out. Then another new item appeared in Julie's hand. I'll give you this instead of the necklace. She also sincerely smiled and explained, I found this while hunting. Just take it. I don't know if it's good, but it's from the heart, so don't reject it. Seeing her treat me so well, Ruin was also a bit moved. He gently reached out to take the item from her hand. Thank you for thinking of me. This contact also made July blush with embarrassment. It's not that I have any particular thoughts. Just keep giving me information. I feel a bit embarrassed. Me and Tram 2 thought for a moment and immediately suggested an idea. Then, I also want to give you something. She looked quite surprised then. Jury, you want to give it to me? What is it? He continues to inform me. Is there anything else? You mean the details about round 6? Those words also leave her completely stunned. She forced a strained smile. I would be extremely grateful if you could tell me. Ryumin still didn't care and spoke up fine. The 6th round's task is for both of you to have a lively, long conversation. After a while, July's face seemed to understand something more. Should I team up with HCK to hunt? Min confidently reassures, I'm sure he won't refuse either. You've already proven your worth in the 5th round. Is she now going to form a team with him? Seeing that, he immediately became worried. So you're happy then, right? Julie said with a smile, sharing her thoughts. Of course, the black team is really good with me. Rumen seemed quite surprised to hear that answer. Good. At this point, she focused on recounting with sparkling eyes. He behaves more thoughtfully than I thought, not as scary as he looks, a bit arrogant. But being number 1 is allowed. These words felt like a knife stabbing into Min's head, and he didn't know what to say. Really? After some reflection, she announced again. Also, he seems to have many insights. Ryumin felt a bit confused. Perception. She said it was hard to explain, but it was like she could read other people's thoughts. Mi calmed down after hearing that. It was just because she focused her mind. He already had his own thoughts in mind. I'm not perfect at all. I've failed 99 times. So I've been tricked? You need 5 people to enter the final room. Damn it, he remembered the system notifications from that day. The boss room required 1 out of 5 to enter. At least 5 players needed. Thinking of this, Rumen surely looked ahead with determination, not to make any mistakes. Anyway, I've lost my chance. I have to reach the final round at all costs. Including Rumin Jury and that American preacher. Seeing you so thoughtful, Julie felt a bit confused. Min, what are you thinking? He quickly shook his head to explain. It's nothing, don't worry. She was quite curious. Are you worried about your future? Rumen nodded in agreement. Yeah, I'm not very strong, am I? She sighed regretfully. If only the areas were combined. I could still help you. He felt quite surprised. Helping for free, huh? She nodded again to confirm. Of course. She sighed and explained. You're always the one who benefits and makes me feel guilty. I haven't been able to help you at all. Seeing her look so guilty, Rumen calmly had his own thoughts. Did you help a lot? Jury, thanks to you, I was able to defeat the high-level orc in just a second. He gently comforts her. Don't be too pressured. Sooner or later we'll meet again in another world. That made Jelly lift her head up with a little happiness. Really? Then let's do our best together. He could only raise his hand to nod in response, though he had his own calculations in mind. If she ever found out he was Hakkao, he wondered how she would react. That was what worried him the most. Time quickly shifted to the evening at Chanma Corporation as Min stepped inside. Secretary Vu bowed his head to announce, Sir, main shareholder Ru Min has arrived. Seeing his presence, Gon excitedly stood up to greet him. Welcome, esteemed shareholder. He quickly pointed to the chair and signaled to the secretary. Please, have a seat here. Manager Ann brought us 2 cups of jasmine tea. The secretary also nodded in understanding. Yes, sir. After taking his seat, Mr. Gee immediately got to the main point. The major shareholder, the fortune teller, is your trip going well? Ryu Mini, very good. Your driver was very courteous. Hearing that, you finally let out a sigh of relief. That's great. If anyone makes you uncomfortable, just tell me and I'll handle it immediately and appropriately. I suppose Magi Rock, who kills a criminal every week, would say that's appropriate. Suddenly he spoke up and said, Oh right, I just had a plan come to mind, better not talk nonsense. Then he looked outside and suggested, Have you eaten yet? If not, we can do it together. Ria Min saw this and laughed in response. There is something more important than eating. This made him very excited and stand out. Really, your face looks so eager. You came to provide information about the next round. Seeing the expression on your face, Rumen was very pleased. He is desperate. When he proposed, of course I would share the information about the 6th round. You look happy to hear that. Really? I am very grateful. As soon as I finished speaking, Rumen interrupted with a loud honk. In exchange, I want you to agree to hold an urgent shareholders meeting. He calmly expressed his thoughts. It's time to discuss business. We will need to change our industry and the company's name. Mr. Locke immediately changes his expression. What do you want me to do? Min also doesn't back down and gets straight to the point. At the meeting, I want you to support the project I am about to propose. His voice kept echoing inside the office. As I said before, don't oppose without reason, which means you have to convince the other shareholders. Mr. Locke remained silent after hearing this. From what I see in the future, they won't be satisfied with this. Feeling something's off, you hesitate to react, but what kind of business is this after all? All of your reactions have been directed entirely at MM. He has his own plans. Just by looking at his expression, you can tell he's dying to know, But still, listen to me. Changing industries can still lead to success.
This time, I will slowly announce that the business I am about to launch is Your Face Becoming Proud, creating an exclusive social network platform for players.
Rumen confidently announced that it was creating an exclusive open platform for players, which left Jion Lok feeling puzzled. You mean a website? He nodded to confirm. Yes. The difference between a regular website and this one is that it is only for players to use, and it is for buying and selling items instead of everyday goods. He cast a suspicious look. Can items really be bought and sold with cash?
I can see you're still hesitant. I'll patiently explain that we let sellers decide whether to trade or accept compensation for their items while selling on the website.
That also makes you feel quite confused. I understand the transaction process, but do players really need cash? Rumen calmly speculates that some people will need it. He continued to review the original plan, and for now, there was no other way. Jion Lok was a bit skeptical. Will it still be the same later? Looking at Jion Lok's attitude, Ruin marvels and thinks he's quite clever, but all of this was already anticipated by him. He calmly explained the plan he had devised earlier. Yes, I looked into the future and saw someone at level 40 exchanging gold instead of cash. This is the first time you've heard about this plan. Okay, I'll explain more clearly the plan I've already prepared in my mind. When you reach level 40, you will unlock the negotiation feature. With that feature, you can transfer gold between players. We just need to set up a system on the site to exchange gold safely when the time comes. Your face shows a hint of a smile. Of course we will charge a fee in money or gold. After hearing that, Guy Locke sat in deep thought for a long time. A social media market for players? That's a good idea, especially since no one has done it yet. If it works, we will have the exclusive rights. You look up and ask again, so who will be the one to use it? You act as if nothing happened and respond, but players have accumulated many items from 5 rounds ago. Ryuman has researched these things thoroughly beforehand. As you know, items dropped from monsters can't be sold in stores, so I'm sure they're planning to discard them. Gyeong Lok quietly listened if there was a website that allowed them to buy items easily. After hearing this, he gradually changed his mind this time. There will be many users. He nodded in agreement that this is the best opportunity to create the website. Gyeong takes time to think, and you sit quietly focusing on planning the next move. As you said, if done well, it will surely be very successful.
We can post a series of advertisements. Different ideas come to mind. Maybe we should also develop an app for easier use,
and perhaps add an auction system if we decide not to charge initially. While you were still hesitating and unsure what to do, Rumen's lips curled into a smug smile. It seems he really liked this idea.
Yeah, that's understandable since he knows I'm a divine alchemist.
It seems he also has his own calculations in this plan. Indeed, it's also beneficial for him. If I have exclusive rights to the materials for crafting items that others don't know the use of, I can create unique, legendary, and even divine-level items. While he was still lost in thought, Gyeong Lok made his decision.
Let's go with that for now. What about the company?
Ryum Min glanced at you. Do you have any ideas?
Your face looks more confident as you give your opinion.
Fine, let's do it your way. You are the biggest shareholder. Ryumi returned to a serious tone. He continued to suggest. So what about player PL?
To emphasize that we are dedicated to the players.
I secretly agree with these points.
That sounds good, and it's easy to abbreviate as a method.
Hearing that, he let out a relieved breath. Okay, so how long will it take to develop? You hesitated carefully before announcing. At least a month. He nodded silently, thinking that it would be after the 6th round.
By the way, let me talk about the 6th round now. This information also surprised Gyeong Lok and Thu Ki on the side.
After discussing for a long time, Gyeong Lok sat there calmly contemplating. So team spirit is also very important in the 6th round. This time, he stood up and thanked everyone. Rumi Min shook his head as if nothing had happened. Nothing at all. Gyeong Lok was extremely happy and making plans for the future. Keeping him around was a wise decision. Thanks to him, everything went smoothly in both the real world and the other world. He looked up and smiled. So, we will proceed with the business as you described. I will organize a shareholders meeting as soon as possible to approve this idea. Your face looks excited. Can I also attend the meeting to present my idea? Ryum Min nodded in agreement. All right. You quickly place your trust in him. That's good. I will call you as soon as the date is finalized. Feeling that everything was happening quickly, Mr. Gi Lok advised, Manager On, take him home, and while you're at it, tell her everything. Anne nodded in understanding. I understand. So, goodbye. The time that had passed until a few days later. Ryu-min wakes up and immediately picks up his phone. Today, he will sell a rare item. He opens the shop screen. The shop, today's item. His fingers moved smoothly to operate. Looking at the tattered cloak right in front of him, Ryu-min felt a bit of joy. Here it is, the ragged outfit of the Wanderer.
Today's item, the system displays information about this cloak.
The tattered ragged cloak of the Wanderer, armor type, rare cursed item, defense level 1. Durability 1000 over 1000. Limited use, for official players or higher, describing a filthy, torn, and tattered outfit. However, it costs 20,000 gold, with 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds remaining. Ryu-min feels a bit regretful. The defense is weak, but it greatly increases movement and attack speed fasts. Even so, he still reached out to confirm the rare 20,000 gold processing item. As he watched the confirmation screen gradually succeed, Ryu-min pondered strangely. Soon I won't have to rely on the shop anymore. I can buy everything I need from the social market. A scroll, just purchased, appeared in front of him. At that time, manufacturing blueprints will be sold at high prices. If there is a guide blueprint for creating a specific item, Ryu-min will look at it to see if anything changes, and won't need to combine items blindly. It is clear that a perfect plan has been carefully laid out in Ryu-min's mind, and since players can resell the drawings, they are a very popular item. If we exploit this advantage well, the market will grow even more. Thinking of this, he felt a bit tired and collapsed onto the bed. But first, at tomorrow's shareholder meeting, the schedule was moved to the next day at the Manhwa Consulting Company, where every CEO entering was handed a set of documents by Secretary On. This is the document inviting you to sit. Things are gradually getting better. The shareholder meeting went smoothly, and Ryu-min stood on the podium presenting his ideas to everyone. However, things never turn out as easily as that. There are always people opposing your ideas just as expected. Someone opposed my idea, but because I answered all the questions smoothly, their questioning gradually decreased. Ryu-min remained fearless and calmly presented the plan. This also made Guyong Lok nearby feel contemplative. In the end, everyone agreed. After the press conference, Jian Lok happily approached to praise him. "You did very well. You didn't seem nervous at all."
Maybe it's because of training at home. That also makes you a bit surprised.
"Really? I will take care of the rest from now on. Just focus on surviving the next round." Hearing you say that, a strange smile appeared at the corner of Ryu-min's mouth. He must be worried that I might die.
Knowing that things are gradually getting better, Mr. Guy quickly suggested, "Do you feel hungry? Want to go eat together?"
He happily nodded. All right. He finally let out a sigh of relief inside. Knowing today's matter was settled, he slowly stepped forward to plan the next move. Now there was only one thing left: to use the wild medicine master. A moment later, Yam's face appeared on the screen. "Hello, this is PCW, the regular Sunday meeting." "Hello, Jamie. You immediately noticed the problem. Why do everyone seem so serious?" "Is something wrong?" Poring asked seriously. "You haven't heard any news yet?" "What news?" The following words made her freeze on the spot. "We still haven't heard any news from my 30s and the Honey Jam. Since we haven't been able to contact them since the 5th round, I don't think they're alive." This time, her face was completely serious. She glanced at everyone's reactions, which is why they all bowed their heads. But surprisingly, are they really sad about that death? I only met them through video calls. Thinking of this, Jamie suddenly realized something important. It's probably just pretending to look like a good person. She already thought about the president's face and hesitated again. The founder of PCW is the most influential person here. Of course, they have to pretend to be close to win him over. He always acts sad whenever someone dies. Thinking of this, Jamie became even more determined. All right, I'll pretend too. She immediately adopted a dramatic act, crying pitifully. No, not those two. Seeing her so pitiful, everyone started crying along. Don't cry. Since you're crying too, I'll cry along with you. Seeing everyone copying me, Jamie's proud smile thought about how they all imitate her. People are so predictable. Suddenly, a new notification appeared on the system, indicating that the chairman had joined the PCW call. Seeing everyone's reactions, the chairman became confused. What's going on? Why is everyone crying? Seeing that, Lost Chi could only sigh and recount the whole story to the chairman. After hearing this, the chairman also pondered strangely. I understand, but I'm still very glad that you're all alive. He closed his eyes tightly and said his thoughts sadly. No round goes smoothly. Now we only have 6 people left. This time, one of them asked in surprise, President, can't we choose a new manager? The president hesitated and replied, I want to too, but no one is capable enough. The previous applicants couldn't be reached. He looked up at the employee sitting across from him. What happened to those 3? I called them many times, but no one answered. This also made the chairman feel disappointed. Maybe all three died in the 5th round. Lost calmly announced that I am not sure about the other two, but Hak Chao is still alive. The chairman focused on listening to Lost explain his reason. Everyone has already seen the results of the 5th round, right? Someone so strong would be completely safe, both in the game and in real life. Remember the top of the 5th round rankings when he was in 1st place, and the chairman still wondered why it was Hak Chao. Why has he been hiding all this time? Even though he applied to join, Lostia and another person on the screen also find this confusing. I don't know either. I'm asking if he's trying to deceive us. B4N suddenly seemed to realize something and said, "Isn't it true that from the beginning the opponent wasn't Hak Chao? The reason I can't contact him now is because he died in the 5th round." Chairman Dongthuan agrees with this, which makes sense because he is an imposter. Another member of the group, Poison Food, looking quite sluggish, suddenly speaks up. Well, there's no way a big shot like Black Hook would want to get involved in a place like this. Poison Fu immediately realized he had spoken out of turn and kept quiet. However, the chairman's face suddenly turned cold in an unexpected way, while Lostia and Jam showed signs of worry. The chairman's voice then sounded, "Hey, Poison Food, did you just say this kind of cafe? Is there something wrong with our coffee shop?" Poison Food's voice was hesitant. That question from the chairman, along with the cold silence, marked the end of the meeting. Our coffee shop is pioneering this new era by bringing players together through collaboration. It seems there's something that doesn't sit right with him. At this point, Poison Food realizes his mistake and stands up, waving his hand, saying, "I apologize, Chairman. I didn't mean it that way." All mistakes are unforgivable, and the chairman immediately made his decision. "From this moment on, Boyson, I hereby dismiss you from your executive position. No, you are permanently expelled from the cafe." Boyon was stunned, while the chairman's words continued, cooperating to survive in a situation where even our combined strength isn't enough. "We cannot accept someone who disrespects our coffee shop." Boyson tried to salvage the situation, but it seems to be too late. "From now on, Poison Person, you will be on our blacklist. So get ready for a new era." At this point, the Poison Food screen has turned off along with a message appearing in the group chat. The chat window manager has removed Poison Food from the conversation without hesitation, and the chairman returns to his cheerful demeanor, turning to the others and asking, "Now that we've eliminated the troublemaker, shall we continue the meeting?" The faces of the remaining executives were tense once again, as they realized that here, the words of the chairman were the law. "Yes." At that moment, Lostia let out a shout and looked visibly confused. The chairman asked, "Lostia, what's going on?" Lostia carefully examines the response screen for more information. "Oh, that's right. There's a player who just submitted an application, but the player's nickname is Hak Chao." The chairman and everyone else looked at him with astonishment. "Is Hak Chao being used again?" Hearing the chairman ask, he begins to analyze further. "Yes, sir, but his real name is different from Hak Chao before. The applicant this time is Huang Yongmin." After some thought, the chairman decided to visit his house. "We're not sure if that's Hak Chao, but we have no other choice but to meet and find out, right?" The issue continues, but what if he's not the one? What should we do? "Mr. Chairman?" The chairman spoke in a cold tone. "Then he will have to pay the price for daring to mock us. Move to another place where someone is sitting in an internet cafe. This person is none other than Ryuman." He sits there in silence. Someone has set up the Black Riddle website, and the PHC leaders cannot just sit still. His big plan is to use Huang Yongmin as bait to lure the PHC executives. They could use this interview as an excuse to visit his house. I've written the address in detail for Huang Yongmin. He then got up from his seat. They recruit members by forcing players to kill, and the way they alienate and enslave civilians is wrong. Such wrongful actions only divide the players and civilians, and in the end, they will lead to destruction. That's why I can't just stand by and watch. It's better to eliminate the root of the problem, the executives, and use the organization myself. One day, Flak BCW will grow into a major power with over 30% of domestic players as members. So instead of destroying the group, it would be more advantageous to use it to control the number of players. That's why I signed up for Flaba from the beginning. Once I use Huang Min to overthrow the executives, I'll take the chairmanship." He opens the door and steps out of here. Moving to a new place, the sharp chime rings out as someone enters through the door. A person with a slightly large black bag approaches the counter where the shop owner is engrossed in reading the newspaper. Hearing the footsteps getting closer, the shop owner notices. "Hello." Just in time, as the large bag is slammed down, the person appears to be a bank robber, a stranger wearing a mask to hide their identity, moving swiftly with a sudden agile motion. His voice is cold and sharp. "Put all the cash you have into this bag. If you don't want trouble." The owner hesitates. Confusion is evident. Everyone is playing. He narrows his eyes at the cashier who does nothing, then responds by slamming his fist down on the counter. Although it looks like a normal punch, it sounds like a hammer blow, leaving a lasting impact.
Damn it, what are you hesitating for? Do you think this is a joke?
Only then did the owner realize the truth, and he trembled as he brought the bag to the counter. His voice rushed again. Hurry up, do you want your skull crushed?
2, I'll do it right away.
The owner quickly takes the money from the cash register and hands over the bag, worry clearly visible in his eyes.
Here is a sum of money appearing right in the bag the owner hands to the other person, and he seems dissatisfied. Is this all you have?
The owner hurriedly explained.
Business hasn't been doing well lately. Ticket sales have been suspended. As you can see, I sell many items like a convenience store. But his revenue suddenly approached with a flash. I'm not asking you about that. I know you still have something safe inside.
His fist aimed straight at the boss, shouting, Now pull it out immediately. Faced with a raised fist, the boss reluctantly ran to get the money from the safe.
I'll go get it right away. After a while, the bag was nearly full of cash, with the bills still wrapped in their original paper.
Seeing that, he agreed and pulled back the bag, thinking about 10 million was enough. He was satisfied. He turned to leave but suddenly came back.
Just try reporting this and I will break out of prison and kill you myself.
The boss remained completely silent as the incident unfolded. In the darkness, he stepped out of the shop he had just robbed. He quickly chose a corner and ran off, minimizing the chance of being spotted. Then he found a spot, put his hands on the mask, and pulled it off.
And this person is none other than Hwang Yi-min.
He checks his belongings in his bag, a faint smile unconsciously appearing on his face. Hey, today was pretty effective. These fish are enough for me to eat for a month. But suddenly, he stopped with a different concern, and the thought immediately took over.
I can manage in the real world, but what about the other world? Can I endure the chaos in the next round?
His fist clenched in silent rage.
It's all because of that damn death god. Because of him, I lost a friend and my stats have dropped. He shouted in the alley as if he couldn't contain his anger. It was all that bastard's fault, but then I was startled when a cat suddenly jumped behind me, and as I stepped forward, the thought continued. Death, you damn bastard, don't make me run into you in real life or I'll cut you in half right on the spot. Arriving at a building, Hwang Yong-min now hurriedly climbs the stairs, gasping for breath.
However, to his surprise, someone calmly stood in front of his room holding a phone, and Hwang Yong-min's reaction was shock.
As he approached, Hwang asked, Who are you?
The person who appeared was Lostiak.
Lost had also noticed and immediately asked, Are you Hwang Yong-min?
Hwang Yong-min looked at the stranger cautiously without replying, and Lost put away his phone. I believe my guess is correct. Considering your reaction, Hwang Yong-min pulled back his bag and interrupted. Who are you? Are you a police officer? Lost looked confused. A police officer? A friendly smile as if understanding.
What?
What crime have you committed? Without hesitation, Lostiak introduced himself. I am Lostiak, an interviewer from Flaba. You applied to become a member this morning, right? Hwang looks confused and doesn't understand what's going on. Is this bastard trying to sell me something? What kind of junk is this? Did you catch something? Lostia asks. Aren't you the Black Hook? Hearing that familiar name, Hwang Yong-min felt even more annoyed. Do you think I am Hakkao? Are you joking with me? And what the hell is Flaba? Lost was startled, but then he sighed and realized his mistake. I apologize for the misunderstanding. May I leave now? But Hwang shouted again, What the hell is going on? At least tell me what this is all about. Hold on before leaving, Lost explains. It seems someone has obtained his information and decided to bother him because his name and address match. Hwang was suddenly caught off guard again. What? Which bastard did this? The answer will come quickly. It was me. Both Hwang Yong-min and Lostiak turned around when they heard the unexpected voice. In the hallway, a masked man with a white-painted face is standing fully equipped. I used your name, Hwang Yong-min. The coldness locks both of them in place. Hwang Yong-min, seeing the sudden appearance of the opponent, appears even taller. Hey, what the hell is going on? Who is this crazy guy standing in front of me? Do you know who I am? With a gaze that clearly shows coldness. Ryumini, yeah, I know. It's a confusing matter. Hwang Yong-min questions. Who the hell are you? Instead of answering, Ruin takes the death scythe from his belongings. Are you asking me who I am? Seeing the enormous weapon, both Lost and Hwang Yong-min fell silent in shock. He interjected to reinforce the opponent's statement. Does this answer everyone's question? Using a scythe is not common, especially one as huge and fierce as this. If there is a player carrying a scythe like that, there can only be one person. Lost imagined those issues and linked them to that ridiculously huge scythe. Is that the Grim Reaper's scythe? But with that appearance, he's too short, not even reaching 170 centimeters, and his build is quite small. It's completely different from the Black Scorpion I imagined. Actually, it seems quite easy to deal with. But Huang Yi on Ong Man, who had actually met Hak Kao before, knew that the feeling of fear would come back. That is Hak Kao. It really is Hak Kao. Today is truly a terrible day. His figure is different, but his words and the atmosphere are completely the same. And above all, those eyes behind the mask are unforgettable, causing me to instinctively step back. It's true, the real person has appeared. Black Snake has appeared and is now standing in front of me in reality, with a level difference more than twice as high, and Huang Yongmin's face has turned even paler. A countless number of questions kept running through my mind. But why is he here? No, more importantly, why is he using my identity? There's no reason for us to work together anymore, right? In any case, showing up with a weapon in hand is not a good sign. I wonder if it's because his hands are sweaty, or to ease his tension. Huang Yongmin kept clenching and releasing his fists. With such strange behavior, Lostiak looked at Huang Yongmin once more. Is he trembling because of that? Is the opponent really a dark spirit? I turned to look at him, but my thoughts were still elsewhere. I've never met him in real life. But what if he really is a dark spirit? Sweat has started to fall along with the trembling in my lips. I just reached level 20, so I can't possibly be his match. I won't let him find a way. Ryumin then shifted his gaze to Lost. He was suddenly caught. Lost was startled. Ryumin's question added to the tension. You're not here alone, are you? Tell the others to come out. I knew they were here. Lost was immediately shocked by this revelation. He even knew there were other executives here before Lostia could speak. The two men hiding in the hallway stairs revealed themselves as Sobaru and Poring. Oh no, we've been caught. How did you know we were here? Unfamiliar with normal detection skills, both try to approach Ryumin, but he raises his black scythe to warn them. Don't come any closer or you'll die. Oh. Seeing this action, Sobaru mocked and said, Are you really that loud in that tiny body? But Poring raised his hand to stop him. Are you the Black Hook? Based on this, you should be able to tell everything just by looking at this, right? Even though I know what it is, Pop Poring bravely continued, I heard he uses a sickle as his main weapon. But we've never seen Hak Kao with our own eyes, so I don't find it convincing just by looking at the sickle. He challenged back, If you don't believe, why are you still asking? But we still want to hear it directly from you. After thinking it over, there's only one way to confirm your identity, so he coldly gave his answer. All right, I am Hak Kao. Is that enough? When he admitted he was Hao, Poppering's expression changed along with a status board appearing. The target you are looking at is telling the truth. Run the truth, yet he still admits it. The person next to him turns to Poring and asks what he just said. It said it's the truth. Hearing Poring, CEO Lostiak looked at Hakao with a surprised expression. I don't want to believe it, but it's true. So he's the only one among the three directors trembling because he had been arrogant when talking to Ryumin a minute ago. It's over, damn it. My big mouth has ruined everything. What should I do now? Should I apologize for my mistake? No, wait. Maybe he didn't hear me. He's still just standing there silently, right? With numb legs. So, the person observing the situation is the first to reach out and greet him, but still a bit nervous. The Black Hook is very pleased to meet him, but now is not the time to greet. The Black Scythe points at the opponent once more. You say you want to confirm if I am Hakao or not? Is that correct? Then let's use a skill to confirm. So surprised, challenging a level 20 player is just child's play. Very clear intention. He heard that. Damn it, he heard it already. There's no way to escape this situation. Anyway, I have to apologize. He immediately pushed the person in front of him. I truly apologize for my rudeness earlier. Sir, just because you are a black clad, does that mean Ryumin withdrew his scythe? Are you apologizing? You don't need to verify if I am truly a Dark Knight, do you? Things are getting serious. Poring intervened by raising his hand to ask for permission. There's no need to show off your skills. The verification is complete. You immediately interrupted. I just said his name, right? Seeing you put away your weapon, Poring explained. I have a word related to that, all right, but I can't ignore this. If he can withstand my attack, I will consider that rude behavior as if it never happened. Hearing this, my body trembled more, my face turned pale, and I tried to say a few more words while raising a finger. Please, Blackhook, sir, just this once. Let me go, but you already signaled, so I guess I can start. Before he could apologize for his mistake, it already happened. Slash. With a cold sound, Sobaru's head fell to the ground as the colleague's head rolled under their feet. Both of them stunned. Lostiak seemed ready to shout, "What the hell is going on with this freak?" He here has stepped forward a few more steps, creating a clear distance, and Boring now feels a chilling sensation down his spine. I didn't even see him swing his scythe. Angry at the sight of his colleague's sacrifice, Lostiak couldn't hold back his emotions and shouted at him. "Mr. Grim Reaper, what are you doing?" "What are you thinking? I am proving myself as a dark hunter through my own skills." Lost clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. I told you there's no need to show off your skills and worry immediately. Just replace it with a few new thoughts. Surely we're here to recruit him, but a crazy murderer who kills without warning, and we're supposed to accept him as an executive. Boring also starts with his own thoughts. It's too dangerous to turn Hakkao into an allied member.
If we can't recruit him to our side, we need to kill him here and now. Both of them agreed on this plan, but he's currently at level 40.
That won't be easy. We have to pretend to surrender, catch him off guard, and ambush him. But both of their thoughts came to a halt as he took a deep breath and spoke. It's ridiculous. You're really showing hostility.
You think I wouldn't notice something like that?
B. Poring was caught off guard but quickly corrected himself. Huh? What are you talking about? Rumen immediately revealed the opponent's plan. Are you planning to kill me? No way I'm going to make a boring, stammering excuse. How could we possibly think of killing you? Rumen said coldly, revealing the thoughts that had been in his opponent's mind. You just need to bow your heads and pretend to surrender like this. His gaze shifts to Lostiak before ambushing me. Am I right? Neither of them could say anything when hit right at the core. His inner thoughts were clearly read, and then he turned to look further at Huang Yongmin. Do you know why I used Huang Yongmin's name and address to submit the application? Because I wanted to lure the executives outside. Lost immediately felt uneasy after hearing the confirmation. What are you planning to do? Duong raised his scythe and told the opponent directly. It's simple. Everyone will die at my hands. Poring from the back corner still can't hide his grim face, especially in such urgent situations. Let's try to persuade him first. Convincing him and buying a little more time is the only way. Although Ryuman killed unexpectedly, maybe they can still talk it out. That's their hope. But just as Pop Poring was about to speak that thought, he accidentally blurted out, because Lostiak had also turned into a corpse right before his eyes. Once again, Boring realized the truth. From the very beginning, he had only lured us here to kill us. Is that right? Fear fills Pop Poring's eyes as he faces this harsh reality. Why do you hold a grudge against us like that? You're asking me why? Ah, I see. Rumen's scythe touches Pop Poring's neck. Are you asking if I hold any grudges when innocent people are killed, just as a tactic for a recruitment test? Hearing how you explained it, Boring could no longer believe it. How do you know about that? He suddenly added, especially the executive interviews, where you make them deal directly with innocent civilians. Boring hurriedly started to justify those issues. They are not innocent. They are not innocent civilians. They mock and belittle the players. They secretly envy our abilities. Are those two-faced people really deserving of death? But he coldly cut off that excuse. And what about you? While being strict with others, you are lenient with yourself. Isn't that double standards? Boring has serious doubts about this. You're really annoying. You don't even know who I am. His eyes turn white as he gazes at the opponent, muttering those words and pondering why I didn't know. I can see through everything with the trembling language of my truth. Following that thought, he cut the opponent in half, blood splattering all over his blood-stained mask. My thoughts continue. Only scum would kill innocent people. His gaze shifts to the other person in this space. Huang Yongmin is trembling, looking scared. He stands there and says a final line that makes the opponent even more terrified. There's no need to be afraid. I will take you to your friends right away. When Ryu Min glances over, we can see Huang Yongmin trembling in fear as he is directly approached by him. Huang took a step back and pressed himself against the wall. Seriously. How do you know my friends? Ryu Min replied coldly, following those footsteps. Why wouldn't I? Haven't we played together before, or rather, I was dragged around everywhere by your group. Rumen still looks lost, as if asking what nonsense he's talking about. There are many bloodstains on his body from those he just killed. Ryuman slowly removes his white mask. You don't know who I am, so I can surprise you and leave you speechless. A familiar face appears, but instead of hostility, there is a smile with no trace of malice. It's me, Rumen, the one you used to bully. His reactions to something unbelievable happening are very diverse. Some people's faces can become as hard as stone, and Huang Yongmin managed to do that. What? Rumen appears twice in his mind, as if overlapping. One is Rumen curled up like a turtle and being beaten by Huang. You bastard, didn't I already tell you to bring the money? And what appeared next was the black scythe, terrifying everyone as its black blade cut off limbs with overwhelming force. So that loser, Ryuman is actually Hakkao? Huang raised his head once more, and even after rubbing his eyes, he could clearly recognize that the person who had removed the mask was Rumen. Are they the same person? No way. Seeing the opponent trembling because of what they had done earlier, he added a probing remark. You don't believe these things, do you?
That I am how?
He closed his eyes and put the mask away, while Rumen continued to tell an old story. I see now, it was only last year that I was the one beaten so badly by you. The more I face reality, the more Huang doesn't want to believe it happened, his face turning purple and his voice gradually losing its composure. What are you talking about? Have you been joking with me all this time? Why are you acting like a defeated fool? Hearing what the other person said, I was a bit surprised. Rumen challenged him back. What are you talking about? When did I start acting like a fool? Still, the black scythe spun around and cut across his arm. The bag and countless bills shared the same fate, being cut and thrown out. The pain spread throughout his body, and Huang collapsed to his knees in the corridor after that. He stands still, holding the scythe forward and explaining. Hearing someone like him call me a loser really makes me genuinely angry. Huang's groans echoed throughout the area, but he didn't want him to make that sound. Stay silent unless you want your tongue cut off. Huang Yongmin tried to hold back tears and endure the pain. Blood was seeping from that cut. But I don't want the opponent to die that easily. All right then, be good, I will give you first aid.
Ryumin raised his hand and performed first aid. The rows of jade-green symbols then moved toward Huang. Blood stopped flowing, and the cut was restored as if new.
What do you mean? You've already lost one arm. But it doesn't really matter, since you'll be dead soon anyway.
Overwhelmed by shock and everything becoming too surprising, Huang Yongmin tried to suppress the trembling in his body and voiced his suspicion.
Are you really the Ryumin I once knew?
Ryumin shook his head slightly and looked at him with a cold gaze.
No,
The Ryumin you knew has disappeared. Then he slowly raised his black scythe, like an executioner about to gently take a prisoner's head. Goodbye! In that critical moment, Huang Yongmin shouted with a desperate voice.
Wait, Pin, I bullied you a lot, right? I was wrong, I truly regret it.
Please don't kill me? The scythe stopped moving in midair because of that. You're cold, aren't you? You don't care. As Ryumin listened, Huang Yongmin seemed to see hope. If he spoke well, he might save his own life. With that thought, Huang Yongmin chose his words more carefully. Yes, because killing me wouldn't benefit you anyway, right? Then why don't you use me instead?
You asked to retract the scythe? Use you instead? How would that work?
I'm rushing to choose my words carefully to continue. Like, I could be your exclusive servant. If I have to give up, I will crawl. If I have to run, I will run.
I will do anything you ask, whether it's a trivial task like licking my lips while hunting or anything else you desire.
Faced with these words, Rumen raised his hand to his chin as if preparing to think, while Huang's gaze was full of anticipation. But in a brief moment, he shattered his opponent's dream. No, it's still not good enough, huh? Are you still thinking that stabbing me in the back is the right thing? The whole story about the servant was just to buy time to kill me. Huang kept sweating profusely. What are you talking about? Why should I have that thought? Huang appeared surprised, but inside, he couldn't help but feel terrified. Damn it, who the hell is this bastard? How does he know? Is it just a guess, or what? In the end, Huang Yongmin will be the one who never realizes he's the one whose thoughts are being read.
Rumin's voice slowly echoes as a mixed-breed dog tries to bite its owner.
I can't let something like that stay near me. Once again, he raises his scythe high. Your usefulness ends here. The unfavorable situation returns. Hurry is written all over Huang's face. Wait a moment. Give me a reason. Slash. His scythe swiftly swept across Huang's neck. The official statement ends here. The body no longer has the strength to control, so Huang falls to the side. The previous bills continued to flutter through the hallway. Looking at this trivial and meaningless death, Rumen felt a bit of regret. I truly gave him a chance. During the regression cycle, when my heart was unshaken, I was cleverly deceived by Huang Yongmin's three-bladed tongue and let him live. And the result? A stab in the back. Of course, back then I was an easy target. This is the end of a special relationship. He looks at the corpse and says a few final words. Goodbye, you bastard. His eyes narrow even more. Our long and terrible relationship ends here. This is the last time I have to see his cursed face. He gently tests it, then dusts off his hands. First, I need to clean this up, erasing all traces. Huang's body was covered first, and he made sure not to miss the other 3 kills. All 4 traces completely vanished thanks to the skill of erasing evidence. No witnesses, and no one detected the presence. He puts away the scythe and his skills, smiling gently. It looks so clean and tidy. Should I go to his house now? Rumi quickly disappears into the darkness as the situation changes, and a message appears. Jamti joined Siva's conference room. An unusual meeting was taking place, and Jamti appeared on the screen, waving hello to everyone. Nice to meet you. Seeing that you are present, the chairman greeted you in return.
Oh, Jam Tai, you're here.
Seeing only 3 people on the screen, Jam felt a strange sense of unease.
I guess the interview with Black Cuttlefish has ended.
But where are our other executives? The chairman sighed before answering.
The executives have been killed.
They went for an interview with the enemy and were murdered. Jam Tai nervously looks back at the screen, realizing he might have caused this terrible thing. She immediately remembered someone in fear. Could it be Tai Wind, who nodded with his hand before his chin and also figured it out?
Yes, Hak Kao. He is hunting down our coffee shop members.
Yamti pushed his hand aside, his voice gradually becoming more urgent. So, Sobaru, Jateng, and Bobering all mean that they all died at the hands of the same person, right? Tai Wind confirms that. But why did they do anything wrong? The chairman immediately answers this question. Does a murderer need a reason? Maybe he just wanted to satisfy himself, or perhaps he hated that we were gaining influence. After hearing the chairman speak, Jamti understood a part of it. There are always evil people trying to steal others' bread. If it seems worse, could envy and jealousy be the reason he acted? Jamti has completely changed his view of Black Snake. If that's true, then we must kill Black Snake. Her finger then tapped the table. So the request to join the coffee shop was just a trap to lure the executives. The result is confirmed once again by the chairman. Yes.
Jam started to get nervous because of this. I even hoped I might meet Hak Kao,
but it turns out he's a psychopath hostile to us. Luckily, I haven't recruited him yet, or everything would have been lost.
Speaking of this, the chairman also feels uncertain. Maybe even my head will be taken by that black hook.
The chairman's expression is not good, perhaps because we've lost too many executives and have issued new orders. Now, Hak Kao is our enemy, and we must find him and avenge those who have fallen. Although that's the case, Jamti still feels that something is not quite right. But do we really believe that it's not an imposter, but Hak Kao himself? The chairman then gave a reason, saying there was a witness. Please explain everything to Jamti as well. Lost Lostia magically appears on the screen after being killed by him earlier. Yes, sir. Only 3 of us remain in the meeting, and Lostia has explained the situation facing HO. Time passes, and the chairman then announces the end. See you at the next regular meeting. Both responded in turn. Yes, sir. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Chairman. The message appears on the chat conversation. The chairman has left the chat room. After the chairman left, Lostia also said goodbye to the remaining person. See you later. Take care. She only now started to show more concern. Yes, today he must have had a hard time because of the unfortunate events. So take care of yourself and get some rest. Lost nodded gently and replied, Yes, thank you. Then he quickly typed on the keyboard. Okay. After that conversation ended, Lostia left the screen. The screen went dark, and Lost Tiak's thoughts appeared on the black background again. Luckily, it seems they didn't notice, so take off the helmet. Then, the face trembled like waves and returned to its original form. It's not the previous soaked skin, but... Rumen, make yourself look cute, and he continued, Just as I thought, acting suits me really well. Looking back a little earlier, he was smiling as he looked at the system interface in front of him, thinking that the assassin mask was chosen as the limited combat reward. If there's a unique reward I need right now, this is the best item. A stealth assassin mask, a one-of-a-kind helmet that mimics the appearance of the player you've killed by remembering from the start of disguise, face, skin color, voice, even body shape, all completely changed, with durability 3000 over 3000, limited use for expert level and above, described as a thin mask. Throughout, he is favored by assassins with a 99% success rate, and it is said that no one knows his true face. Although this item has almost no defense, being able to change the appearance of the player you killed is a huge advantage. No assassination is easier than betrayal by an ally. He turns to the side with a new idea. Honestly, I want to kill the chairman and then become the enemy, but the assassin mask doesn't work on him because the chairman isn't a player, and the leader of the group isn't a player either. Isn't that a cruel irony? He left and walked away immediately afterward, along with a cunning player named Jamti, who was very close to him. With my current level, I can't counter her skills until I find a way to deal with them. I will avoid contact with the executives in the next phase. I will faithfully carry out my role as Lostia through video chats and monitoring the situation. The door opens, and he leaves this place. Then they probably won't try to find Lostia until the next meeting. In the meantime, I should restore the stability of this eternal sleepstone. Looking into that distant place, he suddenly had a new plan for himself. I think I should travel abroad and then move to a wooden house in a forest in England where someone is constantly swinging a hammer for their blacksmith work. After removing the impurities, the blade was immediately soaked in water to cool quickly. As soon as it was taken out, the shape of a long dagger became clearly visible. The sizzling sound and the steam rising in thick clouds indicate that the blade has been confirmed to be in good condition. Then this person proceeds to sharpen the blade using a grinding wheel powered by a machine. Daniel happily holds up his creation, a bright smile on his face. Everything is done. Although he had created a satisfying piece, he sighed somewhat unhappily. As he placed the dagger on the table, he explained the reason. What's the point of making it if it can't be sold anyway? Since those angelic death parties appeared, my customer base has decreased significantly. Holding the knife again, I worry even more about myself. I've tried to push through, but now I've truly reached my limit. My bank account is empty. Should I start looking for a new job right now? My dream is to continue with my craft for as long as possible. Is there any way to make that happen? At this moment, he suddenly remembered something and smiled brightly. Oh, now that I think about it, they said they would grant me a wish when I reach my 20th birthday to fulfill that dream of mine. He immediately made himself look cute by slamming both hands down on the table in excitement over a new idea. Yes, I just can't give up the blacksmithing profession. The best thing about being young is that men must have passion. He decided to brush off that sadness and move forward. I will get through the final round and make my dream come true. Even in a different world, I was granted the profession of a blacksmith as if it was my destiny. Although blacksmithing isn't suitable for fighting, I can still do it for now. The weapon's attack power increases by 150%, thanks to the weapon polishing effect. Because I reached level 20 and gained the weapon polishing skill, I was able to easily defeat an orc. The huge determination was created by him himself. Try to reach level 20. The more confident he is, the more disappointed he becomes next. That's just how it is. But money is still just money. I don't even have enough to buy materials right now. He looks into the distance. I can't do anything else. I will rest for a while to save enough money to buy the materials. So when I have money, I will go back to my hut and start over, just like I enjoy doing. He stands there, tidying everything up. First, I need to find a job after coming down from the mountain. And at that moment, Rumen's familiar figure suddenly appeared outside the house. Daniel inside, having noticed someone else's footsteps, turned back. Rumen, handsome with a large bag slung over his chin and one hand in his pocket, casually walks in. Daniel begins to note that he's an Asian youth. It's rare to see someone come to this place. Watching him stop in front of the door, Vatso immediately asked 2 questions in a row. What's going on? Are you lost? Min smiled and raised an arm in front of him instead of answering those questions. Is Daniel carrying a notebook correctly? You're famous as a young blacksmith, and I hear you can communicate fluently in English and know your own name. Joel was momentarily surprised, then straightened up and asked again, Who are you? Riam has confirmed it himself. Based on your reaction, I must have come to the right place. Where did you hear about me? I haven't heard of it anywhere. I saw it. See it. Riuman's hand was placed on his chest as an additional reason to persuade the other person. I am a seer. I can see the future. Vio was a bit confused about this. A seer? That's meaningless to say on the first meeting, right? But he suddenly interrupted. Level 21. Profession is blacksmith, and the area name is CUE008, right? Instead of answering, Vo immediately fell silent once again, quickly locking his mind. Even if he could guess the level and profession, he still managed to correctly say the name of the area. Oh, he really can. Va is starting to believe it. Both fists clenched tightly, and a quick exchange was established. Can you really see the future? That's right. I've never heard of a profession called a seer before. Ryuman smiled and explained, It's rare, so it's understandable. You may not know, but it's the rarest kind. Only one person can have it. The seer is one of those types. After those words, more doubt was added to the suspicion. Why would someone as great as you come here? Hearing the other person's words, it seemed they had no good impression of him at all, so Rumen awkwardly smiled and said, Calm down, sir. I came here to make a deal with you. Just fix one item with your repair skill, and if you do that, I will give you useful information. Useful information? Roth asked cautiously, perhaps out of curiosity, and confidently spoke so the other person wouldn't have to overthink. That is information about the six-pack. Sato's face suddenly widened in surprise. 6th round, because I'm a businessman. Vatsuo always stays cautious and carefully observes what the other person is saying. This time, he cannot help but remain vigilant in the face of these words. If I knew the next round in advance, it would definitely help me get through it. But modifying the item to learn about the 6th round, is this reward too great? Vio decided to ask again to confirm once more. Are you really going to give me information about the 6th round just so I can restore the item's stability? Don't you want anything else? Ryuman looked at the confused expression on Datsuo's face. thoughts also slipping in afterward.
That's very like him. If he accepts it so easily, I'll be disappointed.
When in doubt, don't confuse yourself. First, you need to broaden your thinking and proceed with the right approach. Ryuman smiled brightly and started the next story, speaking frankly. I want to get closer to you. It smells a bit dangerous. Vo froze completely for a moment, stammering in response. What are you saying? Once again, he interrupted, returning to the notebook with a dazed look.
I saw that your future reached the peak as a blacksmith, and you survived up to round 15 without anyone's help. Whether or not the notebook is true, Ryuman then felt even more sad and continued speaking. But that's where it ends. There is no future for you beyond that. It's a tragic thing, but then a smile appeared on his face. But I can help him. If you join me, you'll not only grow faster, but also surpass round 15 and continue as a blacksmith. Your lifelong dream.
Vo truly couldn't believe it. Even Ryuman knew his greatest secret.
After sensing that even his desires were guessed, he gradually felt a significant change.
What do you want from me? He replied calmly.
It's nothing major, just that we can help each other.
Knowing the worried face of the opponent, Ryuman gave him time to choose, while adding a new thought himself. Va is the only blacksmith who can survive until round 15.
Being able to maintain good relationships with talents like that can be very helpful in many ways.
He looked on with a puzzled expression at the hesitation. It seems he has a lot to think about. Do you want me to help him make a decision?
My request isn't too much. You just need to repair my equipment when necessary and perform a few skills with me. In return, I will give you information about the upcoming rounds. If I can do that, I can gain advantages I usually miss and develop more rapidly.
The increasingly better offers have made me more and more suspicious.
That's a suggestion I didn't even need to consider, but can I really trust someone like this?
If you look at what he said, he seems honest, but it's still better to be cautious. After all those thoughts, Joe slowly took off his gloves and found a compromise solution.
I appreciate your high regard for me, but I'm still not sure. So I will decide whether to continue the deal after seeing the results of round 6.
Ryuman smiled confidently at that decision. Do whatever makes you feel comfortable.
I'm not asking you to write a contract either. Like Magion Jock, once you confirm the prophecy with your own eyes, there's no other choice but to participate in it. Then let me modify the item for you first, and afterwards I can get the information about the 6th ring from you.
Understood. That's the initial deal. Ryuman immediately took the soul stone out of her inventory, and its details were once again clarified. The Eternal Peace Gem, a type of necklace, death level, effect. Gains 1 stack each time a monster is killed.
Loses 1 durability per kill. Every 100 stacks convert into 1,000th durability points, requiring a normal or higher level.
The necklace has a dull gray bead, which is said to trap the soul of the slain. Ryuman knew the item only had 1 durability point left, so it was really tough. But with Joe's help, he was confident it wouldn't be a problem. After receiving the necklace, Vo immediately activated his skill without even checking the item's information. In a short time, the VO held out the item, all of which had been repaired. Rumi received it, observed, and then began to check the information with durability reaching 1,000 over 1,000. All the remaining information is the same as before. Holding the item in his hand and observing without looking away, Min appeared more confident.
Okay, now I can stack them up.
With the same expression as him, Vopal formed a new judgment.
I don't know what kind of necklace this is, but it looks pretty nice and quite good.
It seems like he's trying to keep using it even while improving its durability. But this thought was suddenly read by Ryuman. He looked back and paid more attention to the other person.
From what you said, it seems you didn't know anything about that item. I respect your privacy and didn't intentionally read it. I just stored the item in my system.
The two of them continued to exchange words.
Thank you.
Thanks to you, the durability has been fully restored.
Now you can tell me about the 6th round, right?
Of course. The 6th round's task is for Ryuman to reveal more advanced information to the opponent. Reflecting on those words, Roussel began to cross his arms, feeling confused and aware of what needed to be done. If what he just said was true, then it would be best to gather strong allies. Ryuman also committed to that decision.
Yes, I suppose it will help. Since those monsters are very strong and I have the information I need, Vatso also feels that it's over here.
He then brings up the issue and says, "So our agreement ends here?" Ryuman asked quietly, then broke the silence immediately. "Maybe you could sell me an item?"
It's black iron powder, you have it, right?
VS has always been skeptical, but this time he was truly stunned. Can he really even guess what I possess? The fact that the other person could know what I possess is even more unbelievable than the prophecy itself. But I'm not the only one surprised. Ryuman once again asks for his opinion. "So what about selling me that black iron powder?"
"I guess you're looking for a job to cover the material costs. I'll pay you handsomely."
"This isn't a clairvoyance prophecy. but Rumen reading the opponent's thoughts. Vo just froze there. And he even knew you were looking for a job to make ends meet. For a moment stunned, Vo returned to his words of exchange. Truly astonishing. Now I truly believe that you are a seer. Honestly, I was quite suspicious that you might have used some kind of trick. I sincerely apologize. Rumen smiled and waved his hand as if he didn't care about those words. There's no need to apologize. I'm just speaking about the future as I see it, and whether you believe it or not is up to you. Based on these words, it seems Joel has become more conflicted about trusting him, and although the reflection is deep, a new decision has been made, and I will give you that black iron powder. Ryumin stood there in awe. Huh? And the explanation is further supported by iron. I feel like I've received more from you than I've given. He takes out a black pyramid-shaped bag. I'm not that careless or unkind. Take it already. The information is clarified. Once again, black iron powder, listed as black iron powder in the item catalog, can be felt to contain a hint of magical power, but I can't believe they actually gave it to me. Ryumin was stunned for a long moment, then wondered if he was really being given this rare item for free. Black iron powder is a key ingredient in crafting divine-grade items, and he seemed unaware that it was extremely hard to find until reaching level 11. Thinking of this, he knew he had been ashamed of such kindness. I should be the one to thank him. Even though I know what I need to do and what I should do, Rumen wants to ask back what the other person means. Are you really going to give me this? I quickly shook my head and said I'm fine. Honestly, I don't even know what it's used for. Only the fairy boy can truly know its real value. Besides being talented and intelligent before, Vo now also possesses a deep understanding, and he has incorporated that into his thoughts. If you look at the exact request, it must be something quite important. But I won't be curious about it. I have already received help. It would be greedy to ask for something new. Joe has gathered all the important and necessary elements. Previously, only luck was missing, but now he has it, as Ryumin has officially arrived here, along with a big, beaming smile. He has a good personality. Seeing Ryumin smile so dangerously, Vo clearly has more suspicious questions than before. As planned, Ryumin then threw his slightly large black bag towards Joe in front of him. Here, open it. I suddenly got something thrown at me. Without thinking, he took the next volume and stared. As requested, he opened the bag and inside were countless stacks of money with Queen Elizabeth's image on them. Send another episode, and Ryumin explained to him what it was. A total of 20,000 copies. I would feel uncomfortable receiving such a thing for free. That should be enough to cover many of your additional expenses, right? Vo replied without hesitation. Of course. Based on the current estimate, 20,000 copies are worth over 37 million W. Landlord Ryumin thus successfully gained a new member, and so was tearfully on the verge of crying. With this amount, I won't have to worry about finding other jobs anymore. But of course, a huge mountain of money doesn't just fall from the sky. Then both of them measured how cute they were, and Joe pulled back the bag strap, leaving behind all coldness and seriousness. I was confused and expressed my concern. But can I really take that much money? Ryumin confidently explained that since the other party faced reality too late, it was worth that much, so he could take it without any worry, and of course I didn't give it to him just to use as material. Have you finished thinking about it? Then I can't let the other person guess on their own. Ryumin calmly returned to the table with a raised hand, inviting, and opened an overseas brokerage account. Invest about half of the money I gave you into Korean stocks. Both of them began to delve deeper into this matter. The Korean stock is for a company called Player Place. I'm not forcing you to do this, but it's a company that will soon explode. If you invest, you'll never have to worry about material costs again, and the rest is up to you whether to believe me or not. Fatso is no longer hesitant like before. He confidently made his choice, for it was the advice of the fortune teller. I will believe in that. Besides, it's money I earned without effort. Looking in from outside the window, the two have shaken hands for their upcoming plans. So I wish you luck in the next round. Can I leave my number with you? Of course. Daniel took out his phone to save the number, but suddenly remembered something. He looked up and asked Ryumin directly. I've completely forgotten to ask your name since you appeared. Your name is Ryumin, he said, putting his hands into his pockets and smiling briefly. Just call me Mr. Ryu. Time cannot stop, and that day still comes as usual. On June 1st at midnight, a desert-like place will be the next location to face. Ryumin, dressed somewhat nicely, but with a slightly torn cloak, was summoned once again into the game world. The other players then appeared around him, one after another. Seeing that he wasn't summoned to a place like before, from lush green to a special shade of yellow, everyone kept whispering and talking among themselves. After this circle, it will be all dust and sand, so we must have been summoned to a deserted land this time, right? What kind of damn mission could have brought us to a place like this? Turn on my tracking skill, Ryuman thought to himself, adding a few new ideas. The 6th round is about cooperation. I need to find someone to work with me. The first person I need to find is Minori. To be honest, besides Minori, I really don't need anyone else, but I need 3 more people to form a team of 5. Just then, he suddenly looked to the side when someone called him by his nickname. How Minjuri spotted his location and immediately waved her hand, running over with a bright smile. As she approached him, Min kept that smile and asked him right away, "It's really nice to see you here. How have you been lately?" He first greeted back, "Has it really been that long?" Minjuri now was smiling brightly and no longer looked afraid like before. "It's been a month since we last met, but our conversation accidentally caught everyone's attention, and our thoughts kept adding up. Who is that woman? How can she talk so casually with the person who's ranked first? Is Minj the high-ranking person suitable for Hakuko? Thinking about it, I believe she was in 2nd place in the previous final round results. I'm a bit jealous now, having another high-ranking person in the lineup, regardless of everyone's expressions or actions." The 2 of them went together and exchanged a few words. "In the previous round, you were the one who defeated the final boss, right?" He coldly replied, "Yes, I know he's very strong, but Min's concern, there's little time left and he can solve it quickly indeed. You managed to complete collecting all those balance stones?" Knowing what she was about to ask next, he interrupted her. "I did it, but I won't tell you what the reward is." Minjuri pouted at those words. "How did you know?"
I was going to ask, but you answered briefly.
Just a glance is enough to tell. Although I wanted to ask, Min has already expressed her feelings instead. I've sensed this for a long time, too.
Damn it, you really have a perceptive gaze.
He stopped and looked at Min, seemingly unable to say another word. Beside her, he paused and stared at himself. After speaking those words, Min's face flushed, and her inner feelings began to race. Hey, what's with Min suddenly saying that? So embarrassing, I can't let the atmosphere get any worse. Minori decided to step back, quickly leaning forward and speaking loudly. Feeling embarrassed, right?
Sorry about that. Rumin isn't bothered at all. There's no need to apologize.
Minjuri also realized this. You said you need to make up for those words. Then he smiled. Anyway, I have to thank you for the compliment. Minjuri smiled in response.
Hey, I've got a new idea now. Sometimes caring, sometimes cold and aloof.
You really are quite an interesting person. And then she continued the conversation. But Hakkao, however, the story had to stop because S-Ain and An Sang-cheon, who were nearby, saw both HCK and the woman. Who are they? Immediately, both of them approached where Rumin was standing, and An Sang-cheon greeted him.
It's been a while since I last saw you, Hakkao.
Meanwhile, S-Ain looked a bit flustered. Hello, Hakkao. I can't hide my curiosity forever. S-Ain immediately asked him a new question. Is this person your companion? Hearing the other person's words implying about her, Minjuri paid attention, but Ruin looked over and replied coldly, I have no reason to answer that question, right? Seeing him act so indifferent towards her, Seo-Ain started to sweat a little. Yes, that's right. But then she hesitated when she remembered his smile earlier. He had been so relaxed and cheerful just now, but he immediately interrupted that thought and asked her a counter-question. Anyway, what do you want from me? Why are you asking so quickly? Sign still hasn't regained her composure to answer him. Actually, Rumin on this side knows the reason, but pretends not to know and thinks she must have come here because I predicted she would join the team with who, right? But then, S-Ain's awkward problem is immediately covered up by On after some consideration. Yes, to be honest, we want to form a team with you. Are you guys forming a team with me? When I speak my own words, Rumin quickly shifts to cover his embarrassment, just like Seal-Ain did earlier.
I know we are just obstacles in the way. Anyway, however, we will do our best to avoid causing you more trouble in the face of their expectations. Rumin rubbed his chin, pretending to be a bit worried. Honestly, these two are just to fill the required team size. But what if I include them in my team instead of others? Makong-dak will view the Black Snake more favorably. Seeing Rumin clearly confused, An Sang-cheon grew more anxious and began to make his own proposal. I won't ask you to join us for free. I currently have information about this 6th round. If you can let us join the same team, I would be happy to share that information with you. His eyes narrow slightly at the other's determined look. What information are you probing? Are you going to exchange that information with me? I guess I need to see how it goes. Ryum-min crossed his arms and replied simply with 3 basic words. It's not necessary just with this. An Sang-cheon, who could never know that he was the one who revealed that information, looked at him confused. Not necessary? Wouldn't knowing the details of the 6th round be more helpful?
Ryumin immediately explained his reasoning to the other person.
I can handle everything in my own way. I have no intention of relying on any unreliable information.
And Sang Qian was confused, but Ryumin didn't give the opponent a chance to think, and the questions kept coming. Where did he get that information from? Who provided this information? Are you being questioned so aggressively? And Sang Qian was startled and couldn't give a clear answer, huh? That hesitation from the other side raises a few more questions for you. Can't you say anything? Even if I allowed you to join a team before the continuous problems arose. An Sang-chan, who was confused earlier, bowed his head deeply. Sorry, this outcome was created by the other party itself. Ryumin instinctively reflected a bit, and didn't tell me about the fairy house. He seems more secretive than I thought, which isn't bad. On the contrary, An Sang-qian appears to be sad. Then I suppose so. But your words were suddenly cut off. I will let both of them join my group. And Sang Qian quickly changed his mood to surprise, as if he couldn't believe what he just heard. Huh? What do you mean? He smiled and crossed his arms, explaining once more to the other person about this new decision, because he hadn't revealed the source of the information, making me think it was trustworthy. I don't like people who can't keep their mouths shut, Minjuri added, surprised by his way of acting. And Sang Qian took a deep breath, a sudden thought flashing through his mind, quietly glad about the right decision he just made. Thank God, if he had mentioned the Shanji house earlier, it would have led to a negative judgment and suspicion from the other party. A quick reaction to this issue might be better handled by S. Ain. She has brought her team down. Thank you, Hak Kao. That's why An Sang Qian was able to react in time and bow even deeper. Yes. Thank you for accepting us to be on the same team. Knowing everyone was still curious about Min's background, you introduced the buffer to the other side as the one I had a contract with to join the same ambiguous group before your introduction. Both of them looked confused and wondered to themselves, a contract? And what is a buffer? How did they end up meeting each other? Although I think that way, you still have to get to know each other. S. Ain stepped closer and extended his arm to introduce himself, saying, Hello, I am S. Ain, nice to meet you. Yes, I am Minori. However, Minjuri blushed a little and seemed to remember this name, then instinctively said, Wait a moment. You're not actually the actress Sin, are you? You just changed your face to look like her, right? Did Sel Ain handle this quick question easily and respond promptly? This is truly my real face. Having achieved the result, Minzuri quickly jumped up and took Sel Ain's hands. I really like this. Oh, my destiny indeed. This is one of my father's favorite TV dramas, and you are his favorite actress in that film. Ain seems a bit awkward when praised. Really? Thank you for loving me. While the two of them seemed closer, An Sang Qian paid more attention to him. So you're really okay with me not providing information about that six-pack, right? Still looking indifferent, he said, I don't need it. Don't worry about that with me. I don't want to owe anyone anything. And Sang Qian was a bit startled by this. If he said that, then Hukhan An Sang Qian felt even more disappointed, because he had drawn a boundary like a knife. I just want to repay him by providing information. If he acts against the strategy, then I might suggest something to him at that time. Not used to this lack of knowledge, An Sang Qian then moved closer to Min and exchanged words. A Minuri, her profession is a buffer. What does that mean? Before this question, Minzuri immediately explained the answer. Oh, that's a class that creates support spells for others, and I will apply it to everyone later. Seeing Min smile at that answer, Ain placed his hand over his chest and added, I also have something similar to BAP. I can perform a summoning spell, which is a fairy spirit. You can also add a protective shield. Minjuri's eyes immediately lit up. Here is a lively fairy spirit named Ain, I will show you later. Seeing himself useless and ignored when he has nothing, An Sang Qian stood there blankly. Unable to let himself feel lost, so he intervened, leaning forward towards Min, thinking to himself, I should at least introduce myself. Minjuri looked over in surprise, very happy to meet him. Immediately after, their conversation shifted to Ryumin, who was standing and looking somewhere. I realized that you must have known HCK for a long time. And Sang Qian recalled an old story with a dazed look. Yes, Heku once saved both of our lives. She looked back at him one more time, and Min's impression of him grew even more. Saving someone in danger as expected, her gaze truly was accurate. At this moment, golden feathers fall from the sky as the angel Priscilla appears after a flash of light, smiling at everyone. She began to speak to everyone. Hello, everyone. Everyone has rested enough over the past month, and now they observe and count the number of people present. Priscilla happily analyzes this round has 1,010 participants. Truly a perfect number, and her wings spread wider afterward. So, let's get straight to the point.
To everyone's surprise, a notification window gradually appeared before their eyes. Detailed information specifies that Round 6's main task is to defeat a boss within 6 hours across all regions.
Participant 1. 6200590 with a score of 0/8.6.
0.295 in 295 regions using CES007. Participant 2010 with a score of none/505. And adding to the confusion when new information appears, he looks up and listens as everyone keeps including his words in the story. What defeating a boss? Has a boss finally appeared?
How can we possibly defeat that worm on our own? Priscilla, hearing the murmurs, a satisfied smile immediately appeared.
You wouldn't expect us to do that in a solo fight, would you? That's right. Don't worry, you can't do it on your own anyway. Are you all still wondering if you can't defeat them?
So what should we do then? Priscilla immediately answers that question. Of course you have to do it together.
That's why we need to prepare some things.
A finger gently raises along with that familiar smile. A team system. A team is a system that allows people to form groups and work together. You need at least 5 people to form a team. And once you join a team, each of you will be recognized as allies and cannot cause any harm to each other. Everyone below gains a new perspective from this.
Oh, so we can't fight each other anymore. I don't have to worry about being stabbed in the back during the boss fight.
Seeing how quickly they understood, Priscilla felt even more satisfied. Of course, attacks from other teams or monsters still work. Members of the same team cannot deal damage to each other. When in a party, experience and gold are shared equally among members. Whoever delivers the finishing blow gets the reward. But if they're more than 100 meters apart, no one shares it. Similarly, every time there's a new idea, everyone starts discussing it again. Are experience points and gold shared equally? What about the items? Jang spread his hands apart. Krilla explained again in more detail. Items drop according to contribution ratio. For example, if 2 people contribute 70% and 30% during a hunt, they will have corresponding chances to receive the items. A new issue was raised by a player. Even with a small contribution, luck can still get you the items. Priscilla responds accurately. Even with just a 1% chance, you can get the item if you're lucky. Though this chance is very low, she flicks her finger and seems to remember something else. Oh, and additionally, the contribution rate calculated by the system is higher if the total damage caused by all factors is greater. But it's not just based on damage. Even those who rely on brute strength are considered to have contributed. He glanced at a surprised player, crossing his arms nearby, thinking if even a muscle-based player could do the same, that would be great. Maybe I am that kind of person too. He understands this rule well, his eyes turning even redder. Thanks to that, players who cannot participate directly in the fight can still earn high contribution points. Remember, if you are not in a team with Priscilla, you won't be able to complete this mission. If you have formed a team, you will pass this round immediately by killing the boss. Does that surprise the 5 members of the team? Looking around at everyone here, note that there are a total of 101 bosses, meaning only 505 people participating in the boss hunt will pass this round. Hands once again reach out to a few newly fallen dragon feathers. The explanation about the team formation ends here. See? The mission isn't hard at all, just kill 1 boss. It's too simple. He stands with his arms crossed, quietly judging as always. To them, everything is just so simple. The light flashes once more, and Priscilla finishes her instructions. Now everyone do your best to defeat that boss. Oh, this round doesn't have any side quests. Even though there are enough details to complete the quest, some people still express their dissatisfaction. You call that easy? A boss is a boss for a reason. It definitely can't be that simple. But there's no other choice. The first thing everyone needs to do is form a team. A series of information screens appear. To form a team, everyone must hold hands and shout together to establish the team. If you're not in a team, your mission progress won't be counted. Remember that the remaining time for this round is until 5:59:59. Form a team right now. Ruman's group currently has 4 members, which is both surprising and concerning. Anne pondered silently, just as the seer had said. The 6th round requires a team of 5. Luckily, I listened to the prophecy and followed Hak Chu early on. I immediately voiced my thoughts instead of keeping them to myself. Hak Kao, can we form a team now? Wait, we need 5 people. We're still missing one here. Sean and Minuri both looked confused and asked, so who should be the last one? And Song Qian, knowing he didn't need to worry about this, said, let the strongest person in our team, Hak Kao, decide. He gradually fell silent, as if waiting for someone to appear here. It would be great if that person was nearby. Ria Min stroked his chin and continued his previous thought. If that's the case, he could pretend to choose randomly and smoothly include him. While he was lost in thought, the others were already focused on finding teammates. First, I need to form a team. Without being in a team, even if I kill the boss, it won't count. So does that mean 5 people have to be in the same team? Some of them also found teammates. Sorry, do you want to team up with me?
What level are you? Another person raised their hand and spoke loudly.
Level 20 warrior. Does anyone want to form a team?
But some people kept staring at Ryuman's back and nurturing their own intentions. If I join a team, it has to be Hakkao's team. And so one person gathered the courage to approach him from behind, slightly bowing, and then cheerfully introduced themselves. Hello, Black Crow. Could you consider joining our team? You can stay indifferent without needing to turn back and reply quickly. Feeling embarrassed immediately was inevitable.
Yes, they quietly returned with sad faces. But above all, those words directly caused everyone to feel ashamed. He told us to get lost without even pretending to think. It's humiliating.
Damn it, there's no way to freeload off the black market anymore.
The idea has been conveyed, but Ryuman didn't care about those fools.
In the past, I would accept anyone to fill the spots,
But this time, I need to recruit those with potential to grow with me.
Anyway, it seems that each round I attract strangers and some others who still haven't given up hope as they approach him at Black Hook, but the results are always the same as with others.
Leave me alone. Go away because I am a
girl, another player said with a smile right after.
Can I join your team? You're just standing there with your eyes closed, not interested. The first people who hoped now feel a sense of disgust towards him.
What?
Is it so hard to include just one more person in the team? Damn it, he's so stingy.
At least let me finish what I was saying.
The 2-person team suddenly started paying more attention to the others around him. Did the people next to Black Cow join a team already? They're lucky, almost like they have a chance to survive. Not only are the others hard to understand, but Ensang Qian's team is just as perplexing, watching him intently. I don't know who he will choose for the last spot. Looking in another direction, you two increase the value of the demon president being here. At that point, I will nominate him for the team. Minjuri also considered someone else. If Ryuman were here, he would definitely fight for the last spot. It's a pity, because just when everyone didn't know what to do next, a person with a familiar voice approached everyone. Blackbridge. Although this person seemed a bit familiar as they approached, and Sang Qian still thought they resembled those from before. Who is it again? More nameless faces? However, this time Ryuman paid attention to this person unexpectedly. When he recognized it was Jung Ho, he completely changed. While Jung Ho smiled and raised an arm towards him, it was good to see him again. He responded with a smile and took his outstretched hand. That's great, you're still safe. I thought you had already been eliminated in the 5th round. Jiang Ho burst out laughing at that. Don't underestimate me too much. My smile gradually becomes more complete and brighter. Seeing you fight like that gave me the motivation to finish my hunt quickly. Is that so?
Anyway, thank you. Because of you, this friend of mine also survived. Turning around, he looked for someone and loudly called out Mankai's name.
Like a flash of lightning, Manki instantly appears beside Dojun, kneeling deeply and speaking to Ryuman. Thank you for fixing my shoulder back then. Thanks to you, I was able to extend my life. Feeling the sincerity, he then asked a question to lighten the mood. You can also kill 300 with that body. Choimanji was startled, bowed again, and replied, It's all thanks to you. You are my savior. Stop here for a greeting. Ryuman suddenly received another question. Are you looking for a team?
I realize I might have said something strange that made you look a bit surprised. No need to worry. We're not here to ask to join anything.
We already formed a team. Ryuman kept his usual expression, and he confirmed that in his mind. I know they already have a team. Everyone's wrist has a gold chain, a symbol of connection. Cutting off my thoughts, he directly raised the issue.
I didn't think much of it either, but why did you come to see me? Du smiled and replied, Oh, partly to say hello and partly to make you an offer. A proposal? You're not hiding anything because you're in a good mood.
What if our team and yours collaborate?
We're not after experience or items. If the boss appears, I will let you go first. Everyone in the group is looking forward to it.
However, Ryuman didn't say a word about this, which left Dong Ho feeling confused. We just want to lend a hand. You don't need to be so cautious. It's true. Ryuman can read others' thoughts and know the truth. He made his decision immediately. I refuse. Since Jiang Ho immediately became uncomfortable and kept stammering, he asked back, Why? Are we going to get in your way? He protested, saying, No, I just don't like unnecessary trouble. Thank you for the offer, but I'm fine. Minish misunderstood, but I wanted to help in the first place. He interrupted that bad feeling. If I really need help, I will ask for it myself right away. Duho regained his confidence. Are you serious? One side was cheerful, the other confused, and they kept responding to each other aimlessly. So promise us that if you need help, just call.
All right, I promise. I told you I knew. I don't know why, but everyone suddenly bowed their heads again. Then Dong Hoi added, "We'll take our leave now. Call us anytime you need help." Hak Gao, it's time for you to decide who will be your final choice.
Ria Minute suddenly turned to one side with a cold look and said, "I have made my decision." Without hesitation, he pointed in one direction. Everyone was startled and looked in the direction he pointed. Following his gesture, a fully covered figure turned around suddenly when he spoke. "Hey!" The person in the cloak demands an immediate reestablishment here. The person then turns back to cover up completely but reveals black hair, a small frame, and slouched shoulders. A young man who doesn't look strong at all. When you finally reached a safe distance, Rumen directly questioned, "You've been watching me for a while, haven't you? Are you stammering in front of his coldness?" "Yes." You asked why I was nervous, and this person still lacked confidence. I bowed my head and spoke slowly to my hurried answer, because I wanted to join his team. He then proceeded with the usual procedures, asking questions about level and class. Level 23 Dark Mage, the answer is already given. He pretends to think, whatever you say. He turned back to look at his teammates behind him and made a new decision. He will be the last one.
The boy was quickly confused by such a fast outcome, while Minuri and Zayn were stunned, and An Sang Cheon stood at the back, clueless.
What? He narrowed his eyes slightly, and the confusion from before blended into his own thoughts, refusing everyone and then choosing someone so weak. Once again, everyone focuses on their trembling new member, while he wears a sinister smile. His nickname is No One. If it doesn't hurt, then there's nothing wrong. One day, this guy will establish a sect that worships Black Snake as a god. He extends his hand, and he will become his passionate follower. Building the bond early will be very helpful later on. The guy shook hands and Rumen gave the order. So let's form the team like this.
Everyone, put your hands on. As soon as everyone does, the golden link is created.
The team is formed, a ring carved with the previous golden light is placed on everyone's wrist, and it doesn't take long. The golden link continues to connect perfectly. However, the new guy in the team has a strange expression. No way, he's the one Hak Kao chose. Yeah. Hey, what's with that expression? Is that something that comes with being skinny? This isn't good. Just when the joy was still fresh, a tragic past overwhelmed me. The fifth team member. The one everyone turned their back on.
Since my first year in high school, I had become what they called a puppet of bullies.
A group of 3 tall guys surrounded him.
"You bastard, what are you looking at secretly like that?"
Hey, I didn't look. That bastard is really scary. My heart is pounding like crazy. There's no reason to bully me. I just seem easygoing with them. From mocking them to threatening now. Friends should know how to get along, right? Don't forget to bring the money. Do you hear what we're saying, kid? Do you think you're invincible? Your face is pale as if severely sleep-deprived, and your body is trembling, stammering.
"Sorry, I live with my grandmother, so I don't have any money to give." They immediately shouted, "What? No matter if you steal or do any kind of work, you have to carry money with you? Idiot, if you don't have any, you'll find out what we can do."
Because of you, we all ended up as beggars with
no money left. When your grandma passed away, did you want to be buried with her?
Once his pride is touched, Hex loses all reason. Summoning all his strength, he throws a punch, ready to strike his opponent.
"You bastards, you damn bastards." And of course, the outcome is extremely tragic.
Teotiok was beaten badly, lying there groaning. Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. My body trembles. Tears keep flowing, and my mouth is covered in blood. Hey, I want to be like everyone else. I want to die. I think it would be easier that way. But if I leave, what will happen to my grandmother? My grandmother has endured so much because of me. I promised to earn a lot of money to give her a more comfortable life.
Yes, I have to endure and try to bear it all for the sole purpose of repaying my grandmother. I have tried my best over the past 3 years and finally achieved results right before my eyes. Goldman High School student and Steve, the entrance.
We will cheer for everyone, but with the appearance of the angel, a new great disaster has occurred. It's hard to find a decent part-time job, let alone a more luxurious place to stay. Then, around the second round of the competition, he opened the door and entered his house, as usual. I'm home, but suddenly an unfriendly voice unexpectedly joined the room. Oh. Our TC Oak is back? The 3 bullies who attacked you this time also went after your grandmother, and they even flashed that provocative smile. Didn't I tell you? I'll bury you along with your grandmother. Hey, Exok, get up right now. But once again, Healthy is losing his mind. Oh my. 2 instant noodle packs immediately fall onto the surface, as purple-black energy surrounds Healthy Zok along with the weapons that appear instantly. The black arrow breaks through, piercing the face of the red-shirted guy, and then the shoulder of the green-shirted guy. The red-shirted one, with bloodshot eyes, suddenly shouts loudly. What the hell is this? The part where the forbidden arrow is inserted is rotting away. The remaining man in yellow pulled out a sword, his weapon trembling with fear. Damn it, don't touch this damn guy! Have you changed your profession? For a moment, he defeated all three, kneeling there to cover her with a blanket, as if she had no more breath.
Maybe since then, I built a wall between myself and everyone else and started stammering when I spoke. And I decided to enter the finals and use my wish to save my grandmother.
A summary table appears. I also achieved that in this round. Results of the third round. All first-tier regions, 3,031 people killed. Second-tier Dambidius, level 13. Saman, 982 killed. Third-tier Heavenly Demon, level 13 DN, 963 killed. SS, 351 first-tier region. No Penojan, level 11M, 721 killed. Second-tier Furry First from Eongjin, level 11 Warrior, 535 killed. Third-tier level 11 Assassin, 81 killed. Since that class change, I have never lost my top position in my area, but there is always someone better. After the first regional merger, Ryuman personally stepped in and eliminated all the representatives. All of this was watched closely by Healthy CO, eyes wide in disbelief at what was happening before his eyes, defeating all 9 regional representatives in the blink of an eye. If only I could do the same, Min might have been able to save her. I wondered how he could be so strong so quickly. I want to meet him at least once. Back to reality, Rumi, representing all the team members, was the first to speak. No Benno and Healthy CO responded instinctively. Yes, you immediately have a request. We have formed a team. Introduce yourself. Hey. CO looked a bit dazed, pushed back his hood, and began to introduce himself. I am a level 23 Shadow Mage. My skills are Dark Arrow and Shadow Chains. Is Heotai OC amazed by me? Usually I stutter a lot when talking in front of others, but strangely now, I don't feel nervous at all. Is it because I feel confident when I'm in front of Hawk Cow, or is it because I want to leave a good impression on him? After the introduction, Ryumin glanced at Minuri and said, "Let's go hunting." Minuri smiled brightly and waved her hand. "I'll carry the load for everyone." A green emblem appears on Ansang Cheon first, representing the blessing skill. All stats increase by 60%, and the blessing lasts for 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Next is the turquoise for C. Aaron. The sprint skill increases attack and movement speed by 60%. The duration of the swift skill is 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Immediately, all three fall into a dazed state on the spot. What the heck, my stats are increasing by 60%. My attack and movement speed also increased by 60%. Is this a system glitch? By this point, Ansang Cheon had to look at Minuri differently, so that's why Hakkao was with Minuri. You're amazing. Min puffed out her chest happily after being praised for her support. Hey, it's nothing. Meanwhile, S. Aaron was a bit flustered, but then realized she also had her own skills. I will use summoning to show everyone when I cast it. The 2 adorable fairies immediately appeared before everyone's eyes, flying around with a golden light surrounding them. Are these spirits? They are so adorable. I hold them in my arms. Aaron smiles and explains in detail. They used to only create shields and couldn't fight, but once I reached level 20, I could summon both of them and they started using magic to attack. Aaron's hand gathers something else, and she can even summon a golem once she reaches level 20. Minjuri looks at that big lump of earth with wide eyes of admiration. Through Celerin, she smiled and said, "Golem has no muscles, but it will attract the attention of monsters." Minjuri still remains in awe. A support and a tank are really great, but Aaron would rather receive direct praise from Rumen. What do you think? I'm useful too, right? Rumen nonchalantly acts as if everything is normal and done. Rumen leads everyone away. Let's go. Sel Aaron sighs helplessly as he walks beside him. Meanwhile, Healthy CO had a new idea. Even a muscle-bound summoner needs help to succeed. Start the mission. Both Rumen and Healthy CO lead the reconnaissance. At that moment, both of them suddenly heard a loud sound coming from a fixed direction. Without hesitation, Heisio ran toward that spot. Just outside the tall stone pillars, Health Tix reached a larger area, where a group of players was fighting a yellow centaur-like monster. The team members' bright smiles showed how easily they found the boss. Attack now. According to the motto, both of them charged straight at the monster in front of them. Die already! However, the monster suddenly swung its spear and knocked the sword of a player away, forcing both to retreat. This guy is really strong. Split up and attack. A female player standing behind the monster asked, "How do we take it down?" The pink cloak player swung her sword and replied, "If we attack from behind, it seems Rumen is not happy about this." The one standing nearby also noticed something.
Bing, Princess, I have some analysis on what just happened over here.
Attacking from behind the horse? That's so stupid. We can't stop the assault now. The female player immediately thrust her short spears forward. The archer on this side coordinated with her arrows, and their weapons pierced into the monster's chest one after another, causing it to scream in agony. Both of them waited outside as the group in front shouted, "Now's the time! Die, you bastard!" Teotihuac looked confused. What is that?
After a series of attacks, the giant monster in front was knocked over, and the players cheered excitedly.
We won. We got first place. We finally completed the mission with first place.
Hey, Seo, standing nearby with a pale face, thinking, no way. Has first place been stolen away? After watching, give us a like to cheer us up, guys.
See you in the next episode of the never-ending hot drama. Support us by leaving a comment. Maybe you'll get to the top comment.